Present day.
Giovanni had just received word from his admins. Molters had been captured. This accelerated his plans tenfold. At the moment, he was speaking with an associate from Unova, someone he considered more of an acquaintance, Getsis of Team Plasma. Right now, Giovanni didn't care about personal pleasantries. He needed Getsis's cooperation, and he had the money to ensure it. On the screen, Getsis appeared bored. "We have received your request, Giovanni. However, my scientists are perplexed. These measurements you sent don't match any known Pokémon." Giovanni's expression remained indifferent. "It's not your job to know. Your job is to deliver what I've requested. In return, Team Plasma receives Team Rocket's financial support. That was our deal." Getsis shrugged dismissively. "Fine. I don't particularly care. I need to get back to overseeing our King's training. Expect the results in 3 months. "Acceptable," Giovanni said coldly. "Half the payment will be sent now. You'll receive the other half upon delivery." Without another word, they disconnected. Giovanni pressed a button on his desk, signaling his financial department to transfer the agreed-upon funds. Once finished, Giovanni left his office and made his way to the laboratories. The scientists had promised him results, and he had every intention of seeing their progress firsthand. Upon entering, Giovanni was greeted by the hum of machinery and the sight of massive test tubes. One held a creature he was all too familiar with, Project Muto. Next to it, another tube held a young girl with striking blue hair.
"Sir."
The head scientist snapped to attention, saluting. Giovanni waved him off impatiently. "How is the progress?" Well, sir," the scientist stammered nervously. "We've successfully cloned the royal starters of Kanto using DNA from legendary trainers. We could begin the genetic splicing too." Giovanni's voice cut through the air like ice. "How many times do I have to say this? You will not force intentional alterations on Pokémon, humans, or even cardboard boxes. Living beings are not your playthings, clone or not.
"Am I clear?"
The scientist paled and nodded quickly.
"Sea crystal, sir."
Satisfied, Giovanni raised his chin.
"Good.
"Now, update me on Project Amber 2 and Muto."
"Why, yes, sir."
The scientist wiped his brow. "The projects are progressing as expected. However, we've encountered an abnormality." Giovanni narrowed his eyes.
"Explain."
Strange brainwaves, sir. Between Amber 2 and Muto. It's as if they're communicating telepathically. But that shouldn't be possible." Giovanni's gaze shifted to the 2 tubes, lingering on the girl.
"No, it makes sense," he murmured to himself.
"Especially since she's her daughter." Muto. In a vast dark void, Muto's small figure floated listlessly. The newborn being stirred, questions flooding its mind. "Where is this place?
Who am I?
Why am I here?" A faint voice called out, soft yet clear.
"Mew."
Muto blinked.
"Who's there?"
"Mew."
"Mew?
"Who's Mew?"
Mew." The voice grew distant. "Wait."
"Where are you going?" Muto called desperately, but the voice faded into silence, leaving him alone. "Where is this place?
Who am I?
Why am I here?" Outside the void, voices drifted toward him. "We created Muto from the analysis of the Phantom Mew.
It's still sleeping.
When it awakens, we'll see the extent of its power." "They're talking about me," Muto thought. "But what are they saying?" Then another voice appeared, gentle, soothing. "Those are human words."
"Who's there?" Muto asked.
"I'm beside you. Right beside you." "Right beside me?"
"I'm a human."
"Born just like you."
"Then,
"I must be human too," Muto said hesitantly.
maybe. Or maybe I'm a Pokémon."
"It doesn't matter. We were born the same way."
"My name is Amber."
"But I'm also Amber too."
"Amber too? Why two?" "Because we're copies."
"But that doesn't mean we're not real," Amber 2 said brightly. "We're still here, and that's what matters." Slowly, Muto began to repeat her words, a faint smile forming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The days they shared. In the void, Muto and Amber 2's world transformed. Together, they played and learned. An imaginary field bloomed with bright grass and a golden sun in the sky. "Amber, what's that?" Muto asked, pointing at the glowing orb. "That's the sun," she said cheerfully. "It warms us up." "Warm," Muto repeated softly. "At night," Amber pointed upward. "Those are the stars and the moon. They shine so we're never scared of the dark." "Shining," Muto whispered in awe. "The end of innocence." Weeks passed. Then, one day, Amber 2 began to cough violently.
"Amber?"
"What's wrong?" Muto asked in panic. Ambitwo's voice weakened. I think it's time to say goodbye.
No. Don't go. Muto live.
Living is wonderful. Tears, warm, unfamiliar, began streaming down Muto's face.
Amber, what is this? Why won't it stop?
Those are tears, Amber 2 whispered. Thank you for crying for me. Her voice faded into silence. The monitors outside blinked flat. Squirtle, Bulbasaur and Charmander followed, their tubes dark and empty. They were real, Muto thought, trembling with anger. Amber was real. My friends were real. Giovanni's orders. As Giovanni reprimanded the scientists, Muto's anger surged.
The glass trembled. Brainwaves spiked.
You want to pretend Amber never existed? Muto's voice echoed faintly. I won't let you. The scientists panicked, injecting tranquilizers into the tank. Muto's body stilled, forced back into unconsciousness. Inside Muto's mindscape, the void returned, silent and empty. Muto curled into himself, clutching his chest.
Amber, what makes us alive?
Her voice echoed faintly. Hearts can be born, even if we weren't born with one.
Muto whispered, Amber.
I'll live for you. Pokémon League building. Lance was hunched over his desk, his eyes glued to his computer screen. His main focus was salvaging what little trust he and the new Elite Four had left. Lorelei had avoided the worst of the criticisms thanks to testimonies from those she saved, highlighting her leadership in preventing casualties. But the rest of the Elite Four, and by extension Lance himself, were under heavy fire. They'd needed trainers to help fend off Team Rocket grunts and admins, and the public wasn't letting it go. He sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose as he spotted yet another post about him being the fifth flying master conspiracy theorist. This job is going to be the death of me, Lance muttered under his breath. He leaned back in his chair, hoping to catch a moment of peace, only for his computer to start ringing. He groaned, already prepared to ignore it, but his champion PC line was flashing, a number only a handful of people had access to. Reluctantly, he answered. Professor Oak appeared on screen, looking far too casual for someone with a large bump on his head. Lance, good to see you.
How have you been?
Lance raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Cut to the chase, Professor.
You don't just call to check up on me.
Do you need funding or something?
Oak chuckled, waving off the comment.
Ho ho, I see my old tricks don't work on you anymore. You've grown quite cranky. Yeah, try going 72 hours without sleep and then getting woken up 6 hours later to deal with more chaos. Don't need to, Oak said with an amused grin, not even opening his eyes.
Oh right.
I forgot, Lance muttered, rolling his eyes.
Oak straightened. Anyway, on to business.
One of the trainers from Pallet said he wants to meet with you. Said he has something you'll want. Lance raised a brow. And what exactly is that? Didn't say, just that you'd want it. And before you ask, it's not Gary. It's Ash. Lance paused, his tired eyes sharpening with interest.
Ash?
You mean Ash Ketchum?
The very same.
Lance stroked his chin thoughtfully.
All right, fine. I'll hear him out.
Send him to my office. I'll have Alakazam bring him over, Oak replied with a nod. Lance stood up and walked to his newly installed coffee maker, pouring himself a double-shot espresso.
As the call ended, Oak smirked.
Didn't you say you're busy? Lance hung up before Oak could finish.
Meanwhile,
Ash sat slumped face down on a table in the corner of a Pokémon Center. Misty and Jeanette had disappeared on a shopping spree, apparently inspired by a very wise conversation earlier. Yellow had stayed behind with Sabrina, leaving Ash, Brock, Samurai, and AJ to hang out. Pikachu lay sprawled at Ash's side, equally exhausted. AJ leaned back, glancing at Ash's tired form.
Dude, you look like garbage. What happened to you? Ash groaned into the table. It's fine.
I just didn't get much sleep. Sabrina kinda trapped me in her mansion yesterday. Samurai shot him a blank stare. Seriously? You're complaining about that? Ash twitched, lifting his head slightly.
Don't you start.
You're already thirstier than a slowpoke in the desert.
Hey! AJ barked indignantly.
Just because it's true doesn't mean you have to say it. I wasn't talking to you, Ash retorted with a smirk. AJ pointed an accusatory finger. You planned this, didn't you? Ash grinned smugly. Maybe I did. Brock finally chimed in, crossing his arms. Why don't you guys just focus on training instead of bickering? You've still got gym badges to earn.
AJ shrugged. We've got time.
The league doesn't start until February, so we only need 6 badges total.
The rest are optional.
Ash stretched, cracking his back.
True.
We're actually way ahead of schedule compared to other trainers. You're telling me, Brock said, raising an eyebrow. It's been 4 months since you started, and you already have 5 badges. Most trainers only have 3 at this point. Ash leaned back lazily. In truth, their group, including Samurai and AJ, was anything but ordinary. Most trainers lacked the special training and resources they'd had. The conversation was cut short as a yellow glow filled the room. An alakazam appeared beside Ash, holding a note in its hand. Ash blinked, staring at the alakazam. "What are you doing here?" Alakazam calmly handed Ash the note, then stood silently as the group watched intently. Ash opened the note and read it quickly. A smile crept onto his face. "Well, looks like I've got something I need to do.
Sorry guys.
Our match will have to wait." Before they could protest, Alakazam tapped Ash on the head with its spoon. "See you later," Ash called as he vanished with a flash of light. The boys sat in stunned silence.
Brock broke the quiet.
"You guys want to talk about girls?"
"Yeah."
Samurai and AJ said in unison. Back with Yellow. Yellow sat with Choo Choo in her lap, staring eagerly at Sabrina. "Today, I will teach you how to control your psychic abilities," Sabrina announced, holding up a spoon. Yellow's eyes sparkled.
"Oh.
What do I get to learn first?"
Teleportation? Telekinesis?
"Can I help my friends with cool stuff?" Sabrina shook her head, amused. "You're starting with bending a spoon." Yellow's excitement deflated slightly.
"Oh.
"But I want to do the cool stuff you can do." "Advanced techniques take years," Sabrina replied.
Bend the spoon first. Then we'll talk."
Yellow took the spoon and stared at it intently.
"Done."
Yellow chirped moments later, holding up a spoon bent like a pretzel.
Sabrina's eyes shot open. "What?"
She stared at Yellow's tiny arms and sighed.
"Never mind. Now unbend it."
"That takes far more control and focus."
"Done."
Yellow said cheerfully, holding up a perfectly straight spoon.
Sabrina blinked. "Why?"
Yellow tilted her head. "So can I learn something else now?" Sabrina sighed deeply.
"Fine.
"What do you want to learn?" Yellow thought for a moment, her face lighting up. "Can you teach me how to heal better?"
Sabrina froze. "Heal?"
"Psychics can't heal." Yellow blinked innocently.
"What?"
"Then why can I heal?" "Hey, welcome to another audiobook on Quantum Audiobooks. Sorry to disturb you, but if you enjoy it, please make sure to subscribe. It motivates me to create more audiobooks like this. Also, don't forget to like the video and share your thoughts about this novel audiobook in the comments below."
Ash appeared in a large office adorned with pictures of different dragon Pokémon, dragons being in heavy quotation marks since although there were Dragonites, and Garchomps, and Salamances, there were also a few dragon Pokémon like Charizard, and Gyarados, etc. That being said, at the end of the room was a desk with a familiar pink-haired man, Champion Lance. Alakazam went over to a corner and Abra seemed keen on going to talk to it, so Ash let her out from his jacket to go torture another Pokémon. Part of Ash was really hoping that this wasn't a twist where Manga Lance would take over, but that thought was quickly dispersed when Lance gave him a warm smile. "Hello, Ash, was it? I must say you've got quite the record going for you," Lance said. "As far as I know, you haven't lost any battles since you started your journey. You also won on the SSN tournament and received that egg, though I'm sure it hasn't hatched yet. I'm sure you can guess what it is." "Thanks," Ash said, smiling on the inside, "but I have lost before. It's just all my losses were either in unregistered battles or I was just having a friendly spar. I'm not that impressive." "You don't have to be so humble, especially after using that Pokemon in the Fuchsia Gym. I can't say I expected an Annihilape all the way out here in Kanto. So you know about him, huh? Well, whatever, not like I was trying to hide it," Ash said, shrugging his arms as Pikachu walked over and jumped inside Ash's bag to sleep. "Well, as much as I would love to ask how you managed to get an Annihilape, I'm sure that you already made a deal with the professor, so I'll just ask," Lance said, waving his hand. "The professor said you have something you think I want, and frankly I am very curious, so yeah, I suppose I should have told you. Honestly, if I heard myself I would have probably sent myself away." Ash shrugged. "Do you have a PC I can use?" Lance raised his eyebrow but obliged as he pointed behind his desk. "You can use this one." "All right," Ash said as he put in his information to access his PC, also thinking to himself, "Shame I didn't bring Porygon." As he brought up his account, there were 4 Aerodactyls, one being significantly bigger and one being a girl, with the others including the big one being guys. Lance looked surprised but less about seeing them and more about Ash having them. "Is this it? I admit having them is quite impressive, but even if I have one of my own, I don't see how you would think I would want them. Where did you even get them revived?" Ash's smile grew. "That's the thing, I didn't." That seemed to get Lance's attention, so he continued, "I'm sure you know the revival process isn't perfect and it causes the Pokemon to lose DNA, and that means they can't breed. You don't mean?" "Yes, I didn't revive these, I found them, along with a lot of other ones, but I figured you would only want these," Ash said. If this is true then Lance said before coughing in his hand and composing himself, "Do you have any way to validate this?" Of course I do. Ash smiled and pulled out his dex to call up Bill. Of course, Ash told Bill he would call him to validate his findings, but he didn't tell him everything obviously, only that he was going to share his findings with Lance. After a few rings, Bill picked up. Hey Ash, what can I do you for? Yo Bill, I'm here with Lance and he wants you to validate our findings, Ash said casually, causing Lance to be shocked. Of course, Champion Lance, Ash has found an underground system filled with living fossil Pokémon. This could be revolutionary. I'm already working on a report and Ash is playing a big part in it. I can send you a report in a few days if you'd like. Bill responded. No, that's quite alright. I'll wait for it to be announced to the public, Lance said, still surprised. Okay, suit yourself. I need to get back to finding proper breeders that are willing to prepare a breeding program. Aight, thanks my dude, I'll take it from here. I'll talk to you later, Ash said as he hung up. Well, Omega, Ash said looking at the shocked Lance. Lance coughed in his hand and looked at Ash seriously. Very well, you convinced me. I want to buy all of them. I'll give you 100 million for the 3, and 1 billion for the largest. I will even throw in an egg directly from my clan of your choosing. Ash almost choked. He knew Lance would probably want them but not this bad. A regular Dratini egg from a breeder could go for about 1 million, and one from Lance's family could go for 10 million on the low end. Ash coughed and thought this was a test. Don't you need some kind of test? No need. If Bill and Oak trust you enough to entrust you with this, then I'll trust you as well. So do we have a deal? My family could get you any dragon type except a Gibble. Ash almost agreed on instinct, but took a breath and composed himself. No, I have a counteroffer. Lance looked amused. Alright then, shoot. Simple, I will give you all 4 of them for a total of 100 million, Ash said. Lance was completely taken aback. Compared to what he offered before, he might as well be robbing Ash, so he squinted his eyes. What's the catch? It's quite simple. In exchange I want a cut of every Aerodactyl egg you sell, and I want one of the eggs from the big one, Ash said. The thing is, having an Aerodactyl is rare, but having one specially bred with no drawbacks is unheard of. By Ash's estimate, depending on how they are bred, the value could easily get to 50 million each. Sure, over time the price may go down, but they would still probably be over 10 million at the absolute least. Lance rubbed his chin. Obviously, Ash would be the one that would benefit the most from this, but the opportunity to have a full-power Aerodactyl was too tempting. I suppose I could make that work. How about 7? I wasn't born this morning. 18 will be just fine. Lance felt like he got punched in the stomach. Why don't you just rob me at this point? Alright, 15. I'll do 8. 12. Maybe 9. 10, they both said in unison. Ash smiled and Lance realized he had played. Not bad. Alright, deal. Perfect. By the way, I want to add 2 conditions. It's nothing major, just for my sake. Fine, let's hear them first. First, I want this to be kept a secret. I don't want people finding out I'm the one who got you the Aerodactyl. If you need to give them a name, then use Professor Fraxinus. Lance nodded. Done. This doesn't leave this room. What about the other? Ash gave one final smile as he held his hand out for a shake. I want to do more business with your clan in the future. Lance smiled and actually burst out laughing as he returned the handshake. You really are a special case. Alright, let's get along in the future. With that, Ash took out the Aerodactyl and transferred them to Lance. I'll send over the money to your account. Do you have any preference on who Aerodactyl is bred with? Lance asked. I trust you. I don't think you'll give me a low-quality Aerodactyl. Besides, I'm sure you already have an idea, Ash said, and Lance smiled and nodded. Cool, I'm going back. I have a gym battle in a few days. I need to get trained up, Ash said as he grabbed onto Alakazam. Alright, good luck, Lance said as Ash and Alakazam disappeared. Ash was dropped back in town and met up with the guys, who were having a very intellectual conversation that they dragged Ash into. What is your preference? Who the heck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down. Also, I'm not falling into this one. You can do this yourself. I'm sitting this one out. Come on, dude. You can't tell me you don't have a preference, Samurai said, jabbing an elbow into Ash's side. No, I do have one. It's just I'm not going to tell you what it is, Ash said bluntly. You have to in the name of the bro code, AJ yelled. Ash looked at AJ. Don't you use that name in vain. If we must become a traitor to the order, then so be it, Samurai yelled. What will the council think? Ash yelled. The council is full of fools who have weakened the overall progress of the crusade. You mustn't say that, Brock said. You know what the Bible says about offending the council. What are you guys doing? The sound of Jeanette's voice rang from behind them. When they looked back, they saw both Jeanette and Misty standing there with shopping bags. Oh, you're both here. How long have you been there? AJ asked. Enough to find you guys talking about something stupid, Misty said, rolling her eyes. How did this even start? Don't worry about it, X4, the guys said in unison. After a while, Ash and Co went their separate ways and he went back to the mansion to check in with Yellow. As he walked in, the first thing he saw was Yellow sitting on Sabrina's lap. Yellow's hands were glowing a light color as 3 spoons were floating around them. As soon as they noticed him walking in, Yellow happily greeted him. Hey Ash, look at what Sabrina taught me to do. She made the spoon spin around and slowly approached him. Wow, that's pretty cool. Indeed, Sabrina said. It is unprecedented on how fast she learned it. It took me a year before I could do more than 1 spoon at a time. Well, that's fun. Hey, can you do something about sleepy pants here? Ash said as he pointed to his bag. Oh, I can try, Yellow said happily as she put her hands together and closed her eyes. Then Pikachu's tail came out of the bag followed by Pikachu himself who was hugging a bottle of ketchup. Chucho climbed off of Yellow's lap and climbed Ash to get to his shoulder and got close to the floating Pikachu. Pikachu looked at Chucho and pointed the bottle of ketchup towards her. Chucho took one sniff and then turned away, making Pikachu feel like he was turned to stone. Ash grabbed Chucho and put her back down near Yellow and grabbed Pikachu out of the air when he noticed Yellow getting tired. Well, as fun as that is, I need to go call someone so I'll excuse myself first, Ash said as he put Pikachu under his arm and walked to the other room, with Yellow waving and Sabrina giving a small wave as well. Unknown location. Candela was tied up in metal handcuffs. She was trying to get some kind of feeling from Moltres but no luck. Come on, work, Candela said as she snapped her finger but nothing happened. Don't bother with that, a tough voice said. As she looked up she saw Cliff and Sierra. Yes, the final embers that connected you with Moltres are gone, but don't worry your friends are next, Sierra said as she got close to Candela. Candela spit on the ground. What do you want? Oh, we're just here to make sure your friends know where to find you. You see they've been looking for you, and yet they aren't even close. Can you believe they think we're in the CAI Islands? If you think you're getting away with this you're wrong. We'll stop you just like we always have. Oh, here we go with the hero complex, Sierra said as she turned to Cliff. You got it from here. Yeah I got it. You should go check on the kid though. I think he still can't feel his arm. Alright, try not to punch her though. The last thing we need is for them to come in guns blazing, Sierra said as she walked out of the room. Blanche was considered a prodigy. Blanche was actually the first person Professor Willow chose to join his research squad. As such Blanche had a reputation to uphold, yet despite Blanche's cold demeanor, Blanche truly came to care about Spark and Candela, which just made Blanche more invested in finding her. Just as Blanche was looking through any recordings to see if there was anything, a message appeared on Blanche's computer saying nothing but the words, "We win?" Blanche had half a mind to just delete the message but something told Blanche not to, so Blanche opened it and there was a picture of Candela chained to the wall with the caption, "Come find me puis cher," and coordinates to a location far from where they had been looking. Blanche immediately called Spark who also answered immediately. Spark, did you receive a message as well? Yeah, did you get the same thing, a picture, and some directions? I received coordinates, Blanche answered. We don't have time to waste, we need to call on them. Spark was immediately taken aback. What? Blanche, what are you doing? You're the smart one, I'm the reckless one. Why are you acting like this? Shouldn't we show each other what we have just in case we're getting tricked? There's no time, we need to move and they are the fastest way to be with them. I'm hanging up now, Blanche said. Wait Blanche Spark was cut off. It was clear that at the moment Blanche wasn't thinking straight, but at the moment Blanche didn't care. Blanche's hand started glowing revealing a frostbite pattern in the shape of ice on the palm. A breeze of cold air circled around Blanche's body as it formed into a being in front, then standing, and looking down at Blanche was Articuno. Blanche rubbed its head. We need to go quickly. Articuno nodded and let Blanche climb on top, then they flew away. Back on the island, Spark watched Blanche and Articuno fly away quickly. He might not be the smartest but he knew that Blanche would probably choose the shortest way to get to the destination, and that was a completely different direction than the one he got, meaning whoever sent those messages wants to separate them. Spark clenched his fist as he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. There's no time to explain. I need you to track down Blanche and Articuno. Time skip. Charizard, finish this with Slash. Ash commanded. Samurai looked distressed. Pinsir tried to dodge. Pinsir tried jumping out of the way but before it could Charizard grabbed it by the leg and threw it to the ground giving him an opening to send a slash to the bug's lowered body and sending it into a crater with spirals. And that's a game. Ash said with 2 fingers pointing at Samurai. Man, I really thought I could win this time, Samurai said as he returned his bug. I said it before and I'll say it again, if you wish to defeat me, train for another 100 years. AJ marked something in a notebook. Okay, that makes 5 losses for Samurai, and 3 for me. Anyone wanna give it a shot? Everyone took a collective step back leaving only Jeanette standing there. Don't look at me, we haven't battled and I'm going to keep it that way. Ash crossed his arms and pouted like a 3-year-old. Boo, you're all no fun. Just because I can curb stomp you doesn't mean I shouldn't get to battle anyone. I mean you can't blame us. In all the times I battled you our record is 215 in your favor, Misty said, crossing her arms. So that's like a 13% win rating for you. I'd take those odds. Only you would think that. Misty sighed as she grabbed the bridge of her nose. Suo, I'm not getting another battle am I? Brock waved his hands. I mean why don't you ask Yellow, you haven't battled her yet. She's busy training with Sabrina, and I'm gonna go battle her tomorrow, Ash said as Pikachu walked over to him and jumped back on his shoulder. What, do you seriously think you need more training? Misty asked sarcastically. I'm pretty sure I became strong enough to win after our 3rd day here, Ash said casually as he put his finger in his ears. Immediately collectively the 5 screamed, EHHH, X5. Then why did you decide to stay here for so long instead of battling her? I was bored, and the ship isn't until another 3 days, Ash said casually. At this point why are we surprised? Brock said as he covered his face, getting a nod and a mumble from the rest of them. You know what I think I have an idea, Misty said. You want a battle, how about all of us vs just you? Ash raised his eyebrow. Do you seriously want to do this? I promise you this isn't going to go how you want it. I'm still not a part of this, Jeanette said as she sat down. Yeah, I'm with her, Brock said as he was currently bottle feeding his Bonesley. So what, 3 against 1 is still good odds, Misty said confidently. Ash sighed and took off his jacket and hat and put them on the nearby table and looked at Pikachu. You wanna take this one? Pika, Misty, Samurai, and AJ sent out Gyarados, Butterfree, and a Scyther respectively, as Pikachu jumped forward with his cheeks sparking. Let's give them a taste of what we've been working on. Pikachu, show them our Pika Papow. Pikachu's cheeks sparked as he jumped forward. Back at the mansion, Ash came back. He had his jacket in his arm and Pikachu was sleeping on his head. That battle took more out of him than he thought. As he walked in, he saw Shiko sitting on a nearby table drinking tea. Oh hey, glad to see you're back. Ash nodded as he looked around. Where's everyone else? Oh right, I forgot, Shiko said, knocking on her head and striking her tongue out. Sabrina and Yellow went down to the training field. Okay, thank you, Ash said as he turned around and was about to walk out but was stopped by Shiko. By the way, Takura wanted to talk to you about your gym battle tomorrow. Ash turned back and raised his eyebrow. Huh, interesting. I guess I should go talk to him. Where is he? Top balcony, Shiko said casually before turning menacingly. Oh, and when you're done can you tell him I want to have a talk? Ash gulped. Sure, I'll be sure to tell him. Shiko's face turned back to normal. Aw, how sweet of you to treat your Unii-san so well. Ash walked out and first went over to the room to place Pikachu on the bed to sleep. He earned this one. He left the hat but took his jacket since it was getting late and it gets pretty cold at night. As he made his way towards the roof he started thinking about everything he knew. Saffron Gym is an exception to the norm, being that Sabrina requested for the battles not to be broadcast. But obviously just because he was here didn't mean that the challenges stopped. It seemed that due to Sabrina's mysterious condition that caused her to lose battles to challengers, a lot of people wanted to take advantage. And the things that Sabrina did to those people needs to be studied. None of them came back after getting their teeth kicked in, and because of that rumors of Sabrina cheating or letting people win, etc. spread, but they went away pretty quickly. A representative from the league even came by and tested Sabrina herself to see if she was worthy of keeping the gym. Needless to say, she passed with flying colors. Thanks to that, Ash got a pretty nice rundown on his potential challenge. The only psychic types in Kanto that she is allowed to use are Alakazam, Executor, Jinx, Hypno, Slowbro, Starmie, and Mr. Mime. However, she hardly chooses Starmie and Executor, so he can safely assume the team will be with the rest. Now the good thing is that psychic types are made of paper skin and glass bones on the physical side, the only exception being Slowbro, who is a wimp on the special side. Alakazam usually runs a life orb set, except when she battled against the league representative where she used a Mega. Mr. Mime is there for one reason and one reason only: to set up screens and baton pass. Hypno is the physical attacker with Wish just in case and leftovers for recovery. Jinx runs a substitute plus nasty plot set with leftovers as well. And finally, Slowbro is the tank with Rocky Helmet for chip and stall. Overall it's going to be pretty annoying, but he should be fine with the team he's going in with, being Gyarados, Beedrill, Scizor, Charizard, and Annihilippi. It's worth noting that as of recently he's been crossbreeding berries to improve their effects and overall see what happens, so he has some high quality Payappa berries to give to Annihilippi, and since these berries work differently here than in the game, he gets 1 minute of resistance to psychic moves before he's falling like a stack of cards. It is a shame he doesn't have a keystone though. It would definitely come in handy, but alas he only has the useless broken one. As he got to the top of the building he saw Takura leaning on the balcony and looking at the sunset. Ash called out, "Hey, I hear you wanted to talk." Takura didn't look back but gestured to his side, so Ash walked over. "You know, Shiko told me to tell you that she wants to talk." Takura felt a shiver go through his spine but remained stoic. "I guess I need to handle that later, but for now let me ask you, how confident are you about winning tomorrow?" "Honestly, I think about 70%, Ash answered honestly. "That's what I was afraid of," Takura sighed. "You already know about the Black Fog incident, right?" "Yeah, about how she was kidnapped and stuff." "Well, you don't know the full story. You see, Sabrina doesn't like to battle as much as other gym leaders do. In fact, before she got kidnapped she showed no interest in battling, but when she returned she changed her personality completely. She isolated herself from everyone including us and started training every day. Sometimes she wouldn't eat or sleep. Eventually, she challenged me for the position of gym leader, although due to league rules, she shouldn't have even been old enough to inherit the gym. She found and exploited a loophole, and after that, she became the acting gym leader." "Okay, but why are you telling me this now? No offense, but it doesn't seem like either of us is in the best position to tell her anything," Ash said bluntly. "Well, about that," Takura said, "you and your friend Yellow seem to be close to Sabrina, more than I think you even realize. In the time after she returned her attitude changed and she seemed happier, even talking about how people helped her. And you're telling me this? Why? She is willing to listen to you, so I want you to beat Sabrina, but not in the regular match. Are you aware about the optional rule of gimmicks being added to gym battles?" "I have an idea, but enlighten me," Ash said, squinting his eyes. "Well, a system has been implemented. As you know, every gym leader is very well capable, so unless directly part of the gym challenge, the gym leader is not allowed to use any gimmicks, including megas, Z-moves, etc. But the challenger is allowed to ask for it only after they have 5 badges, and the trade-off is that either the challenger will also be allowed to use a gimmick or the gym leader in question will be forced to use less Pokémon. And what's the whole end goal of this? Ash asked. He did know about the ruling. He was even considering doing it himself, since if he beats the next gyms with a gimmick then he gets to skip another round in the league. Well, I want you to snap her out of this fantasy world she built around herself. She still thinks she needs to be the gym leader. Don't get me wrong, I'm not doing this to get my title, but I want Sabrina to do what she wants to do, and if that's being the gym leader then so be it. But if there's even a small part of her that wants to follow anything else, I want her to take it. Ash stayed quiet and turned around to start walking away, not before turning back to him with his eye glowing a royal blue color. I can tell you're being genuine, and that's a good thing, cause if I found that you were doing this for your own goals I might have given you a beating myself. Takura gulped, so Ash continued, my family has a saying, do what you want. That's what my mother taught me. Although my father was never around, something told me he's the one that told her that. They seem wise. Does that mean dash? I'll consider it, but I'll be sure to talk to Sabrina at least. Takura gave a relieved sigh. Thank you, it's good to see at least your mother raised you correctly. I'd love to know her name. It was common courtesy and Ash knew it, so with a sigh, Ash spoke. Her name is Delia Ketchum. Ash said as he walked away. Takura nodded. Thank you, Del dash. He suddenly stopped as his eyes shot open. Delia? No, it can't be Kinit. Takura looked at Ash's back and remembered the sight of a girl younger than him in his Team Rocket days, and how despite her kind appearance, she was more ruthless and powerful than anyone. There were more than a few occasions where he would be on the ground with her boot rubbing against his face. Takura shivered and gave a loud gulp. It has to be a coincidence, alright? And no, how can someone be the child of that monster? Sabrina and Yellow were sitting down after a good training session. Honestly, Sabrina was impressed by how fast Yellow learned. Although she didn't learn how to teleport, she had learned a lot of things, even how to read minds, which she tried, and promptly failed, to read Ash's mind. Just as she was thinking that, they heard the sound of footsteps. When they looked towards the stars, they saw Ash walking down with 2 bottles of water. Yo, how are you guys? Haven't heard anything from you guys in a while. Ash said in an overly cheerful tone as he tossed the bottles over. Sabrina caught hers with no difficulty, but Yellow was taken by surprise and tried but failed to catch it, so Sabrina caught it for her and lowered it down to her. Yellow pouted and took the bottle as Ash took a seat on a nearby chair. So are you ready for tomorrow? Yes, I suppose tomorrow is the fated day, Sabrina said calmly. You know, I never got the chance. Did you think about what you really want? Ash asked. Sabrina stopped and looked down. Well, kinda. When I told you I began talking to other gym leaders, I didn't just mean the ones in Kanto or even Johto. I started talking to multiple people from other regions. What, do you all have a group chat or something? Ash said, chuckling. Actually, not too far off, but it's more of a form than anything, Sabrina said. Being completely serious, the main people were Elisa of Unova and Fantina of Sinnoh. Wow, I have no idea who those two are, Yellow said with full confidence. They're basically both performers, Ash said. Well, yes, that is an accurate description of them, but the thing is that they invited me to become a performer like them. I live in a very different world than the showy one they live in. And besides, they're both much prettier than I am. Well, I think you're pretty, Ash said, smiling. Yeah, I think so too, Yellow said, smiling brightly. Sabrina looked up at the two and was slightly embarrassed. Well, that doesn't matter, I'm not a dancer or a model like them. Then why don't you do something different? Ash asked. I think you would make a pretty good actor. Oh, you mean she would be in movies and stuff? That would be cool, you should do it, Yellow said excitedly. Sabrina looked down, so Ash got up. Well, I'll let you think about it. I'm in no position to tell you what to do. I'll go first, and I hope you're ready for tomorrow because I'm not losing. Unknown location. Blanche and Articuno landed at the coordinates they were given. The place itself was of the cost of an island and pretty remote, with nothing but a large mountain and a tree lean across the shore. Blanche frowned and spoke up. Articuno, lend me some power. Articuno nodded as mist came out of its breath and spread across the area. Blanche's eyes glowed slightly blue as they both saw the mist entering into a mysterious opening near the mountain. Articuno, ice shard on the mountain, Blanche commanded. Articuno flapped its wings, creating shards of ice that launched and destroyed the base of the mountain, revealing a large opening. Blanche stared coldly and continued walking, and Articuno followed much more begrudgingly. As they went deeper, they eventually came to what appeared to be an underground cave system with a roof about 100 feet up, give or take. And in the center of the room there was Candela slouched down and tied to a chair. Blanche immediately ran over and knelt down. Hey Candela, talk to me, are you okay? Blanche said as the last few bindings fell off of Candela. Candela looked up and grit her teeth as she saw Blanche. Blanche, what are you doing here? This is like Villain 101, this is so painfully obviously a trap. You know she's right, a masculine voice rang out. From a corner, there was Cliff, Sierra, and Arlo, and a large metal door blocked the opening where Blanche entered from. I'm surprised the cool, calm, and collected Blanche fell for our little scheme, Sierra said. That doesn't matter. Blanche responded, I have Articuno's protection. As soon as Blanche said that, Articuno flew between them and glared menacingly. Arlo stepped up and adjusted his glasses. Isn't that a little unfair, having a legendary against us? I think we ought to fix that. Arlo held out a purple pokeball and dropped it to the ground. Emerging from the ball was an equally large bird with flames exiting from its head and wings, Moltres. However, unlike before, Moltres' eyes were now pure red, with streams of darkness on the tips of the fire with an overall darker tone. Meet Shadow Moltres. Arlo said with a large smirk. Blanche recognized the beast and looked down at Candela, who was staring at it with a shocked expression, completely immobilized. Blanche looked back and got ready. It doesn't matter what tricks you have, Articuno and I will take you down, then you're all answering some questions. It seems you've forgotten something, Arlo said with a coy expression. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Articuno is an ice type, right? Now remind me again, what type is Moltres? As he said that, Moltres let out a screech into the air. Matcha City. Professor Akihabara walked back into his house, which was much cleaner this time since he programmed his robots to clean up the place because he finally built up the courage to ask out Nurse Joe. He walked in with a pep in his step and came into his lab where one of his robots helped him put on his coat, but when he walked inside he saw the familiar figure of the guy he only knows as D. Of course, this was Ashtuo, who was reading a nearby document and admired the new look of the place. Yo Aki, did you clean up this place for little old me? Akihabara rolled his eyes and walked in and to his computer. Don't flatter yourself, I have a date coming up, so tell me what you're doing here. As he was logging into his computer, a card dropped and fell on his keyboard. Thought you might like that. Since it's on my end of the deal, maybe you can take your girlfriend somewhere fancy. Akihabara took the card and inspected it. So how can I be sure they aren't going to find out about this? Relax, I made an offshore account for you. They can't track it unless they want to go through every single grunt, and by then, well, let's just say the trail will run cold. Akihabara nodded and went into his computer. And what about Aster? Anything on him? Ash shook his head. Not a thing. I can't even find him on the files, which means he is probably on the more encrypted side along with any projects they have cooking. Akihabara nodded and clicked for something to be teleported. I expected as much. They wouldn't want that being known by any rocket grunt. Thankfully the thing you asked for came in recently. As he finished saying that, a yellow disc came out of the computer. You kept your word, so I'll keep mine. I don't fully trust you, but as long as we can get this done, I don't care. This upgrade will help. Ash smiled under the scarf and took it as he released Porygon. Cool, let's have some fun. Ash put the disc in the place where a mouth should be, letting it enter. Immediately the Windows XP startup music started playing as Porygon pressed the information, and then it started glowing. Saffron Gym. The day finally came, the day of the battle. Yellow went to meet everyone at the entrance with Pikachu in her arms and Choo-Choo on her head. Meanwhile Ash and Sabrina were presumably getting prepared. As soon as they saw each other, Misty ran forward and pulled Yellow into a hug. Yellow, it's so good to see you again. We haven't seen each other in a week. Yellow didn't resist it, so Brock spoke up as he saw the empty hallway. So I assume Ash and presumably Sabrina are preparing for battle, right? Yellow snapped back into reality and pulled away from Misty. Oh, yeah, they are getting started. I think they already did start. We should hurry. Yellow grabbed Misty by the arm and directed her to the stands, followed by Brock, Samurai, AJ, and Jeanette. As they all reached the top of the stands to look over the battlefield, they saw a few other people wearing white robes sitting around the stadium. They didn't recognize any of them, but Yellow knew them as Sabrina's students. In the field, Ash was on one side with his unzipped jacket, and on the other side, Sabrina was wearing the red almost skin-tight jumpsuit that any fan of Pokémon can remember as her original outfit. In the middle, there was an older man who Yellow recognized as Sabrina's father, who spoke up. An official gym battle between gym leader Sabrina and the challenger Ash. This will be a 5-on-4 battle and only the challenger is allowed to switch out his Pokémon. Due to the amount of badges, the field will be enveloped in a permanent psychic terrain. As he said that, from the field itself a sparkling purple energy started covering the field. Are both challengers ready? From the top of the stands people were mumbling, hearing the rulings, especially Brock and Misty. Both of them stared at each other with absolute disbelief. You don't think? No, he wouldn't, Brock mummed. Misty covered her face. No, he totally did. That just made the four more confused hearing them, but before anyone could ask anything the loud voice called out, you may now begin. Ash and Sabrina both threw out their first Pokémon. On Ash's side was his red Gyarados with a life orb necklace, and on Sabrina's was Mr. Mime holding a piece of light clay. Immediately Gyarados stared down at the smaller human-like Pokémon and glared down, making Mr. Mime take a step back in fear. Ash took the first move, Gyarados Dragon Dance, then Aqua Tail. Gyarados' eyes glowed a purple color as his tail glowed blue, then with a flick of his body, the tail was aiming directly at Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime's eyes almost flew out of his head as Sabrina calmly reminded him, duo screens. Mr. Mime looked back and slapped his face as a reflect screen got in the way of the tail attack, and then a light screen also appeared and disappeared. Now Psychic. Mr. Mime took the screen that was already in the air and used it as a battering ram and slapped Gyarados in the face before disappearing again, also chuckling at himself the whole time. Mime. Gyarados, give me another Dragon Dance, then a Stone Edge, Ash commanded. Gyarados grit his teeth and glowed a purple aura, going +2 on ATK and SPE, then he raised his tail and slammed it into the ground, causing stones to be shot up from the ground and slamming into Mr. Mime, not without being reduced. Sabrina's face didn't change, she just looked forward. Nasty plot, then calm mind. Mr. Mime took his position and stood up, and as he looked up he had a sinister smirk on his face as he boosted himself, and finally getting back to +1. Ash clenched his teeth since he knew what that meant. Gyarados stopped them from moving. Gyarados charged head first as his teeth glowed a dark color as he was going for a crunch. Sabrina raised her arm, dazzling gleam now. Mr. Mime smirked and started spinning his arms in the air. From this what looked to be sparkles came flying at Gyarados and delivered a good hit in the inside of his mouth. Now Size Hawk. Mr. Mime raised his arms and shot a rainbow beam that boosted with the psychic terrain shot into Gyarados' side, which he shrugged off as he tried to counterattack with a swipe of his tail that was stopped by the invisible screen. Ash and Gyarados smiled. Gyarados now Ice Fang. Since the reflect was being used by Gyarados' tail, that left Mr. Mime open, so Gyarados' teeth began glowing a bright blue as he turned and landed a bite into the shoulder of Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime cried out and forced his way out, but by the time he got out, he noticed ice slowly growing along his arm. Sigma, degree, Mime. Mr. Mime cried as he shook his arm violently in hopes of shrugging it off to no avail. Then when he looked up he saw Gyarados' tail coming down at him, not allowing him to dodge and slapping him across the face. Mr. Mime was on the ground and struggling to get up. Mr. Mime managed to get up and saw the large serpent. It had taken quite a bit of damage with a bit of chip from the life orb, but he looked like he could still go on. Mr. Mime's thoughts were cut short by Sabrina. Calm mind, then baton pass. Mr. Mime smiled as a baton was formed in his hand that it channeled energy into. Gyarados noticed it immediately and charged his tail with a bright purple aqua tail. But before it connected, Mr. Mime threw the baton in the air and almost immediately he disappeared and was replaced with a pink hippo with a large shell biting on its tail and a helmet of sorts, a Slowbro. The tail aqua tail from Gyarados connected, but Slowbro didn't react, but Gyarados sure did as his tail was stabbed by the rocky helmet. Slowbro just gave a blank look as the baton fell and hit him on the head before disappearing in his body. Now secret power, Sabrina commanded, her face expressionless as usual. Ash grit his teeth. Gyarados, just like we planned. Thunderbolt. Gyarados' teeth glowed as he spit out a bolt of electricity. On the other side, Slowbro was covered in a pink orb that then was shot out as a beam towards the incoming thunderbolt, making both collide. The center exploded into a dust cloud and released a strong gust of wind that even reached the stands. As the smoke was being dispersed, Slowbro was nowhere to be seen, but even still Sabrina raised her arm. Trick Room then stored power. Before Ash or Gyarados could process what she said, the room was covered in a grid-like pattern. From the dust, Slowbro dispersed all the dust himself, and then a small pink orb appeared in his hand. Stored power gets stronger every stat boost the Pokémon has, meaning the orb grew larger. When it got big enough, Slowbro shot it out and it blasted through the dust and smoke from earlier and collided with Gyarados' body. Gyarados tried to counter or even block the attack to no avail. He was enveloped by the pink light and he fell down with spirals in his eyes. Ash frowned and returned Gyarados back to his ball, before looking up at Sabrina, who stared back at him, with her eyes glowing. Even though they were a good few feet apart, he could hear her clearly say, "You said that once you beat me you'll move on. That just means I won't let you win, so you'll stay here." Misty and Brock were staying there and were genuinely taken aback. In all the battles they knew he never lost the first Pokémon even when he played around. Yellow noticed their faces and looked towards them. "Hey, why do you look like that? You know Ash is going to win, right?" Misty and Brock fidgeted their fingers and didn't really look back at her. As gym leaders they knew what Ash asked for, and if he lost the number advantage he wasn't likely to recover. Yellow's eye twitched as she turned over to Samurai, AJ, and Jeanette. "You guys have faith, right?" Samurai, AJ also looked away and Jeanette raised her hands. "Don't look at me, I barely know the guy." Yellow puffed her cheeks as she got close to the railing with PKK and Chucha next to her, all cheering. "You can do it, Ash. Pika-Pi. Chew." From the bottom, Ash heard them, so he turned his stoic face into a smile and a peace sign, as his other hand grabbed his next Pokeball. "Guess it's my fault for letting my guard down," Ash said as his eyes also started glowing blue. "Let's see who the bigger cheater is." "Beedrill, let's do this," Ash said as he threw the ball high into the sky. From the red energy of the figure of the large bee with a larger abdomen and more gold adorning her, Beedrill brandished her stingers, and a whitish blue gem near her stinger. Sabrina's face returned to her serious face and called out. Slowbro scalded into the sky. Slowbro was still fast from the trick room that was still up, so with a quick puff Slowbro shot out a spray of boiling hot water towards Beedrill. Beedrill was sprayed with the hot water, but it didn't get the burn as she fixed herself. Beedrill toxic spikes and sticky web. Beedrill's bottom stinger glowed bright purple as it shared, shooting out spikes around the field. Meanwhile, Beedrill prepared a web between her stingers before throwing it out on the floor. Sabrina saw Ash setting up, so she wanted to stop him. Slowbro psychic now. Slowbro's eyes glowed a deep pink as all the rubble from before started footing and shooting toward Beedrill. Ash smirked. "Beedrill, show them how it's done." String shot. Beedrill shot out multiple webs at the same time, some latching onto the floating rubble and some on the ground and ceiling. Because she wasn't as fast as normal due to the trick room slowing her down, she redirected them instead. The web created a larger silk web net, making the pieces of rubble get trapped in each one, unable to be shot further despite Slowbro pushing them to go forward, making a web field with rubble covering the arena. Ash raised his arm and pointed upwards. "Now Beedrill, get in the sky." Sabrina's eyes narrowed. "Slowbro, give up on that and Ice Beam." Beedrill buzzed in affirmation as she flew above the webs, with Slowbro shooting out a light blue beam into the ceiling, but Beedrill used the rubble to hide and waste time. The end goal, you may ask? To stall. Eventually, as the last webs she had for protection dispersed, the room returned to normal, ending the trick room. Sabrina was about to command Slowbro to put it back up until Beedrill blitzed back in front with her stingers already glowing purple. Sabrina frowned. "Withdraw now." Beedrill's two stingers came down aiming to stab into Slowbro, but Slowbro turned and directed his tail around his body to use the shelter as a shield, which in combination with the reflect blocked the stingers. But that wasn't the goal. Now the reflection was visible again, so Ash smirked. Beedrill, let's break through, fell Stinger. As Drill's hand stingers were preoccupied, her lower stinger began spinning like a drill and stabbed forward, colliding with the screens. The time was almost up, although Mr. Mime had a light clay that didn't make the screens permanent, so with a bit of force cracks started appearing on the screen with loud and audible cracks until crack. The screens shattered, allowing Beedrill to stab into Slowbro's arm, although she did receive some chip damage. Slowbro didn't flinch, but it did take damage, so Sabrina called out, "Slack off." Slowbro's face visibly relaxed as he managed to regenerate, much to the frustration of both Ash and Beedrill. Beedrill now acrobatics. Beedrill stabbed into the gem on her side, releasing the flying type energy into her as her speed increased and she faded into nothing, only appearing behind Slowbro and sending a barrage of light blue stabs with her stingers, hitting a gem-boosted base 110 move. Needless to say, Slowbro lost all that extra health he regenerated and was sent face first into the dirt and web and struggled to get back up. Sabrina was surprised, but she didn't show it. She just kept her stoic face and continued. Slowbro stored power one more time. Beedrill, let's end this now. Iron web, string shot plus iron defense. Slowbro shot another beam towards Beedrill, who used the silver webs to cut through the beam and grab onto Slowbro, although the residual energy did hurt Drill's side. Slowbro was warped in metal webbing, so with a smile Ash snapped his fingers, electro web. The webs ignited in a bright yellow electricity, engulfing the trapped hippo and hurting extra due to the conductivity of iron, and when the light dispersed, Slowbro was out with spirals in his eyes. Sabrina didn't say anything as she returned Slowbro, but she did at least hold it close for a moment. Then she pulled out her next, releasing Mr. Mime again. Mr. Mime came out and almost immediately got caught in the webs and stabbed his foot in the webs. Ash looked towards the clown. Beedrill, you know the plan, get in close. As Mr. Mime was comically jumping holding his foot, Sabrina spoke again. Quickly, duo screens, then combined. Mr. Mime let go of his foot and gave a thumbs up, and Beedrill took that opportunity to close the distance and aim her stingers. Mr. Mime quickly put up a reflect to block most of the damage from the stingers. As they were close, Mr. Mime gave a cheeky smile to the large bee, but she just used her stinger and pointed down. Mr. Mime and Sabrina both looked down at where Beedrill was pointing, and looking down at Mr. Mime's feet, it was covered in steel webs. Mr. Mime and Sabrina both looked back up and saw Ash smirk and snap. Mr. Mime lost his smile. Mimey, oh, you have to be fooaf, alf. Just like before, the room was enveloped in bright yellow electricity, and when it dispersed, Mr. Mime was left extra crispy and knocked out. Sabrina returned Mr. Mime to his ball and looked up to see Beedrill looking tired and breathing heavily, so she pulled out her next Pokemon, a Hypno. As soon as it was out, Sabrina called the first move, Psycho Cut. Now, Hypno put the pendulum to its side as suddenly it dashed forward at a surprising speed, barely giving either Ash or Beedrill time to react as the glowing fist got closer. Ash made one command before the attack connected, U-turn and get out of there. As Hypno's fist was coming down, Drill's stinger came up, and both of them connected at the same time, although Beedrill took significantly more damage, but in the end, she zipped back to Ash before anything else happened. Ash already had her ball ready and the next one as well, so he threw out Caesar, who brandished his claws. From the stands, everyone, especially Samurai, was shocked to see such a Pokemon, but that didn't stop the battle. Hypno, fire punch, Sabrina commanded. Ash smiled back, brick break. Hypno and Caesar dashed towards each other, each with a glowing punch aiming to hit the other. Before Hypno landed the punch, however, Caesar bit down on the Exaberry he had in his mouth, granting him resistance to fire type for a bit. Then, at the same time, both strikes connected, Hypno giving heavy damage and Caesar broke through the screens, landing a clean hit to Hypno's face as well. Both of them leaped away from each other, and Sabrina noticed the orange juice dripping from Caesar's mouth, so with a frown she changed the strategy. Psycho Cut. Ash smiled as well. Let's do the same. Night Slash. Hypno made what seemed to be a purple glowing blade, and Caesar's claw opened, forming a black blade as well, and as soon as they were ready they both dashed at each other again, clashing their energy blades. Hypno and Caesar struggled against each other as they tried to overpower the other. In a swift motion they both kicked the other back, and Hypno dashed forward aiming to stick at Caesar's legs. Caesar leaped over the attack and in an aspining motion managed to chip Hypno's side. Hypno took the damage, but in retaliation grabbed Caesar's arm and pulled him towards the psycho blade that bashed into Caesar's armor. Caesar used his leg to jump away, but Hypno followed, but that did leave an opening, so Ash called out, "Now X-Scissor." While still in the air, Caesar turned his one black blade into two smaller green blades, each coming from one of his claws. As Hypno approached, he used one to redirect the slash into the ground, and with the other, he managed to stab into Hypno's cheek. Hypno clenched his teeth as he built up the strength and pushed Caesar away as it also retreated back to Sabrina's corner, who was at the ready. Sabrina raised her arm and with a bit more emotion commanded, "Wish, then focus punch." Ash smiled seeing this. Caesar, brace yourself and swift blade dance. Hypno clapped his hands together as he closed his eyes and concentrated. Meanwhile, Caesar summoned 3 swords in the air and spun into formation, raising his stats. Hypno opened his eyes and shot what looked to be a star in the sky, then in the next moment its fist began glowing a white aura as Hypno jumped forward with its fist extended out and clashing with Caesar's crossed claws. Caesar's claws blocked most of it, but the force still caused him to flinch back and clench his eyes. When he opened them he saw the Hypno taking a bite out of the leftovers for some recovery and he frowned. Ash noticed this as well, so he turned over. "Stop that. Knock off." Caesar spun around and with his claw and delivered a hard slap to Hypno's side, knocking him over to the side and making Hypno fall to a knee. Sabrina looked worried but quickly fixed herself. No matter, it's only a matter of time. Hypno, psych up. Hypno smirked after seeing Caesar's power boost, so it took out the pendulum and swung it in front of itself, aiming to hypnotize himself and copy the stat boost. Ash lost his smile as he quickly commanded, "You need to stop him. Bullet punch." Caesar dashed forward at blinding speeds and appeared in front of Hypno, who still had its eyes closed. Then with his fists glowing silver began delivering a barrage of technician boosted +2 bullet punch. Hypno couldn't dodge as it took all of it and was flung back into the ground and laid there motionless for a moment. It was about to be called Ash's win, when suddenly the star from earlier fell down and landed on Hypno's chest. Then in the same motion Hypno got up with a new shine to his eyes as he got the boosts. Sabrina smiled. "Don't count us out just yet. We can go just a little bit longer." But Ash smiled back. "I wouldn't dream of it. Now let's end this." Drain punch. Drain punch. Both Caesar and Hypno dashed into each other and punched the other, both taking damage and healing a bit of it back. Caesar jumped back first as Ash called out, "Let's keep it going. X scissor." Hypno future sight then meet him halfway with fire punch, Sabrina commanded. The X-berry was beginning to run out, meaning that Caesar was starting to regain the weakness to fire again, but that didn't stop him as his claws extended with green energy with Hypno's flaming fist approaching him. As they met in the center, Caesar delivered a slash in an X form. Hypno allowed himself to be hit as he took the opportunity to look into Caesar's eyes and deliver a punch square to his side. Both Caesar and Hypno were launched back. Both of them were running on empty, but they still got up to continue fighting. Sabrina took the initiative, just a little bit more. Consecutive fire punch. Ash looked towards them as he chuckled and looked towards Caesar. "Let's end this. Steel blitz assault. Bullet punch plus close combat." Caesar's eyes shined as his fists began glowing red and light blue, then he dashed forward. Hypno was doing the same, only its fists were glowing with fire. As they met each other they both sent a barrage of punches, each clashing with each other. For a moment it was even until slowly Caesar sped up, then eventually he started overwhelming Hypno until finally Hypno couldn't punch fast enough, getting it caught in a savage beating. When he was done, Hypno was knocked flying back with spirals in its eyes, finally being knocked out, leaving Caesar breathing heavily and barely up. Takuro was about to call it when suddenly Caesar began screaming in pain, then he also fell over and knocked out. It was the future sight that finally kicked in, meaning it was a double knockout. But that didn't change one thing. Sabrina only had one Pokemon left. Ash and Sabrina returned Caesar and Hypno respectively. Sabrina looked over at Ash. "You might as well surrender now. I can count on my hands the number of times I've lost when I activate what you asked for." Ash just smugly shrugged. Surge said the same thing and I still kicked his teeth in. Sabrina had to hold in a snort for that one, and Ash noticed. "Oh, is that amusement I hear coming from the cold beauty? Oh, what a rare spectacle." Ash said jokingly. Sabrina pulled out her final Pokeball and looked away. "You're hearing things now, pull out your next Pokemon." Ash smiled. All right. Then he pulled out his next Pokemon. Sabrina also threw out Alakazam, who had a light yellow amulet around its neck. He could also tell it was a guy because of the longer mustache. He was also affected by the spikes and web. Meanwhile, Ash led Annihilate, getting visible reactions from everyone in the stands. Sabrina also had one, but she kept it to herself. As soon as Annihilate leaped onto the field, Sabrina called out, "Expanding force." The mist from the psychic terrain began forming and condensing as it all grabbed onto Annihilate and delivered a strike. Before it did, Annihilate managed to bite down on the Payapa berry he had in his mouth, gaining resistance so he wouldn't take super effective damage. But the attack still hurt, causing Annihilate to get angry. Ash noticed and quickly called out, "Bulk up, then Shadow Punch." Annihilate got up, his muscles visibly expanding as he ran towards Alakazam and jumped forward, aiming a dark shadow-covered fist at him, but with a hand motion, Alakazam forced him to go to the ground. Sabrina looked forward and called out, "Nasty plot, then try attack." Alakazam's eyes glowed as his spoons started forming 3 multicolored balls that were connected by a small stream, and then launched into Annihilate's side. Annihilate took it and was still up but getting angrier. Annihilate Night Slash this time. Annihilate dashed forward as his fists formed a dark purple claw. Alakazam was about to do the same thing as before, but as Annihilate was covered with psychic energy, he broke through with pure brute strength and delivered a slash to Alakazam's face. Annihilate didn't even wait for Ash's order as he then came back around with Rage Fist, although he was only at 2 stacks, hitting Alakazam in the back. That seemed to get both Alakazam and Sabrina's attention as they both started getting more serious. Alakazam used Shadow Ball Rapid Fire. Ash responded. Annihilate dodged, then get in close with Poison Jab. Alakazam held out a spoon as he started shooting out purple orbs towards Annihilate, who began jumping over them and running around, eventually resulting in doing a somersault to dodge another and getting in close enough to deliver a purple punch, knocking Alakazam back a bit. Sabrina started looking worried for Alakazam and looked towards the raging monkey and Ash, who gave a little wave. So Sabrina decided. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing a bracelet. "I guess we can go just a little bit farther." Then she pushed on it as the light began coming out of it. Alakazam Mega Evolve. Alakazam was covered by a bright light that enveloped the entire stadium. When the light dispersed, standing, or rather floating, there was Alakazam with 5 spoons floating behind him. His mustache turned into a long beard, becoming Mega Alakazam. Mega Alakazam floated there with his psychic energy oozing out. Annihilate didn't care and just ran up and aimed another punch, but Alakazam just held his hand out and he stopped in midair. Then in the same motion he pointed up and Annihilate started floating high into the sky. Sabrina looked up and raised her hand. Alakazam Psycho Shift then Shadow Ball. Mega Alakazam's eyes glowed as he stared into Annihilate and transferred the poison to him. Mega Alakazam then held his free hand out creating a small orb of shadows. Then with a flick, he threw it to the monkey who couldn't dodge, and as soon as it touched it exploded in the sky sending Annihilate falling to the ground. Although he was neutral to Psychic he was still weak to the others and that included Ghost, so he was hurt but did manage to get back up fairly well. As Annihilate got up and stared down the overwhelming thought in front of him he couldn't help but laugh, and laughing made him angrier, because that Shadow Ball got the 20% special defense drop and that activated his ability, Defiant. The air around Annihilate changed as his eyes glowed a deeper red and his rage grew. Immediately without command he disappeared from sight and reappeared behind Alakazam to deliver a drain punch. Although it was resisted it was still at +3. Sabrina felt the power of that so she looked towards Alakazam, grab him with Psychic. Alakazam's eyes glowed pink as Annihilate was covered in a bright pink energy that began making him float. As if, Ash said with his smile growing, breakthrough and rock tomb. Annihilate puffed from his nose as he struggled for a moment then the energy broke like glass letting him go free and he embedded his fists in the ground creating a shockwave making shards of rock come out and hit Alakazam. Alakazam got up although he was shaking a bit so Sabrina commanded, recover then calm mind. Alakazam heard this and almost immediately the dust and bruising on him disappeared as he began to meditate. Annihilate Knight/Ash commanded. Got you, Sabrina said catching Ash by surprise, Thunder Wave. Alakazam cancelled the meditation and used one of the spoons to send a shock to Annihilate leaving him paralyzed. Ash clenched his teeth as Sabrina smiled, so much for you not getting tricked. But Ash smiled, I guess we're all learning something like facade. Sabrina was surprised as Annihilate fell to his hands and delivered a kick to Alakazam's face while doing a handstand before tensing up again. Ash smiled back, let's go out with a bang, Rage Fist. Sabrina clenched her teeth, let's end this now, Dazzling Gleam. Annihilate ran forward with his fist steadily growing he was completely at the max power with one hit he could end this, so at breakneck speeds he appeared in front of Alakazam, but before it landed the paralysis just slowed him down enough for Alakazam to land the Dazzling Gleam. The explosion caused the dust to expand, then Annihilate fell out with spirals in his eyes and Alakazam was still floating there, albeit a bit more traumatized. Ash returned Annihilate to his ball as he looked at Sabrina finally smiling, you know for someone who said they don't like battling you sure seem excited. Sabrina quickly fixed herself as she noticed she was unconsciously smiling. I don't know what you mean. Ash smiled back and held out one more Pokeball. Sure, but remember I'm not out just yet I have one more. Then he tossed it out revealing Charizard who soared in the air and looked down at the field as behind him the sunlight seemed to glow brighter. Sabrina frowned. Alakazam use Psychic. Ash looked over. Let's do this. Dodge then belly drum. Alakazam raised his hand as all the debris started floating behind him then as he threw his hand forward everything began rushing towards Charizard who began maneuvering through the flying rocks. Once he was at a safe distance he raised his arms and slammed into his stomach, giving him +6 but dealing massive damage in the process but the citrus berry in his mouth helped a bit. Sabrina of course noticed it and was worried so she looked towards Alakazam, Zap Cannon full power. Ash looked up, breakthrough with Iron Dragon's Claw. Alakazam spoon centered and formed a cone creating a ray of electricity that shot towards Charizard. Charizard hearing Ash gave a smile as his fist was covered in a purple metal and he dived down arm first colliding with the electricity. Although he did receive chip damage the dragon typing in his claw deflected most of it as he overpowered it and flew down meaning Alakazam at the source delivering a devastating scratch against him. Sabrina once again looked worried so in a panic she yelled out, recover. As Alakazam healed Sabrina heard Ash's voice, wrong choice. Before Sabrina could reach Ash called out, use smokescreen then hurricane on the ground. Charizard breathed out black smoke from his mouth that fell to the ground, then he flapped his wings as a miniature tornado formed around the center collecting the spikes and smoke from earlier into the vortex and trapping Alakazam inside. Sabrina and Alakazam looked around as Charizard disappeared from sight then she noticed something orange to the side, Shadow Ball up there. Alakazam created 5 purple collared balls in the air then with flicks he shot each one towards the orange figure. As it exited it managed to force some of the smoke to disperse revealing an orange dragon lizard. All 5 shadow balls collided with Charizard, each exploding on contact and when the 5th landed the figure of Charizard started falling from the sky, getting reactions from people in the cloud. Sabrina smiled towards Ash, so it seems it's my victory. But unlike what she expected, Ash just smiled, I hope you didn't think it was that easy. Sabrina's eyes widened as she looked over at the falling Charizard. As it landed on the ground she noticed it wasn't Charizard it was a substitute. Ash raised his arm, this was fun, but remember what I promised, and I plan to make you see that. Flare Blitz. From the top of the tornado, the real Charizard appeared as his body was enveloped in flames and dashed down breaking through the smoke and going down towards Alakazam who had no way to escape. Sabrina looked forward in the split second she had to think of something to do. Alakazam was trapped, Charizard was speeding towards him, and above all else, this would finish Alakazam. As she started debating what to do, she looked at her hands that shimmered a pink light for just a second, but then in that moment she heard Ash's voice, "Don't bother, we both know that isn't going to work." When she looked up she noticed that the world seemed to be slowing down as she could still see that Ash was looking towards her. "What did you think I wouldn't find a way to do the same?" Ash's voice rang through her head. Sabrina's head fell. "It seems it is my loss. Typical, even when I tried so hard I can't do this much." "Hey, don't beat yourself up. It got pretty close by the end. If this was a 4-on-4 I would have lost." But Sabrina didn't seem to calm down. "Why, I'm so useless. I couldn't beat the black fog by myself. I can't decide what I want to do by myself. And I can't even beat you, so you can stay." As Sabrina looked down at herself, Ash said something. "Why does it matter?" That caused Sabrina to look back up at Ash as he continued. "Humans are social creatures. We aren't meant to do things alone. It's not a crime to show weakness. I know what you think, that you always make the best decision, that you're different and calculated and cold, but when we were battling I saw your feelings come out. Look at Alakazam. When I knocked him down you were worried. If you commanded him to attack again I might have lost. Instead, you ordered him to recover, not because it was the best move but because you were worried about him getting hurt." Aye, Sabrina thought as she looked over at Alakazam. "I'm no expert, but I think people mope when their expectations are too high. It's tiring when you always have to overachieve. Don't overdo it. Just work on achieving what you can, and if you can't do anything then you do what you can," Ash said as time seemed to continue again. Charizard crashed through and out of the tornado with the fire kanji. As he appeared the smoke ignited behind him, creating a miniature controlled explosion near the center, creating a burst of hot air to reach everyone. As soon as everyone regained their vision they saw a light coming from the center of the stadium. When they focused their vision they noticed Alakazam getting back to his regular form with spirals in his eyes and Charizard breathing heavily. Before anyone could react Sabrina walked up and announced, "I have no usable Pokemon left, therefore Ash is the winner." She returned Alakazam then looked towards Ash who was walking towards her. Meanwhile, the people in the stands were celebrating after witnessing such a battle. "Congratulations," Sabrina said as she stood in front of Ash, then she pulled him into a hug, "and thank you." A moment later Sabrina and her parents stood in front of the gym with Ash and Yellow. Ash was already given the marsh badge and everyone was waiting for them. They were saying goodbye and giving their thanks. Shiko was rubbing Yellow's head, humming to herself, "Oh, you're so precious, you remind me of myself back before I turned 17. Takura looked over at his wife helplessly and sighed before turning to Ash. "Once again congratulations on your victory, and thank you for what you did." Ash just put his arms behind his head and smiled. "I don't know what you're talking about. I just won a battle." That received a chuckle from Takura. "Yes, I suppose that is all that happened." Sabrina looked at the two. "Are you sure you can't stay? You're more than welcome to." Ash shook his head. "Sorry, I have too much I need to do, and I have a promise to keep." Then he turned to Yellow. "What about you, Yellow? Do you want to stay?" Yellow was slightly surprised as she pointed to herself. "Why you re-asking me?" "Yeah, if you want to stay and learn some more stuff I'm not going to stop you, so what do you want?" Ash said, giving a smile. Yellow looked down and started thinking, then she turned to Sabrina and gave a slight bow. "I'm sorry, but I also can't stay right now. I like traveling with my friends." Sabrina just nodded as she put her hand on Yellow's head. "It's fine, just know the offer always stands." Getting a nod from Yellow. "So now what?" Ash asked. "Have you decided what you want to do?" Sabrina looked at Ash and gave a slight smile. "I think I'll try some things out, but I will continue being the gym leader, at least for now." Ash smiled. "All right, we'll be cheering for you." As he said that, Clefairy popped her head out of Ash's bag and held glow sticks and handed one over to Pikachu. Yellow nodded. "Yeah, good luck." After that, they all said their final goodbyes and parted ways. Ash and Yellow met up with everyone who both congratulated and questioned him on the battle. As Ash was talking with them he felt his dex ringing. When he pulled it out he saw he got a voice call. He excused himself for a moment as he took like 3 steps to the side and answered. Almost immediately Gary's voice shouted loud enough for everyone to hear, "What do mean you have dash?" But Ash hung up and deleted it. Then he turned back and acting like nothing happened he asked, "Y'all trying to get some boba?" POV change. Blanche was knocked back, face bruised, and everything trying to protect Candela. Articuno wasn't looking much better. At this point, Blanche was looking for any way to escape. "Oh, fleeing already, what a shame," Sierra said as her Houndoom stood next to her, "but I guess I can't blame you too much. Arlo, do you mind?" Arlo scoffed. "Moltres, use flamethrower." Moltres raised its majestic wings and blew a breath of fire towards Articuno, who already received major damage by Moltres, but this much caused Articuno to finally fall to the ground, still conscious albeit not by much. Cliff walked up. "I'll admit for an ice type it did pretty well, but it seems this has to come to an end." Blanche looked towards the larger man and yelled out, "Ice beam." Articuno's beak was covered in a light blue beam as it shot toward the admins, but Moltres jumped in the way, taking it like it was nothing. Arlo smiled again. "Moltres, use heat wave dot." Moltres flapped its wings, creating a miniature vortex of hot air that caught and sent Articuno to the floor. "Naughty, naughty, that's quite rude, don't you think?" Cliff said as he walked up to Articuno's body, pulling out a purple Pokeball. "As a law-abiding citizen I'm afraid I have to confiscate this." "No, Uzak." Blanche tried calling out but was stopped by Sierra. Cliff threw the Pokeball towards Articuno. Once it did, the familiar scene of purple chains came out and wrapped Articuno's entire body. Even if it did have strength left to fight it wouldn't be able to resist. Then the Pokeball shot. 1 roll, 2 roll, 3 roll, ding. Just like that, Articuno was caught, leaving Blanche dumbfounded. It wasn't real, it couldn't be real according to them, and yet it was as the mark on Blanche's hand disappeared. Sierra then walked back over to Cliff and Arlo. That just means we have 1 left, and it looks like we have just the incentive to bring the washout king of losers. Candela, despite everything, still looked up towards Sierra. You may have us, but you forgot about one thing. Spark is every bit the team leader that Blanche and I are. As she said that, a bolt of lightning burst through the door, breaking down the reinforcements and landing in front of Candela and Blanche with Spark and Zapdos. Sorry I'm late, I had trouble tracking down Blanche's communicator. Spark said, his usual laid-back demeanor gone. Better late than never, Candela said. We weren't doing much better. Blanche looked towards Spark. Spark, I'm sorry, you were right, we should have been more careful. Hey now, don't apologize to me, it feels weird, Spark said, putting on his signature goofy smile. Sierra smiled. Well, look at what the Meowth dragged in. What do you think you're going to do, stupid us to death? Spark looked over and saw the scene, then he got up and walked up. To you, I may not be a powerful team leader or Pokemon trainer. Heck, I'm probably the first person to crack a joke in tense moments like this. Maybe you even think I don't take anything seriously. Usually I would give you the benefit of the doubt. Unfortunately, it seems like you weren't very nice to my friends, so don't blame me for being rude. So what, we have 2 and you only have 1, it doesn't take a genius to see that you're outclassed, Cliff scoffed. Maybe so, but let me ask you a question, you asked Blanche. Both Articuno and Moltres have the flying type. Now remind me what flying is weak against. As he said that, lighting cracked around Zapdos as he sent a thunderbolt directly toward Moltres. Near Cerulean City, Noland of the Battle Frontiers Battle Factory was making his daily rounds to feed all his Pokemon. Eventually he came to his Articuno. Well, it's more accurate to say an Articuno he befriended and fed, since he hadn't caught it just comes by every now and then. Noland rubbed Articuno on the neck, then he turned to give it the food that Noland prepared for it. But when Noland turned around, Articuno was gone. He looked around and even up to see if Articuno was playing, but it was nowhere to be seen. The area used to be slightly colder due to Articuno's presence, but that chill left behind by Articuno seemed to have disappeared as well. Noland was confused, but in all reality, he couldn't do anything about it since Articuno wasn't his Pokemon, but that didn't mean he wasn't worried. With Ashtuo, Ash was sitting in the cafeteria working on his computer. Well, it was more pretending to be busy as Porygon, or rather Porygon 2 did all the work. That's right, that disc that Ash gave Porygon was an upgrade. Now he could hopefully get into the more encrypted areas. Status, Ash asked. Biz, sir. In another 5 minutes, I should be able to break into the system, Porygon 2 said while inside the code. Excellent, continue then. Roger. Ash let Porygon 2 continue working as he started petting the new baby he had in his lap. That's right, the egg hatched into a Houndour. So he had a puppy on his lap and a cat on his shoulder. Just as he was feeding Houndour a bottle of Mumo milk, he felt someone slap him on the back. Yo bro, what you doing? Immediately Ash panicked and slammed his computer shut and looked back. Luckily it was only Jay, so he breathed a sigh of relief, although he also noticed Enid take a seat across the table. So he took a breath of relief. Oh hey, haven't seen you in a while. Not much, I just hatched an egg and I'm just working on some stuff. Wow, really, you got an egg and it hatched into a Houndour? That's so cool, I got one but it only hatched into a Rattata, Jay said as he knelt down and put his hand out to pet the puppy. Houndour had her eyes closed so she didn't see Jay, but she did sneeze, releasing an ember that burnt Jay's hand. Although Enid was curious how a side character managed to have such luck, she also had an egg, but she is only confident in it due to Nata's suggestion. But she was more curious about what he was working on. What were you working on anyway? Enid asked. Ash looked over at Enid, seemingly like he didn't notice she was there. Oh, nothing much. It's just some personal work. Enid somehow felt annoyed at how he answered that but didn't say anything else as she clenched her teeth. Just then they heard another voice coming in. Oh good, all 3 of you are here. Looking at the direction of the voice they saw Oweri walking over to them. I received your next mission. Also your payment for your last jobs have been transferred to your accounts. Alright cool, we get to have another mission together. Cool, this time I'll show you my super secret technique, Jay said excitedly. But Oweri had to burst his bubble. Not so fast, you and Enid have the same mission. We are running low on Abra, Scyther, Clefairy, Pinsir, and Mr. Mime for the casino. Your job is to go catch some more. You can work with each other if you like, but I don't care. Then he turned to Ash. As for you, Agent D, your mission is to go check up on the daycare breeding facilities we have set up. In Kanto we have about 5. I'll send you the coordinates of all of them. You also have some grunts that will also be working with you. They will meet you in a base near Route 5. Fine, Ash responded as he got up, not saying anything else. Then he walked away. Jay went over to Enid and slapped her on the back. Looks like we have those together. And hey, now you have to give me our rematch. Enid's eye twitched. Why does she, the main character, have to have this basic job with the King of Fools and a side character gets a separate job? She shook her head and looked towards Oweri. Surely this mission wouldn't be so simple as just a catching job. Maybe there was a secret, or maybe it was code for something else. Before Enid could talk to him for more information, Oweri started walking away, so with a shocked expression she hurriedly went after him, leaving Jay to follow after her. Ash traveled all the way to the daycare he was supposed to be at. This would at least be a good chance to gather information if nothing else. The daycare in question wasn't actually in a town, and it felt familiar somehow but he couldn't put his finger on it. He went inside and immediately realized why it was familiar. At the counter was the disguised Butch and Cassidy at the counter. With a sigh he walked up. It was a slow day so no one was in the place. Cassidy greeted him with a kind smile. Hello, will you be depositing your Pokémon or are you taking them out? Ash pulled out his ID and put it on the table. Actually I'm here for the special. Cassidy's face didn't change. Of course sir, right this way. Then she led Ash down when they were out of sight. She dropped the act. Good to see someone competent is here. The other ones are already here and have been annoying. How so dash he asked but was cut off by the sound of metal crashing on the ground making them both hurry. When they got to the room they saw Jessie, James, and Meowth. And James was being eaten by a Victreebel. Ash saw this and breathed heavily. You have to be kidding me. About an hour earlier, Jessie, James, and Meowth arrived at the town after getting their mission in full disguise. They were meant to wait for someone else, and despite their protest that is how they needed to do it. James sighed as he looked at his watch. So remind me again why you begged us to come an hour early. Jessie, who had Cubone in her arms, turned over and threw her hair back. Well, isn't it obvious I want to get some important shopping done? James and Meowth looked at each other. Again X2. But of course, you can't expect a queen such as myself to wear the same thing every day, Jessie said, holding her nose in the air. Meowth looked at Jessie. What's the point? All you wear is that uniform. James tried stopping him but it was too late. Jessie looked down at Meowth with anger in her eyes. Then in the next instant she kicked Meowth across the jaw, sending him flying into a tree. What's that supposed to mean? James worriedly stepped in front of Jessie. Hey, don't bother with him, he's just stupid as always. You should go relax, I'll teach him a lesson. Jessie scoffed. You better. I'm leaving. I'll meet you by the facility. Then she stumped off. James gave a sigh of relief that could have ended much worse. Meowth came stumbling back with spirals in his eyes. Hey Jimmy, can I get some help here? James sighed into his hand and picked up Meowth. Thanks, you the best Jimmy. Yeah sure, anyway we have an hour. I wonder if there's anything to do in this town. I never did get that sandwich, James thought as he walked off. About 30 minutes later, Jessie was sitting down on a bench with at least a dozen bags next to her, with more than half filled with clothes. She may have gone overboard now that she didn't have the guys to carry everything around for her, but in her defense. Anyway, Cubone was eating a little snack as she was also sitting next to Jessie on the bench. Suddenly the bushes started to shake next to them, causing them both to look over to the bush, and waddling out was a Lickitung. Jessie and Cubone looked confused seeing a random Lickitung in the middle of the city, but that confusion was immediately destroyed once Lickitung sent its tongue out and grabbed onto Cubone's snack and ate it in one gulp. It took them a second to process what happened, but then Cubone's eyes started tearing up and Jessie furiously pointed at Lickitung. Hey, that's rude, haven't you ever learned not to take someone else's food? But Lickitung didn't seem to process or care as it turned to Jessie's bags and extended its tongue and brought the dresses into its mouth, only to spit it out when it realized it wasn't food. Hey, those were genuine original copies of genuine designer fakes, Jessie yelled as Lickitung turned around. I'll show you. Cubone, hit it with your bone. Cubone wiped the tears from her eyes as she angrily looked at Lickitung. Then she grabbed her bone and jumped into the sky, bone held up high, and hit with a bone club to Lickitung's head. Lickitung got dazed at the surprise attack, but then it looked up at the culprit and immediately turned to Cubone's bone. Cubone ran back up to slap Lickitung again, but Lickitung extended its tongue and grabbed the bone, making Cubone immediately stop and try to pull it free. Then the battle turned into a tug of war for Cubone's bone. Hey, stop that, Jessie said as she threw out a Pokeball. Arbok Poison Tail. As soon as Arbok came out, she twisted her body as her tail glowed purple and she gave a slap to Lickitung, causing it to let go and go flying back. Now you'll pay. Pokeball go. Jessie threw out a Pokeball that hit Lickitung and dragged it in. 1 roll, 2 roll, 3 roll, ding. Jessie walked over and picked up the Pokeball. I'll deal with you later, but for now I need to give my credit card a good workout. As Jessie walked away, Cubone and Arbok looked at each other and shrugged, then followed quickly. About 20 minutes later, Jessie, James, and Meowth met up again near the building. As they all walked inside, they were still wearing disguises to not look suspicious and walked in, but it seemed like it wasn't necessary since currently there wasn't anyone inside the shop. But when they went inside, they saw the familiar sight of a green-haired boy and a blonde girl, obviously Butch and Cassidy. Cassidy held a smile, not recognizing them. Welcome, how may I help you? Jessie smiled and walked up to the counter as she took off her glasses. Well, so this is where you guys have been. Don't tell me you got demoted. As soon as Jessie showed herself, Cassidy's face changed. Oh, it's you guys. What do you want? Can't you see we're busy? Jessie scoffed and raised her head up confidently. Well, isn't it obvious? We are here for a super important mission, but unfortunately, we can't tell you anything about it. You mean the inspection? Cassidy said indifferently, causing Jessie to fall over. Butch waved his hand as he moved a nearby box. Yeah, the boss told us already, but aren't you missing one? We were told there would be 3 of you. Meowth was about to say something, but collectively all 4 of them turned to him and said, you don't count X4. James turned back and put his arms behind his head. Anyway, we would have been here later, but Jessie insisted on dash, but he was cut off when Jessie punched him on the side of the head. What he means is we want to be early and prepared to prove our worth to the boss, Jessie said as James was rubbing his head. Cassidy rolled her eyes and pointed at the door. Whatever, I guess you can go in and check the place out if you want. Jessie, James, and Meowth started making their way into the room, but before that, James turned towards the two. By the way, I left a Weepinbell here a while ago, can you tell me where he is? Butch put down the box and pointed inside the room, should be in the grass section second to the right. All the Pokeballs are next to the cages, so find yours and take it. James nodded and ran in. Alright, thanks Biff. It's Butch, he yelled back. James followed the directions and found the section he was told about with Jessie and Meowth following behind. So where should we start? Meowth asked. You're asking me, Jessie said looking around. That's strange, James mumbled, getting the attention of the other two. Jessie crouched down next to him. What did you find? My Weepinbell isn't here, James said, getting a kick to the head from Jessie. I thought you had something important to say, she yelled as James was knocked further in, landing near the Victreeballs. When James's vision returned to normal, he saw a Victreeball looking back at him excitedly. James immediately recognized it. It's you. What are you on about now? Meowth asked. It's my Weepinbell, he evolved into a Victreeball, James said as he started undoing the lock. Jessie turned to Meowth. How does that work? Don't they need a stone to evolve? Meowth shrugged. Why are you asking me? I don't evolve with some stone. James finally unlocked the cage and opened it as he held his arms out for Victreeball, and he did jump forward towards James, but not for his arms, but for his head. Immediately Jessie and Meowth turned back from the sounds of James's muffled screams, so they ran over and grabbed Victreeball from the back and started pulling. And that's how we got here. Ash looked over at Cassidy, who was rubbing her temple and turning around. Well, good luck, you're going to need it. Cassidy went back upstairs and Ash sighed as he started looking around, trying to avoid prolonged eye contact with the three musketeers. The facility itself seemed nicer than just a warehouse, probably because they were breeding Pokémon, so it had to be at least appealing. The funny thing is, breeding Pokémon without the trainer's knowledge and keeping the egg technically isn't illegal, just immoral. Anyway, eventually Jessie and Meowth managed to pull the plant off of James with an audible pop, sending them falling back. Victreeball immediately got up and started bouncing over to James. James frantically started feeling the sides of the cage looking for the Pokeball that fell off in the scuffle. As Victreeball jumped again, James found the Pokeball and returned Victreeball back into its ball. As soon as Victreeball was gone, everyone took a sigh of relief. Only then did they realize someone else who was in the room with them, a boy with a scarf and a Meowth. The room was quiet for a moment when James broke the silence. Oh, hey, what ya doing here? Ash looked over and gave an audible sigh. I guess you are who I'm working with. Everyone calls me D. I cover my face for personal reasons. My age and origin are none of your concern. Rank grunt. This is my partner Meowth and I have 3 other Pokémon. Jessie, James, and Meowth all looked confused for a moment before collectively saying what? Ash rolled his eyes. Fine, all you need to know is I am the one assigned to work with you for this mission. Tell me what you know, then we can get this over with. James got up. Alright. Well, we were told we were to check up on the breeding facilities in secret. We were also meant to look at certain spots to see if they would be ideal to set up new locations or try and buy other shops. Ash nodded. Good, it seems like we aren't working with nothing. Let's get started here. The whole time this was going on, and as Ash walked down the halls, Meowth stared at the Meowth on Ash's shoulder with hearts in his eyes. Near the port city. After everyone finished, Ash let AJ, Samurai, and Jeanette take Abra to Celadon. Samurai also had a question about a certain red bug, so Ash gave him a little hint, as in he told him exactly how to do it. After Abra eventually came back, she took them to the port town to wait for the ship, much to Misty's dismay because she would have rather stayed in a hotel. After they got there and arranged everything instead of looking for something to do, Ash started to arrange a saddle on Pidgeot and Ivysaur strapped on the top as well. So remind me again why you want to go out flying now? Misty asked, looking at the big bird. Well, I want to find something and Ivysaur here is the only one who can help me, Ash said, petting Ivysaur between the flower. That doesn't answer the question, Misty said. Ash gave a smug smile. Well, my answer is because I can, and none of you can stop me. Misty rolled her eyes and gave up. Meanwhile, Yellow was taking care of Pikachu. So how long are you going to be gone? Ash shrugged. Depends honestly. If Ivysaur can find it, probably a few hours. If I have to wait until nighttime, then I won't come back till tomorrow. But if you guys want, you can always come with me. No way, every time you do this there's some random villain of the week that makes you battle, and I am still recovering from the last one. Misty roared. Well, it was worth a try, Ash shrugged, but just then his dex rang again, so he pulled it out only to see it was a message from Oak. He looked at the message and the only thing it said was, Professor Mirror has agreed to meet with you. Ash smiled. Well, looks like I have a change of plans. Comment. 10 comment. In the Lentil region. A day earlier. Professor Mirror was scrolling through photos gathered by his assistants, but they weren't just of Lentil, they came from all over the world. His main goal was to learn about the Illumina phenomenon in Lentil. His current hypothesis was that it was caused by the Tellure meteorite, but without any actual evidence, he couldn't validate it. But if the need arises, he worked on other things like helping Oak research Pokémon with pictures. Although he didn't have much to work with, there was one thing that kept him going. The diary of the legendary Captain Vince, the first recorded person to have encountered Illumina Pokémon at an estimated 100 years ago. The work seemed to be slow, but then again he also worked to develop technology, so in the end he always had his hands full. Suddenly, while he was scrolling through the photos, a purple-haired girl peeked her head into the room. Hey Professor. Professor Mirror turned to see Rita by the door. Oh hello Rita, what can I do for you? Rita was the child of a friend. She was staying here as his research assistant during her break. Rita's hair shape and eye color resemble a Gudra as she wore a purple outfit with leggings. Professor Mirror meanwhile was a young adult. He always wore his lab coat, but he also had a sweater tied around his waist while his goggles rested on his neck. Well, you see, you're receiving a call from Professor Oak, Rita responded enthusiastically. Professor Mirror looked surprised. Oh, what a surprise. Well then send the call to my tablet then. The Laboratory of Ecology and Natural Sciences, or LENS, despite being in the middle of uninhabited woods, it was actually very technologically advanced, so doing these things is simple. It only took a moment, then Oak's face appeared on Professor Mirror's tablet. Mirror, I finally got in contact with you. Hello Professor, sorry to hear about the trouble, but to what do I owe the honor? Well, I guess you could call him my student, and he wants to meet with you, for something. Actually, I don't really know what he wants to offer you. Oak hummed. Well, if you taught him personally then sure, why not? Do you want him to do this online or do you need me to help you bring him here? Oak slowly looked to his side. I'll ask him and tell you later. Professor Mirror smiled and nodded. Alright, I'll wait to meet him. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't intrigued. Then the call ended. Rita, who was in the room the entire time, looked at the professor. I wonder who the professor was talking about, and what he wants. Well, I guess we'll see. Mirror then turned over to Rita. By the way, if you hear then what is Phil dash? Suddenly the sound of crashing was heard in the next room over, and then the voice of a kid rang out. Professor, I think Rita broke something. A vein appeared on Rita's head. I'm going to tie him to the roof. Mirror didn't say anything, but he did try to calm Rita down. He knew that probably nothing major would happen, but he would rather not find out how much mental trauma Phil can take. Present. Ash appeared in what appeared to be woods with Pikachu on his shoulder and holding onto Oak's Alakazam. On the other hand, he held his Pokédex with Oak's face looking around. Oak looked relieved. Oh good, that worked. I didn't know it Alakazam could teleport that far. Ash didn't bother responding to that, but he did ask, alright Suo, where exactly am I? It just looks like I'm in the middle of the woods. Shouldn't Alakazam have brought me straight there? Oak looked down to his side. Well, to be fair, when Alakazam and I visited, the base wasn't even built yet, so I guess they moved it further in. Ash scratched the back of his head. What a drag. Alright, where do I need to go then? As long as you go north you should find it. If not, Alakazam can bring you out. Alright, by the way, remember what I said, Ash told the professor. Oak's face didn't change. Yes, I'll meet you there, Oak said as he hung up. Ash only smiled as he looked at Alakazam. What about you? You coming with? Alakazam only responds by finding a tree and meditating next to it, leaving Ash to shrug and start walking. Meanwhile, a certain gremlin teleported out of her sleeping spot. It took like 20 minutes of walking, but eventually, he saw a lab in the middle of the woods with nothing but a big stoutland lying on the ground resting. As Ash approached, the stoutland noticed him and walked up to smell him. As soon as the big dog was close, Ash crouched down and held his hand out, which stoutland smelled and then licked. Ash gave a smile as he moved his arm and reached for stoutland's chin to give it some light scratches, which it happily accepted. As Ash was scratching stoutland, he heard footsteps coming from the front porch, and when he turned to see, he saw two people walking out of the lab. Greetings, Professor Mirror said, getting Ash's attention. I see you've already gotten acquainted with stoutland. That's good to see. Ash got up and brushed himself off. Hello Professor, I'm Ash, and this is Pikachu. Professor Oak has said good things about you, so it's nice to meet you. Pika? Omega. Well, that's good to hear. As you know, my name is Mirror, and this here is Rita. You could say she is my assistant. Hey Professor, you're making it sound like I'm just here to goof off. I am your research assistant, Rita said, looking. Mirror scratched the back of his head. Alright. And I do appreciate the help. As they were talking, a light flash and the sound of a click was heard from the nearby bush. When everyone looked over, they saw a green-haired boy come out from the bushes holding a camera. Hey Professor, I got a great-looking photo, the boy said as he ran over. Oh hello Phil, I'm sure you did, but I don't know if you should take pictures of someone without their permission. Phil didn't seem to realize what he did wrong. But Professor, isn't that what we do all the time? Besides, my mentor says that Pokemon photos shouldn't look staged or posed. It's fine, Ash said. As long as Pikachu is fine with it, I don't mind. Well, that is relieving to hear, Mirror said, but I suppose we should get to business. The professor said you had business with me. As soon as he said that, Ash smiled. Yes, I do have something that I think will interest you. Alright, let's head inside, but would it be alright if Rita or Phil join us inside? Ash shrugged. If they want they can come, I don't mind either way. Sorry, but I have to keep up my training, Phil said as he ran off before anyone said anything. Rita sighed. Sorry about him, he is weird, but it's nice to meet you both. Don't worry about it, but it's good to meet you too, Ash said as they all walked into the building. When they entered the room, Ash saw it was very modern looking with computers all across the wall. As soon as they got in, Mirror turned to them. I'll call the professor. I'd say this won't take long, but I'd be lying. As Mirror went to a nearby room, Ash and Rita made some small talk, which was mostly Rita asking Ash about him being a Pokemon trainer and petting Pikachu. After a few moments, Oak's face appeared on the biggest computer with Mirror walking back in. Alright, now we are ready. I must say, with all this build up, I'm expecting something great. Yeah, sorry about all this, I would have just called, but I did want to meet you specifically, even if the professor would have shared this with you, Ash said, waving his hand and pulling out his Pokédex. Mind if I use one of these? Ash said as he referred to one of the computers receiving a nod from Mirror. He quickly sat down and connected his Pokédex to it to upload what he wanted. So I guess you can say what I want to show you is a few pictures per se. That completely made everyone in the room confused. Sure, Mirror and Oak both study Pokémon using pictures, but to do all of this for just some pictures, but they don't say anything. I hope you enjoy, Ash said with a smile, and on the screen was the picture of Entei lying with all the Pokémon. The room was silent, then Mirror took off his glasses and started wiping them as Oak started putting eye drops in his eyes. Gosh, old age must be catching up with me, Oak mumbled. Yeah, I might have the wrong glasses, Mirror mused. When both of the professors looked back up, Entei was still there, making both Oak and Mirror scream in surprise. My boy, how did you find this? Oak yelled from the other side of the computer. Well, one day I went for a walk and found a cave with a cool rock and they were sleeping there, Ash said, smiling the whole time. Mirror sat down and crossed his hands and started mumbling. So simple, yet why, but how, but when? Rita was confused. She didn't know that much about the legendaries, so looking at the two grown men reacting, she was confused. Wait, what's the problem, Professor? Ash chuckled and put his hand on her head. Don't worry your purple little head about it. After more time than it reasonably should have, Oak and Mirror got up and composed themselves. Well, I can certainly say that you didn't disappoint. Just seeing one of the legends is a miracle, but to take a photo of one is even greater. Who said I only had one? Ash smiled as he brought up Reikau on the mountain and Suicune on the lake, but kept the one of Ho-Oh secret for now. Oak and Mirror both fell over and Ash could almost swear he could see foam coming out of their mouths, getting a worried Rita to check on them. Are they okay? This isn't good. I know I didn't even get to show them the fossil Pokémon. Ash shook his head. When they managed to get back up, Ash was already looking at them. So, how about we discuss the rest? I'm sure we can come up with a deal. Unknown location. The once pristine base was nearly destroyed, and the ceiling was on the verge of collapsing as well as a result of the battle. Currently, it was Zapdos vs Articuno and Moltres. Thankfully they are at least somewhat tired from before and they couldn't get any reliable damage to Zapdos, although as the battle raged on, the more of a threat they became. Articuno Ice Shard. Cliff said. Zapdos Magnetic Flux, Spark commanded. Zapdos's body got covered in a layer of electricity acting as armor that managed to deflect the shards of ice. Moltres Fire Blast Arlo commanded as Moltres' head ignited and launched a barrel of flames. No you don't, Supercell Slam Spark yelled as he was helping Blanche up with Candela getting to her feet. Zapdos dashed forward and broke through the fire blast and crashed into Moltres, then with the same motion it turned back to electricity and dashed towards Articuno to hit it as well. Although it seemed like Zapdos was winning the battle, if they stayed then Zapdos would lose the war since it is getting more and more tired. As the two other birds were recovering, Zapdos heard Spark. Zapdos, let's get out of here, we have them. Zapdos nodded as it extended its wings and like a lightning bolt turned into a flash and picked up the trio on the way and got back into the sky. Arlo looked up and asked Sierra, should we follow? They are probably leading to a trap. Sierra chuckled and walked to some nearby debris where there was a hint of yellow. There's no need. After all, this is more than enough, Sierra said as she held up a yellow and pointy feather that was sparking with Elech. Sky was dark from the night sky. Ash was riding on Pidgeot with Ivysaur on the saddle with him. He had already returned from a very successful negotiation for further use later, and of course, although he might not have anything right now, the little friend he left there should keep him informed. Anyway, after he returned he dropped off Pikachu with Yellow and the others and he got to the sky to start looking for that, and of course, Ivysaur was the only one that could lead him there. Although being in the sky is brutal for all three of them, Ash could close his jacket and Ivysaur had thick fat, but Pidgeot was suffering from the weird sudden temperature changes. Anyway, Ash knows the general location but not specifics, and that's where Ivysaur steps in, leading the charge and searching for pheromones or smells, honestly whatever grass types use to communicate. It took a bit of time, about an hour to be exact, but eventually, Ivysaur caught something in the air, pollen. Finally, Pidgeot was allowed to get down on the ground and go back to his Pokeball to get warm again. Meanwhile, Ash looked at Ivysaur. Lead the way, Ivy, he said as he started following the pollen. The woods themselves seemed to be fine. There was the occasional random vine that came out of nowhere but nothing he couldn't get past, which makes sense. Unlike Ivysaur, most of them must be getting ready for hibernation. What, you may ask? Well, it's obvious. Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur. That's right, he was searching for the hidden forest. According to what we know about Pokémon, tend to go to locations if they have the same energy as they do. An example is obviously a grass type that likes being in the forest, but we also know there is another part to it, Mega Energy. There is a possibility that he may be able to find a Venusaurite, and even if he can't, a Miracle Seed would be just as useful. As Ash was thinking, Ivysaur caught his attention when he stopped moving and turned over, revealing the sanctuary at last with a large tree in the center and nearly 100 different grass frogs preparing for the winter. Ash looked at the tree and ignored the Venusaur couple that were clearly the leaders due to the fact they were stronger than all the rest. The tree itself was almost oozing out energy. He pulled out the broken keystone and knelt down to get close to Ivysaur as he mumbled, I hope this works with this. He clenched his fist holding it and brought it close to both of them as he concentrated his aura to scan the area. He knows from the anime that you can sense megastones using keystones and having a bond with said Pokémon, so as long as there is still enough energy in the keystone, then Then in both of their minds, they say that not only was the tree overflowing with mega energy, it had 3 mega stones, although they were all the same kind. When Ash and Ivysaur snapped back to reality, they took a moment to recover, and then Ash looked towards it. Let's have some fun. But as Ash took a step, he felt a tug on his arm. Looking down, Ivysaur was looking up at him. Ivysaur, what are your intentions here? Ash just smiled down at him. Relax, I'm not going to do anything that will destroy this place. In fact, it would be better if we could handle all this with no conflict. Hearing that, Ivysaur's grip loosened as he followed Ash, also felt as if he recognized this place. Ash on the other hand scanned the 2 Venusaur couple in the front, and surprisingly a smaller Venusaur lying near the base of the tree. Venusaur, M. Ruler of the forest, royal command, resilience, and dominance. Venusaur, F. Nature saint, all healing moves give 50% extra health with a 75% buff. Venusaur, F. Ruler of the forest. Ash stared at them and whistled. Yeah, this would be quite the problem if we fought them, especially with all the other ones around. Ivysaur looked up. Ivy, why do I feel like you're going to do something stupid? Oh, don't be ridiculous, why would I do something like that? 37 seconds later. Ash didn't want to start an entire war in the forest. Being completely honest, he would not win. There is no ifs, ors, or whatever, he would get stomped. So instead he would say a message to them. Which was what he did, to make sure the King Venusaur got the message. A simple message, 5 words. Venusaur, I've come to bargain. Ivysaur covered his face with a vine, wondering if it was too late to just leave. That finally got all the grass frogs' attention as they all turned to him, especially the 2 biggest Venusaur. Now that he got a good look at them, he saw that the king stood at 3.2 meters while the regular Venusaur would only be around 2.0 meters. The Venusaur king immediately looked at him with rage and screamed, "Soar!" As that left the king's mouth, Ash felt the air get heavy around him, and Ivysaur himself had to sprout vines in the ground to not get blown away, as eventually he stopped and looked with rage. Venusaur, Venusaur, you human brat, you dare enter our sacred lands after everything your kind has done. With every word that left the king's mouth, the sheer strength felt. Ivysaur himself was struggling to even remain standing. But Ash stayed up. Look, I have no idea what happened, but we came here to make an offer. But the Venusaur seemed unamused. Venusaur, Venusaur, you don't know what you did? After what you humans did, took my son. Ash remained standing as Venusaur yelled, I see. Venusaur still looked at Ash with anger, then saw Ivysaur with him. Venusaur, and you, are you with him? Ivysaur seriously considered it for a moment, then sighed. Soar, yes, I brought him here. Venusaur looked angry. Venusaur, so you betrayed your own kind. Ivysaur flinched as Venusaur's glare seemed to tear through him, but Ash stepped in between them. He has nothing to do with this, so are you willing to hear me out? I even have a peace offering. Ash pulled out a bouquet of rare flowers and the mints that he may or may not have asked Erica for, and square in the center was a special flower that was grown from Erica's own Venusaur. The special flower in question looked very similar to a Titan-Aram. The King Venusaur looked uninterested, but the Queen, and what Ash can only assume to be their daughter, became intrigued, extending out a thick vine to grab it and bring it closer. Ash didn't resist. The 2 female Venusaur brought it close to them and admired the beautiful assortment of flowers. Even some of the smaller Bulbasaur seemed to want to get in closer to admire the smell. Venusaur looked annoyed. Venusaur, fine, since my wife is intrigued by your offering, I will allow you to speak. As he said that, Ivysaur breathed a sigh of relief as he looked back up at Ash, who seemed unbothered. But on the inside, Ash was sweating profusely. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Alright, you're not dead yet, just focus and play your cards right. Just relax. Ash took a breath. Alright, I came to request the chance to have a stone from that tree. Venusaur squinted his eyes but didn't seem furious. Venusaur, Venusaur, you wish to have one of the royal stones. There are only 2 ways for our kind to receive them. They may either be born into the royal family, or they may challenge the heir to a battle. As he was saying that, Ash finally noticed something. There was another megastone on the king's flower. Venusaur continued. Venusaur, normally we wouldn't let outsiders even know about this, but since your offering intrigued my wife, I will allow you to challenge my daughter, but only Ivysaur will be allowed to challenge her. Ivysaur shakily looked up towards Ash. Ivy? You're not serious, right? Hey, relax, you're not fighting the king, just the princess, you'll be fine, Ash reassured him. Ivysaur looked over and saw the Princess Venusaur stomp on the ground and stare towards him, making him mumble as he walked up, Ivy, I'm going to be executed by my own kind. Ivysaur and Venusaur stood opposed to each other as all the grass frogs gathered around to watch the battle, and the king raised his vine and counted down before lowering the vine, indicating for the battle to start. Venusaur started out by shooting a sludge bomb into the air and embedding her feet as they started falling towards Ivysaur. Ivysaur, dodge then growth, Ash commanded. Ivysaur started dashing back and forth, avoiding the dark purple balls of sludge as he dodged his flower and started blooming. Now Venoshock. As Ivysaur was running around, his flower began glowing dark purple. Then he started shooting dark purple blobs of poison, hitting Venusaur in the sides. Venusaur didn't really like that, so she stomped on the ground repeatedly before hitting the ground with both of her feet at once, sending splinters of the ground flying at Ivysaur. Ivysaur managed to dodge most of the stones but did get chipped in the side, making him fall back to Ash's side. Meanwhile, Venusaur stomped and shot a sunny day into the sky. Ash looked up and saw the new fake sun. Ivysaur used Vine Whip and grab Venusaur and Grass Knot. Ivysaur's vines shot forward and latched onto Venusaur's front legs, catching her by surprise. Then Ivysaur pulled back, causing her to lose footing and fall to her face. Venusaur forced herself up with the vines still grabbing onto her arms. She summoned a razor leaf from her flower to be shot towards Ivysaur and cutting the vines. Then when she was able to get up, she dashed towards him and jumped into the air, aiming to land a body slam. Ivysaur, get out of the way! Ash yelled, causing Ivysaur to just barely move out just in time, but Venusaur didn't stop. When she landed, a vine was already extended and grabbed onto Ivysaur's back leg, catching him by surprise as she raised him into the air and used a power whip to slam Ivysaur into the ground. Ivysaur actually got knocked out for a second but then was woken up by Venusaur slamming him into the ground again and throwing him to the side. Ivysaur managed to get back up after all that, but he was definitely looking worse for wear looking at the Venusaur in front of him. Ash looked over at Ivysaur and yelled once more, "Don't give up now, use energy ball and eat it." Ivysaur heard Ash's voice and remembered something. Then from his mouth a dark green orb formed as it began to be brought back into his mouth. Venusaur saw this and raised her foot to stomp on the ground once again, this time shooting forward a earth power that fractured the ground, rushing towards Ivysaur's feet. When the cracks got to Ivysaur, they caused an explosion, but when it cleared, Ivysaur was nowhere to be seen. Then out of nowhere, Ash yelled out, "Now point blank solar beam." Ivysaur appeared again behind Venusaur, already charging his flower. When Venusaur turned to see him, Ivysaur was almost a foot away as he shot a boosted beam directly to Venusaur's face, engulfing her and actually pushing her back. When the beam fizzled out, Venusaur was pushed back a few feet but still up, but that last attack didn't feel nice as she looked forward with anger and stumped on the ground using her strongest move, Frenzy Plant. Venusaur's body was surrounded by a light green aura as she stumped on the ground. Giant, spiky roots then came out of the ground surrounding Ivysaur and wrapped him into a dome, and began to squeeze. Flashback no jutsu. Years ago, when Ivysaur was just a newborn Bulbasaur, he was born in a forest with a beautiful tree overlooking all the other grass frogs. His furthest memory was when he opened his eyes and saw a big sister Ivysaur, with two Venusaur parents, and his father had a distinct shine in his flower. His Venusaur father looked at him and smiled, "My son, I hope you will grow strong just like your old man." When Bulbasaur was at the age when he was considered a child, he loved to take care of the flowers and the younglings who were too small to even walk around. His mother would sometimes find him asleep with the other younglings after hours of playing. On this specific day, Bulbasaur was looking away from his mother as his body was currently covered in scratches, with his mother using a heal pulse on him. Bulbasaur remained quiet as he was being healed. "I'm not sorry. And you don't need to be," Venusaur's mom said. After all, Bulbasaur just ran to protect the babies from any cans. "Are they all okay?" Bulbasaur asked. Venusaur's mom chuckled. "How can you be worried about them when you're like this? They're all fine thanks to you." Bulbasaur didn't say anything, but Venusaur's mom could tell he was happy. "You know, it's not a crime to be greedy sometimes." Bulbasaur looked confused as she continued, "It's in your nature to help those who can't help themselves. That's what makes you so special." Bulbasaur and his father Venusaur were out near the outskirts of the woods. Venusaur brought him out to learn to train, but Bulbasaur was more interested in the flowers and playing with some wild butterfree. Venusaur chuckled seeing his son play around and extended a vine to grab him. "Hee. Common son, if you want to grow up and be like your daddy, you need to learn how to fight." Bulbasaur reciprocated by using his vine to grab his father's, getting a chuckle. "I was just like you when I was your age, and when you grow up you need to protect everybody, just like your old man. Now let's see you fight." Bulbasaur nodded and got into a pounce position but got distracted by the butterfree, making him instead jump up and fall to his back, getting a laugh from his father as he helped him flip over. "Hehe, alright, maybe this isn't the best approach. How about I bring your sister over and we can all train together?" Venusaur asked, getting a happy nod from Bulbasaur. "Alright, stay here and don't move. There are some nice flowers over there. Alright, I'll be back in a few seconds," Venusaur said as he walked back to their home. Bulbasaur went closer to the flowers and smelled them, but then he saw a young butterfree collecting nectar from the nearby flower. He was fascinated, and as the butterfree started flying away he followed to play with it. As he followed, he suddenly noticed something, a rope, something he had never seen before, so his curiosity got the better of him as he approached it and grabbed it, but as soon as he did it was pulled away, so he followed. When he went further he eventually exerted the forest and grabbed onto the rope, only to look up and see two people looking down at him, with one holding a gun towards Bulbasaur, but as soon as they noticed Bulbasaur they put it down and the one forwarded picked him up. "Hey, look at what we got here, a Bulbasaur. What a score, these puppies can give us a fortune," the poacher said as he looked at Bulbasaur's fearful face. "Hehe, alright, let's go quickly, don't want anyone to see us," the second poacher said as he pulled out a crate and helped his partner put Bulbasaur inside and nail it shut. They both started to put it onto their truck and started securing it, with Bulbasaur screaming for help from inside. When Venusaur and big sister Ivysaur returned they were both immediately shocked to see Bulbasaur was gone, but they both just thought he was playing hide and seek, so they started quickly looking for him. "Bulbasaur, come on out. Bulbasaur, we're here. Hey Bulbasaur, you win, we give up." The more they looked the more worried they got, looking around, looking in bushes, in the grass, in the trees, etc. "Have you seen Bulbasaur?" Venusaur asked, receiving a head shake from her. But from the distance they heard something, the muffled voice, "Daddy." Venusaur raised his head and looked at where the voice came from and saw a truck with a box in the back, making his pupils dilate. "No." Venusaur turned towards his daughter. Go and warn the village, I need to go, receiving a nod from Ivysaur as she ran away. Venusaur turned and later his flower bloomed as his chlorophyll activated and he dashed at an unnatural speed. Venusaur ran quickly and took a shortcut through the trees, making the plants move out of the way in his feet, using trailblaze to skate through and catch up and jump on the back of the truck. The muffled voice of Bulbasaur, "Daddy, I'm here." Venusaur yelled as he used a vine to try to pry open the crate, but as the first board came off showing Bulbasaur's scared face, the sound of a clock was heard. When Venusaur turned to the front, one of the poachers held a gun aimed at him and fired. Bang! Bulbasaur closed his eyes, and when he noticed it he saw his father Venusaur fall off the truck and roll onto the ground as the truck didn't slow down. "Daddy," was the last thing Bulbasaur said as the truck moved away. Venusaur forced himself up. His ear had a hole through it and he could feel the blood falling from the side of his face. No. Venusaur ran as fast as he could, but no matter how fast he ran he couldn't find the truck or his son. Since that day Venusaur still has that scar of his failure. Whenever the topic of his son would get brought up his scar would ache. But this isn't his story. With Bulbasaur he was taken from his home, for he didn't even know how long. The poachers were not stupid either. They knew that as a grass type, they could keep Bulbasaur alive with just sunlight, but also weak enough for him not be able to do anything. Bulbasaur eventually got so weak that he had to fall asleep from exhaustion from everything, but the last thing he heard was, "What's your best offer?" When he woke up he found himself in a new box. He somehow felt better, like someone let him get more sun to sustain himself. He heard an adult voice speak. "Happy birthday Hanakire, it is your 10th birthday and you'll need a partner soon, so I got you something." Then he heard the sound of paper being ripped and then the box opened, blinding him for a moment until he felt himself being picked up. When his vision cleared he saw a girl holding him, slightly looking upset. "Daddy? I said I wanted a Squirtle," the girl who was apparently called Hanakire cried. "I'm sorry dear, but unfortunately they ran out." Something about a kid with a fire specialist girlfriend or something, the father tried to explain. "You're just making excuses Daddy, I hate you," Hanakire said as she dropped Bulbasaur and ran away. This was just the start of his torment. Not long after Hanakire left begrudgingly with Bulbasaur to have an adventure, though it could hardly be called that since apparently the father hired a group of pretty boys to act as her bodyguards and she was too stupid to know. She just thought she had a reverse harem. Hanakire and Bulbasaur left, and although they both didn't want to be there, unlike Hanakire, Bulbasaur didn't have a choice. He had no idea where he was or how to survive. They traveled for a bit. Bulbasaur would fight but never when an already injured Pokémon or an infant, which made Hanakire more upset. Over the course of whatever you could call this, Hanakire did catch more Pokémon, with the help of her so-called reverse harem, leaving the need for Bulbasaur less apparent until one day. Hanakire wanted to train with Bulbasaur, which was already ridiculous since she never trained any Pokémon, but the opponent was one of her boy companions who was an actual competent trainer. It doesn't take a genius to know he was set up to fail, and after a beating in a battle, Hanakire broke his Pokeball and kicked him away mumbling, "What a useless Pokémon," and she left, leaving Bulbasaur half dead in a forest. He should have died, and he was ready for it, until a certain blue-headed girl found him, and the rest is history. Back to present. The spiked vines were enveloping Ivysaur as his memories flashed before him. From the side the Venusaur king was glad this was almost over. Ever since these two brats came to his sanctuary the scar on his ear felt like it was burning. He raised his vine about to announce Ivysaur's loss when suddenly a light emerged from the small cracks in the roots, as they began struggling to remain grasped, and even Princess Venusaur was struggling to keep them in place. From the roots, vines came out and started pulling the roots apart and separating, revealing Ivysaur to have diapered and replaced with a Venusaur. Ash's Pokédex rung as he took it out. Venusaur, M. Ability, Chlorophyll, Hidden Ability, Thick Fat. Saint of the Forest, gain Fairy Stab, can learn any fairy type move. Wow, that's pretty good, Ash thought as he turned to see Venusaur's moves and his eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Wait, he has that. Oh fun. Venusaur broke free from the roots as his flower bloomed open, revealing not only his red tree-like flower but also pink petals coming from him. Princess Venusaur was tired after exerting the pressure of using that move, so Ash smiled, seeing the perfect opportunity. Let's try something new, nature's madness. Venusaur used his foot and stumped on the ground, unleashing a shockwave of pink energy from the place he hit. The surrounding area began to sprout flowers all around the forest, then around the Princess Venusaur pink bolts appeared around her, and energy erupted from the ground underneath her. As the energy dispersed, Princess Venusaur was looking worse for wear as all the grass frogs in the area stared at the new beautiful surroundings. Ash looked towards the princess and frankly the king. This was fun and all, but all good things must end. Venusaur, let's give her one of her own. Use earth power. Venusaur used his foot, and just as the princess did before, the ground cracked under her as it exploded, creating a crater and knocking Venusaur out, leaving all the grass frogs stunned. Ash walked forward to Venusaur as he rubbed his flower. Meanwhile, the Venusaur king and queen walked forward. The queen moved over and started healing her daughter quickly. She recovered in a few seconds. The Venusaur king stood in front of both of them, looking at them imposingly. Venusaur, it seems you have succeeded. If you are expecting praise, don't hold your breath. I will allow you to choose, then you will leave never to dash. As the king was talking, the queen felt suspicious about something, so she walked next to her husband and looked at Venusaur until her eyes widened. "Sir dear, wait," she said as she came forward. Venusaur was taken aback and looked at his wife in a gentle tone. Venusaur, hey wait, can't why you see I'm trying to do something here. Venusaur, why yeah, just give me a second, she said as she extended her vines and grabbed Venusaur's face to move it around. Soar fine, Venusaur king puffed as he turned away crossing his vines. Venusaur looked at Ash. Venusa dash? Hey, this is weird, isn't it? To which Ash just shrugged. As the queen looked over Venusaur's face and flower, she felt her throat get dry and tears began to well in her eyes. Soar, it's you dash. Soar? Venusaur said. The queen looked at the king. Venusaur, it's him. The king also looked surprised as he came forward and used his vines to look over, and he raised the leaf covering his head, finally seeing a pattern he recognized. Venusaur, you've come home. Soar? What? The king said as he raised up his leaf revealing the same pattern. Venusaur son, you've come home. Ash plus Venusaur, sigma, degree. With his son finally home, the pain in the king's scar seemed to disappear. Venusaur and Ash were sitting down near the tree. Venusaur was being coddled and hugged by his family. This was supposed to be a quick adventure in and out, yet now there is a soap opera subplot. I am not really used to this. Venusaur sighed, looking uncomfortable. I'm still trying to process the fact that I have parents. Do you not remember us? Venusaur mom asked, receiving a head shake from Venusaur. Sorry, but I don't remember much before about a year ago. Sorry, I had a bad experience and want to block out most of what happened. Don't be sorry. I can only imagine what kind of things happened to you in the time we lost you. You were only about 3 months old at the time. Ash then leaned into the conversation. Wait, aren't you like 2 years and 5 months old? How the heck did you block out your parents? Venusaur's dad looked at Ash blankly. So this human is your trainer? Is he broken? I'm still debating that myself, but he is at least competent and takes good care of me, unlike her, Venusaur said, shivering. Wait, so this human isn't the one who took you away? Venusaur dad said, getting a head shake from Venusaur. Oh, good, then I was debating just killing him as a punishment. Yeah, I'd like my head to stay on my body, Ash said as Venusaur picked him up and turned him around without acknowledging him. So then, what happened after you were taken? Venusaur mom asked. Venusaur sighed. I don't like thinking about it, but I can tell you some of it dash. For the next few moments, Venusaur explained his story and how he was found by Melanie and then taken in by Ash, even saying some of the adventures he had with the new gaggle of idiots he calls a family. So that's what happened, Venusaur dad said. I swear if I find those people I will show them why us Venusaur are the strongest in all these woods. Meanwhile, Ash sat and mused to himself. Yeah, I always forget I've only had you for like 3 months. Well, considering your situation, I'm surprised you were able to grow so fast, considering before that trainer with you were not formally trained. Venusaur mom said, as Venusaur now stood at 3 meters, taller than her and only 0.2 meters shorter than his father. Venusaur's sister rubbed Venusaur on the head with her vine, and my little brother evolved thanks to me? Feel free to call me Oni-chan. Venusaur felt sweat fall from his head. Oh goody, I'm not doing that. Venusaur's sister pouted as Venusaur mom continued, thank goodness you're back, we have so much to catch up on. Venusaur looked over. Right. I wanted to ask, stop me if this sounds wrong, but why didn't you just try to have another son? Venusaur mom and Venusaur dad looked at each other and slightly looked away. Well, you see, we spent a lot of time being worried. I would have loved another child. We were even planning on it before you disappeared, but the stress, it was a lot to take in when we thought about you. Venusaur's sister looked somewhat annoyed at her parents. First, gross. Second, yeah, it would have been awesome to have another little brother or even a little sister, but dad kinda became cold. Venusaur dad looked at his daughter, shocked that she said that as Venusaur's mother nodded. Yes, he was the one affected most by your disappearance. He blamed himself every day. Hey, you don't need to say that. Venusaur dad said, trying to stop the girls. Venusaur actually cracked a smile. It felt nice to feel like he had a family, and yet it also felt like this wasn't new. The bantering, the laughs, the smiles, the feeling of belonging he felt like he already had with the image of those idiots. But he was snapped back to reality when Venusaur mom said something. We'll have so much time to catch up now that you're home. What? Yeah, you're home so we can finally be a family again, Venusaur's sister said happily. Venusaur looked down at the mother and sister duo looking happily at each other. Venusaur looked over at Ash, who gave him a look and put his pokeball on the ground. Venusaur didn't have to hear Ash's words to understand what he said to him. Do what you want, I won't force you to do anything. Venusaur looked at Ash, then at his pokeball, then back at his family. His father looked at him as if he understood, so Venusaur took a breath and spoke, I can't stay. That caused the happy faces of Venusaur mom and sister to immediately freeze as they looked at Venusaur in shock. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I can't stay here with you all, Venusaur said, lowering his head. Is it because you don't remember us? That isn't a problem, we can make new memories. Venusaur mom said frantically. But Venusaur shook his head. No, it's not that. Well, that is a part, but it's not the reason. If you had asked me 2 months ago, I would have agreed. But what changed? I found a new family. It may be dysfunctional, our head may be a bumbling idiot, and we may fight each other sometimes. Actually, we fight a lot, but it is my family, one that I want to protect. Venusaur dad, who stayed silent, comforted his wife. It's not our decision to keep him here. I know, but we just got him back. I don't think I'm ready to say goodbye again. Venusaur mom said, looking down. But he isn't our baby anymore. He grew up, he had to. We both know the day would come when he would either challenge me to become the next king or leave to find his own territory. His fate was never in our hands. Venusaur mom felt like she was going to cry, but Venusaur's vine grabbed her on the shoulder. I can come and visit sometimes, and this time I promise I won't forget about you. As he said that, Venusaur closed his bulb so he looked like a big Bulbasaur, getting a tearful hug from his mother and sister. After some time they let go and Venusaur walked up to his father. Although it does break my heart to see you leave, but it was still good to see you once again. But another matter is at hand, the royal stone. You earned it and it's your birthright. Ash peeked through between the frogs. Well then, since he gets one from being the prince, can I get two since he won? Venusaur and his dad both stared at Ash, then looked at each other. Are we positive he isn't broken? I'm still contemplating that. He does this more than you think. Ash and Venusaur were led into the big tree by Venusaur dad. Somehow it looked bigger inside than outside, as he saw that in the very center of the room with stalactites dripping some strange liquid to what appeared to be a pedestal, and on the rock was a smaller rock about halfway formed. Near the bottom of them were three familiar stones that Ash recognized, and Venusaur seemed compelled to. Venusaur dad began speaking. This place has been in our sacred lands for years, far before even I was born. The last time someone outside my kingdom was given one of these stones was when I was still just the prince. Then Venusaur dad looked at Ash. I don't know why you are so insistent on getting them or how you even know about them, but if you promise you will take care of my son, it is a small price to pay. Ash smiled and put his hand on Venusaur. Don't worry, even if you didn't tell me to, I would have done that anyway. After all, we're family, and nothing is stronger than family. Venusaur dad nodded in approval. I like that. Alright, I will leave you to it. You may choose the ones that call to you. Then he walked out. Ash watched him leave, and then he looked at Venusaur. Well, you heard him pick your favorite. Venusaur rolled his eyes as he walked forward and inspected the three megastones to see which one called to him. Meanwhile, Ash walked over to the podium where the stalactites were dripping, picking up a random leaf on the way. I have no idea if this is going to work, but it doesn't hurt to try, Ash mumbled as he collected some of the liquid on the leaf. Then he grabbed his broken keystone and started pouring it onto it. When all the liquid was gone, Ash waited for a few seconds, but nothing happened, making him sigh. Well, can't say I'm disappointed since I didn't expect anything, but still, whatever. Ash mumbled as he put it in his back pocket and walked back to Venusaur. Venusaur was still lost in thought for a moment, but then grabbed the one that he liked the most, and turned to Ash, who walked back down. So you done? Venusaur nodded, holding his stone as Ash walked over and grabbed one himself. Alright then, let's go and maybe we can get back before morning. Venusaur and Ash started walking to the exit, but Ash just had to say one thing. So you admit we're a family? Don't push it, Venusaur said, not even turning to Ash, getting a chuckle as a response. When they walked out, they saw all the grass frogs lined up with what seemed to be their version of a goodbye party, all cheering and saying goodbye to Venusaur. Venusaur and Ash looked at each other and both sighed, thinking the same thing. I guess we aren't sleeping tonight. The next morning, Ash and Venusaur were walking back after being dropped off by Pidgeot. The main reason Venusaur was still out was because Ash was sitting on top of him. Both of them looked relatively tired as they walked back into town. The sun was already rising and people were already setting up for the day as they walked through the town until they got to the place they were staying at. Along the way, when they got close, they finally saw Brock, Misty, and Yellow with Pikachu. When they noticed each other, they all looked silently at each other. Sup, Ash said, breaking the silence, then continuing to walk through. Wait, aren't you going to explain? Misty yelled. No, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Team Rocket's Cinnabar base. Cliff, Arlo, and Sierra were standing in front of Giovanni with Shadow, Articuno, and Moltres and the Thunder Feather. Giovanni nodded. Excellent work, just what we need. Then he signaled for two scientists. Both scientists walked over and greeted the boss, Sir X2, Dr. Namba, and Professor Sebastian. It's time. The scientists nodded as they went to Articuno and Moltres and both plucked a feather from them and took the feather Sierra had. Then they quickly went to a nearby machine and put all three in. Then the feathers began to dissolve and formed into a new liquid. Then with a press of a button, it was all put into a weird egg. It's a good thing we have gathered experience, otherwise this may take months, but if all goes well we should finish in a few days, Dr. Namba said. But we will remain here to monitor it, just to make sure no complications occur, Professor Sebastian said. Giovanni nodded. Good, and don't worry about the time loss. Once you complete this you will be compensated to continue your work for Team Rocket. Then Giovanni looked at Cliff, Arlo, and Sierra. Now as for you three, you will be rewarded for your work, but we have one more job to do. Giovanni pulled out his purple Pokeball. We have a project to finish. Dash with Ashtwo. It has been a bit since Ash got put in this whole side mission with Jessie, James, and Meowth, and over the whole thing, the most exciting part was that he got to ride in the hot air balloon. He managed to get a lot of information, firstly being that in Kanto there were 9 breeding facilities owned by Team Rocket, along with 4 other places that were targeted as a potential place to take, of which only one of them compiled and joined. But more importantly, Porygon 2 managed to infiltrate into Team Rocket's more secure archives. In them he learned about the more secret base and projects being made at any given moment, the names, locations, and Pokémon of all admins and executives, and the names of more undercover agents. It's worth noting that there was a high-ranking member of the International Police that was at a high admin level strength, who according to the information he had from the International Police archives was one person who would be recommended to become the next captain. He'll have to hand that over to his partners later. Now something to note, Porygon 2 was still decrypting some information that he got, but from what he already has he knows a few things. Firstly, he managed to find the original Porygon blueprints that were stolen, along with information about Aster and his whereabouts. From the reports he found out that he had tried, and failed, to replicate the project. Obviously, he could delete it, but that would be too suspicious at the moment and cause a lot of commotion and lead back to Dr. Akihabara, and if that happens even if the chance is small he might get caught, so until he can get rid of Aster he'll leave it alone. But he did download it to send back to Akihabara, and had Porygon 2 make a very slight revision, nothing too suspicious, just replaced a 1 with a 0, with that it would get rid of the risk of Porygon getting in the wrong hands. Other than that he has found certain reports on projects that he will need to deal with later, but the most important thing was 2 projects, one called Project Zapmalcuno, and the other called Project Muto. Both equally freaked him out but Muto took priority. Opening it revealed the plans to create an Pokémon that would have the potential to surpass legendaries. But after that nothing. It said where the original project was before it was relocated but the location was not in all the data. And looking at Project Zapmalcuno he got even less but he was surprised when he found out the Go leaders were involved. He could guess they were planning a infinite fusion and going to try and fuse them, but he didn't know how or where. Overall this caused more questions than answers and until Porygon 2 can get more time in the base to decrypt the rest he won't have answers to these questions. Anyway they just had one place to look at next and then they would be finished. Over the thing Ash saw the new Pokémon that the trio had and anything else relevant. Meowth kept trying to flirt with his Meowth. Jessie for the most part ignored him, he only really got to talk to James. But as he was lost in thought he heard Jessie, "Hey new kid, we're almost there." Ash blinked as he came back to reality. "Okay, where even is this place? It looks like we're in the middle of nowhere." Indeed they were. When he looked over the edge of the hot air balloon there was nothing but forest under them, and the fact that it looked like the sun would set in a few hours didn't help. James looked at his map. Well, according to what they gave us, the place should be a remote place where injured Pokémon are taken, apparently also owned by an old couple. As he said he pulled out a pair of binoculars and looked around finally seeing something. Hey then he realized what it was, a large blue castle that he recognized all too well. "What is it?" Meowth asked as he tried to take the binoculars. James flinched and pulled them away. "Oh no, I'm just saying there is nothing in that direction. You know we should turn back dash." Then Jessie took it as James wasn't looking and looked through them seeing the castle. "Wow, I guess that's where we're going. That place must be loaded." James quickly took the binoculars. "And no, I don't think so. I mean, why would a castle be a place to handle Pokémon? I mean, that just seems like a waste." Ash looked at the list and pointed at it. "It says here one of the places is a castle." James felt like he got punched in the face as Jessie pushed him out of the way. "Alright then, it's settled, let's go and finish our mission to get praise from the boss." So despite James' protest the hot air balloon approached the castle, and the closer they got the bigger it got until they finally landed in front of it. Jessie was the first to jump out. "Alright, let's find this old couple and ask them if they want Team Rocket's support." James however stayed in the balloon. "I think you all should go without me, I'll stay here and guard the balloon." But Jessie reached over and grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out and into the castle through the opened gate. Jessie held her hand in front of her mouth as she screamed, "Hello, anyone here?" James quickly got up and covered her mouth. "Hey, don't be too loud. Anyway, it seems like there's no one here, so let's go dash." He was cut off when a voice rang out. "Hold your horses, we're coming," an old voice said as an old couple walked into the hall. When they came into view James turned around and saw them. They also looked happy to see him. My, if it isn't little James. That caught Jessie and Meowth by surprise as they looked at each other. "Little, since when?" "Oh, it's so good to see you both again, Nanny and Pop Pop." "It's good to see you too," Pop Pop said. Nanny nodded, "and in such good health." Then they noticed James wasn't alone. "Oh, are those your friends?" Jessie and Meowth were waving and Ash was just standing there. "Oh well, they are my manager and secretary." Manager and secretary. James jumped behind Ash and Jessie. "Yes, you see, these two help me with my company." Jessie looked at James. "What are you dash?" But before she could say anything he took all 3 of them and took them behind a pillar saying, "Give us a moment please." When they got there Jessie and Meowth looked at him. "Okay, what's the big idea?" James sighed. "Well, for starters this place is one of my summer cottages." Jessie and Meowth nearly choked on air hearing that. "What? Then if this is a cottage, how rich are you?" "Loaded," James said sadly, "and that old couple is my grandma and grandpa. I don't want them to know I'm part of Team Rocket, so please could you help me out?" Meowth put his paw on James and gave a thumbs up. "You can count on us, Jimmy. But you're going to owe us big time," Jessie added. "Yeah, of course," James nodded. Then they all looked at Ash, who they just remembered was there. Ash got up and looked away. "I guess I can turn a blind eye, Naya." Meowth nodded from his shoulder. James looked happy as they got up and went back into view of Nanny and Pop Pop. "Well, it was wonderful seeing you again, but we don't want to be a bother. So we should go." Just as James was going to turn around, Nanny smiled. "Now don't be ridiculous, you could never be a bother, not like those parents of yours." James gulped loudly and turned around. They aren't here, are they?" "No, those two are on a cruise traveling the world again," Pop Pop said looking tired. "Honestly, how can they act like that and still treat poor Growly like that?" "What do you mean?" James blurted out as he almost jumped in front of them. "What happened to Growly?" Well, they haven't been taking care of him in the slightest. They even ordered the butler to stop feeding him as much. If we hadn't called in and told one to feed him in secret, I can't imagine what would have happened, Nanny said sadly. James looked horrified hearing that, so Nanny gave a suggestion. I know, it's getting late. How about you stay over with your friends? I can even make your favorites. James snapped out of his trance and shook his head. Oh no, I could dash, but he was cut off by Jessie. How can we decline your generosity? I'm sure James wants to catch up. They both chuckled. Then Pop Pop spoke up. Well, while she gets dinner ready, why don't I give you the tour of the place? We have a lot of new Pokémon you can meet. As this was happening, a little Mime Jr. peeked out from the pillars and was staring at them, more specifically at James. Location, Cerulean Cave Secret Lab. Cliff, Arlo, Sierra, and Giovanni made their way into the secret lab. This particular lab was separate and even secret to all except high-rank admins, executives, and high-ranking scientists knew about this place. This is the new location of Project Muto. After a series of unfortunate events since then, Muto has been under 24/7 monitoring and sedatives. Giovanni walked forward towards one of the scientists who was checking the monitors and was surprised by his sudden arrival. Status report. Sir, we have managed to suppress Project Muto's strength by 50%, but since then its power has been growing. It is nearly back to the strength it was before we suppressed it with no signs of stopping. Giovanni nodded. Well, it is a good thing we arrived when we did. Then he turned to the other scientists. Everyone evacuate the lab. From now on we will take care of Project Muto personally. All the scientists didn't hesitate. They all grabbed any essential things and started making their way out of the caverns. Then Giovanni turned to his admins. This will be a dangerous battle. The most dangerous any of you have ever been in. I won't blame you if you wish to leave now. Cliff and Arlo scoffed at the idea and Sierra stepped forward. You gave us a mission and we will complete it. Even if I don't have one of the trio, I will stay as well. Giovanni nodded and turned back to the capsule holding Muto. Loyalty will get you everywhere. Very well, let's begin. He then pulled out a red Pokeballs. Come on out. Out from the ball came Beedrill, who had a necklace with a beautiful gem in the center. Cliff and Arlo released Articuno and Moltres respectively, and Sierra released Houndoom. Giovanni rolled up his sleeves and fixed his tie, as on his wrist he had a bracelet with a rainbow-colored rock, a keystone. Giovanni looked forward with his admins next to him. Beedrill brick break on the container. Drill's lance glowed red as in a split second he disappeared and reappeared in front of the container as he shattered it, spilling everything inside, including Muto. From Muto's point of view, after witnessing the incident, everything went dark, then suddenly it got extremely bright, blinding it for a second as its eyes started trying to adjust, and then Muto saw Giovanni. Giovanni looked at Muto. I don't want to have to do this, just don't resist and we don't have to fight. Muto stared at Giovanni, although Muto didn't recognize Giovanni, but it did recognize his voice, one of the voices that was there when Amber died, so Muto's eyes began to glow purple as its face filled with rage. Giovanni sighed. I suppose things can never be easy, can they? Very well, let's begin, Giovanni said as he raised his wrist and pressed the stone, making the entire cave shine. It was dark out, and after a tour of the, I guess you could call it a sanctuary, they all went for lunch. Ash took a plate and excused himself, and Jessie and Meowth were eating like there was no tomorrow. But James seemed to be lost in thought the whole time. He even lost his appetite and excused himself, much to Nanny and Pop Pop's worry. James walked out to the balcony to think about what they told him about Growly. When he left, he told Growly to stay so that he could stay safe, but now he isn't sure. As he walked out, he finally noticed that Ash was already sitting in a chair and was feeding his Meowth, and when he opened the door they both looked at him. Oh, sorry, I was just looking for a place to clear my head, James explained as he wanted to turn back. Well, you're free to stay here. After all, this is more your place than mine, Ash said as he pointed to a chair next to the one he was in. All right, James said as he took a seat. Thanks. For a bit, they all stayed in silence for a while until Ash broke it. Something on your mind? James looked down and sighed. I guess. Then he looked up. As a child, I had a Growlithe named Growly, and my parents were overbearing, trying to mold me into the perfect tool to carry on whatever gets them the most money. And that included a forced marriage, but you should know they never intended to let me inherit anything. And Growly was there for me every step of the way. He was my only friend during those years, but then the stress became too much, and I ran away. I wanted to bring Growly with me, but I was afraid. After all, I didn't even know what I was going to do. James rubbed the temple of his head as he looked into the sky. Well, since then I met Jessie and Meowth, and though things aren't perfect, at least I can have fun. But I just found out how bad Growly has it back home and I just don't know what to do. James put both of his hands on his face as he sighed helplessly. If I tell Nanny and Pop Pop, then they'll find out I'm a part of Team Rocket. And if I tell Jessie and Meowth, they'll just say we should go and take Growly, then rob the place anyway. Ash stayed silent for a moment, acting like he was in thought as James fixed himself. Sorry, I dash. Tell me something. Do you even like your parents? Ash cut in. James took a moment to think. I don't like them, but I don't hate them. Then what's the problem with that? If you don't have any feelings, then you should just break in. With how you described them, it seems like they'll just laugh it off. But they are still my parents, and even then, what if Nanny and Pop Pop find out? What if dash? James was cut off when a Meowth jumped on his head. Ash looked at him. Say what you feel. It's not rude, it's called being real. James took Meowth off his head and clenched his fists. Fine, you want to know what I really feel. I hate it. I hate my parents. I hate what they put me through. And I hate my fiancé. And I think I hate myself for leaving Growly there in the first place. So, what do you want to do now? Ash asked. James looked up. You know what? Yeah, I don't care anymore. I will get my best friend back, even if I need to fight my parents and that she-devil they want me to marry. James got up and shouted off the balcony. You hear that, Growly? I'm coming back for you. When he screamed, a certain small clown who was looking down at him secretly, she lost her hold and slipped, falling from her hiding spot, and falling on the unsuspecting James on the head. James almost fell over with the sudden shift on his head, but he stayed up and managed to catch the little thing before it fell, revealing a Mime Jr. Mime Jr. looked at James and sheepishly rubbed the back of her head as James, Mime. James looked confused and looked up. Where did you come from, little one? At that moment the screen door opened as Nanny walked over. Sorry to interrupt, but I thought I heard screaming. Is everything all right? James sheepishly turned towards Nanny. Oh no, it's nothing, I was just meeting this cute little one. James held Mime Jr. in front of him as she mimicked his movements. Mime. Nanny smiled. Oh, it's good to see that you two met each other. Well, I wanted to say that dessert is ready if you would like some. Your secretary sure seems to enjoy it. Secro, yeah, of course, I'll go in a moment, James said with a smile. Nanny saw this and smiled, seeing that James seemed to be doing all right again, so she turned to go back inside, leaving them on the balcony. Next morning, everyone was already preparing to leave. Jessie and Meowth were already in the balloon. Ash was waiting outside for James. James was inside thanking Nanny and Pop for everything. Pop chuckled. Now James, there is no need for that, you'll always be welcome here, just as long as you promise not to turn out like your parents, he said jokingly. James nodded. Of course, and I promise I'll come visit again, but I have some things I need to take care of. Just as James was talking, Mime Jr. peeked out holding something behind her back as she ran to James, getting everyone's attention. Oh, hello there. Yeah, sorry, but I need to leave, but it was nice to meet you, James said as he knelt down. Mime Jr. pulled out the thing behind her back. It was a shrunken Pokeball that she handed to James. A Pokeball, James said as he took it, and it grew in his hand. Mime Jr. didn't waste a moment as she jumped up and high-fived the button and went inside. 1 roll, 2 roll, 3 roll, ding. James held Mime Jr.'s Pokeball as Nanny and Pop chuckled. Seems to me like you found yourself a good buddy in Mime Jr. Yeah, it seems to me like Mime Jr. saw that you were a good person, so she wanted to go with you, Nanny said. Mime Jr. James said as he smiled and looked back at the two. All right, I promise I'll take good care of her. I don't doubt it, Pop said. James and Ash hopped onto the balloon and started flying away as they waved goodbye, and when they were a few feet in the sky, James turned around but heard something. Be sure to take care of Growly. Nanny's soft voice rang out. James felt shocked for a moment but shook it off, concluding that he was just hearing things, when suddenly a voice he couldn't imagine talked to him. All right, so where to get back to base? Jessie said, looking at the map. James quickly took it and smiled. Don't worry about it, I'll drive, well, get there, lickety-split, as Mime Jr. jumped on his shoulder and copied him. As the balloon flew away, Nanny and Pop watched it fly. I still think we should have told him we knew. Nanny chuckled at her husband. And where's the fun in that? Besides, as long as James is happy, it doesn't matter if he is a CEO or part of Team Rocket. True, I guess we just need to wait and see. Meanwhile, with Og, Ash was sleeping peacefully after coming back. He didn't even bother putting Venusaur back in his ball, so they were both sleeping in the room. Meanwhile, in his pocket the keystone was still slightly wet from the liquid he found in that cave. When the keystone became dry, it began glowing softly in the dark, but no one was around to see it as it dimed down. But after it began slightly pulsating, as some of the cracks began to close. Location: Cerulean Cave Secret Lab. The cave was almost unrecognizable. Muto's power was destroying the cave, and Articuno and Moltres were managing to suppress Muto with their combined effort, but even that wasn't protecting the cave itself. Now Beedrill pin missile over and over again. Giovanni commanded. He needed this battle to end quickly before the cave collapsed. Beedrill, or rather Megadrill, directed all 5 of his needles toward Muto as he was zipping around. Then he began shooting out small needles from each needle on his body, making it look like machine gun fire. Muto saw this coming and raised its arm to block the needles from getting to its face, but that didn't protect the body as the needles turned it into a pincushion. Then Muto waved its hand as a wave of psychic energy flowed out using Psycho Cut. As the blade of psychic energy approached Beedrill, Sierra called out, Houndoom. Houndoom jumped in the way of the blade, and although the psychic energy didn't hurt him, the recoil did as he got launched back. Muto was about to continue his assault when suddenly Cliff and Arlo called out, Moltres Heat Wave. Articuno Blizzard. Moltres and Articuno appeared behind Muto as they flapped their wings, releasing a wave of 2 different extreme temperatures at Muto, who put its arms up to defend itself. If it was one at a time, Muto could tank it, but due to them hitting it at the same time, Muto experienced a painful thermal shock as it had to fall to its knee and hold back a painful scream. Sierra took the chance. Houndoom Dark Pulse. Houndoom raised his jaw and charged a dark orb, as then he shot a beam towards Muto, who couldn't defend itself. Although Houndoom was probably the least threatening out of the 4 Pokémon battling Muto, but Dark Pulse and all the other attacks beforehand have begun to show signs of slowing Muto down. Without its legendary resistance, it was quite literally death by 1,000 paper cuts as he defended from the real threats. And that wasn't even mentioning that half of its current power was being suppressed. Muto clenched its teeth as it slammed its foot on the ground using a earth power at Houndoom, causing a pillar of earth to slam into his stomach and stop the dark pulse, giving Muto room to breathe. Muto counted back from the attacks from Moltres and Articuno and sent a hurricane to counter the combined attack from the two. Although it couldn't overpower it, it did give Muto time to charge up. Muto clenched its hands together and charged a dark purple ball, then it started to expand and became the largest they had ever seen. It was at least twice as tall as Muto itself. Then, with the intent of throwing it at the two legendaries, Muto flexed his wrist and, nothing. Muto felt its body grow weak as the shadow ball diapered into nothing, and behind it was Megabdrill with his stingers glowing purple. Muto fell face first as Giovanni's footsteps ran through the cave. You left yourself wide open and weakened with that last attack. He then got in front of Muto with Beedrill flying down next to him. That toxin is something special Beedrill prepared. It's strong enough to even poison a champion rank steel type. But with you, I think you'll only be paralyzed for a few hours. Then out of his pocket Giovanni pulled out a familiar purple Pokeball. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Then he dropped it onto Muto, dragging it inside. Inside the ball, Muto looked around at the empty space with nothing but his memories with him. But then his vision began turning dark and he felt something crawling on him. Muto's memories began to darken. Muto in a panic tried to extend its hand out, but it couldn't, whether because of the poison or the darkness on its body. Its vision felt like it was being corrupted as his memories began to be suppressed, including those with Amber. Then everything went dark. League building. Lance was sitting at his desk. Since he and Ash made the business arrangement, he needed to make time to call back the Master and Claire so they could start the proper breeding arrangements. Unfortunately, he needed to put in more effort since the leaders he contacted all mysteriously disappeared with no context for him, so he needed to pick up the work they were doing and everyone else made more time to patrol. Today, however, he finally got free time and was on a video call with the Master and Claire. He finished explaining that he gathered some Aerodactyl, while also keeping Ash out of the conversation like he promised. Needless to say, they were both surprised, Claire more so as she was screaming at him, "What? How, we've been looking for some for so long? You can't just say you just found some lying around? And also, are they strong? And follow up, can I battle them?" The Master waved his hand looking at Claire's outburst, but remained calm. "Indeed, this seems like a great opportunity. I assume you want us to integrate them into our clan's facility." Lance nodded his head. "Yes, I was thinking a Salamence or Charizard, but I think a Salamence would work better." The Master nodded. "Yes, that seems doable. And what about them? Is one of them considered the leader or exceptionally strong?" "Well, there is one that is exceptionally large and seems to be the leader of the group." The Master nodded as Claire had stars in her eyes. "Wow, that's so cool. I call dibs on the first Aerodactyl. After all, how could I, the greatest Dragon Master, not have such an incredible Pokémon?" Claire said as she puffed up her chest. The Master and Lance both looked at the older girl and both sighed. "We can talk specifics later, but for now we need to discuss how to dash." Lance was cut off as suddenly, quite literally, a bird holding the three leaders came through his window. Lance had to do a double take as he sighed. "I'm going to have to call you back." He hung up the call and got up. Spark, Blanche, and Candela got off of Zapdos and stumbled over to Lance as he was looking tired. "You know I have a door, right?" Spark held Blanche as Candela came forward. "We need to talk. Team Rocket is doing something." Lance frowned. "Tell me everything, now." The hot air balloon flew through the air. It was a few hours later and the morning turned to evening as Jessie and Meowth were taking a nap as Ash and James were keeping watch since they knew where they were going. And that's when it came into view, a castle that made the previous one look like a small hut. A place that James knows all too well, his childhood home. The balloon landed and the contact caused Jessie and Meowth to wake up from the landing and then jumped up while landing. Meowth scratched his butt as he walked out. "Yawn, thanks Jimmy. Let's go inside." Jessie rubbed her eyes. "Yeah, then I wanna go shop." Then she opened her eyes and realized they weren't at the base. James, where are we? Shouldn't we be at the base?" James rubbed his nose. "Remember how you said I owed you all? Well, I have some information about this place. There's a big safe in this house and the owners are gone. I even know the combination." Jessie and Meowth went from looking half dead to both staring at James with dollar signs in their eyes. "James, you're too kind. Well, we shouldn't waste any time. Just tell us what it is and we can go." "Yeah, of course," James said as he wrote it on a piece of paper and handed it to them. The day of their wedding. I doubt those narcissists changed it, he thought. Jessie and Meowth took it and without waiting disappeared into the castle, leaving Ash and James alone to walk to the slightly smaller castle nearby. James looked at Ash. "I'm surprised you didn't go with them." Ash just shrugged. I don't need money and plus I'm invested, so let's get your friend back." James smiled as they walked to the door and with their combined strength managed to push it open, revealing a beautiful hallway that seemed never-ending. James put his hands on his face and yelled, "Growly! Where are you, buddy? I've come back for you." He repeated as they walked through the hallways. Then they heard a whimper. Immediately as soon as James heard that, he started sprinting. "Growly!" The sounds guided him to a door near the center. Without a thought he opened it and was greeted by a Growlithe jumping at him and tackling him in the chest, knocking James to the ground and licking his face. As James and Growly were enjoying their reunion and Ash caught up, they heard something break and some speak. Master James. Looking behind, James saw the head butler Hopkins looking at him in shock as he dropped a plate that had food, presumably for Growly. I can't believe it, you truly have returned. Your parents will be delighted when they hear the news." James frowned and got up. "Don't bother telling them, I'm not staying." Hopkins looked even more shocked. But Master James, your parents have been worried sick about you. You mean you have been worried about me? James said with Growly jumping off and running into the room. If they were so worried, why are they on another world cruise? So you know, Hopkins said sadly. Yeah, I came here to take Growly with me. While it was good to see you again, I am already 17 and I will make my own decisions, James announced as Growly came back with a Pokeball in his mouth that James took and put in his pocket. Hopkins sighed. I can't stop you, but I must warn you, Jessibelle is still here, so you must run away dash. As soon as Hopkins said that, the nearby wall broke and a voice that sounded very similar to Jessie spoke. Oh, and run to where? I hope you mean run back to me. Looking at the new hole stood a young woman with an imposing look and a whip by her side. James, it's good to see you finally returned to me. We have much to catch up on, so much. James flinched and jumped behind Ash, and Growly growled, and no, I'm leaving. I don't want to marry you. But Jessibelle didn't hear James' words. Instead, she looked at Growly with disgust. Ugh, I can't believe such a disgusting creature is still here. James grit his teeth and stepped out. Don't you dare speak to Growly like that. Jessibelle scoffed. It seems like we are behind. I will need to work twice as hard to make you understand. Servant, come here and help me. Hopkins seemed saddened and walked forward and stood opposed to them. I am sorry, Master James. Jessibelle gave a maniacal stereotypical laugh as Growly growled, and James grit his teeth and pulled out a Pokeball. I will leave with Growly even if I have to fight my way out. I'm not the same helpless kid I was before. Ash, who was leaning on the wall, walked next to James. 2-on-1. That isn't very fair. I guess I should step in as well. Jessibelle scoffed and pulled out a Pokeball. What's one worthless person or a million? I'll show you that we live in two different worlds. Jessibelle threw out her Vileplume, and Hopkins reluctantly threw out a Pokeball, revealing a Ninetales. Meanwhile, James threw out Weezing and Ash threw Grimmar out. Jessibelle scoffed. Disgusting Pokemon for worthless people. How fitting. I'll show you Vileplume Razor Leaf. James yelled out. Weezing, get in the way and use Flamethrower. Weezing floated in front of the leaves that bounced off his stone skin, and then Weezing gathered flames and spit them out into a flame towards Vileplume. Hopkins raised his arm and looked away. Ninetales, stop the flames. Grimmar. Ash snapped his finger. Ninetales got ready to jump in the way of the flames and absorb them, but before that happened, Grimmar's sludge spread through the floor, and when it tried jumping, it was caught in the sticky substance. Grimmar used a weak sludge wave to cover the field as he then changed its density to become sticky rather than gooey. Since Ninetales couldn't block the fire, Vileplume was engulfed in flames, making Jessibelle scoff. How dare you, Vileplume, solar beam those worthless Pokemon. Vileplume raised its flower and gathered energy. Meanwhile, Ninetales was still stuck in the sludge, unable to move, so Hopkins commanded, overheat. The sludge began to boil as Ninetales attempted to get free, but Grimmar didn't even feel it as the sludge hardened further. Ash snapped his fingers. Grimmar, give it a shock. Grimmar snapped his hands like a whip as the sludge became electrified and began sending volts into Ninetales as Grimmar swam through and delivered an electrified fist to the fox's face so hard it got launched out of the sludge and into a wall, knocked out. Meanwhile, James reached into his pocket and grabbed a berry and threw it at Weezing. Weezing, catch, and use belch. Weezing's small head caught it and quickly swallowed the berry as Vileplume finished charging and shot a beam of light, and Weezing's mouth glowed white and he shot purple rings of energy from its mouth, followed by a wave of purple energy that collided and exploded in the center. As Jessibelle covered her eye and saw Vileplume trying to see where they were, she scoffed. So what, once worthless always worthless? Vileplume used dash. Growly, now Flamethrower. James' voice yelled out. From the floor, Growly, who previously went into hiding by digging down, jumped behind Vileplume and shot a stream of flame directly to the plant, sending it into the wall and being knocked out. Jessibelle stood shocked and shook with anger. Meanwhile, Hopkins already returned Ninetales and Growly jumped to James' side, and Grimmar and Weezing went back to their Pokeballs. Hopkins looked at Jessibelle. My lady, we have lost. I think we should dash. Jessibelle snapped her whip. So what, we have the upper hand. I won't let this worthless husband get away. James looked at Jessibelle. It's not your choice, we are leaving right now. Then he pulled out a Pokeball and threw it into the air. Gyarados, come out and use Surf. Jessie and Meowth were putting a bag full of loot to the balloon as they wanted for the other two to get back. Where are they? How long could one little heist take? Relax, what's the rush? Meowth said, sitting carefree on the loot. We can always go back and grab more dash. Just then the door of the smaller castle burst open as a wave of water splashed out, taking a girl who looked like Jessie and a butler out. The girl was screaming in frustration and the butler wiped his face. I swear I will get back at you, James. The young master has become so strong, it makes me proud. As the wave sent them away, Ash and James came running out, and James had a Growlithe under one arm as they hopped in. What happened? Jessie asked after seeing the scene. No time to explain, let's go, James said as he grabbed Growly and had it shoot fire, making them rise faster into the air. As they got into the sky, Meowth looked at Growly. So what's with the pooch? When they finally got to the sky, James was relieved and put Growly down and looked at the two. Well, remember how Weaveryon was on the ship? Since Ash came back, there was an uneventful day with some uneventful explanations that didn't need to be mentioned. So on the third day, they finally got on the ship to finally make their way to Cinnabar Island. Unsurprisingly, it was starting to get colder in the few days they were there, so Misty had to finally give in and put on some pants. Meanwhile, everyone else was fine. The ship itself was smaller than the SSN, maybe that was a good thing, but that didn't stop Brock and Yellow from having a slight PTSD moment, but that was solved in about an hour. This was currently the second day on the ship and they should arrive on Cinnabar Island in a few hours. Ash was sitting alone on the front deck. Pikachu was trying a new abomination of cake and ketchup, so Ash took a different table to not be seen with that freak of nature. As Ash was sitting, a familiar brown-haired girl peeked out and looked at him while chuckling. I'm going to surprise him. She sneaked up and put her hands on Ash's eyes. Guess who? Ash pretended to be surprised and grabbed the mysterious person's hands. Oh, who can it be? Judging by the size of those hands, it must be Yellow. The person who was actually green. Her face darkened. Keep joking and I'm going to burn your card collection. Of course, I'm joking. Ash chuckled. Green looked down. Okay then, time for you to guess. Ash. Green raised her eyebrow. Are you okay? Whoops, I dozed off for a sec. I've been so tired lately. Time to answer the question. Green said, putting some pressure. Ash acted oblivious. What was the question? Quit joking and guess who I am. What do you mean guess who you are? You're the person I'm closest to. Green's face darkened. Don't get smart on me. Hey, please take your hands off now. You're going to pluck my eyeballs out. Say my name. You're being silly. Who else would you be? Shut up and say my name, Green said, pushing a bit harder. Ash stayed silent for a second. I want my phone call. There's no such thing. Do you actually think I don't know? Ash said, giving a hurt tone. Quit playing games, and say it. Are you doubting me right now? Is saying my name hard? Your name is not the issue, this is an issue of trust. Fine, let's see how far this goes. I bet my left thumb that you don't know my name. What are you betting? Green said, looking increasingly more. Ash gave a serious tone. You sure you want to take it this far? You scared? I'm not the one who's scared, you are. Ash said, getting a maniacal laugh from Green. From the corner, Gary was also here, and he was watching the show play out with some popcorn. Yellow randomly walked up out of nowhere and saw the scene. She was about to ask but Gary stopped her. SHH, don't ruin this, Gary said, holding his finger out and handing her the popcorn, which made Chuchu jump out and eat happily. Back to the scene, Green looked angrily down at Ash. Get a load of this idiot. I'm giving you one last chance to take your hands off, now. Green smiled evilly. I'm the one giving last chances, not you. There's no going back from this. Is that what you really want? Damn right, that's what I want. One of us is gonna bite the dust today. I'll name the place we first met on 3. Green laughed. Is that all you got, son? You adorable little brat. Surrender if you're scared, Ash said, completely ignoring that last part. Shut your mouth and let's begin. 1. Ash started. Green immediately followed up. 2. Ash stayed silent for a moment, so Green leaned down. Are you praying? Before you kill me, let me say my final words, Ash requested. Go, Green said with her face darkened. Your hands have gotten really rough, Gary. Everyone stayed quiet and Green took a deep breath. Wrong answer, you motherf. To be continued, rightward arrow. Ash and everyone was sitting down. Ash had an eye patch on his left eye as Green looked away. Why the heck did you let the bit go on for so long? Well, excuse me, I didn't think you'd try to pluck my eye out, Ash said sarcastically, as Yellow was next to him with her hand just in front of his face glowing. Gary, who looked like he just died of laughter, looked over at Yellow. Yeah, still weird to think you two can do that. Ash shrugged. I mean, it's understandable. If I found out you could suddenly make fireballs or something, I would be more than jealous. Getting a chuckle out of Gary. Ash also turned to Green. Anyway, you're not going to apologize. Ash teased. I have nothing I should apologize for. You're the one that plays too much, and look where it got you. Green playfully scoffed. Wow, victim blaming much. Ash said as he looked at everyone. Surprisingly, both Gary and Green had new clothes. Gary had this new blue jacket with black parts and gold accents over a black shirt, his necklace still on display. And Green had a large green jacket that seemed a size too big for her, underneath revealing a pink shirt, as she was also wearing some black pants. Ash recognized them as their counterparts' Sina suits. I see you guys got some new clothes. Gary raised his nose. What, did you think you were the only one that could get a new style? Ash smiled. No, but when you're switching between this fad and that, like nothing's working. I mean, seriously, every few months you have a new format. Gary scoffed. It's called the future, and you're the junk that comes before that. Sure, anyway, besides your consistent bragging, I think Green's looks pretty good, Ash said nonchalantly. And what about mine? Gary asked. What about yours? Getting an eye twitch from Gary and a chuckle from Green. Yellow saw this and looked down at her own clothes, since between all of them she was the only one that had the same style since they started about 5 months ago. Yellow sighed and put her hands down. There, your eye should be better now. Ash smiled and took off the eye patch, showing his eye was back to normal. He gave a thumbs up. Thanks, Yellow, you're the best. Yellow blushed slightly from the praise and looked away, getting a chuckle from everyone. Green stretched her arms up. Anyway, how are you guys doing on your badges? I mean, we're all going to Cinnabar, right? Kinda hard to believe we all coincidentally have the same stuff. I'm at 6, Ash said. Yeah, me too, Gary added. Green showed her badge case. Same here. I mean, I really should be more surprised, Gary said, closing his eyes, but as far as I know the Viridian leader is still not at the gym. As soon as he said that, all 3 of them stared at Yellow, who slightly flinched and started waving her hands. Hey, I don't know anything. I don't even know who the gym leader is. Usually Uncle Wilton deals with that stuff. Green rubbed Yellow's head. Don't worry about it. Then she turned to the boys. But I guess we all would need to wait for whoever it is to get back to their duties. Gary shrugged. I mean, legally they only technically need to be at the gym for like 3 months to not lose funding or their position, so they should be there by the time we make it back. Don't quote me on that though. I mean I guess, worst case we could get some badges from the unlicensed gyms. We only need like 1 more after this, Ash said, getting a blank stare from the other 2. Nice try, but not happening. I'm getting that badge, Gary said. Yep, I still have our other bet to finish, on who gets the badges first. Don't think I've forgotten, Green said smugly. Yeah, don't remind me, Ash rolled his eyes. Besides, you haven't even cashed out your other thing. Oh, don't you worry, I have a certain thing I'm saving that for, Green said, smiling mischievously, making Ash and Gary shiver slightly. Ash sighed seeing the 2 and did the only thing he could think of. You know, does that mean Gary is worse than us since we go on foot and he has a car? A few hours later, the ship docked and they all finally arrived on Cinnabar Island. People made their way out as Ash and Yellow said their goodbyes to Gary and Green and went their separate ways. They managed to catch up with Misty and Brock, and the most surprising thing about this island was even though it was late fall and nearing winter and everywhere else was getting cold, this place was warm, not just that steaming. It was obvious why. The large volcano that was steaming and generating heat for this entire island and especially for the multiple hot springs, which made the island a tourist destination during the cold seasons. Misty was the most relieved. Ah, so warm, it means I don't have to wear these uncomfortable things, she said, referring to the pants. Ash and Brock looked at her weirdly. Is it seriously that hard for you to wear pants for a while? Ash said. Misty pointed at him. Look who's talking. You always wear a jacket when it is hot, and I've never seen you in shorts. Ash smiled as Misty released the poor choice of words. Before she could stop him, Ash put his hand on his face. Oh, how barbarish. Are you that desperate to see my legs? I can't believe it. Stop being weird. Misty yelled, getting people around them to look at her. Ash decided to not continue teasing her and looked around as he opened his jacket. So what should we do? We can either go find a place for the night or we can go to the lab for the fossils you guys have. I vote finding a hotel, Yellow said, raising her hand. Yeah, I agree, although I would like to revive them. Finding a place takes priority, Brock said. Before Misty could say anything, Ash spoke again. Okay, in that case Misty's vote doesn't matter. Let's find somewhere to rent. Misty felt like punching Ash, but she knew if she did it would be admitting Ash won, so she just followed. As Ash led the way, someone caught his eye. No way, but I guess it makes sense. Before he could do or say anything, this boy approached them quickly and looked at them excitedly. Alola? Are you guys tourists? I can give you a guide as long as you can pay. This boy looked to be around the same age as them, maybe a bit older. He had black hair and a baseball cap with a blue and white striped t-shirt. Next to him was a Meowth, but not just any Meowth, an Alolan Meowth. Yes, this was Sun, one of the protagonists from the manga, and since he is here that means whatever happens in Alola hasn't happened yet. Also means he is about to get robbed. As Ash was thinking, Yellow looked confused. Alola. Oh sorry, Sun rubbed the back of his head. My great-grandfather lives there and I kinda let that slip out sometimes. Yellow looked at Ash. Didn't you go to Alola one year? Before Ash could answer, Sun ran to him with stares in his eyes. You mean you've been to Alola? Can you tell me about it? Ash felt a sweat drop as Yellow looked apologetically. Sure, I can tell you, but it's not too impressive. But in exchange, can you tell us some stuff about Cinnabar Island? You know, like hotels, the laboratory, and the gym. Sun nodded and pointed his thumb to himself confidently. Of course, I'll definitely help you. After all, they don't call me Saver for nothing. Comment. 16 comment. Sun guided the group through the town, giving them a rundown on everything. With him they found a nice hotel that wasn't full already. He also gave them information on places of note like the lab and some restaurants, but unsurprisingly he didn't know where the gym was. In exchange, once everything was over, Ash told him some of the stuff he saw when he was in Alola. It really wasn't anything special, but Sun seemed to eat it all up. Anyway, after all that, they went their separate ways and decided to go to the lab for Yellow and Brock. Misty just followed along since she didn't have anything better to do. When they arrived at the large building, they all noticed many Pokémon being observed by scientists and running some experiments on them which were not harmful. The Pokémon actually looked quite happy. As they were watching, a scientist with brown hair and glasses quickly approached them. I'm sorry, but do you have any business here? This place isn't a tourist spot or a place to play. We have some very fragile equipment that we would like to keep in one piece. Everyone turned towards Ash, making him wonder if he was the only one who paid attention. Do any of you know about a scientist named Seymour? The scientist they were talking to looked surprised. Oh, are you the group he told us about? Do you have fossils you need revived? Ash nodded. Yep, my 2 friends here have one each they want to revive. The scientist nodded and gestured to them to follow. You know, he said there were only 3 of you, but then again he didn't seem to be there when I last talked to him. How is Seymour anyway? Brock asked, walking closer. He shrugged. Fine, I guess. I mean, he is staying inside Empty Moon. I talked to him recently, but he seemed almost bored. I don't know. Yellow looked sadly at the fossil she had. Oh, well, I hope he's doing all right. I do as well, he said as they arrived at a machine. We are here. Please take out your fossils if you have them and I shall start it. The machine in question had a glass capsule situated over a flat platform connected by various wires leading down to different machinery. Brock and Yellow pulled out their respective fossils and the scientist gestured inside the machine. They followed and put it inside, and as it closed it was filled with a strange blue liquid. The scientist looked intently. Normally we would be charged a price depending on whatever comes out, but since you are friends of Seymour, then if you are willing, we can waive it off if you give us a few extra hours to do some research. Brock and Yellow looked at each other for a moment. How long would it take? Well, your fossils should be ready in about 3 hours, so if you give us time we can return them to you by sundown. Does that sound fair? Brock seemed to think that was reasonable, and Yellow didn't understand if that was good or bad, so she just agreed with Brock. When they finished the details they all went out and decided to find a place for lunch as they discussed what to do next. So what do you guys want to do next? I mean, I can't challenge the gym without knowing where it is, so until then I'm out of ideas, Ash said as he took a bite of a sandwich with Pikachu doing the same. I mean, I wouldn't mind visiting the hot springs, Brock said, slightly blushing and holding back a nosebleed. Ash and Misty both looked at him. Yeah, I'm sure it's not 'cause you want to peek at girls bathing, right? Misty said as Ash covered Yellow's ears. Hey, no, I just want to relax and do some research. Yeah, Brock said. Ash rolled his eyes and let Yellow go. Okay, Jiraiya. Anyway, I guess I can take you to the island of Squirtles if you want, he said, catching Misty's immediate attention. She grabbed Ash by the shoulders. Can we go now? I've been waiting patiently for so long, and I want my water turtle. Sure, just don't shake me. I have enough brain trauma as is, Ash said, shrugging Misty off and looking at Brock and Yellow. Do you guys want to go with us? Brock covered his face with his hand. Sorry, but my research calls, and I should stay here to wait on the fossils. I don't know what that means, but sure, I can go with you guys, Yellow said as she was spoon-feeding Chucho. Ash nodded as they finished their lunch and he fed the cold-blooded goblin living inside his sleeve. Speaking of which, Dratini is almost old enough to start training. The main reason it took so long is that dragons mature slower. Obviously, a Rattata and a Dratini mature at different rates. Dragon types are known as the ones that take the longest on average, and Dratini had been growing, where she originally could only wrap around Ash's arm. She is about 3 feet long now. But since they were about to leave this new warm place and go back to the cold, she begrudgingly allowed herself to enter her Pokeball again, being cold-blooded and all. After everyone finished, Brock separated from the rest of the group as he went to see if there were any unisex bathhouses. Spoiler for people at home, there weren't. Meanwhile, the three walked over to the nearby port where they could have rented a boat, but spoiler, none of them knew how to drive one. So Ash let out Pidgeot and Charizard. He would have let Fearow out too, but 1, he doesn't have his saddle yet, and 2, he is much more likely to complain and throw someone off of him than Pidgeot, so no. Ash let them on Charizard since he knew Misty would probably complain about the cold and Yellow didn't mind. Meanwhile, he got on Pidgeot, making sure Abra remembered the spot so they could come back quickly. Ash pulled up the map on his dex and sent it to Yellow. If you follow behind me we'll be fine, but just in case so you'll know what to do. Misty rolled her eyes. Don't jinx us, besides can't Abra just come and get us if we do? Ash clapped his hands together. Do you forget that she has to find you first? And moving at 30 miles per hour at the average height of a commercial flight doesn't make it easy, I'll tell you that. Misty furrowed her brows and glared at Ash, making him look back at the sea. And also I don't know where she is. Meanwhile, Abra and Ghastly were sitting in one of the spas. Both of them had cucumbers on their eyes with face masks, each holding a pina colada. Ghastly sighed in relaxation. You know, you're a weird little freak, but sometimes you do have good ideas. It is only natural, junior sister. To properly cultivate and break through your ascended iron soul stage we must remove the impurities in your body. Abra said proudly, like that meant something. Well, I did say sometimes, Ghastly said as she turned to her side to a third figure with them. How you feeling after all that? The figure was Sadak, who was relaxing as well with a face mask and coconut in his hand. After the week Sadak has had, Sadak needed this, but unlike them, he was eating the cucumbers. Abra leaned over. Well, junior brother, that is no good. We need you to be at full strength. So we need to travel to the regenerative springs high on Mount Hua where the blossoms run free. Your words hurt Sadak's head. Sadak just wants to relax. Sadak said as his head started hurting. Then all the furniture in the room started floating with Sadak's psychic powers. Ghastly stayed in her chair as everything happened. I just want one normal vacation day. Is that too much to ask? Misty begrudgingly accepted the explanation as they all got on the flying types and flew into the cold sky. Well, cold compared to the warm island they were on, making Pidgeot very much uncomfortable. Despite all the build-up, the actual trip was pretty boring. Nothing happened, no one got lost, and it only took like 30 minutes. 5 of those were just looking around to find the place. But that's when they saw it, a large island in the shape of a shell. When they landed, the first thing that happened was that Pidgeot demanded to go back to his ball, which he did along with Charizard. The next was seeing tons of Squirtle and Wartortle walking around and carrying supplies for the upcoming colder months, because believe it or not, turtles do not hibernate, so the water turtles were making other arrangements. Ash looked around and saw some Wartortle walking into the forest, so that's where he would go. He turned to the girls. Okay, we're here, go ahead and pick your favorite, or get a bunch, I don't care, this place isn't mine. Misty looked like a kid in a candy store as she started looking around at all the water turtles with stars in her eyes, and she left Ash and Yellow alone. Yellow looked at Ash as Chucho was using Yellow's hair as a blanket. So what should we do? Ash looked back at Misty. Well, I want to go deeper. If you don't mind, could you make sure Misty doesn't do anything stupid? She's acting like an addict. Yellow looked towards Misty, who just grabbed a Squirtle and lifted it, receiving a water gun to the face as a response. I guess I don't have a choice, do I? She mumbled. Ash took that as a yes as both he and Pikachu walked deeper into the forest to find what he wanted. On the way he let Aerodactyl out to see if it would help. He wasn't expecting much admittedly, but you never know. As they walked through the forest they got some looks, while Ash and Pikachu got confused and some angry glares, and Aerodactyl got some admiration, mainly because of the glasses. But after a bit of time, they got to what appeared to be the center of the island. When he saw it, Blastoise, not just one but a few, and on a podium, the largest and strongest Blastoise stood proudly. Before they went in, Ash did the same thing with Aerodactyl using the keystone to search. When he did he saw that there were like 4 stones, but they were all inside a cave he didn't even see because it was behind the Blastoise king. As he looked normally again he could see that comparatively the Blastoise king was weaker than the Venusaur king, but he still probably couldn't win a one-on-one, especially with the 6 other Blastoise that seemed to make a council. Ash sat down behind a tree to start thinking of a plan. Despite how he may have acted back with the Venusaur, he doesn't just want to go willy-nilly. If he had Ghastly with him she could just grab them and leave, but once again he doesn't know where she is. Aisha Ghastly sneezed as she was resting inside the spa getting a massage from Machoke, who was having trouble with her gas body. Abra and Sadak were also at nearby tables getting massages. Sadak looked at her. Sadak didn't realize ghosts could get sick. They can't, so it's weird that I sneezed. Ghastly responded. Then that must mean the impurities in your body are being released. We must continue. The steam room will purge our spirits next, Abra said as she teleported to the sauna. Ghastly signed and got up. If she couldn't teleport I'd lock her in there. Anyway, Ash didn't have a good idea on how to continue. He was about to turn to Pikachu and Aerodactyl for advice, but in the place where Aerodactyl was standing his outline was left blinking, surprising Pikachu since he was just next to him. Ash and Pikachu turned to each other then back at the Blastoise, and standing in the center with a proud pose, "Hey King, you have something my boss wants." The Blastoise turned his head down looking at Aerodactyl. "You dare, fall in line." His voice rang with authority, making the Squirtle and Aerodactyl bow their heads, and the Blastoise bowed in respect. But Aerodactyl remained on his feet with his hands crossed, his glasses reflecting the sun. Aerodactyl sneered, "What a shame you think I'm like the others." Ash and Pikachu looked shocked seeing Aerodactyl standing proudly. It seemed like the plan for stealth was gone and now they had to walk in behind Aerodactyl, albeit both looking frustrated at the water turtle. Before that Ash went ahead and looked at Blastoise with his dex, and the result made Ash rethink his life choices. Blastoise, Invincible Shell, unless an attack can do double the user's defense or a crit, the user will always take 1/3 damage. The king seemed angered by Aerodactyl's unwillingness to comply with his words. He was almost impressed, but he wasn't foolish enough to show it, especially after seeing Ash and Pikachu walk out. "You must be either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid to come into my kingdom and demand things from me." Aerodactyl scoffed again, "Sure, if that makes you feel better, but like I said, you have something my boss wants." One of the Blastoise in the council looked like he was about to say something, but the king raised his hand and smiled. "Oh, then tell me what exactly this boss you have wants." Aerodactyl looked at Ash expectantly and Ash felt like kicking him like a football. He didn't, but he did think about it. "Well, I come seeking a stone, one from the cave behind you. The Venusaurs call them the royal gems." Blastoise's ears perked up at that. "So you mean to say you met with the Venusaur king and got one of the stones?" Ash nodded and that made Blastoise smirk. "Well, I'm not particularly as attached to these rocks as that annoying king is, but if you got it from him then you must be strong." Ash's eye twitched hearing this. He'd read enough translated noble plots to know where this was going. "I wouldn't say that. You are probably much stronger than all of us combined," Ash said looking at the king who had countless marks on his shell. The king laughed. "Wahaha, that's obvious isn't it? Alright then, you lot intrigue me, so I'll give you a challenge." Aerodactyl looked at Ash and gave a thumbs up. Ash sighed and looked at the king. "So what is it?" "All in due time. First hit me with all you've got," Blastoise said proudly. Ash didn't bother doing the cliché "be but sir," he just looked at Aerodactyl and Pikachu and commanded them to attack. Blastoise took the water pulse and thunderbolt like it was nothing, laughing as it hit him. "Wahaha, I see this is your current strength. You're right, if you were my son I would have probably disowned you for being so weak." He then turned to Ash. "This isn't everything, right? To gain something from the Venusaur you must at least have one of those grass frogs. Bring it out." Ash complied and let Venusaur out, who immediately came face to face with the Blastoise and looked back at Ash with a tired expression, also seeing Aerodactyl. "Seriously again, I swear if it turns out you're a secret prince too I'm not going to call you that. Nidoking is already on my nerves trying to teach me royal edict." "Don't worry, I wouldn't want to be a snot-nosed trust fund baby anyway," Aerodactyl said proudly. Venusaur sighed as looking at the imposing Blastoise and he could tell why Ash brought him out, so without an order he raised his head and shot out a energy ball that Blastoise took in the chest. Despite the strength and type advantage, Blastoise remained motionless as he chuckled and turned away as he walked to his throne. "I see, still so weak, but I have a good idea about your strength now." As he stepped to his throne he pointed at 3 Blastoise in the council, making them flinch and look down in embarrassment. "This is your condition. These 3 are around your level. If you manage to defeat them in combat and amuse me I'll let you have your little rocks." The Blastoise walked up and looked embarrassed since their king effectively called them weak. Meanwhile, Ash rubbed his face, but this was about the best result he could have asked for, so he grabbed Pikachu and Aerodactyl and brought them close to Venusaur to discuss a game plan. From what he could tell, the three were around Venusaur's strength, meaning in total Aerodactyl would be the most useless in the fight and Pikachu would be able to keep up decently, so Ash would have to get creative. Pikachu, Venusaur, and Aerodactyl stood opposed to the three Blastoises in a makeshift field that would serve as their stadium. The king raised his hand and slammed it down, indicating for the battle to start. Blastoise 1 and 3 started running in, winding up Ice Punch to aim at the biggest threat, Venusaur, as Blastoise started charging a Hydro Pump. Venusaur immediately took the opportunity to shoot a Sunny Day into the sky for future use as Pikachu ran in with a quick attack and Aerodactyl with a Aqua Jet, both slamming into the incoming Blastoise, stopping them in their tracks. Meanwhile, Blastoise 2 had to redirect the blast of water to stop Venusaur from setting up the sun, but by the time it got close it was too late and the sun was up, reducing the not very effective move by 50%. Now that the preparations were done, Ash raised his hands. Pikachu Thunder Punch, Aerodactyl Aura Sphere. Pikachu and Aerodactyl smirked as they jumped over the big turtle's arm as Aerodactyl threw a sphere and Pikachu shocked Blastoise with a downward hit, forcing their heads back into the shells. As Blastoise 1 and 3 got back into the fight, Blastoise 2 appeared behind Aerodactyl and hit a brick break to his side, and the one Pikachu was on grabbed him and used a submission. As Ash saw this and looked to the side, Venusaur, get ready on my command, Pikachu discharge. As Pikachu was being squished, he slapped his cheeks and erupted in electricity, catching the Blastoise off guard and loosening the grip enough for Pikachu to break free and leaving Blastoise wide open. Venusaur now! Ash yelled out. Venusaur's mouth charged with the sun's energy as an orb condensed, then shot forward into a beam as the solar beam aimed at Blastoise 3, but before it connected, Blastoise 2 got in the way and blocked with its arms to tank the daming. As Blastoise 2 was stopping the solar beam, Blastoise 1 got back into battle and raised his cannon to shoot Venusaur with a ice beam, but just before it left the cannon, Ash yelled out, Aerodactyl counter shield. Aerodactyl's shell came flying in from the side and collided as the beam left Blastoise's cannon. The spinning rotation caused the ice beam to circle around Aerodactyl, and then as the last bit of it got Aerodactyl, he uncurled and used the momentum to hit a frozen punch to Blastoise's face. Out of everything, that got a slight smile from the king as he was still looking at the battle. Blastoise 2, who was behind 3, popped a curse and ran forward with a mega punch aiming to hit Pikachu. Pikachu tried to dodge but was just a moment too late and got hit on his side and into the ground. Then Blastoise prepared a mega kick, but Pikachu managed to jump back up and avoid the kick. Pikachu turned to the ground and bounced with Iron Tail and use Brick Break. Ash commanded. Pikachu turned his small body as his tail glowed silver, then it was slammed to the ground, launching up and allowing him to land a hard uppercut to Blastoise's chin and send it to the ground. As that happened, Ash turned. Aerodactyl uses Power-Up Punch to get them close. Venusaur do it when they are together. Aerodactyl used the momentum as he was dodging another attack from Blastoise 1. He did a flip over the air and spun around with his fist glowing red. He punched Blastoise 1 across the face, sending him a few steps back. As soon as Aerodactyl did that, he jumped back and Pikachu did the same, as Venusaur got the signal to use Nature's Madness. The ground began blooming into pink and green scenery, making the area look more like a garden. Meanwhile, the 3 Blastoises were covered in pink shock waves, causing them to be enveloped and hit them all so hard the wind got knocked out of them. As soon as it was done, Pikachu charged his cheeks and sent a thunderbolt hitting the 3 grouped up Blastoise. Blastoise 2 managed to jump out of the way, but 1 and 3 were shocked. That seemed more amusing to the king, but he still seemed to not be impressed, but he didn't say anything as he kept watching. Blastoise 3 wasn't looking the best but still stood up, as when he looked up he saw Aerodactyl zipping forward with jets of water on his feet and a aura sphere in his hand. He tried to turn and dodge, but Aerodactyl used a second smaller aura sphere on his feet to change direction and hit Blastoise. Blastoise took it and was still up as he took the chance and grabbed Aerodactyl, then slammed him into the ground using a smackdown, sliding across the ground as Blastoise 1 and 2 stood guard, separating Venusaur and Pikachu. Aerodactyl tried to get free, but Blastoise 3 didn't give him a chance as he was thrown up and he jumped up to use a Savage Skull Bash, sending Aerodactyl to the ground. Then as he was in the air, he turned and aimed the cannons down using Flash Cannon. The silver beam was shot before anyone could stop it, and the spot where Aerodactyl was a crater was left covered in dust with his new glasses broken. Blastoise 3 celebrated as Blastoise 1 and 2 got another Electro Ball and Energy Ball from the 2, sending him back and letting Pikachu get past and go check on Aerodactyl, to which he found nothing but the glasses. Blastoise 3 noticed this and prepared to launch another attack at Pikachu, but before that, he felt something at his back. When he turned, it was too late as a blue fist hit him across the face, sending him to the ground. Then as he looked up, the last thing he saw was a Blastoise using a Brick Break at him, and then he was knocked out. This was Aerodactyl, who evolved when he got out of the way by using a Shell Sash, then shooting a jets of water from his feet and spinning away. Ash's dex dinged as he looked at Blastoise, making him nod as it was priority good. Blastoise, M. Ability, Torrent. Hidden ability, Mega Launcher. Current moves, Rapid Spin, Bite, Water Pulse, Aqua Jet, Withdraw, Protect, Ice Beam, Aura Sphere, Scald, Jet Punch, Shell Smash, Work Up, Aqua Ring, Aqua Tail, Power Up Punch, Brick Break, Flash Cannon, Hydro Pump. Renegade, gain Steel Stab, can learn any steel type move. Ash looked forward and smiled at the king's amused face, so he decided to show off something. Blastoise used double iron bash and flash cannon. Blastoise smiled wide as he sprung forward, catching Blastoise 1 and 2 off guard as both his fists glowed silver, and he delivered 2 slams into both of them. Blastoise 1 was out but 2 stayed up, so with his strength Blastoise sent him into the sky. Then his cannons aimed forward and charged a boosted cannon. Then they were shot as a bright beam was shot and exploded in the sky, covering it with smoke and slightly shaking the area as Blastoise 2 fell with spirals in his eyes. Blastoise was exhausted as they all heard a hearty laughter coming from the king. Wahaha, I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting much, but to see that truly is amusing. Maybe you lot aren't as weak as I thought. How about another round? Blastoise struck a pose. Yes. Everyone else yelled over him. No, no, no. The Blastoise king walked into the cave with Ash, Pikachu, and Blastoise. Venusaur went back into his ball after all the knocked out Blastoise were taken aside. When they entered, the cave was bigger than Ash thought. The cave had a large central island surrounded by a lake with glittering water all around it, with nothing but a narrow path connecting the island to the rest of the cave. The central island also had 4 familiar glowing stones, with a 5th being formed in what appeared to be a small waterfall that dumped the same water that was in the pond around it. The Blastoise king turned to them. Well, you a lot amused me, so deal's a deal. Take whatever you want, I don't really care about these stones. Not like that dumb Venusaur king, he said as he took a megastone he had with him. To me these things are just rocks. What value could they bring? Then to prove his point he shattered the stone he had in his hands, easily turning it into dust. Then he turned to leave, but before he did he turned to see Blastoise. And do come back one day when you're not weak. I look forward to the day I might have a good fight, even if it's from a delinquent like you. Blastoise smirked and crossed his arms. You bet, old man, but I won't just give you a good fight. I'll beat you and your lackeys. Bwahaha, really now? I hope you live up to that. If you do, you can have my throne and I'll even marry my eldest daughter to you. Bwahaha. The Blastoise king laughed hysterically as he walked out, leaving them there. They stood there for a moment before Blastoise tuned down to Ash. You know, he isn't as snobby as I thought he would be. Ash didn't look at him, but he did cover his fist in aura and slap Blastoise in the shell, sending him to the ground. Next time don't do something that stupid again. We won't be lucky next time. Pikachu turned to Ash. WH, don't you do the same thing, Dash. Shut up or I'm throwing away your limited edition ketchup bottles. Ash said, making Pikachu cover his mouth. Then as Blastoise got up, Ash looked down at him. Anyway, go ahead and grab your favorite. Ash then walked to the pond and pulled a jar he grabbed to grab some of the water coming from the small waterfall, glittering with energy. Meanwhile, Blastoise got close to look at the megastones, to look them over. He was drawn to them, but to choose one was quite hard. That involved multiple tests, like putting them next to his eyes as makeshift glasses and posing with them on his head. Eventually, he settled on one that felt right. As Ash walked back, he flashed the stone, looking proudly. Alright then, let's go, Ash said as he grabbed 2 more stones. If the king didn't want them, he knew just the thing to do with them, but he did leave one just in case. When they walked out, they were saluted by the water turtles as they walked out of the cave and then out of the forest. Along the way, Ash and Blastoise noticed a warturtle standing by the king. He didn't say or do anything, but he had a feeling that was the daughter in question. Eventually, following the Squirtles walking back and forth, he finally got back to the beach, only to see Yellow sitting in a corner cradling Choo-Choo as she helplessly watched Misty. Ash yelled over to get Yellow's attention. Yo, I'm back. How are things going here? Yellow heard Ash's voice and turned to her and frantically pointed back over to Misty. Misty has gone crazy with power. She's caught so many and I couldn't stop her. Ash felt his eye twitch as he stared at Yellow, then looked at Misty, who was basically spinning around in joy in the sand. He debated what he should do, but in the end, he sucked it up and walked towards her. Hey Misty, how are things going? Misty turned to see Ash and grabbed him by the arms and spun with him. This is wonderful. I've caught so many Squirtles. I see, Ash said as he forced himself to break free from Misty, but I got what I needed and you said you only needed 1 Squirtle or Wartortle, so I think we should go. Misty snapped to look at Ash. What? But there are still so many? I got 1 for myself, but there are more that I must catch, she said, looking like a ravenous animal. Misty, this isn't normal. Being normal, who needs it? I have Squirtles. While you were being normal, I was catching Squirtles. Misty yelled to the sky. Ash and Pikachu looked at each other, then Pikachu jumped off as Ash grabbed Misty and put her under his arm. Right, Yellow, I got her, let's go. Hey, let me go. Misty started struggling, trying to break free. I have Squirtles to catch. I don't have time for this. Yellow walked up and leaned over to Ash's ear. Is Misty okay? Probably not, Ash said bluntly as he walked off, making Yellow freeze for a moment that was only broken when Pikachu jumped in her arms. As Misty was still struggling, Ash looked around the beach for a moment, then put his other arm over his hand to yell out, Abra. Then a moment later, Abra popped next to him with a bright yellow hat with a checker pattern and the word taxi on the top. Ash didn't question it and signaled for Yellow to get closer as Abra grabbed them and teleported, with Misty still struggling to break free. Meanwhile, Brock was resting in the hot spring. Unfortunately, he never found a unisex place or a good place to do some research, so he was just resting in the hot water. He was almost oblivious to everything going on around him, and the steam made it hard for anyone to see anything, so he didn't realize he was alone. Well, he was. 3 people walked into the hot water as they talked to each other. Hey, it looks like we lucked out. This place is empty. Ha, I'm so glad we were deployed here. All we need to do is keep our base a secret and protect those scientists. Brock was going to announce his presence, but there was no point, so he kept relaxing, trying to block out their voices, especially when he heard scientists. He just assumed it was the same ones he met earlier. The three people got into the water as well. Man, this is nice, but I'm still curious what exactly they are working on. PWWWW, beats me, the third guy said. The boss just told us they working with something involving the birds or something. I think he said something about the admin Sierra or something. Oh, that hot chick. Man, what I wouldn't give for one date with her. A date, I'd settle for 10 minutes. Ha, more like 10 seconds. They all laughed at the playful banter. Brock didn't say anything, he just thought saying admin seemed strange for a superior, but he was more interested in the name Sierra, immediately getting the mental image of a beautiful girl. But seriously, I think they were saying something about unleashing Zapmalcuno. Wait, wasn't it Thursday Pfizer? No, that was the old project. The new one is called Zapmalcuno, but I don't know anything about it. Brock was snapped out of his trance as he heard that. He couldn't help but feel like he heard that name before, Thursday Pfizer. But then the sound of them standing up was heard. Anyway, we should go to the sauna. We don't have forever before we need to get back on shift. They left Brock alone to think about what he heard. Ash, Yellow, and Misty came back with Abra. Misty went limp when she realized they weren't on the island anymore. Sigh, can you put me down now? Misty said disgruntled. I'm still not sure if I can trust you to not try it again, Ash said as he paid taxi Abra with a bag of cookies as she then teleported away. Fine, I promise I won't go crazy again. We aren't even there anymore. Don't ask me, ask Yellow, you tormented her, Ash said, looking smugly down at her. Misty looked up, seriously. I can just walk into town holding you like this, Dash. Yellow, please forgive me, Misty said, looking desperately at Yellow. Yellow looked flustered. Oh, it's okay. Ash, can you put her down? Ash held his hand under his chin and looked focused. Fine, he said as he let her down. Misty took a moment to recover from her catching high and got back on her feet. Sorry about that, I don't know what came over me. Ash stretched his arms behind his head. Meh, it happens. Anyway, you got what you wanted from there, right? Misty nodded and pulled out a Pokeball, releasing a Squirtle that immediately once out looked scared and ran back to hide behind Misty's legs. Yellow leaned down to try and comfort the thing as Ash checked his dex, and felt like he got punched in the face. Squirtle, F. Invincible Shell. Ash breathed heavily into his hand as he dragged it across his face and mumbled, sometimes I really wonder who got the plot armor. Did you say something? Ash waved his hand. It's nothing. Anyway, how many did you catch? Misty pulled out 7 shrunken Pokeballs. Well, I got 5 Squirtle and 2 Aerodactyl. I was going to send them over to the breeders in Cerulean. Ash shrugged. Alright, well, we still have some time, so do you want to get it over with and go call your gym now? I need to call home anyway. I mean, sure, why not? Misty shrugged and Yellow followed suit. Alright, I think there should be some computers in the Pokemon Center. Let's go. Later. The sun was starting to set. Everyone finished their affairs and they met back up with Brock, so they all went back to the lab. Well, except Misty, she decided to stay with her new Squirtle. So it was Ash, Brock, and Yellow. When they walked in, they were greeted by the same scientist who met them when they arrived. AHH, it's good to see you guys back. We got more than enough research done, so they are ready for you. He led them through the lab where it seemed like a lot of things were moved and some Pokemon seemed to have also left or gone to a separate room. Then they were led to a separate side room where they saw a cage and a glass container filled with water. First, they were led to the aquarium where they saw the small yellow shell. Inside was a blue Pokemon with 10 tentacles, an Omenet. The researcher grabbed a nearby Pokeball and handed it to Yellow. This one is yours. It's a Pokemon named Omenet. You should be fine to handle it. They aren't particularly dangerous, just make sure to keep him safe. Yellow took the Pokeball and pointed it at Omenet so that it would go in. Then when she had it, she released it again on the floor. When she did, the Omenet looked around in confusion and then up at Yellow. Yellow picked him up and held it. Omni. Let's be friends, Omni. Omenet looked happily as he accepted the name. Meanwhile, Brock and Ash were led to the cage, where inside a large Aerodactyl that was thrashing around in the cage and screeching. The researcher handed Brock a Pokeball. This one is a special case. As far as we can tell, it has most of its DNA intact, so it effectively has the same memories as it did when it was alive. As such, this one seems to be very aggressive, so I advise you to be careful. Brock nodded and took it before putting Aerodactyl back in the ball. I guess I'll have to work on that. As soon as everything was ready, they walked out. It already looked dark, so they started walking back to where they were staying. But before Ash and Brock went to their separate rooms, Ash grabbed his shoulder. Hey Brock, can I borrow something? The sun was down. Most people went back to hotels or homes, leaving the streets illuminated by only the few street lights around the town and the occasional person that partied too hard. Ash was walking down the street. He left the gang using the excuse that he was going to look for information about the gym since he wasn't tired. At the time, Yellow had already fallen asleep, so Ash left Pikachu as well since Brock and Misty were more willing to just stay. Of course, he was kinda telling the truth. His real goal was to go to the volcano. And he was going to do something that any sane person would call stupid. When he eventually got to the base of the volcano, he saw Blaine's hotel. It looked full but also not completely booked, which made sense with the idea that they were next to a volcano. Not many people would be too willing to climb that far up. Anyway, Ash took the long way around to reach the other side, which was mainly covered by forest and such. He thought about going to the Pokemon Mansion for a bit but chose not to, at least not for now. Instead, he released Charizard and hopped on to fly up to the top of the volcano. As he went up he could see signs that construction had taken place to some of the lava of the volcano, probably since the whole thing was destined to erupt and destroy Cinnabar Island in about 2 years. As he was flying up, Ash wondered if he could do something about it later. At the moment nothing came to mind, but he had 2 years to think of something, so he didn't stress on it. As they got higher up the temperature became hotter, so before anything he took off his hat, jacket, and bag and put them in his storage. Then he covered his body with aura to protect himself. The aura coat he put on would protect him from the extreme temperature, but he wasn't confident in taking a lava bath, so he wouldn't try it. Eventually, they got to the very top of the volcano where Charizard landed and Ash jumped off to look inside. The volcano was obviously covered in hot magma, but what he didn't expect was that there were still small islands with some Pokémon. Well, he says some Pokémon, but it is really just some of the Goidud line and some magma all chilling in the lava like it was a hot tub. Charizard also seemed pretty excited as he took the opportunity and jumped in the magma to relax in a nice hot environment, and none of the magma seemed to be annoyed by his sudden inclusion. Ash shook his head as he had a smile and walked down on what appeared to be a makeshift pathway from the rocks. As he looked around the place with aura to find what he was looking for. Unsurprisingly, he found a lot of ore deep inside the cave and inside the magma. He expected as much, so he brought out the Pokeball he borrowed from Brock, Graveler. Being rock, he was also fine with the extreme temperatures, and Graveler is known for their ability to find ores, especially the one he wants. So Ash would send Graveler to dig up ores until he found the one he needed. Meanwhile, Ash asked Charizard to dive in and see if he could find some as well. And of course, Ash made sure to avoid spots that would cause unnecessary problems. You know, like breaking through the volcano or accidentally activating it. That would be bad. Team Rocket Base. Enid and Jay walked into the base. Enid looked annoyed since her hoped to have a super special mission. A main character like her subjected to grunt work when she should be out getting promotions, getting powerful Pokémon, and collecting her reverse harem members, of which she wants no less than 10. Jay looked happy as he walked in holding the Pokeballs. He and Enid battled, and although he lost, it was closer, which only made Enid more frustrated. They walked in to report and handed the Pokémon to the grunt charged with refilling the stocks. Then he gave them a paper to prove they completed the mission and left. Enid immediately walked away from Jay, but Jay caught up to her. That was a pretty good mission, right? Enid didn't respond, so Jay kept talking. How about we get some lunch? We need to do that report thingy. If we work together we can fish it quickly, right? Enid scoffed at the idea. Maybe if Jay offered to do all the work she would consider it, but how could the esteemed Jade Beauty be seen on a date with a peasant lowlife? But that thought was immediately shattered when Jay continued. I want to have another rematch as soon as possible. The idea that Jay wasn't interested in her truly made her scoff and walk off, not even seeing where she was going, and the whole time Jay followed like a puppy. This continued longer than it reasonably should have. They stumbled to the shop where Ashtuo walked out with his computer in hand. Enid noticed him at the last moment. She knew she wouldn't be able to move, so she embraced it, thinking this was one of those lucky accidents that all main characters get to progress. But Ash noticed them and moved out of the way as Enid tripped and fell to the floor. Careful, you almost made me drop my computer. Enid got up after a bit and looked angrily at Ash. Before she could say anything, Jay slapped Ash on the back. Hey bro, you're back. I guess your mission went well. Yes, Ash responded. Hey, do you want to join us? We were about to go for lunch, then maybe have another battle, Jay said happily. Enid got back to her feet. I never agreed to this, but I suppose I can if you begged Ash. No thanks, Ash cut her off. I need to turn in my report, so I can't. Then he walked off, leaving both of them standing there. Jay shrugged. Bummer. Anyway, we should do our report, right? What? Why are you still dragging me with this? Enid blurted out. Jay tilted his head. But didn't you just agree? You just said, but I suppose I can, so that means you agreed. Enid felt her eye twitch as she wondered what she did to deserve something like this as she was dragged away. Meanwhile, Ash walked off after seeing them. In reality, he already filled out the report a while ago, and the reason he wanted to leave was because of what he found. When he got back to base and got back in proximity to the computers, he let Porygon 2 hack into the computers again to find more information about Project Muto and Zapmalcuno. The information was behind more firewalls, but thanks to the upgrade, Porygon 2 managed to break in. Project Muto was much more secret. When he dug deeper, he found reports about Miyamoto, things about the creation process, reports about Ambertwo, and where the Pokémon mansion was. All things he already knew, and yet none of them had the thing he wanted to know. Where was Muto? Now Project Zapmalcuno had much more to offer. First off, it confirmed the stories of Thursday Pfizer, although it also said more. First off, yes, Red and Blue both worked together to take down the original fusion. But next was the way it was done. It said that at the time they had no access to the real legendary birds, so they had to use 3 of the weaker variations. Next was the way they were fused. It created an unstable body, and especially since the birds they used were not at equal strength. As such, although it had the potential to surpass each of the original Zapdos, Articuno, and Moltres, it would never reach it due to that flaw, making it weaker than any of the original parts. But this time they were using a different strategy. Firstly, with the report, it confirmed that Articuno and Moltres had been captured by Team Rocket, and using the DNA of the birds they created a Pokémon egg. Instead of fusing them, they just merged them. This egg had a now Zapmalcuno. Although it has not hatched, the reports of its estimated strength when it matures are estimated to surpass Ho-Oh and Lugia. But as he read the report, two things truly made his spine shiver. The first was the scientist that gave this idea to create a new Pokémon with their DNA. It was Colress. Anyone even remotely familiar with Colress would be concerned. As the lead scientist of Team Plasma, firstly, why is he here? And next, why would he suggest that? Although he might have an answer to the second part, the original dragon. It might be possible that Getsy's hasn't been able to find a reliable way to get the original dragon if he has them already, but it is also possible this is all being done independently by Colress for his one plan. Either way, unless he can get to him, he has no answers, unlike the second part, which was that currently the egg is in Pokémon Mansion on Cinnabar Island. That's where he was. Immediately, Ash had Porygon 2 run a background check on Blaine, and thankfully it looked like he quit Team Rocket, so he wasn't behind it. Although that did beg the question of what he should do. Well, the first thing that came to his head was maybe rat it out to Looker and Annabelle, but then again maybe it won't be enough if the egg hatches. He could also tell Blaine anonymously, but he doesn't know Blaine's level. Ash was lost in thought. There was one last idea he had, but there was no guarantee he would respond, and even if he did, how would he convince him to go to Cinnabar? But at the same time he didn't have a better plan. Ash rubbed his head in frustration. When did this become my problem? What happened to wanting to go on an adventure? After a moment he sighed. Fine, I guess I'll start with them. International Police Base. Looker and Annabelle have been busy. Since Ash sent them the undercover rockets, they have been doing some heavy investigations into the 14 different members they were given. Looker and Annabelle met in secret to discuss this after hours when everyone else left. So how is it on your side, Looker? Annabelle sighed. So far I have investigated 5 of the suspects and have confirmed they are rockets, Looker said sadly. Yeah, I looked into 2 more of the junior agents and it's the same on my side, Annabelle said. Why can't we arrest them now? Because if we do, the rest will become suspicious and get away, and we can't arrest them all with no evidence. If we do that, I'm afraid we'll be the ones under investigation, and if they find out about him, we'll be found as spies. Almost as if on cue, a familiar voice spoke from the computer. It's fine, you can use my name. Oh wait, sorry, I forgot I never told you what it is. Oopsie poopsie. It was Ash again under disguise. Looker and Annabelle turned to the computer only to see the familiar black screen with eyes, indicating that they had been hacked again. Annabelle was the first to speak. It's you again. What is it this time? What can't I call to talk to my favorite people? I'm hurt, Ash said. Right, D was it, Looker said, getting into the conversation. What is your purpose for this call? Oh, of course there is another reason. I'm glad someone asked, Ash said, making Annabelle visibly annoyed. Anyway, I recently got some information you might want. Firstly, you know someone named Cole. Looker frowned. Yes, he is our superior officer and a respected member of the force. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, he's a part of Team Rocket, an admin relay, but cool, Ash said nonchalantly, immediately making Looker and Annabelle feel like they got hit in the jaw. How can you just say that? Annabelle screamed to the screen. Why should I care? I'm not a member of the International Police. Besides, that's why I have you too. Annabelle squinted her eyes. Okay, and what do you want then? Oh, nothing big really. In fact, I'm sure you'll even want to hear about this. Ash's face and tone darkened. It involves something big, that for our own interest needs to be stopped. Looker and Annabelle both seemed suspicious. Even though everything Ash/D told them turned out to be true, they couldn't help but think he had another motive other than wanting to stop a big project. And what is it that's so important that you think we'd be interested in stopping? Annabelle said, glaring at the screen. Well, it is something they are calling Zapmalcuno, though maybe you'll recognize it by its old name, Thursday Pfizer, Ash said, getting an immediate reaction from Looker. What do you mean? That name became taboo years ago. You can't really expect us to believe you just like this. Team Rocket is crazy, but no one is that crazy. And you're right, the boss isn't doing this on a whim. In fact, I'm not even sure if the boss is at fault here, Ash said as he sent some of the Zapmalcuno files, but he left out anything connected to Colress, only using a scientist. Looker looked absolutely mortified while Annabelle seemed to scratch her chin as she saw that picture. Didn't this happen only like 7 years ago? Why would they be doing this so soon? Looker and Ash both looked at her. Annabelle Project Thursday Pfizer was nearly 20 years ago. Annabelle looked back and forth between them. I suppose your memory isn't back yet. Only to be expected. But this is beside the point. I have the information and more. But the problem is I can't be the one who interferes with this. It would cause me too much risk. But your police force can. Looker scratched his chin. He wasn't that high up in the international police, but that was mainly due to personal choice and rejecting promotions. He still had some fame and influence among the other members, but he also had to be careful about who he told, since if the spies heard about it they would likely relocate. How about this? Me and Annabelle will go to Cinnabar Island and scout out the area to gather evidence, then we will be able to commence a raid. Why don't we just go in now? Annabelle asked. We can show this to the higher UPS and then we can go in before any of them have a chance to escape. That caused Ash to give a slow chuckle. And what's so funny? Annabelle asked, glaring back at the screen. Oh darling, you're quite cute when you're dumb, Ash chuckled, making Annabelle frown. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Tell me, how would you explain to them how you got such information? If you just tell them they'll think you're crazy, and if you show them the files I gave you they'll wonder how you got them. Not exactly easy to get classified rocket information. but give you the benefit of the doubt. Did you forget there are spies in your organization, even if you avoid telling them? Do you really think that when they have to gear up for a raid specifically on Cinnabar in one of their labs, they wouldn't find that suspicious enough to report back? Annabelle had to bite her tongue because she couldn't refute that reasoning. They really have no way of doing this that doesn't either warn Team Rocket or put them in a dangerous situation. Looker put his hand on her shoulder. It's fine, as long as we can find some rockets we can get the higher UPS to commence an emergency raid, then they won't have time to warn the rest. Annabelle nodded and turned to the screen. Fine, but after this I want you to start talking. You said you know more about me but you haven't said anything and I want answers. Ash chuckled. Quite bold of you to demand something from me, darling. You're not exactly in the spot to be doing that, but I'll tell you what, I'll answer exactly one question honestly, just as long as you can help stop this monstrosity. League building. Lance was walking back and forth in his room, with Spark, Blanche, and Candela sitting on nearby chairs tending to the wounds they had. Lance felt extremely tired. To think that Team Rocket now has control of 2 of the 3 legendary birds. He wanted to do something but he couldn't do anything. They don't know where the birds are or why they even want them. Lance went to his desk to sit down and think about what they should do when suddenly his computer rang indicating he got a message. He quickly took a glance, not expecting much, probably Claire or Oak, but it wasn't. Lance had to take a double look at the message. It came from an anonymous sender and on it was a file saying, "Make sure you tell Spark, Blanche, and Candela." Lance was confused, especially about why Spark, Blanche, and Candela were mentioned by name since only those in the League knew that they were in Kanto. It shouldn't be possible for anyone to hack the League network either. It was protected by layers of security rivaled only by Scythe. Well, the truth is that when Ash came to talk to Lance and he asked to borrow a PC, he let in a fragment of Porygon 2's consciousness so that he would have access to this kinda thing. There were 2 reasons why he chose to do this, well kinda 3, 1. Was for this so that he could send information to the League anonymously, 2. So he could maybe gather some info he wouldn't normally, and 3. Was because of the small chance that Lance still might be evil. Is it completely wrong and probably illegal? Yes. But as old hypocritical men would say, it's for the greater good. Lance went ahead and inspected it to make sure this wasn't a virus. After he double and triple checked, he finally opened it and read what was inside, and it made his spine shiver, reading it as Zapmalcuno, the revised Thursday Pfizer. Lance immediately started reading through the files that were sent, seeing how this new experiment is being held in Cinnabar and that the other 2 legendary birds will also be there, and other things such as the location and process of creating it. Obviously, Lance had no reason to believe any of this, and a part of him didn't want to believe it, but even if it was a 0.012% chance he needed to make sure, and another part of him also believed it. Lance immediately shared it with Spark, Blanche, and Candela to get their 2 cents about this situation. Blanche was the most curious about the sender. Is there nothing we can use to track down who sent this? Lance shrugged. I tried a quick scan, but you're free to try after we finish everything. Candela rubbed her chin. I don't know, doesn't this seem just a little bit too convenient? What if this is another trap or just a wild goose chase? I don't think so, Spark said. Well, I don't think the information is a lie. When I talked with Zapdos, it told me that it could sense its siblings' energy coming from an island in the south, and that fits with Cinnabar, right? Lance nodded. And I also am not convinced it is a trap. After all, why would they want all of us to know this together? Wouldn't it be better if we were all contacted individually with different directions like they did with you all? Candela and Blanche looked away embarrassed but then turned back. So what do you propose we do? Should we follow this? If what it says is true and Articuno and Moltres are there, then we may not be able to use brute force. Blanche pondered. Lance nodded. Yeah, and I also can't go out in public with all the drama going on. So what if you 3 enter Cinnabar secretly and I'll stay close by, then you can contact me if something goes wrong. Shouldn't we tell the other members of the Elite Four? Spark asked. Lance shook his head. Unfortunately, I think it would be best if they stay here. I trust Damien to man the fort, but Darwin and Tempest are a different story. I'm not too confident they can go without thinking of revenge for what happened on the SSN. They all nodded understandingly as Candela spoke up. I'm pretty sure with all of us and Zapdos, we should be able to take back Articuno and Moltres. Spark smiled and held his hand out for a fist bump. Of course, and this time we won't have to hold back. Cinnabar Gym. Blaine was in his lab. He was trying to focus, but as if recently the pain in his arm had started hurting more than before. It felt worse than that one time in his youth when his old Magmar blasted his hand. He had to get painkillers to help, and he needed to take one every few hours just to be able to focus on finding a more permanent solution. Blaine held his hand to his face and clenched in anger. That scientist knew what he was doing when he did this. The thing that caused this great pain in the first place was a scientist who worked with him while he was forced to help Team Rocket. It was a story older than time, jealousy, so he was sabotaged by a wannabe scientist. But now that was behind him. Now he wanted to find a cure and stay away from all of this Team Rocket drama. That is until his computer received a notification. He turned to look and immediately felt his eyes widen, reading the new project Zapmalcuno, the revised Thursday Pfizer. And what more, it was here on Cinnabar, in that place, a place he wanted to forget. Blaine didn't want to believe it, but believing is seeing, and although he did have a lot of work, getting to the bottom took priority. Although he would only check to see if rockets truly took over the mansion. If they did, then he would prepare from there. A few hours later Blaine returned to his lab almost clutching his arm in pain as he frantically took another painkiller. Unfortunately, it was true he found Team Rocket grunts patrolling the area around the mansion, which meant they were there. Blaine was breathing heavily and had to take a moment to calm himself as he slowed his breathing. He needed to prepare for the worst. If what was said is true, then he needed to be able to at least battle properly. Back with Ash. Ash had been busy searching through the volcano, and for the first few times, he found worthless things like gold deposits and diamond clusters, truly worthless. His main goal was something else. It was similar to obsidian in the sense it was a hard rock-like substance, although it was more of a mix between a lot of different things. It was mainly found in igneous rocks and common in ultramafic rocks. That's why Graveler was so important here, since they are known to have these things. And that is what happened when Graveler finally brought it, a shiny black stone that looked like it was made of obsidian in an axe shape. For those who haven't figured it out yet, the thing that he was looking for was black augurite, something known as an alternative evolution item for Scyther that would turn it into Cleaver. From everything he read, this evolution method had been lost to time, probably due to the fact that Ursaluna had also gone extinct and the only way to find it would be to dig around volcanoes, and who was stupid enough to do that, but with this he could bring them back. And even if it wasn't sustainable, there was a high chance that an alternative could be developed. After all, it wouldn't be the first time man-made evolution items would come out, and probably not the last either. But for now, he needed more, at least 3 in total, 1 for himself, 1 to be given to the professors to prove it worked, and 1 more to send for research. So until then, they had a long night ahead of them. Team Rocket main base. Giovanni was sitting by his desk. He returned recently from the cave, and he had the Pokeball that Muto was in his hand, just holding it, almost as if he still somehow couldn't believe everything worked. He breathed a heavy sigh, and then his computer rang. He looked at who it came from, and it was from the Pokémon mansion, so he answered and transferred it to the big screen. On the screen appeared Colress. He had blonde hair and had yellow eyes while wearing glasses. He also had a long white lab coat, a pair of white gloves, and a black uniform with blue outlines. However, he didn't have his blue cowlick around his head. Giovanni looked at the scientist. Colress, how is everything coming along? To be honest, Colress earned Giovanni's respect. He was the man behind the idea of reviving this project and even helped in Project Muto as well, although he seemed to be more interested in the former. Giovanni only met Colress a few months ago. When he started, he didn't think much of the man and just sent him to work under some of the other scientists, but he quickly proved his worth, practically speedrunning his position. Giovanni even offered Colress the head scientist position and the title of executive, but Colress respectfully declined. In his words, he was no good in a battle, he just wanted to research. As Giovanni was reminiscing, Colress caught his attention. Sir, we have successfully created the egg, now we only wait for your permission to hatch it. Giovanni nodded. They wouldn't wait for the egg to hatch, there's no telling how long that could take. Instead they could use Professor Sebastian's evolution inducement wave to make it hatch. The evolution inducement wave was originally only designed to evolve Magikarp into Gyarados, with the side effect that if normal Pokemon heard it would cause them a lot of discomfort and potential pain or sickness. But once again, thanks to Colress, it was modified to help accelerate hatching eggs. Obviously they already tested it. There would be no point if it caused the Pokemon significant damage, and thankfully there were none to speak of. The previous experiments hatched with no other birth conditions, and some of them were even given to other scientists to both raise and be able to check for any long-term effects, of which there were also none. In everyone's mind, thanks to Colress and Sebastian's genius, they created a machine with no drawbacks. Giovanni smiled happily. Very well, but you know what you will need to do. Of course, warn everybody to prepare. After all, as soon as people hear those sound waves and see their Pokemon acting strange, the gym leader will mobilize. Colress answered. Yes, remember we chose that location because it is remote and it will take others like Lance or Oak some time to get there, Giovanni explained. You may release Zapmalcuno so that it may test its strength against Blaine. It may be an infant, but even that should be enough for Blaine. Colress nodded. I shall inform everyone. Giovanni nodded back. Then he saw a grunt come into his office to inform him that the package was here with a messenger. Giovanni turned back to Colress. Very well, let's end this here. We can talk about the results after. Then he hung up and gestured for the secretary to let the messenger in. But without warning, a man with white hair and a ninja outfit appeared in the room with a large crate next to him. It was a member of the Shadow Triad, although his hair wasn't as long as his game counterpart and had a mask over his eyes instead of the mouth. Giovanni looked unimpressed and just looked at the ninja. Is this it? The ninja gave a single nod. Lord Getzies entrusted me to deliver this to you. Giovanni looked at his desk and typed into his computer. So be it. I'll have my team send the rest of the money. Then he got up and started approaching the crate, but the ninja was still in the room. Giovanni raised his eyebrow. If you're expecting a tip, don't hold your breath. I have what I need, so you can go. Lord Getzies told me that I won't return until he receives all the money, the ninja responded quickly. Giovanni rubbed the temple of his head. I don't think he meant that literally, but whatever. Could you at least go to the financial department to wait? The ninja didn't say anything but disappeared again, just like he came in, letting Giovanni finally open the box and look inside. As soon as he saw it, he smiled. Inside the crate was armor specifically tailored with Muto's measurements, although the purpose of this armor was not to enhance Muto's strength. No, it had plenty of that. Instead, it was so that they could control it. Pokémon Mansion. After Colress hung up he smiled seeing how far his plans had come. He came here under the orders of Getsy's. That's right, he was technically part of Team Plasma, but only by name. In reality, he actually disagreed with what Team Plasma stood for, to liberate Pokémon from humans. It simply wasn't logical, but then again he couldn't help but think that Getsy's himself agreed with him. He had caught Getsy's slipping. You see, he would constantly go out and give speeches to the public to gather support for the ideas of Team Plasma. However, every now and then he would refer to himself instead of Team Plasma. Although Colress didn't quite know if those really were Getsy's true motives, he didn't really care. His goal was something he truly aspired to do, to find a way to bring out the true maximum strength of a Pokémon. To him, all that talk about bonding with your Pokémon, loving your team, and other nonsense, none of that will change that the strongest Magikarp would lose to the weakest Dragonite. Why are some Pokémon above others? Why do some get the privilege to evolve or even Mega Evolve and some don't? Why are legendaries so much more powerful than regular Pokémon despite none of them ever putting in any work? In fact, he believes that not even those legendaries know where their power comes from. To him, the only difference is that all these legendaries have fewer imperfections than others, and yet with those very genetics it could save years of effort, even a lifetime. His goal is to remove that random dice roll, so then all Pokémon will remain equal, so then the winner will not be because one is a Magikarp and the other a Dragonite, but because of pure training and dedication. Is that really so bad? Well, whatever opinion one may have of his goals, it mattered not to him. After he finishes with this project he will disappear from Kanto and return to Unova or maybe travel to a new region. As for Getsy's, well, it would be a real shame if Kanto had nothing to report about. Colress didn't care about those goals, but that didn't mean he would help Getsy's more than he needed to. This whole thing was just Getsy's paranoia. As long as Colress sang about how irrelevant Kanto was, he would leave him alone. But that is for later. For now he needed to finish his work. As he walked he thought about what was going to happen. The hatching of the first successful fusion, Zapmalcuno, but it would have to be unconventional. Although yes, they had the evolution inducement wave that had no problems, but those were all done with weak Pokémon. In reality, the modified waves had one drawback. The stronger the Pokémon was, the less control one would have of it. Originally Rattata eggs were used to test the machine, and they all worked fine, but then he personally tried it with an Onyx egg, and it nearly destroyed the lab it was being held in. There's no telling how aggressive this thing will be once it is released. But then again, Colress didn't care. Cinnabar could burn for all he cared. He needed to see this data, and then he would disappear from Kanto. As he entered the main lab he saw Namba and Sebastian and a few other scientists motoring the egg. They noticed him, and Sebastian in particular walked up to him. What are the results with the boss? He has given us permission to start, so first you all should inform all the rocket grunts and the admins that Zapmalcuno will be released, Colress said, adjusting his glasses. No one opposed since Colress earned their trust with his competence, so Namba and Sebastian left the room with the scientist with Colress saying he would catch up. Then when he was alone he walked towards the container and looked at the egg. This was his project and he couldn't afford Getsy's finding out about this fusion, not while he didn't understand his motives, but he did want to see the results firsthand. So Colress made a compromise. He typed a command into the computer, then a robotic hand came out and stuck a syringe into the egg, extracting something, and another came in and out something else to patch it up. Meanwhile, the first robot hand came out and put the liquid into a container for Colress to take. He had it in his hand and looked at it and put it in his pocket. Then he put everything back the way it was and left the room to catch up with everyone. Back with Ash. It had been a few hours since Ash started this mining operation, and he gathered some more of the ore in several ways. He got another from mining with Graveler, Charizard found one while diving, and they saw a random Graveler with one, which they provided to jump and take it from. So overall he has 4 in total, which is more than what he needs. Also after jumping that one Graveler, the other ones seemed to think they overstayed their welcome, so he wrapped everything up and left to get back to the hotel to get some sleep. Charizard felt pretty refreshed. That lava bath was the equivalent of a jacuzzi for him, and Brock's Graveler seemed quite happy, so much so that he was constantly slamming his rock body, almost unnaturally so. When they were on the ground he checked it with his Pokédex and felt like punching himself. Graveler, New mutation added. Tempered body. Condition, feels like it has become stronger from the extreme conditions of the volcano, is curious to try it again. I can do things to give them those, since when? Isn't the whole point of those things that they need to adapt to get them? How did he get one after one night? Ash screamed in his head but then thought to himself, I wonder if I can do something like that again. Ash sighed and walked into the hotel and went to his room. He also left Graveler's Pokeball on the counter where he knew Brock would see it. Then he went to bed for the night. The next morning when everyone woke up they left the hotel to go plan what they would do. He also got Pikachu back on his shoulders from Yellow. The only other notable thing was that now that they were in an area that wasn't cold, Misty took her egg out of her incubator and was holding onto it again, and she was back to shorts for some reason. They went ahead, did some business and sightseeing followed by sitting down for lunch as Ash looked online to find the gym, though he wasn't putting much effort in since he knew where it was. It's pretty hard to find anything. Apparently the gym leader hasn't been seen for a few months now, Ash mumbled. Can't we just ask around again? Yellow asked as she fed Choo-Choo. Well, that one guy, son, didn't know where the gym was, and considering that he literally lives here, I doubt many other people will be of help. Brock was bottle-feeding Bonesley. Well, it's not like we will be in much of a time constraint. You're already months ahead of other trainers. Yeah, but that's not the problem, Ash mumbled as he slouched back in his chair. Anyway, what do you guys want to do while we look around? Everyone shrugged and Misty then looked up at everyone. Well, if that's the case then how about we dash? Suddenly a weird sound came through the air. It wasn't anything, just annoying. That is for them. Pokémon all around started holding their ears in agony, and most people were panicking looking around at what was happening and screaming. Then Misty looked up and saw her egg violently shaking, making her mutter, "Why did I say a single word, a few hours earlier?" A ship was on the horizon of Cinnabar. It was a surprise last-minute occurrence, so not many people were on the boat, and that's not mentioning that this boat is smaller and faster yet still considered a transportation ship. There were 7 to 10 people on board, not counting staff or other important people, but only 5 in particular are of note, though none of them actually know about each other. The people in question were of course Annabelle and Looker with Spark, Candela, and Blanche. Although none of them really knew each other or wanted to strike up a conversation, Spark always eased the tension, so they all struck up a decent conversation as they were approaching. Don't misunderstand, they weren't all buddy-buddy, nor did one group learn about the other party's occupation or purpose, but they at least learned their names, and Looker just promptly used the name Dick. But both sides seemed to drop subtle hints about how they should leave or go back. Well, apparently they were so subtle none of them realized. So when they eventually landed at the dock of Cinnabar they said a few words and parted ways to look for a place to stay and find lunch. With Looker and Annabelle they walked through the streets making small conversations as they looked for anything suspicious. Wowzers, those people on the ship seemed nice, it's a shame they can't come with us, Annabelle said in an overly dramatic cheerful tone. Looker looked down and held back a laugh before whispering, "Wowzers? Really? You're overplaying your part." Annabelle whispered back, "Hey, I'm pretending to be a regular kid here with no context. You're lucky I agreed to let you be my pretend dad." Then Annabelle looked forward again. "I wonder if there is somewhere with yummy food." Looker wasn't sure, but he felt like Annabelle was cringing on the inside. "Sure dear? Let's look around and ask. I'm sure we can find something." As they looked around everything seemed normal in town. People were bustling in town buying and selling things while promoting different places. There was even a strange girl in a black dress selling souvenirs to tourists. As they looked around Annabelle grew concerned. "Are we sure that his information was even true?" she whispered. "Everything seems normal. I just can't understand how rockets can be around here. If we found them in the first hour we were here then there wouldn't be a point in us going undercover, would there?" Looker said, staying in character. "Now come on, my daughter wants something yummy," Looker said out loud in a taunting voice. Annabelle blushed but followed, keeping her head down, while still looking around. Meanwhile with the other group, Spark, Candela, and Blanche did much of the same as the other. They came off and acted like tourists trying to find a nice place to see while looking around. Unlike Looker and Annabelle, they knew where they were going, to the Pokémon Mansion. The only problem with that is that it required them to go into the woods, which was restricted for people due to the danger inside. That just meant their main goal at the moment was to find a way to get out of the city without drawing any unwanted attention to themselves. Spark held his hands over his head. "Those people on the ship seemed nice." "Yes, it is a shame that a tragedy is about to fall upon this island," Blanche said, analyzing everything around. "Don't be such a downer, Blanche," Spark said, slapping Blanche's shoulder. "We can win today as long as we are together. And besides," Candela said, pointing to a corner, "I think I found our way in." Candela was pointing at a corner between the building where a pipe cut through the fencing. It was effectively a blind spot where they could sneak in without drawing attention to themselves as long as they made a distraction. As people were walking around town they were stopped by a Jolteon that was performing tricks in the middle of the road, things like bouncing an electro ball on its nose and even dancing on its hind legs. Of course, this was a distraction so that Spark, Candela, and Blanche could get through the small opening and into the woods. Jolteon was happily receiving praise and treats from random people, but then he heard a short whistle indicating for him to go. With a swift movement Jolteon got up and dashed up before jumping over the gate and back into the forest. The people watching were disappointed at the fox leaving. "Aw, the show's over. I guess it was wild. Man, I would have caught it if I had known. And I just got it some treats." Jolteon jumped forward and into Spark's arms. "Good boy, you did great." Candela looked at him. "Spark, can you be focused for a moment? We are about to enter enemy territory." Jolteon jumped out of Spark's arms, then both Jolteon and Spark gave a salute. "Ma'am, yes ma'am." As they walked deeper into the forest they eventually got closer to the place that they were told about, the Pokémon Mansion. Spark looked at his two friends. "Do you guys feel anything?" They both shook their heads as Blanche looked forward. "It is likely that Articuno and Moltres are being held somewhere, if not in the hands of the two admins." "Yeah, but that brings the question, what if we can just take them down before they can release them?" Candela asked. "Not likely," Blanche responded. "The big guy is much too strong for us to hope for and he is likely next to the smaller man." Candela nodded and looked down. "Yeah, Arlo. I just hoped things could have turned out a bit different." Spark put an arm on Candela's shoulder and gave a bright smile. "Come on, we can't change the past, so the only thing we can do is move forward." Candela sighed. "You're right. For now, we need to focus on stopping Team Rocket from whatever they're doing." As they were talking a strange sound started ringing through the air. It wasn't annoying, it was just weird to hear, like that sound you hear after your ears get water in them. But unlike them, Jolteon fell to the ground clutching his ears in pain. Spark went to his knees. Jolteon? What's wrong? Jolteon didn't answer as he held his ears tighter trying to block out the sound as his whimpers came out. Blanche quickly turned to him. Spark the Pokeball. Alright, Spark quickly pulled out the Pokeball and returned Jolteon, then pressed the button on it making the top clear. It looked like Jolteon was better but he still held his ears almost like some nose was shrill getting in. Candela looked up in the sky. What in the world is going on? Meanwhile deep in the mansion Arlo, Cliff, and Sierra were standing next to the lab to monitor everything. Meanwhile, every other Team Rocket grunt is taking an underground passage to get into the center of town. Although unlike everything else the strange noise started causing the Pokeballs in Arlo and Cliff's possession to start shaking. What's going on? Master Balls aren't meant to do this. Arlo said as he pulled out Molter's ball. Colress caught this in his eye and turned to the ball. Fascinating, this wasn't in my calculations. Cliff pulled out Articuno's ball. You know about this, explain yourself. Colress held his hands up. Relax, it seems like the condition of those legendaries had given them an unforeseen effect due to the sound waves, but everything should be fine as long as there isn't an X factor everything will be normal. Cliff was completely lost. It wasn't that he was dumb, it's just that seemed like a cough-out answer. Arlo, however, nodded. Fine, but you better not try anything. Even without these we are more than capable of taking you down. Colress smiled. I wouldn't dream of it, but let's watch this momentous occasion. They frowned but didn't do anything as the egg started shaking more and more violently. Each pulse created more movement until suddenly a loud crunch was heard and a crack appeared on the egg. It was worth noting that this egg wasn't the standard size, it stood at a full 3 meters, which just made the events all the more intense as the egg started gathering more and more cracks, and then a white light enveloped the room. When the light dispersed standing there was a large 3-headed monstrosity. Across the body it had lightning, ice, and fire elements flowing through its body. It had the heads of Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, 2 wings but 3 legs, and 1 long tail. As everyone was recovering Sierra pulled the Master Ball that she still had from before and there with full intention of capturing it, but what happened next no one could have expected. Zapmalcuno opened his eyes and screamed so loud most scientists fell over holding their ears in pain, and the Master Ball stopped and was broken midair. Then the Master Balls Arlo and Cliff had shot open, releasing Moltres and Articuno as they stood next to Zapmalcuno and screeched with it as they all flapped their wings and shot up. Arlo and Cliff obviously tried returning the birds, but when they tried nothing would happen. The more they tried the more the ceiling would be broken until eventually Cliff gave up and grabbed Colress. What happened? You said nothing would go wrong. Cliff said as he was grabbing Colress by the collar. Colress looked ecstatic. It's exactly as I said, an X factor, something I could never have predicted. This is absolutely fascinating. Cliff was about to punch Colress, but Sierra stopped him. There's no point. Let's get out there, we need to see if we can regain control of those things, then we can deal with that thing. Cliff grunted and threw Colress on the ground as Arlo, Cliff, and Sierra started running up the stairs to try and get out and catch up to the birds. That let Colress and the other scientist, some started recovering as they were about to ask Colress what to do, but Colress just looked ecstatic. This is wonderful, I must follow for my research. Then before anyone could say anything he released a Magnezone and jumped on to follow behind. On the top side, Spark, Candela, and Blanche just started hearing the waves of sound coming from the mansion. Looking around there were also some Pokémon starting to fall in pain. A few birds fell from the sky, and some Rattata fell from the tree. Before any of them could do or say anything they heard a muffled screech, and then Candela and Blanche suddenly felt the place where their marks were previously start burning and freezing respectively. Candela clutched her hand as Blanche fought through the pain but Spark could tell that Blanche was holding back. What's wrong guys, do you feel something? The ground started rumbling so Blanche focused. Yes, I feel Articuno's presence. It is close. How close? Spark asked as suddenly the ground near them burst open as 3 birds flew out and screeched into the sky. Huh, well I guess that answers that, Spark said as the birds looked down at them, then completely ignored them. They started flying toward the town, and that immediately freaked them out as Spark, Candela, and Blanche released Magnezone, Salamence, and Metagross respectively, and hopped on to follow them before anything bad could happen. The group was sitting and listening to these sound waves. Pikachu, Chuchu, and Bonesley were all falling to the ground holding their ears in pain but Brock was the only one who returned Bonesley. Pikachu didn't want to go in even when Ash offered and Chuchu didn't want to worry Yellow despite the clear discomfort she was in. So Yellow pulled Chuchu into a hug, which caused Chuchu to start glowing. Chuchu's body grew as her tail also extended revealing a heart shape instead of the straight one Pikachu had, revealing that Chuchu was now a Pikachu. Yellow didn't notice since the waves were still going on and unlike everyone else, she could hear all the Pokémon cry in pain saying things like, "Turn it off. It hurts. I want to go home. ECT. It wasn't until the waves slowed down that Yellow opened her eyes to relax and Misty's egg had cracks on them as they grew. The light appeared from the cracks as it started hatching. Then on Misty's lap was a small Lapras, which seemed like it was too big for the egg it was just in but Misty didn't notice as she moved her finger down. "Hey, welcome to the world little one," Misty said in a calming voice as she brought her finger closer. Baby Lapras looked at her then her hand, then promptly bit her finger, making Misty immediately screamed up. Misty had to rip the baby Lapras off her hand making it fall to the table and growl angrily at everyone around. Once Yellow recovered, she slowly lowered her hand trying to calm the baby down. As she got closer, the Lapras pulled its head back, and when Yellow was within neck reach, it extended its body to try and bite Yellow's hand. But before that, Ash grabbed the angry baby by the shell and pulled it back, barely avoiding Yellow getting bit. Wow, careful, this little. Ash stopped as he raised the Lapras up. Boy, this little guy is very aggressive. That's surprising actually. Misty was rubbing her finger. What are you talking about? Aren't Lapras naturally peaceful and friendly? Yeah, but this one even seems to be aggressive, even toward Yellow, and literally nothing hates Yellow, Ash said as Lapras was squirming trying to bite him and break free. Brock got close but not enough to be bit. Interesting, I've heard of Pokémon differing from their species' natural mood but never newborns. Ash gave an evil smirk. Yeah Misty, what did you do to this thing? Why is he so aggressive? Why am I the one being questioned? I didn't do anything. I dunno, this little guy would beg to differ, Ash said as he held Lapras in front of Misty just barely far enough so that he wouldn't bite her nose. Misty moved her head to the side and looked at Ash, seriously. Lapras meanwhile kept typing to bite everyone in unprovoked anger, so Misty held an empty Pokeball and taped it on the head, forcing him to go in and snapping shut since it was a baby and too weak to resist. Misty sighed as she looked at the Pokeball. I wonder why Lapras is so aggressive. Ash snuck his head next to her. Maybe it absorbed all your anger problems, especially towards Psyduck. Misty pushed him back by the head. Oh please, I don't have anger problems, and I especially don't have them towards Psyduck. Prove it. Where is he? Ash said smugly. Well, isn't that obvious? He's right here, Misty said confidently as she pulled out Psyduck's Pokeball and opened it, revealing nothing. I rest my point, Ash said bowing. Brock didn't pay attention to the banter and looked up. I wonder what caused that sound. Yeah, it looks like all the Pokémon were in pain, Yellow said as she rubbed Chuch's head. Brock thought back to what he heard yesterday in the bathhouse. I wonder, what if Dash? Before he could say his theory, a loud screech was here. Number 3 screeches, all in the air coming from the east of the island and sounding like it was approaching quickly. Then in the next moment, they started hearing the sounds of panic from the people. When they looked in the direction of the noise, they saw multiple people in black uniforms with one big red R. It was Team Rocket. They appeared out of seemingly nowhere and they were filtered through the town and wreaking havoc with Pokémon. What's going on? Misty said, looking at everything. Well, isn't it obvious? Team Rocket snuck into the island and is doing a hostile invasion. Gosh, how can you be so clueless? Ash shook his head. Not the time. Misty yelled at him. It's always the time, Ash said as a hand was out on his shoulder. A grunt was next to him. Hey kid, Dr. Dash. Ash held his finger up. Sir, give me just a second, as I was saying Dash. Oh, my apology, the grunt said, before realizing what happened. Hey. Ash gave a tired, overly exaggerated sigh. Finny, I guess we're doing this. The grunt looked confused. What are you talking of? But then he was stopped by a fist colliding with his skull and sending him to the ground. Ash shook his head. Really, how rude can one person be? A nearby grunt saw what just happened and was about to approach, but quickly did a 180 and walked another way. Misty rubbed her head. Are you serious? Another Team Rocket invasion. Hey, you got your month-long vacation so you're stuck here with us, Ash said, slapping Misty on the back. Brock looked around and mumbled to himself. This must be what they talked about, then that would mean Zapmalkuno is Dash. Brock realized something. He remembered where he recognized that name. He turned to everyone. We need to get everyone out of here now. Everyone looked at him, and Yellow spoke up. What do you mean, Brock? If what I think is happening is true, this island just became dangerous, too dangerous for us to deal with. We need to contact the League and make sure people are safe. Ash gave him a thumbs up. All right then, if you say so, I'll cover you. You just focus and protect everyone else. Yeah. Yellow cheered with Chucho. I guess I don't have a choice. Misty mumbled. No you don't, Ash said as he grabbed her by the back of her jacket. On the other side of town, Team Rocket grunts were creating havoc. People were trying to run and anyone with Pokémon tried to fight back, but it was mostly useless due to the sheer amount of grunts flooding in. Arbok, let's finish this, one grunt who seemed to be the strongest of this particular group said as they were cornering a small group of tourists who had basic Pokémon to fight back. Arbok jumped forward, brandishing its fangs ready to bite when suddenly a new voice jumped in. Croagunku's Ice Punch. A purple frog with bindings around its waist flew through the air and with a glowing fist delivered a sliding slash to the side of the snake, and before it could recover it used its hands to jump back and kick the snake to the ground. The grunt was taken aback, as was his entire group, which let the people have an opening to run away. Hey, what's the big idea? Croagunk jumped back from where it came, and standing there was a man with a brown trench coat and a handsome face. He pulled out a badge. Stop, you are under arrest by the orders of the International Police. TCH, who invited the fuzz, one of them said. Does it matter if there are more of us and only one of them? We can take him. Yeah, he's right, get him. A Grimmer, a Weezing, and a Golbat started charging at them by the orders of the Rockets when suddenly a female voice also spoke. Snorlax, use Fire Punch. A large bear-like creature came crashing through with its fist glowing a bright orange before slamming into the Weezing and creating a crater with its body, making all the other Pokémon stop in shock. From behind the Snorlax came a young girl wearing a suit as she walked next to Looker. It looks like our information wasn't wrong. Yes, but we should contact the rest of the International Police so we can start making a dent in all these rockets, Looker said. Annabelle tapped him with her knuckle. You do it, you're higher rank than me, besides I need to let off some steam, that jerk really gets on my nerves. Looker nodded and turned around. I'll leave it to you then. Annabelle smirked. My name is Annabelle. I may be a new recruit to the International Police, but Team Rocket, you're under arrest. Snorlax grunted and clapped its hands together as it also jumped forward. International Police Headquarters. The office was pretty slow today, not many things that require the International Police specifically, well at least not in Kanto, as the name suggests they work on a global scale with Pokémon that can teleport at the ready at any given moment. Currently, the head of the International Police was looking over paperwork. The agency is divided into 3 parts. There is the SWAT Division, the Search and Rescue Division, and then the Secret Division. The Secret Division in particular is a problem because the previous head recently retired. Although normally the position can be empty for years at a time, this time there was a promising candidate for it, Cole. He was actually in the room sitting across from the chief. He was thinking about promoting him at that moment. He had proven himself competent enough. But just as he was looking over the paperwork to do it, a call came from his computer. Looking at it, it was from, codename, Looker. He had a good impression of him. He actually offered the position to him, but he rejected it. So he answered the call to see what Looker had to report. When he answered, he saw Looker with what appeared to be a battle going on behind him. Sir, Looker reporting from Cinnabar Island, he said professionally. Cole, who was in the room, felt his eyes dilate, but he didn't change his expression. Looker, what have you got to report? The chief asked. Sir, me and recruit Annabelle came to investigate a lead when suddenly we were caught in a Team Rocket attack. The chief looked serious. How serious is the situation looking? There's no way to tell. Me and Annabelle have taken 5 into custody, but from the panic and sounds I say that there are at the very least 30 to 40 more on a low estimate. The chief nodded along with what Looker was saying. Very well, I shall inform the SWAT division as well as the Search and Rescue division. Hold out until they arrive. Then he hung up and turned to Cole. I apologize, but we need to reschedule this. This problem takes urgency. But sir, can you really trust him? Cole said, looking confident. I mean, he said it was an estimate, and there's no guarantee that there are more than 10. I'm sure someone of his low rank can deal with that much. The chief didn't say anything. He just listened to Cole's explanation, and then he spoke. Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. This is an order, so prepare for departure. Cole was taken aback but grit his teeth and saluted. Of course, sir. Then he walked out as the chief pressed a button activating the intercoms. This is not a drill. We have received word that Team Rocket is attempting to take over Cinnabar Island. Initiate an emergency raid. People started moving through the halls to get geared up as the intercoms continued. We have at least 40 grunts with no information on any higher-ups. Group A and B deploy, and Groups C, G stand by for further orders. The way that everything was occurring didn't give Cole any time to contact with the admins he knows are stationed in Cinnabar Island. To him this was all Looker's fault, so he would cause a little accident. In the woods of Cinnabar and approaching the town, Zapmalcuno was flying through the air with Articuno and Moltres flying next to it. All of them were filled with an unnatural fury that they wanted to quell. As they were flying, Zapmalcuno was suddenly sniped out of the air by a Charizard's blaze kick to its back, catching it by surprise and sending it falling before it caught itself. Zapmalcuno, Articuno, and Moltres all looked at the new enemy. On top of the Charizard was a man with a lab coat and a bandaged arm. It was Blaine. Blaine was all too familiar with this monstrosity. After all, he was one of the creators of the original Thursday Pfizer. But why was the project revived? He did everything he could to destroy all traces of it, yet here it is. Then Blaine turned his attention towards the Articuno and Moltres. He wasn't sure if they were clones due to the strange aura coming off of them. He was barely confident enough to even come out here to face Zapmalcuno alone, much less with 2 more. He needed to find a way to separate them. But then before any bird could launch a counterattack, a Salamence shot forward and collided with Moltres, sending it back, and a Metagross did the same with Articuno. Before Blaine could process what happened, a Magnezone with a blonde boy on top came next to him. Don't worry about things, old-timer. We'll take care of those 2. You handle this thing. Blaine stared at the blonde boy but then begrudgingly nodded. Leave this to me. If nothing more, I can at least stall it out. Spark smiled as he took off his glove. Awesome sauce. Let's do this. Then he raised his open palm with where his mark was and it glowed. Run it back for round 2. Articuno and Moltres were knocked away further back, closer to the town, but not enough to cause destruction as a side effect of the battle, which left Zapmalcuno separated and attacked angrily. The main advantage that trainers had was that their Pokémon were coordinated and had tactics, but the 3 birds were all attacking like wild animals, which gave everyone else the advantage. Articuno and Moltres looked at the Pokémon that just tackled them, a Salamence that had Candela standing on it, and a Metagross that had Blanche on top. Articuno and Moltres looked angrily as they both charged their respective attacks and launched them at the Pokémon, but before they collided, a streak of lightning zipped past the attacks and then back into the 2 of them, giving them a nice shock. Appearing next to Candela and Blanche was Spark, who just ordered Zapdos to disperse the attacks. Spark looked over at the other 2. All right, Gramps is taking care of the big one, so this time we have these ones all to ourselves. Blanche didn't break eye contact from the large birds. Don't let your guard down. We may hold the advantage, but in pure strength, we are outclassed. Spark put his hand on his head in a saluting motion. Don't worry, because as long as we work together, I know we can win. If only we all had your optimism. Candela shook her head. I'll focus Moltres. Blanche nodded. Spark, can you provide support? I will try to contact Lance. Yosh, leave it to me? Spark gave a thumbs up. Articuno and Moltres recovered and launched another pair of attacks that were properly dodged and counterattacked. As Blanche flew to the side to make the call. At the League building, Lance was with Damien, who unlike the rest of the Elite Four, he told everything, including his plan to fly once he gets the signal. Damien couldn't help but feel concerned at the frankly ridiculous plan. Are you sure this is wise? I could go in your stead. No, I can get there faster, while Spark, Candela, and Blanche hold off. I would have honestly preferred to go earlier, but if someone sees me the news will spread and Team Rocket will be alerted. Damien sighed. Very well, and I suppose you have a reason as to why you are informing me specifically. Yeah, while I'm gone I need you to take care of things here. I don't know how long this will take. I know I can get to Cinnabar in about 10 minutes. Damien took a second to compose his thoughts. I can see why you need a stand-in, but couldn't you have contacted someone else? Unfortunately, the rest of the members of the Elite Four have a personal bias, and the only other people I can trust to do this are either not in Kanto or Johto or just retired, so that leaves you. Okay, but final question, why does it have to be you? Damien narrowed his eyes. Is this just about your public image or is there something else? Lance felt himself tense. Yes, this isn't just about renown. Lance said, looking out of the window. There is another reason because of the previous incident, but I don't have the time to explain it. Maybe another time. Before Damien could say anything, the computer rang, showing a message from Blanche saying that the attack started and they couldn't stop Zapmalcuno. Well, it looks like my time is up, Lance said as he jumped on his Charizard. I don't know how long this will take, but take care of things for me here. Then before Damien could protest, Charizard's wings flapped, sending a strong gust of air as Lance went to the sky and flew as fast as Charizard could go. The target was Cinnabar Island. Looker and Annabelle were taking care of as many grunts as they could with Croagunk and Snorlax, but even with how weak most of the grunts were, the more they took down the harder it was to take down the next because of fatigue. At the moment they took down 10 more, but they were still being surrounded, but at the moment they were just buying time. As it looked like more grunts were piling in, suddenly a group of armored police with Macamp and Arcanine by their side and riot shields. You all freeze. Under orders of the International Police you are under arrest, one in the front said. The grunts saw this and their once confident faces immediately fell as they all yelled scatter and ran around like headless chickens. The police separated following grunts and separated into groups to cover more ground. Meanwhile, one man in less riot gear than the others approached Looker and Annabelle. Good work you two for holding out for so long, the captain said. We sent the search and rescue squad out for now. We need to hold Team Rocket back until we find their goal. Have you anything new to report? There's more than we initially thought, but we know they are coming in from one of the bathhouses from the center of the town, Looker said as he looked at all the members of the team and noticed something. The man nodded. Very well, we shall secure the perimeter. For now, you may take any number of team members to go investigate this place you're talking about. Looker looked down at Annabelle, receiving a nod as he looked back up. Very well, Annabelle will join the assault team. I'll go in with Agent Cole, Looker said as he pointed directly over to an armored man who was snooping in the conversation. Cole was surprised. For one part he was frustrated that Looker knew about their secret passageway, but on the other hand, he smiled under his mask as he felt his plan would be much easier than he thought. Cole walked up and took off his helmet. I heard my name. Am I needed? The captain looked at Cole. Yes, you are to follow Looker to a place he believes the rockets are coming from, cover each other's back, and report back if anything happens. Cole saluted but on the inside was smirking. Brock, Misty, and Yellow were fighting as many grunts as they could see as they helped escort people to safety from all the Team Rocket chaos. Ash separated from them, saying he would find more people but hasn't returned yet. Graveler, roll out. Brock commanded as Graveler spun into 3 Team Rocket Pokémon and sent them away as they ran past. Misty sent out a Pokeball, Starmie Ice Beam. Starmie shot a light blue beam that froze the ground and the grunt's feet to said ground. Hey, let us out. BRR, that's cold. I forgot my boots. Misty caught up to Brock as they kept running. How is everything looking? Yellow stayed with everyone we found to protect them in case anything happened. As for Ash, I still don't know where he is, but I did find some knocked out grunts, so I can only assume he is doing fine. Misty sighed and rolled her eyes. Knowing him, he probably went off on his own to find whoever's in charge. I know you think you're proving a point, but that doesn't comfort me in the slightest, Brock said in a blank tone. Sorry, force of habit, Misty said, struggling to keep up with Brock. When they met up with Yellow again, they were suddenly approached by armored men with Pokémon. Everyone stood on alert as one of the ones in the front pulled out a badge. Identify yourselves. Brock noticed and recognized the badge, so he eased up. You're the International Police, right? That's good. I am former gym leader Brock. These two are my friends and companions, Misty and Yellow. And what is it that you're doing? He said, noticing they were protecting people. We are attempting to bring as many people as we can to safety, Brock answered, getting a nod from everyone else. Very well, you have done well, but we will take it from here. Although you 3 are more than welcome to stay and join the fight, he said as some police members started escorting the civilians out of the way. Brock looked at Yellow and Misty, who both looked at him with a complicated expression. As much as I want to just leave it to them, we can't exactly do anything even if we do, Misty said, scratching her head. And Ash is still out there fighting Team Rocket, Yellow said. Yeah, it looks like we're stuck right in the middle of another Team Rocket invasion, so this time let's try and stop as many as we can. Back with Ash. Ash was running through the town. He knew what was behind this, but the problem was where they were so he could take care of them. He didn't know where they were but he had a pretty good idea on where to start. As he was running, Pikachu took care of any Team Rocket Pokemon he could find. Then Ash would take care of the grunts after. How, you may ask? With the spell called Fist. While he was running he noticed someone, 2 people actually, Gary and Green fighting at least 15 grunts side by side with their Blastoise and Venusaur. Ash took a detour and ran towards them to help them out, but he also checked something with his dex. Blastoise, M. Glacial Slam, gain Ice Stab, can learn any Ice-type move. Venusaur, M. Terra Force, gain Ground Stab, can learn any Ground-type move. He couldn't help but let out a whistle. Those were pretty good. Oak doesn't skimp out, is what he would say if he didn't sell his Charizard. Anyway, when he got close he tossed Pikachu in the air. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Everyone was taken by surprise by the sudden new arrival, and before they could react a bolt of lightning hit all the grunts and Pokemon, leaving them extra crispy. Ash ran over as Pikachu jumped back. Hey guys, you're welcome for the save. Gary scoffed. Please, that only happened cause we softened them up. I was about to take them all down if you didn't butt in. Green got in the center. Not the time, boys, we have a situation. You're right, you two should get to safety and I'll take care of everything, Ash mocked, specifically at Gary. Hey, in case you forgot, we're just as strong as you, probably even more now. Sure, keep telling yourself that, number 2, anyway I am going ahead. I think I know who's behind this, so I don't want defenseless people getting involved. Ash said as he started running again. Wah you, I'll show you, Gary said as he ran after Ash. Hey, don't forget about me boys, I'm not being left behind, Green said as she ran after them. Meanwhile, as this was going on, Cliff, Arlo, and Sierra arrived near the volcano only to look up and see the battle between the legendary birds and Spark, Candela, and Blanche. Cliff grunted, what now, should we try and take care of those guys? Sierra shook her head, no need, we can just wait, and when they are all tired we can strike and take Zapdos as well. Arlo nodded as he cleaned his glasses. I suppose that would be the optimal move, but until then what should we do? I doubt this will be over in anything less than 10 minutes. Sierra turned to the town and saw all the grunts run around causing as much panic as they could. I suppose we could always join in the fun down there. They nodded as Cliff released Tyranitar and Arlo let Caesar out as well. I suppose we can join in as Dash. Then they were cut off by the sound of a voice, Thunderbolt. Before they could react, a bolt of electricity shot through and hit the ground they stood on and shocked the 2 Pokemon. Cliff covered his mouth from all the dust and then swiped through the air. Who's there? A familiar voice came from the direction of the attack. Well, color me surprised. It's you 3, didn't expect to see any of you since the SSN. Well, how fortunate, we still need to pay you guys back. As the dust cleared it revealed Ash, Gary, and Green standing and blocking the path. This time we aren't as defenseless as last time. Cliff, Arlo, and Sierra looked confused. Who are you? Ash looked over at his 2 friends and looked smugly. Oh, so they don't recognize us from the ship. Green returned the smile. Oh, then should we introduce ourselves like we practiced? Gary sighed into his hand. You can't be serious, but when he noticed they were 100% serious he screamed into the air. I hate you both. Cliff looked at the other 2. Is this normal? Sierra shrugged, and before they could respond they heard a snap as they looked back at the 3 as they did a pose. Ash, prepare for trouble. Gary, and make it double. Green, to protect the world from devastation. Gary, to ignite all people within our nation. Ash, to denounce the evils of truth and love. Green, to extend our reach to the stars above. Ash, Green, Gary, and Gary. Ash, surrender now, or prepare to fight. Pikachu, Pika, I feel like we should be filing a lawsuit, Arlo said blankly. Gary resisted the urge to kick Ash as he stumped forward. You were there on the ship when you sank it. Cliff slapped his hand with a fist. Oh yeah, you were the weaklings that tried to stop us. I thought there were only 2 of you who didn't realize there was another. And I need to pay you back, Green said angrily. Do you know how much business you made me lose? What? Don't listen to her, Ash said as he struck his fists together. But the point is, we're here to get it back in blood after what you did back on the SSN. Ha. Cliff started laughing as Tyranitar walked back next to him. And how are weaklings like you expecting to do that? Ha. Ash just put on a big smile and laughed along with him. Ha. Arlo walked next to Cliff as Caesar moved next to him. And why are you laughing? Ash didn't answer. He just snapped his finger. Let's have some fun. Then without warning a large Machoke appeared in front of Tyranitar, delivering a +2 boosted punch directly to the dinosaur's face, sending him flying back. Then before Cliff or Arlo could react, an Arcanine dashed past and delivered a flare blitz straight to Caesar's side, knocking him away and into the volcano's side. Ash was still chuckling as he opened his eyes, which were slightly glowing. Did you think we would remain weak forever? In the sky. Blaine was circling in the sky, flying around Zapmalcuno, taking advantage of the fact that it was just attacking wildly. So far he is yet to be hit, but he knows better than to become overconfident. Blaine kept having Charizard focus on dodging. Although Charizard could take a hit from this thing, he definitely couldn't, so until he could get off, Charizard would have to play hit and run. Blaine knows a lot about this thing, especially thanks to that file he was sent, such as its weakness, the first being that all 3 heads had a conscience, meaning he could use that to his advantage. The next thing was that this thing was ice, fire, electric, and flying, meaning it had a glaring X8 weakness to rock, so he was abusing Charizard's ancient power. Although this was a good strategy, it wasn't great since despite being constantly hit like this, Zapmalcuno looked like it was barely taking the damage. By no means was it not hurt, it's just he was taking less than Blaine would have liked. But although he wasn't dealing as much as he would like, this was never his end plan. No, for that he was slowly leading Zapmalcuno closer to the volcano. Although this was taking time, in total it's been about 7 minutes since he started. Eventually, he checked his goggles, in which he added a feature to check the progress, and they showed it was ready, so Blaine signaled for Charizard to fly back to the volcano. When he was at a safe distance and flying towards the volcano with Zapmalcuno behind him, he yelled out, "Now!" From the top of the volcano stood not one but 5 Magmortar, all charging their arm cannons. They had been for the past 7 minutes. Ever since Blaine left, he had them charge up for one big attack. As Charizard dive-bombed down so that Zapmalcuno would be the only target, all the attacks were released. They shot a blast that combined Solar Beam, Hyper Beam, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, Rock Slide, as they all combined into one big beam and hit Zapmalcuno. The sky exploded with dark smoke as the force of the attack finally gave the monstrosity its first major bit of damage, and it took 5 gym leader ranked Pokémon charging for 7 minutes to do it, and it didn't even go down. Blaine grit his teeth as he mumbled, "They really upgraded it. A blast like that would have taken Thursday Pfizer down at full health. This really is a monster." Zapmalcuno recovered from the blast before it could hit the ground and flew back up to look at Blaine. This time it was close enough to finally be seen by the town. Blaine couldn't help but grit his teeth harder. By his estimation, this thing should be twice if not 3 times stronger than Thursday Pfizer. He could probably take it down if he could charge another super attack like that, but he no longer heard the element of surprise. He raised his arm again as he stood next to his 5 Magmortar. Fire! The Magmortar began bombarding the monster as Zapmalcuno approached. As that happened, Blaine grabbed 2 stones in his pocket and pulled them out, a Keystone and an orange Megastone. He threw the Megastone to Charizard, who caught it as he yelled, "Charizard, Mega Evolve." Status, Zapmalcuno, 47% health remaining. Spark, Candela, and Blanche were circling around the 2 legendary birds, sending chip damage when they could, and Zapdos would save them when it got too dangerous thanks to its speed, while also keeping the 2 at bay. The main plan was keeping them separated, as the more beneficial matchup would take care of them, and Zapdos with Spark would keep both away from each other. Articuno vs Metagross and Moltres vs Salamence were fine, but if they managed to switch targets then there would be a problem. Luckily the 2 birds didn't seem to think about that option. Their main goals were to fight those in front of them, which was hard to do since Zapdos was the fastest among them and the 2 Pseudos weren't slow either, so slowly but surely they were beginning to whittle them down. Any moment they could, Candela and Blanche would yell to their respective birds to try and break through to them. Things like, "Hey, are you in there? It is me. We don't want to fight. Don't you remember us? ECT. Although unfortunately, their attempts didn't seem to work, as the only thing they got was almost being hit by an attack, which they were pulled away from thanks to Zapdos. As much as I hate to say it, I don't think we can get through to them. Spark said, "Do you guys not feel anything?" "Nothing. Negative." Spark looked sadly at the 2, "Then our only option is to take them down and go from there." Blanche nodded, "That seems to be our only option at the moment." "All right," Candela said, slamming her fists together, "let's knock some sense into them." Status, Shadow Articuno, 39% health remaining. Status, Shadow Moltres, 43% health remaining. Back on the island, Looker and Cole were running through the streets approaching the place Looker described. Looker kept Croagunk out since he knew that Cole was secretly part of Team Rocket. There was no doubt in Looker's mind that Cole was planning on getting rid of him since he was the one who informed the higher UPS. How is he so sure? Well, even before Looker found out he had met Cole before. Cole is arrogant, to say the least. He would gloat about he was the strongest, even stronger than some commanders. He was also short-sighted, as in he was brash in his decisions and acted like a child even though he was in his 20s. Though he isn't one to talk since he is 30, the point is he knows. Now why did he choose to bring him along? Well, it's easier to deal with him as long as he knows where he is instead of him following behind secretly waiting for a surprise attack. But the main point is that he discussed this with Annabelle as well, and they agreed on a plan to trap him in his lie, and so he needed him to think he had the upper hand. As for strength, well, Looker isn't weak if that's the question. He definitely isn't the strongest, but he is confident that he could take Cole on with Croagunk alone, and even if he couldn't, he does have more than one Pokémon. As Looker and Cole arrived at the bathhouse in question, they got in easily since no one was at the counter, and after a quick search they found a secret tunnel, although the fact that this place was empty meant one of 2 things. 1. There are no more grunts coming in and they are all already out, or 2. There are more tunnels. Looker was willing to bet it was the latter, but with Cole here he didn't say anything about it. Instead, he turned to him, "It looks like this is the place. If we follow the tunnels we should find their headquarters." Cole nodded and smiled, "You first, I'll cover your back." Looker didn't fight it since he knew what was coming. He jumped down and Cole followed, looking maliciously at Looker's back. But as he went down, a girl with lilac-colored hair followed behind, sneakily making sure no one noticed her. Down by the center of town, Brock, Misty, and Yellow were running around working with the international police and looking around for wherever Ash ran off to. When they met up, Brock asked, "Do you have any word on Ash?" receiving a head shake from the girls. No, I asked some of the people but they said they haven't seen him, Yellow said as Chucho stood on her shoulder. Ugh, why does he need to always go off on his own? Misty said rubbing her head, he always makes things more complicated than they need dash. Suddenly the sound of rock breaking followed by a dust cloud by the side of the volcano, followed by a bright blast all came from the volcano. Any chance one of those was Ash related? Brock asked. If I say no, can we not go there? Misty asked. No. Then probably, Misty said, defeated as they all started running towards the volcano, but before they got too close a bolt of lightning cut them off as a man with a lab coat and riding a magnezone appeared in front of them. Hey, what's the big idea? Who are you? Misty yelled at their new obstacle. Colress didn't answer. Instead, he put on his infamous blue cowlick. I apologize but I can't let you go any further. I must see the results of those battles, and they are enough extraneous variables without you. Hey, I don't know what that means but I assume it is something mean, Yellow said looking grumpy, and our friend is there and we need to help him. Sorry, but I can't allow that. I am so close to finally seeing my experiments bear fruit. You may not see it now but in the future, you will thank me. Brock stepped forward. I don't know what you're talking about but if you're standing in our way that makes you our enemy. Is this really how you wish to proceed? Colress said coldly. But when everyone got ready and pulled out a pokeball he could only sigh looking disappointed like a parent who scolded a child. Very well, let's make this quick. Magnezone, let's begin. Looker and Cole walked through the tunnel. It was much larger, about 7 feet to the ceiling. Croagunk was still running beside Looker as they kept going. Looker wasn't looking at Cole. How much farther do you think it will be until we dash? But at that very moment, Cole released his Pokémon Arcanine which he immediately pointed toward Looker's back to attack him while they were alone. But despite what Cole hoped as Arcanine rushed forward Croagunk's anticipation ability activated and he predicted the attack, so in a single motion Croagunk jumped back with his fist glowing purple to deflect the attack. As the two Pokémon were clashing Cole smugly looked at Looker. I bet you're wondering why I'm doing this. Why would the great Cole be attacking another member of the International Police? Because you're a part of Team Rocket. Because I am a part of Team Row. Wait, what? Cole felt his background crack like glass as it felt like his dramatic reveal was ruined. Yes, I had my suspicions about you, and you all but confirmed them right here. Cole scoffed. What difference does it make? For anyone to believe you you need to tell them, and dead men tell no stories. You forget something, Looker said as Croagunk jumped back to his side. I am your senior officer, and I have faced worse things than an entitled kid. Cole grit his teeth in anger. Arcanine flamethrower now. Croagunk, let's do this, partner. As Arcanine charged a breath of fire, Croagunk ran forward, his fist still glowing purple. Brock, Yellow, and Misty were facing Colress and his Magnezone. They had Graveler, Gravy, and Starmie respectively, but even with the 3v1 they were struggling. To anyone analyzing this battle, Brock was in the best position because of Graveler, but Yellow wasn't as experienced in battling with Gravy, so she was falling behind, and Starmie was a water type. Graveler Rock Blast now, Brock commanded as his rock grabbed multiple stones from the ground and started throwing them at the flying magnet. Despite Magnezone's infamy as one of the slower electric types, it dodged most of them, only barely grasped by the last stone chipping against its metal body. Colress looked unimpressed. No, he was actually disappointed. This battle went on for about 5 minutes and yet nothing happened that truly impressed him. Magnezone body press. Magnezone's magnets circled as it flew over and dropped its magnetism to use the force to crash into Graveler. He tried to catch it but the momentum just made him slide back. Misty took that as an opportunity. Starmie used Psychic and grab it. Starmie's central gem began glowing as Magnezone began getting covered in a light purple aura and it was raised, leaving it vulnerable. Yellow now. Misty signaled. Oh okay, Gravy use Smackdown, Yellow said almost stuttering. Gravy ran forward with all his arms raised and ready to slam into this magnet when suddenly Colress spoke again. Flash Cannon. A beam came from nowhere and slammed into Gravy's side and sent him crashing into a nearby building. From the side a Klinklang floated over, its gears shifting like a clock, and Magnezone broke free. Colress looked at them. Did you really think I wouldn't use more than one Pokemon? While Graveler went in front of Magnezone and Starmie stood in front of the Klinklang, Yellow was worried and ran over to Gravy. At the same time Chuchu jumped off her shoulder and Dottie jumped out of his Pokeball to both stand guard and protect Yellow. Colress noticed this and chuckled as he looked at her. Brock and Misty both noticed this, so Brock pulled another Pokeball and released Onyx in case he tried anything funny. But Colress didn't plan on doing anything like that. Instead, he raised his arms and pointed at Yellow. Isn't it truly a shame, the difference in our power? Yellow was helping Gravy out of the rubble as she looked at him. What do you mean? Your Pokemon, they are all weak, all of you can't even fight against me alone. Hey, you take that back. Misty yelled. But Colress shook his head. But it's not your fault, it is just the way all your Pokemon are. Truly they start weak and no matter how much you try they will stay below Pokemon like mine. That's not true, they are my friends. Yellow said, looking at the scientist. Brock and Misty looked at him. Yeah, there's no such thing as weak Pokemon. Every Pokemon can grow to be stronger if they are raised right. Friends. Colress laughed. What good is that? Friendship is useless. No matter how much you think the power of friendship will help you, it is unless in the end that Pikachu will always lose to a Raichu, water types will lose to an electric type, and your rock types will lose to steel types. Isn't it a shame that you can't change that? Colress said, looking at everyone. Brock and Misty looked at him, but Yellow felt different. When she heard what he said, she felt her fists clench. "You take that back," she said with her teeth clenched. Colress looked at her. "Why should I? It's only the truth, proven by science time and time again. Friendship is worthless, all that matters is a Pokémon's power." Yellow looked up, and on a closer look her iris looked like it was glowing. "Then I'll make you take it back." Suddenly Gravy got up as its wounds began healing rapidly. Looking at the ground, small objects began floating with a light yellow aura, and Chucho, Gravy, and Dottie began to feel their power start growing. So much so that Gravy and Dottie both started glowing a bright light. Then their bodies changed. Gravy lost his extra arms and gained a shell, and Dottie gained a new head as they both evolved from the flux of emotions. Yellow stared at Colress. "I'll show you what my friends can do." "Interesting," Colress said, smiling like a madman. "Very well, let's put this to the test. I look forward to the results." Spark, Candela, and Blanche continued their assault on the two bids. Their main focus was to weaken them enough so that maybe they could break through, but as of everything going on, it wasn't working. Spark was still playing support to both of them, making sure Zapdos protected everyone. Zapdos, get Candela out of the way, and Zap Cannon. In a flash Zapdos disappeared, followed by Candela and Salamence, out of the way from Moltres' overheat. Then they appeared above where Zapdos shot at Moltres' wing, sending it down. Candela looked surprised seeing the sudden fall, and before anyone could acknowledge it she made Salamence dive bomb down to catch it. As they fell she could hear Spark and Blanche yell after her. But she didn't stop. After all, this was all originally her fault, so she will fix this no matter what. Cliff, Arlo, and Sierra were battling against Ash, Green, and Gary, but with the way that they ambushed them, Cliff was battling against Ash, Gary against Arlo, leaving Green and Sierra. Green let out her Clefable as she was battling Sierra's Houndoom, as they all took care of their individual opponent. Green pointed towards Houndoom, Clefable used Dazzling Gleam, Houndoom Breakthrough, and Crunch. Houndoom began running towards the pink Pokémon as she released a barrage of glass-like fragments in the air that began going to his side, but even still it was neutral damage, so it kept running through and charged his fangs. Green quickly retaliated. Minimize quickly. Clefable's body quickly shrunk, disappearing from view as Houndoom chomped at nothing, leaving him looking around. Sierra looked at Green mockingly. "So you're running now, pathetic." Green smirked back. "Oh, we're not running, just buying time for a focus blast." Clefable reappeared and in a flip shot a red orb from her hand and slammed to Houndoom's side, sending him down. Sierra glared at them. "Inferno now." Houndoom began igniting in flames, preparing for an attack, when suddenly a blast of water shot from the side and extinguished Houndoom's flames, leaving it steaming. From the side, a Blastoise jumped into this battle, but not just any Blastoise, it was Gary's Blastoise who he sent over to help. Speaking of which, Gary was faring much better against Arlo. Arcanine Flame Wheel. Scizor Vacuum Wave on the ground. Arcanine began spinning as he charged toward the iron bug, but Scizor began punching the air, each punch releasing a blast of air that disrupted the path that eventually led to Arcanine bouncing over Scizor. Arlo smirked. "Now Bullet Punch." As he was in the air, Scizor began punching rapidly into Arcanine's stomach, juggling the dog each time, knocking the wind out of him. That is until a blast of fire came in and hit Scizor back and left Arcanine back on the floor, and flying next to him was a Charizard, Ash's Charizard, who he sent over. And speaking of which, Ash's battle was probably more of a grudge match, as Tyranitar and Machoke had their hands clasped as they tried to push the other one back. Tyranitar was stronger, but Machoke didn't let him get any footing. Cliff yelled over, "Toes M now." Ash did the same, low kick. Both put in effort. This was the first time Machoke fought someone stronger than him. He should be afraid, and yet this only made his blood boil and excite him. Suddenly a small burst of strength exploded and he managed to throw Tyranitar back. Tyranitar got up and Cliff clenched his teeth. Tyranitar Stone Edge. Machoke Dynamic Punch. Tyranitar was about to punch the ground to send rocks at Machoke, but before his fist could touch the ground his arm was covered in vines, and when Cliff and Tyranitar looked back they saw a Venusaur, Green's Venusaur. With that distraction, Tyranitar couldn't finish the attack, causing Machoke to land a devastating uppercut to the dinosaur. Cliff took a moment to process what happened, but he shook his head as he went to his bag. 2-on-1 isn't far, let's make things a little more even. Then Cliff held another Pokeball, but before he could release it, Ash appeared in front of him and grabbed his hand, and pulled him into a punch square on his face, making him drop the ball and letting Ash kick it away. Cliff took a step back, feeling the place he was hit, then he looked at Ash with shock. Ash just kept the smirk on his face and cracked his knuckles. Who said anything about a fair fight? Blaine was almost out of everything. He threw almost everything he had and yet it wasn't enough. His Charizard Y was barely standing and all his Magmortar were out cold, and yet Zapmalcuno was still up. And what's worse, his arm started hurting. As both he and Charizard looked up at the monstrosity they know as Zapmalcuno, it charged one final attack aiming to destroy him and the volcano. The worst part is that as soon as the volcano is destroyed all of Cinnabar goes down with it, and yet he can't do anything else. Charizard stepped in front of him with his wings extended, hoping to protect him. Zapmalcuno released the sphere of triple energy down, and as it got closer Blaine didn't look away, which is why he was surprised when another Charizard flew past and broke through the energy ball in an explosion. Before Blaine could question what happened, he noticed the Charizard had a necklace, and then a man walked past him and tossed him a green potion, a full restore. The man was none other than Lance, who let his cape flow through the wind. Sorry I'm late, but it looks like you did a good job without me. I guess that's why you're the second strongest gym leader with the most experience. Blaine blinked, then immediately started giving Charizard the potion. How did you find out about all this? We can talk about that later, but for now let's end this once and for all, Lance said as he pressed a bracelet he had hidden under his sleeve. Mega Evolve. His Charizard's form extended as his flame burned brighter, but instead of a deeper orange like Blaine's, it was a dark blue as his body turned black, revealing Charizard X. When Blaine was done, Charizard flew forward, as now it was Charizard X and Y vs Zapmalcuno. Zapmalcuno, 40% health remaining. Candela was falling through the sky with Salamence trying to catch up with Moltres. Spark wanted to go after her but had to focus on Articuno, who was still very much a threat to them, barely avoiding a ancient power and retaliating. Candela caught up to Moltres and grabbed onto it. At that moment Moltres' eyes opened, still covered in darkness, as it glared at Candela. Moltres, it's me, don't you remember? Candela said desperately as they were still falling. Moltres didn't change its expression as it raised its beak and prepared to launch a blast of flame at Candela. When Moltres shot the blast of fire, Candela did something so stupid you'd think she was a shonen protagonist. She reached her hand and went through the flames. Obviously her glove and most of her sleeve burnt off, but weirdly enough her skin wasn't immediately melting. Candela grit her teeth from the pain as she reached further. Moltres, I'm not giving up on you. I may not have your mark anymore, but I'm still the one you chose. As the flames kept coming, Candela's hand approached and then finally touched Moltres' beak. The flames began dancing across her hands, as her hand started glowing orange. As soon as Moltres felt her hand, it suddenly had a flash of memories, to the day they met and he gave her that mark with its flames, then the memories of them growing up together, to the time when it saw her injured next to Arlo. As the images kept coming, the pupils in its eyes began coming back and the darkness slowly began dispersing, as the flames on Candela's hand began forming into a new mark on her hand. From above, Spark and Blanche heard a loud thunk sound. Spark immediately looked down in worry, trying to see what happened to his friend, leaving him open for an attack from Articuno, landing a ancient power. Zapdos protected Spark, taking all of the damage, leaving it pretty badly damaged, but it was still up as it sent a thunderbolt back. Blanche was also worried, so in the hopes of ending this quickly, commanded, Metagross Meteor Mash. Metagross's body glowed as it appeared to the side of the bird and with a glowing fist slammed its side. However, Articuno took that attack and seemed unfazed despite being super effective. Articuno raised its beak aiming to blast Blanche since Zapdos was slowed down from its attack. As the blue energy grew, it launched it out aiming for Blanche specifically. It was too fast for Metagross to move, so it was coming directly for them, but before it did, a sudden change of heat burst through the area as a bright flaming bird came in the center of the attack and took it like nothing. Flying there was Moltres, with Candela staging there, her jacket almost completely destroyed from the flames. She gave a smile to her friends. Yo. Spark immediately spoke. Hey, what's the big idea making us worry like that? Candela rubbed her head. Hee. Sorry, but what's important is that Moltres is back on our side. Blanche sighed but smiled. It's good to see you're back to your usual self. Yeah, now let's finish this and help the old man. Candela said as she raised her arm. Moltres Heat Wave. In the tunnels, the battle continued with Croagunk vs Arcanine, and what it seemed was that Croagunk had the advantage as Arcanine had a purple blush on its face. It was poisoned. Cole looked increasingly angry. You useless mutt. Finish it, it's just a frog flare blitz. Arcanine's body ignited in flames as it charged, lighting the tunnel and dashing toward Croagunk and Looker. Looker looked calm. Croagunk counter. Croagunk's cheeks puffed up as he smiled and jumped to meet Arcanine head-on. As soon as they were close, Croagunk grabbed onto Arcanine's jaw and flipped the dog over his head and into the wall. Now in this Venusaur. Croagunk's puffed up cheeks began glowing as he started shooting multiple needle-like blasts into the back of Arcanine, doing double damage due to it already being poisoned and sending it to the ground unconscious. Cole looked angry and frustrated as he began rummaging to grab another Pokeball, but before he threw it, Croagunk appeared and stabbed him with a paralyzing poison, sending him falling down. Looker walked up to him, pulling out his badge. Team Rocket Admin Cole, you are under arrest by order of the International Police. Despite everything, Cole still locked up and smiled. So what? It's your word against mine, and you know what, your Pokemon just unprovoked attacked me. I'll make sure you lose your badge for that, haha. No you won't. A third voice rang out as Annabelle walked in holding a camera. I recorded everything including your admission, so now you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Cole could only complain as Looker and Annabelle took him in. Rocket Admin Cole, captured. In the streets, the battle against Brock, Yellow, and Misty continued. Colress was actually starting to get pushed back, which only served to make him excited from the sudden second wind. The battle was Graveler and Gravy vs Magnezone, Starmie, Chuchu, and Dottie vs Klinklang with Onix as support. Magnezone Thunderbolt, Klinklang Zap Cannon, Colress commanded as both his Pokemon began Chagrin up to attack. Yellow looked over at her friends. Gravy, Chuchu stopped them. Both blasts of electricity were aiming for the ones weak to it, but with Gravy and Chuchu managed to jump in the way, rendering said attacks useless. Misty followed up. Starmie Scald attack. Brock did the same, roll out full power. Starmie's body spun as steaming hot water released and splashed onto Kling-Klang's side, pushing it to the rubble. Meanwhile, Magnezone noticed Graveler and moved out of the way, making him roll right past. But Yellow saw this and raised her arm. Choo-Choo, use Electrowave between those buildings. Choo-Choo looked at Yellow and smiled as she dashed quickly across the battlefield, dodging an attempt from Klinklang to stop her, and arrived next to Graveler's spinning body. Then a sphere of electricity appeared on her tail as she flipped and threw it. The ball unraveled, revealing a net sparking with electricity as it got caught in the space between buildings, catching Graveler, and since the damage did nothing, instead it turned into a slingshot that shot Graveler right back into Magnezone in a bright light. Magnezone was sent to the ground as the ball was still glowing as Gravy managed to reach him and turned it around to run back into Magnezone. The hit ran Magnezone through the ground as it looked like the ground Graveler traveled broke through the concrete. The final attack left Magnezone on the ground with a spiral in its central eye, and Graveler finally slowed down. Actually, that wasn't accurate, as when Graveler uncurled he was now a proud golem, and although Ash wasn't here, if he was he would see. Tempered body, both Def and SP Def use defense. Colress looked intrigued about the sudden change but chose to keep fighting, noticing the literal biggest threat. Klinklang shift gear, then gear grind on that Onix. Klinklang's front gear detached and reached on the back, then it disassembled all the gears as they began orbiting around Onix and began crushing between his joints. Immediately everyone widened their eyes, but most of them couldn't do anything since most of their attacks would end up hurting Onix as well, if not more. The only one who could was Choo-Choo, who was running back. As Onix's cries of pain rang out, Brock looked the most worried. Onix, no. As he looked for anything to do, he considered returning Onix back to his ball, when he suddenly felt something else in his pocket. Pulling it out, it was the metal coat Ash gave him. He hadn't used it yet since he was still wondering if he should, but at this particular moment his options were limited. He also knew Onix wasn't opposed to evolving. So with a breath, he yelled, "Onix, catch," and threw the metal coat. Onix weakly opened its eyes and noticed the flying metal, so with pain it extended its neck and chomped down, breaking the container it was in. Then his body began to change, and his horn retracted as his body grew new spikes on his sides. His gray and rough body was replaced with a shiny metallic body as his head grew twice its size, leaving Steelix. Now the 1 point was barely an inconvenience as Choo-Choo returned back to the battle. Brock noticed this and looked at her. Have Choo-Choo attack. Then he turned to Steelix. Don't let them get away. Yellow nodded as she turned to Choo-Choo. Choo-Choo used Thunderbolt. As he thought, the pieces of Klinklang began trying to escape, but Steelix grabbed them, preventing them from getting far. The bright electricity flew and hit Steelix. He was fine since he was still ground type, but Klinklang wasn't, and with the added conduction was given it worse until the gears fell. But although that was a lot of damage, Klinklang tried reforming again, but Dottie was still there and ready. Dottie used Jump Kick. Dottie delivered a drop kick to the central and biggest gear, and with that, it did enough to make the Klinklang fall down. It stayed quiet for a moment until Colress began clapping. Truly interesting, but you do realize this isn't over, I still have Pokemon. When he returned his 2 Pokemon, he pulled out another Pokeball, but suddenly everyone's attention was caught by an explosion coming from the top of the volcano. Colress looked up and smiled. Well, it looks like we need to cut this short. Data needs to be collected. He threw down the ball, revealing a behemoth as he hopped on and looked down at them. Looks like I have some more things to learn. To think you all grew more powerful from our battle. Then his focus came to Yellow. We'll meet again. I want to see more of that which you have. Then he flew up, leaving everyone to relax, and as soon as they did, Yellow fell down but was caught by Dottie. Brock and Misty quickly checked her to see if she was okay, but she was fine, only sleeping. They looked up, wondering who that was and what he meant. Colress, Ty. On the top of the mountain, Lance and Blaine continued fighting Zapmalcuno, with Charizard X focusing on offense and Y focusing on support. They were beginning to push the monster back. Charizard X was significantly stronger since he was champion level, but even still this wasn't easy. Its resistance was still insanely high, but with the support they began sending it farther back until they focused on trying one final attack with everything. Even if it failed, Lance had other Pokemon, they just needed to weaken this thing's defenses. Charizard Blast Burn. Charizard Flare Blitz. Charizard Y shot a powerful belch of flame, creating a small cyclone as Charizard X took those flames and added them to itself as it charged towards Zapmalcuno in a bright glory. Zapmalcuno looked confident, it knew it could tank it, so it brought its wings to brace itself for impact, but at that moment something unexpected came. From the mountain a small streak of electricity came and hit Zapmalcuno on the back. It was Pikachu using Wild Charge. Ash sent him here to help end this. A while ago Ash played around with his Pokédex trying to find out whatever he could, and he found something interesting with Pikachu. Unknown mutation. Legendary Killer. Whenever the user attacks a Pokemon that is considered legendary, it removes its legendary resistances for 1 minute. Although it wasn't everything, it was something, and it was pretty good. As Zapmalcuno looked at Pikachu, he just gave a peace sign and dropped a substitute so he could get to safety. Zapmalcuno couldn't do anything as the attack from the Charizard came at it, the attack hitting it so hard its body began igniting as it began melting. It could only screech as Charizard cut through it, and its body was cut in half before the flames quickly burnt it all in one motion. Lance and Blaine looked genuinely confused. They did not think that would work, much less kill the thing immediately, but they weren't complaining as the remnants of the bird fell. Zapmalcuno, terminated. Ash, Green, and Gary were beginning to gain the advantage. As they kept fighting, it became apparent to the admins that this was a trap for them, and they couldn't even help each other or get a new Pokemon. Gary looked at Arlo as he raised his arms. Both of you. Flamethrower. Charizard and Arcanine both began charging flames from their mouths and shot toward the bug. Caesar tried to block it. Caesar was already tired, the most out of everyone actually, and its heavy body wasn't helping as it couldn't even get away, only block as the burst of flame hit it and sent it flying to the mountain, knocked out. Arlo looked angry at Gary, which only got worse when he noticed the pokeball he had on his waist. The purple one was opened and broken, indicating he no longer had control of Moltres. Green was also doing pretty well as Clefable and Blastoise were covering each other, much to Sierra's annoyance. Hey old lady, you should give up. Green taunted. Sierra grit her teeth in anger as she pointed at Green. Houndoom, use Fire Blast. Try again, Wrinkly. Blastoise, you're up. Houndoom shot a blast of fire towards them, but Blastoise was ready and returned with a hydro pump blasting through and hitting Houndoom. Green smirked. Now end this, Clefable. Moonblast. The entire time this happened, Clefable was in the side charging up one big burst of energy, and with Green's command she shot it, creating a beam that crashed into Houndoom, sending it crashing into the mountain as well with spirals. On Ash's side, it was certainly different. Machoke was wrestling against Tyranitar as Venusaur played support. Meanwhile, Ash was holding Cliff back. Cliff was genuinely surprised a kid was matching his strength. Little did he know Ash was still holding back. You know, we did meet. I was the one with the cast on during the tournament. What, you mean the crippled? That was you? Funny way of putting it, but yes, and you know Surge gave me that arm. I was planning on breaking him as revenge, but here comes my surprise when I find out someone beat me to it, and more when I find out it was you. What are you getting at? Cliff said as he started sweating. Ash smiled as he used more aura and pulled his fingers down. I suppose your arm will substitute nicely. Cliff was genuinely starting to freak out as he looked towards Tyranitar. Tyranitar, break free and rock slide behind you. Tyranitar managed to push Machoke back as he stomped, creating an avalanche to fall towards Venusaur, forcing it to focus on that. Following that he looked back, now Hyper Beam full power. Tyranitar charged his attack. Cliff was confident this would finish Machoke, and he also noticed Machoke had no guard, so this would end it. When the beam came, Machoke looked at it then ducked under it. How, you may ask? Well, first we need to know what constitutes an attack. Would shooting a damp piece of paper out a straw across the world to hit Machoke count? No. Would a Hyper Beam aimed straight up count? Also no. An attack can only be affected by no guard if 1. It is reasonable that it could be hit by the attack, and 2. It doesn't matter how much of the attack hits, as long the target takes damage. When the beam ended, Machoke jumped forward, and on his left hand his pinky was purple and broken in multiple places, but it was only the one finger. Machoke raised and hit with his right fist, then his left. Tyranitar thought that was the end when suddenly from the left an arm grew and hit him again, the same with the right side. He began attacking again and again using close combat, and as he did his body grew again, leaving a Machamp to deliver one final blow, sending the dinosaur to the ground. Machamp, M. Ability, no guard / guts. Hidden ability, Aura. Aura, punch moves hit a second time for 50% DMG. Champion mutation, whenever fighting someone deemed a worthy challenge a +1, whenever facing someone stronger a +3, can stack. Arlo, Cliff, and Sierra had lost, and before they could say anything a loud explosion was heard from the sky. When everyone looked at it they saw Zapmalcuno split in half and burning. Sierra clenched her teeth as she clapped, making an Alakazam appear, and pushed Green and Gary's Pokémon back since they were the closest. This mission is a failure. We need to retreat. Arlo and Cliff nodded as they all returned their Pokémon and started running. Arlo arrived next, leaving only Cliff. But then Cliff felt a joint of pain on his arm. When he looked down he saw Ash's leg kicking the joint on his elbow and his arm bent away it shouldn't. Then he was launched to the side of the volcano. Who said you could run? I made a promise to you, Ash said as he started approaching him. Cliff's arm was broken, his hat fell off, and the purple master ball he had on his waist fell off. He tried reaching for it but Ash's foot beat him to it as he crushed it. Sierra and Arlo both looked angrily at Ash. Arlo looked at him, why dash, but he was teleported away by Sierra and the Alakazam. Cliff looked at the place his comrades once stood, and before he could say anything he felt his hair being pulled as Ash was grabbing him by the hair and crouched down to look at him. Looks like we need to have a talk, Ash said looking down at Cliff. Gary and Green walked over to see this. Immediately Green looked at Gary. Hear me out. Gary looked at her making a face. Why, I'm hearing you out. Admin Sierra, escaped. Admin Arlo, escaped. Admin Cliff, captured. The trio began walking down the mountain with Machamp holding a knocked out Cliff. Ash got a few answers from him. Obviously, he was not too keen on answering some, but nothing a bit of aura couldn't help. Green and Gary didn't actually know how to process what Ash was doing, so as any reasonable person would they chose to ignore it. As they were walking suddenly they collectively heard, Pika. Turning back they saw Pikachu running back and jumping into Ash's arms. Green came over and gave the mouse a pet as Gary looked up at where he came from. Where did that Pikachu come from? I don't even remember him leaving. We were just running up this volcano and then he disappeared. Ash looked at him and put his finger to his mouth. Don't worry about it. Carrot. But Gary immediately slapped his hand. Fine, just never do that again. As Ash and Green left they kept walking down until they got back on the road. They saw some familiar faces approaching, Brock, Misty, and Yellow on top of Dottie. They quickly met up, immediately noticing that Yellow was sleeping. What happened to Yellow? Long story, but what happened? Brock asked, noticing Green and Gary. You all just went missing and when we looked for you the police showed up. Gary crossed his arms. Well, we also got caught up in something. Remember those admins we met back on the ship? Then he pointed towards Macamp. We had to take care of them. Yeah, we had to get out and get back. Ash said, slapping Gary on the back and acting like it was no big deal. I'm just sad we only got this old guy. They could have sworn it, but despite Cliff being unconscious he mumbled, MMNTD, I'm not old. Misty was not as understanding of Ash's choice of words. Why do you say it like that? That's an admin, and you three fought all of them and won. Yeah, I don't see what the big deal is, Ash said with his finger in his ear. It was just some dudes and this old granny, Green added. Misty's eye twitched as she looked at Green. I thought you were the normal one. Womp womp, we are all freaks of nature, you can cry about that later, Ash said. Hey, don't group me in with you two, Gary yelled. First I was referring to the six of us, and second yes you are and you can't deny it. Or should I bring up the picnic incident? Ash said as immediately Gary covered his mouth. Then before anyone could say something else they felt a gust of wind blow from the air. When they looked they saw a Charizard fly down with two people on its back, Lance and Blaine. As soon as Charizard landed, Lance jumped down and approached the group. Most of them were completely shocked to see the champion there. But Ash raised his hand saying, yo. This made most of the group want to hit him, but before that, they saw Lance smile and wave back. Why, I didn't expect to see you all here. Sigma, degree. Everyone thought collectively as Lance walked up and saw Cliff. Whistle, seems like you guys were busy. An admin, huh? Quite impressive considering your ages. I assume you three did this. Green snapped out of her trance and grabbed Ash and Gary and brought them close. Yep, we managed them out. Gary pulled himself out of the hug. Yes, we actually managed to take down two more, but they managed to escape, unfortunately. Lance nodded. Well, still, quite impressive, and to think you three started this year. You keep this up and maybe one of you will take my place. Haha. Ash looked up, still in the hug since he didn't try escaping. I don't want to be champion. Immediately everyone looked at him, not believing what he just said. What? I don't think any of us want to. Well, you're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it, Gary said, looking away. I mean, maybe if the pay was good, but I dunno, seems pretty boring. Green nodded. Brock and Misty looked shocked and seemed like they wanted to say something until Lance started laughing. Ha ha ha. Wow, it seems like things just keep getting more interesting. Well, I look forward to seeing what you end up doing. So, anyway, back to the topic at hand. Green cut in as she pointed at Cliff. Is there a bounty for him? Gary looked like he was about to scold her, but Lance thought to himself for a moment. Well, usually an admin would probably have a bounty around 5 million, but this one apparently was on the SSN, so I could probably get you about 10 million. Green's eyes turned to dollar signs. So can we give this big guy to you? Well, normally you would go to the police for this. I don't particularly have much to do with this besides authorizing the bounties, but if you want I can take him and just wire the money to 3. Green looked back at the boys. Hey, you guys wouldn't mind if I take your share? Gary scoffed. Sure, take mine, I don't care. Then she looked at Ash. Does this count as my favor? To which Green shook her head. Then no. Well, I still get 66%. I'll take it. Green celebrated. So do you three want credit for taking this admin down? Lance asked as Macamp handed Cliff to Charizard. No. Absolute not. They all said in unison. Lance nodded. Alright, we'll keep it a secret between us. I'll go talk to the police. I see they are already taking care of most leftover members of Team Rocket. Lance hopped on Charizard and waved at the group. I hope we can meet again. Then he flew towards the center of town. As they watched him walk off they heard someone clear their throat. Ahem, a moment of your time if you would. The man in question was Blaine, who stayed behind. I hear you three are participating in this year's league. Am I correct in assuming you are here for the Cinnabar gym? No, you're right on the money, Ash said, acting clueless about who this was. The only one other than him who recognized Blaine was Brock, and even then it was with a hat. Blaine nodded. Then I can help you, for I am the gym leader. Blaine, usually I would give a riddle, but I think these circumstances are rather unique. Looker and Annabelle came back with Cole in handcuffs, immediately and reasonably. People started looking at them with suspicion, demanding an explanation. But after some yapping from Cole, Annabelle pulled out the recording with all the incriminating evidence, including some stuff they had from before. It didn't take much after that for some assault team members to take him away to be put in custody. The commander looked at Looker specifically and gave him a bow. I apologize for putting you in danger. If you had not been able to see through his deception, I fear the worst. Looker waved it away. There's no need for that. Both I and Annabelle have been looking into Cole for some time. I know what I was getting myself into. You don't have to apologize for anything. The commander in question nodded. I assure you we will not let this go unpunished. But for now, we should focus on finding what Team Rocket's goal is here. There's no need for that. A voice came from the sky as Lance started descending on top of his Charizard, who was holding a big man in a Team Rocket suit. The commander, almost as if on instinct, saluted. Champion. What brings you here? Isn't it obvious? Team Rocket. Lance laughed, looking at the nervous police force member. Anyway, my team and I have found Team Rocket's goal. I have personally gotten rid of it and have a high-rank admin in my possession. Some of the new members of the force immediately clapped with stars in their eyes, imaging Lance battling against hordes of Rocket and capturing an admin. The commander nodded. Then can we assume that everything is finished here? I can't be sure. My team is investigating where we think their base is at. I'll get back on that? Oh, of course, but we won't slack off just because you're here, he said, saluting. Pokémon Mansion. Spark, Candela, and Blanche made their way back to the mansion they were originally at to look for any leftover members of Team Rocket. If you look closely at Blanche's hand you would also see that Articuno's mark was back, indicating that they managed to recover Articuno. Although it wasn't as pretty as when Candela did it since Blanche wasn't going full power of friendship, but in the end all that mattered was that they recovered Articuno. They came here instead of meeting up with Lance again because he already contacted them, saying that he and Blaine had already taken care of Zapmalcuno, so they should look for stragglers. When they arrived they found most of the mansion almost completely destroyed, but thanks to that they saw a secret underground room that they made their way down. It took a minute, but using their Pokémon they all made it down, and looking around they found all of nothing. The place looked abandoned. If not for the fact that there were some fresh documents on the floor and tables they would have thought this place wasn't even used. Blanche walked over and picked up one of the documents as Spark and Candela went looking around. There were some machines and some tubes with green liquid, but after Blanche read through the documents it was clear it was just some goo called Bacta. Looking further they found what appeared to be the room where Zapmalcuno came from. In the center a large tank was broken and around it looked like people left in a hurry. As they looked at the tables Blanche found some more documents about the project, the people involved, and even the process of making Zapmalcuno. Candela walked in from another room. I don't think there's anyone here. Spark also walked in. Yeah, I looked around but I can't even find any Pokémon. I think they left this place. Blanche nodded. That is my theory as well. Very well, we should report this to Lance. Candela and Spark showed no opposition to that, so Blanche used the communicator to reach Lance. Champion, we searched the location, and there is no sign of any more people. They likely evacuated after the monster was released. Then from it, Lance's voice was heard. Copy that. Return to the League building, we can talk more then. I will take care of the rest. A few hours later, Lance was overseeing multiple Team Rocket members being taken away as all citizens were returned to Cinnabar Island, and some members of the press also came for an exclusive interview. Things like, Champion, what happened? Champion, are you behind this raid? Champion, how did you find out about Team Rocket's plan? Did you capture the admins? Do you think those Jotunians are behind this? ECT. Of course, Lance kept the answers as vague as possible and straight up denying things, but as a just it boiled down to him saying that his team had been working hard to make sure another incident didn't happen, and that he could not disclose any information at the moment, but once everything is over they will receive answers. Of course, some people weren't happy with just that, but Lance didn't answer any more questions. From a nearby diner, the six were sitting down and watching everything. Yellow finally woke up, and surprisingly she didn't actually remember much of what happened. To her, after the scientist talked about friendship being worthless, she blanked out, and she woke up on top of an evolved Dottie. Anyway, they didn't bother prying since they got most answers from Brock and Misty, and as for what happened with Blaine, he invited him to his gym and told them where it was. But at the moment they were laughing watching the reporters trying their hardest to make Lance say something for publicity. Well, at least it looks like the League will get some reputation back, Ash said. Not if they can make him admit he is protecting those filthy Jotunians and behind everything. Green jokes. You know you joke about that, but I wouldn't be surprised, Gary said, taking a sip from his drink. Anyway Gary, I've been meaning to ask, Ash said looking serious. What? Where are your cheerleaders? Ash said, making Gary fall out of his chair, and Brock nodded like it was an important question. Lance made his way back to the League building. Charizard was rightfully exhausted, so he used one of the other Pokémon he had, but that's not important. When he arrived he made his way to his office walking through the halls, but when he walked into his office he was immediately greeted by the sight of the three new members of the Elite Four. Damien, Darwin, and Tempest. Lorelei was out doing some acting stuff or fashion. Honestly, he can't even remember half of what that woman does. When they noticed him, Damien gave him an apologetic look as Tempest and Darwin both ran at him, bombarding him with questions about what happened. Why didn't you let us go? Darwin yelled. Lance tried to wave it off. Well, I didn't think you would want to. How did you even find out? Tempest pulled out her phone and started scrolling through pictures of Lance personally arresting Team Rocket and two admins, one of which was Cliff. It's all over Pidgey. Tempest then pointed at the picture of Sif. He was on the ship. He broke my dad's arm. I wanted to get revenge for him. Darwin pushed her to the side. Forget that if he was there then that admin girl was there too, he said with a growl. I want to get revenge on her for what she did to me. If only I brought Gastrodon or Flygon with me too. Curse those stupid rules for marketing purposes. Lance started sweating. Well, you see, I didn't actually know they would be there. In fact, I only went to stop something private, but that's not important. But that didn't seem to quell the two young adults, so Lance thought of something. You know he is in custody. What if you both go ask him questions? Maybe you could find some answers and find their base. They both started to squint their eyes, not opposed to it but also questioning why he specifically suggested it. Fine, but next time you better keep us informed. We are your new Elite Four, and I'd rather have some action than being a glorified secretary. Then Tempest and Darwin walked out of the room, leaving Damien only there with him. So how was the situation on Cinnabar? Lance waved his arm as he went to sit on his chair. Well, from what I heard, about 80% of the grunts were captured, with the last few retreating after I arrived. As for the reason why I went there, well, let's just say everything turned out all right. Damien nodded. Well, the situation here was pretty uneventful until about 10 minutes ago. I can't say it was pleasant though. I can't believe as a child I wanted to be champion, but you were gone for about an hour and I wanted to rip my hair out. Lance chuckled. Well, in your defense that was for Kanto and Johto, but still it isn't fun. Damien looked at Lance. So what now? I don't think Team Rocket will stop at whatever they were doing, and most of us are unprepared for a sudden invasion. Lance thought to himself, well, I suppose we need to do that. I didn't expect to have to call one this soon. You mean Dash? Yes, I will call a gym leader meeting. This is complicated since we have two newly appointed gym leaders in Erica and Janine. I guess this is kinda a welcoming party and a strategy meeting. Yes, I just hope things can go smoothly. Lord knows things have been complicated as is. Then at the next moment through the doors, three familiar people walked in. It was Spark, Candela, and Blanche. Spark was the first one in and also the one who pushed the door open. Hello? Mr. Lance, we're back. Then they all noticed each other, and for 10 seconds there was prolonged eye contact until Lance cleared his throat and turned to Damien. Sorry to cut this short, but I need to talk to them. Damien nodded understatedly and walked out, giving a nod to the three and closing the doors behind him. Lance looked at the three. So now we can talk. Tell me exactly what happened. It was the next day. Blaine invited them to their gym, but for obvious reasons they took the first day off, so today they met back up and started walking together to the gym. As for Gary's cheerleaders, he sent them away to do whatever for now since he knows Ash and Green would just annoy him about it. So they made some small talk with each other about random topics. Look, I'm just saying, if you're drowning all you have to do is just drink the water, Green said confidently. Right, are you homeless just to get a job? Why didn't I think of that? Gary responded sarcastically, didn't we have this conversation before? We don't talk about that. After all, that was the day that happened, Ash said shivering and Gary nodded also shivering. What do you mean? Brock asked. Did something happen? It couldn't have been that bad. Oh, you have no idea. Flashback no jutsu. All the guys in class were hanging out just playing some random games, with the exception of the two edge lords since this was before Silver tried being better. They were 6 at the time so they didn't have any care. Suddenly Ash kicked the door down holding bags, throwing some at people and quickly approaching Gary. Everyone, this is bad. We need to leave Kanto now. Ash started randomly packing things rambling on about, everything is over, we need to change our names, this will make for some insane dad lore. But Gary put his hand on Ash's shoulder. Hey, calm down, it can't be that bad, I mean nothing I can't do anything about, right? Ash slapped Gary's hand and put both hands on his shoulders. Gary, the group chat has been leaked. Everyone in the room stayed silent hearing that. Gary looked at Ash seriously. We need to burn Pallet Town down. Ash and Gary still shivered remembering that day, and Brock was the only one who understood it, as Green was just laughing. Man, I cannot believe you guys actually managed to save yourselves after that. Seriously, if you were any older I'm pretty sure you might have gotten arrested. Don't even say that, Ash said. I mean it was hard enough being the youngest person there. Heck, I'm the youngest out of the 6 of us. Oh really? When were you born? Misty asked. In May. Oh, my Arceus. Why, you are like 1 month older than me. What, were you looking down on me as a toddler? No, I just mean I thought you were older, Misty said as she realized something. Wait, how do you know my birthday? I never told you guys. Oh, your sister told me, Ash said. I mean seriously, being born on April 1st must have been tough. Wait, I think we're glossing over something. Why do you have my sister's number? Misty shouted. Well, I only got the pink one, Lily I think. Yeah, she just gave me her number and spammed my phone for a while, Ash said like it was the most natural thing, making Brock keel over in a corner. That is actually really accurate. I mean I can't even say I'm mad, it's just how she is, Misty said looking dejected. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Yellow's also older than me, Ash said immediately, making Brock and Misty look up, and between Ash and Yellow, Misty put her hands together and breathed. How? Ash shrugged. I mean she was born in March, so she's also older than you. Misty's head spun trying to process the fact that she was the second youngest person here. Is there anything else I need to know? Ash shrugged. Green's 11, that one was enough to make Misty fall over. Meanwhile Green punched Ash in the shoulder. So you did remember my birthday, and you two idiots didn't get me anything. Remember the moonstones? Those don't count, Green immediately said. Ash and Gary both looked at each other immediately remembering how shameless their friend can be. Sigh, okay then what do you want? Gary said. Can I get a dash? No X2. Wah, but I didn't even say anything. Green argued. Does it involve me and Gary in tuxedos, again? Ash said. Now it doesn't. This went on for a while until they eventually made it to the volcano. It was connected to Blaine's hotel, but he told them of a separate way behind the volcano, so they all took it, leading them down a staircase going down. When they went down they eventually came to a clearing, and inside they came to what looked like a makeshift gym. In the center there was a battlefield held over lava by chains that just screamed safety hazards. When they also came in they saw Blaine sitting on a nearby table. He waved them over as he laid 3 badges in front of them. Good to see you all made it just fine. Sorry again, usually I would have a riddle or puzzle around as a gym challenge, but circumstances have changed that. Don't worry about it, old man, Gary said nonchalantly. Let's just get what we all came here for. About that, Blaine said, I would be glad to present you all the volcano badge. You all proved you deserve it. Yellow turned to Brock. Can he just do that? Before Brock could answer, Blaine spoke up. Gym leaders are meant to test the participants of the league challenge. That could mean a battle, a test, or a number of other things. The participants don't even have to particularly win, just prove themselves. Then Blaine looked at the three, and I say that battling and winning against 3 admins and capturing 1 more proves you are capable trainers. So as gym leader of the Cinnabar gym, I am happy to give you all a badge, no battle required. The 3 just looked at him for a moment. Then Blaine looked to the side, scratching his cheek, and also, most of my Pokémon are still injured from the attack. I'm afraid I couldn't give you all a proper battle, since as far as I'm aware this is your 7th badge. That made more sense to all of them, as in a 7th gym battle the gym leader is allowed a full team of 6, and 18 7 badge level Pokémon would be hard to have since it is very rare for a Pokémon to be satisfied with only their current level, not to mention hard to even get. So Ash, Green, and Gary all picked up the badge. Well, I guess a badge is a badge, Gary said. Green shrugged. I ain't complaining, this one was the one I was scared for the most. Only Ash looked at his badge instead of putting it away. Brock, Misty, and Yellow were about to congratulate them, but Ash slammed it back on the table. Sorry old timer, but I can't accept this that easy, Ash said as he smirked. What is wrong with you? It's a free badge, why would you not take it? Misty yelled. Although no one said it like Misty did, they were also still curious, so Ash answered, I'm invoicing the gimmick challenge. I already got one and I'm not stopping for a free badge. That made most of them twitch their eyes, but Blaine understood. Well, that makes things complicated. In this case, it's far more complicated since I can't just give you the credit for it. But what I can do is this. Since I don't have a Pokémon for this kind of thing in the 7 badge teams at the moment, I'll use 1 Mega Pokémon from my 8 badge team, and you get 3 Pokémon. Does that sound fair? Immediately, and understandably, Brock and Misty tried talking him out of it. Hey come on, why does that matter? It's just a few more battles, you don't need it. Just be reasonable for once. But Ash completely ignored those suggestions and smiled at Blaine. Then let's dance. Ash walked up to his side as everyone found a seat. He already had a plan going forward, but this kind of made things easier. Well, not easy per se. Blaine would probably be the toughest gym leader due to pure experience if it weren't for Psychic being broken in Kanto due to no dark types and only like 2 good bug types. But anyway, to know his plan first you need to understand that Ash used the mints. Yes, the nature-changing ones. He finally got all the ones he needed and planted them to grow. He used it on some but not everyone, but the only ones that are relevant at the moment are Sparkles Gyarados Sparkles, M. Lonely Rightward Arrow Adamant. Kingler, F. Naive Rightward Arrow Adamant. Blastoise, M. Impish Rightward Arrow Modest. First he did change the natures of a few more Pokémon, but he also didn't have a lot left since they took a bit to grow, so it's not relevant right now. And 2. Yes, Krabby evolved. It only took like a day of training. Anyway, that was the team he was going in with. He already knew which Pokémon Blaine was planning on using, so he held his first Pokeball to get ready. Blaine spoke up, very well, this will be a handicap-style battle. The challenger Ash will be allowed 3 Pokémon and I will only be allowed 1. The winner is decided when one side has no usable Pokémon left. Let us begin. Then Blaine released his Pokeball as Ash did the same, revealing a single Crab Kingler who had a life orb vs a Charizard with an ornate necklace and a stone fixated on the center, a Charizardite Y. Ash took the first move, Agility, then Hone Claws. Kingler's figure began to blur as she jumped from side to side and her claws began shining. Blaine adjusted his glasses. Charizard, let's do this Thunder Punch. Charizard's fist began to ignite in electricity as he dashed forward and aimed to send a punch straight to Kingler's head, but before that Kingler's figure disappeared and a moment later she reappeared above Charizard. Ash looked up, now Crab Hammer. Kingler's big claw started growing as she sent a punch down directly for the back, but before that Charizard quickly flipped its body and caught the claw as it was slammed down to the field. Charizard did take damage, but it managed to muffle the impact. And fun fact, that was life orb boosted, and thanks to Kingler's ability, Sheer Force, she didn't take any damage. Charizard's seismic toss, Blaine commanded, raising his good arm. Charizard was on its back, but even still it didn't let go of Kingler's claw despite the fact that she tried pulling out, so Charizard used that momentum and threw Kingler into the air, leaving her defenseless. Now Brutal Swing. Ash heard this and grit his teeth. Quick counter with Brick Break. Charizard's fist glowed black as Kingler turned around and made her claw glow red, and when they got close they both clashed with their attacks, creating a shock that caused the changes to rattle. But despite everything Charizard seemed relatively fine. Kingler was the one who was hurting more. Just goes to show the difference in power, that this Charizard who is built to be a special attacker can still beat Kingler on physical output. But neither Ash nor Kingler stood down. Kingler liquidation. Charizard counter with Slash. Kingler's large claw began to be covered in water as Charizard's arm glowed white, then they both ran at each other, clashing their attacks trying to gain the upper hand. Then with one final attack they lashed, causing them both to slide back. Razor Shell. Iron Tail. Kingler turned around and with her small claw she aimed for Charizard's side. Meanwhile, Charizard flipped around, its tail glowing silver, and crashed with the claw, sending Kingler sliding back. Blaine nodded in approval. Not bad, but not good enough. I suppose we should get serious now. Then he raised his sleeve revealing a Mega Bracelet, and with his bandaged arm he taped it. Mega Evolve. Charizard's form was covered by a bright light. The energy coming off made the field begin to shake as the magma below began bubbling harder, and even though they were all inside, the feeling of a bright sun loomed down on them. Flying in the center was now Charizard Y, and its ability Drought created the effect of sunny day. Before Ash could issue a command, Charizard flew in and grabbed Kingler and helped her as it breathed the smoke. He recognized a defog into Kingler, resetting her boosts. Ash grit his teeth. Kingler hammer arm. Kingler raised her claw as it glowed red and she brought it down on Charizard, sending it back to the ground and onto a knee. Now Rock Tomb. Kingler then brought her claw down, slamming the platform, causing pillars of stone to rapidly approach Charizard and slamming it across the face. Blaine stepped in. Roost then Focus Blast. Charizard lowered his wings as he started resting and brought his arm forward, starting to shoot spheres of red energy toward Kingler. Kingler and Ash knew that she didn't have much left, but they weren't going out without a fight, liquidation and cut through. Kingler's large claw became a club, and her small claw grew a blade made of water as she began rushing forward, blocking and slashing at the spheres as they came, some hitting her, but she still moved through until she got close. Then with a flourish she jumped and sent a slash at Charizard's cheek and a punch to its chest. Now do Rain Dance. Blaine frowned. I won't let you. Charizard finished this with Solar Beam. Kingler raised her claw to begin the move, but Charizard was faster as it instantly shot a pale green beam into Kingler and sent her crashing into one of the chains and on her back. Everyone immediately thought Kingler was unable to battle, so Blaine nodded. Quite impressive. To do that much is rare even for a water type, but no matter. Send your next Pokémon. But Ash just smiled. But it's not over yet. Then he snapped. Kingler weakly raised her claw and shot an orb into the air, creating a cloud, and it began raining. After that, Kingler finally went down with spirals in her eyes. Ash returned Kingler to her ball. Meanwhile, the sound of water touching magma was heard. She did her job, so it's time they don't make it a waste. Gyarados. From the ball, the familiar sight of the Red Sea Serpent arose as he looked down at Charizard. However, Charizard didn't see Gyarados as stronger. Blaine also remained stoic. Well played, Charizard. Thunder Punch. Ash smiled back, as if, Dragon Dance into Iron Tail. Gyarados' eyes glowed purple for a moment as he spun around with his tail glowing silver and slashed into Charizard's fist, turning the air heavy from the crash. Ash didn't back down. Now Aqua Tail. Gyarados shifted his tail as it began to be covered in water. Charizard noticed, but it was too late as Gyarados flipped his body using his weight to slam Charizard to the ground. Ash didn't let him recover. Crunch. Get back into the sky and air slash. Charizard used its arms and moved itself out of the way before spinning and going airborne again and flapping its wings, sending blades of wind into Gyarados' side. Now Hyper Beam. Charizard raised its head and shot down a yellow-orange beam of energy from its mouth that collided with Gyarados, sending him back down, crashing and making the chains rattle more. Charizard had to take a moment to recover as everyone watching looked, holding their breath, seeing if Gyarados was still up. After a moment indeed, Gyarados returned from the smoke and started flying through the air after Charizard, though there was a distinct yellow juice from a figgy berry he had in his mouth. You didn't think it would be that easy. Stone Edge. A light gray ring of stones appeared around Gyarados' tail, and then with a flick he started shooting them at Charizard, who couldn't evade. When he was out of stones he flipped and slapped it back down. Charizard stumbled to get back up. It felt that one, and it wasn't pleasant, so it looked up for Blaine's order. Roost, then Ancient Power. Charizard went back to the ground as it tried to recover. Meanwhile, stones began circling around its body. But Ash looked at Blaine and smirked. Big mistake. Earthquake. Blaine was surprised, and before he could tell Charizard to cancel the command, Gyarados flipped around and sent a till slap directly to the ground, creating a small quake and a mini explosion under Charizard. Charizard was sent back and started sweating as it was being pushed back. The only redeeming part about this was that Gyarados was also breathing heavily. But both sides still wanted to continue. Charizard used Dragon Pulse. Gyarados used Thunderbolt. Both fake dragons shot out a respective blast. They collided in the center, both fighting to see which one could overpower the other, but it was quite clear, as the purple fire began to push through and reached Gyarados. As soon as it did, the area where he stood exploded in purple and blue fire, and Gyarados fell over with spirals in his eyes. Ash returned Gyarados as Blaine nodded approvingly. Quite impressive. I can't remember the last time someone pushed this Charizard so far. I can see why you lot were able to beat 3 admins. Thanks for the praise, but this isn't over. I still have one final Pokemon. Ash threw out his last Pokeball, and from it came a large turtle who made the chains rattle from its weight. Blastoise. Blaine nodded as everyone watching was surprised to see this, since none of them knew Ash had evolved Wartortle yet. Blaine raised his arm. Charizard, let's keep going. Hurricane. Charizard started flapping its wings violently, creating multiple crescent-shaped energy blades flying towards Blastoise. Blastoise smirked as he heard Ash's voice. Shell Smash, then Jet Punch. Blastoise's body was covered in a white light that then cracked, leaving him weakened. That is until he bit down on the white herb he had in his mouth, getting rid of the defense drop. Then as the blades approached him he retracted his feet and began shooting out jets of water, moving through the air and dodging the blades, surprising everyone. Then with a flick, Blastoise aimed a water-covered fist to Charizard's face. Charizard felt the pain but didn't back down. But what really surprised everyone was that Blastoise stayed in the air. He was constantly shooting water out of his feet, so he remained airborne. Blaine threw his good arm forward. Focus Blast. Charizard snapped out of his trance and started shooting multiple orbs through the air aiming to send Blastoise back down. The blasts crashed into his shell but he didn't fall, as Ash yelled up, Aura Sphere. Blastoise retaliated by sending one of his own back toward Charizard, but this wasn't aimed to damage it but to slow down its movements since it was aimed at its wing. Charizard noticed too late as its left wing got shot, forcing his right to put in more effort. Blaine started looking for a way to turn this situation around, but Ash didn't stop. Now Hydro Pump. Blastoise pulled out his cannons and shot forward a powerful blast of water that sent it falling to the ground, only barely touching itself before it crashed. Quickly Roost. Wrong move. Ash rescinded with a smirk. Let's end this Gamera Spinner. Rapid Spin plus Aura Sphere plus Water Pulse. From the air, Blastoise curled back into his shell and he started spinning while releasing aura and water, creating blades around his body. Then without his propulsion, he started falling towards Charizard. Charizard just gave up his ability to fly, so even though it tried, it also failed to get out of the way as Blastoise crashed down. The stadium shook and cracks appeared across it. The chains looked like they were barely still holding on, but they did, and for a moment everything remained silent until the smoke cleared. From it, Blastoise walked out, dusting off his shell and looking into the crater revealed Charizard, just Charizard, as he was knocked out of his mega form. Then clapping came from the side as everyone started clapping, some more enthusiastically than others since Ash managed to win. Blaine even joined in as he walked forward. Congratulations, you have emerged victorious. Then he grabbed the badge from the table and represented it to Ash. So then, it is my honor to award you the Volcano Badge. Ash took it, almost feeling a certain someone warning him to not do something stupid again. Then he turned to everyone and especially Gary and Green. Yeah, I earned the Volcano Badge, really emphasizing on the word earned. The group of 6 walked out of the gym after everything was done, but not without Ash messing with Gary and Green about how he isn't taking the easy way out. I'm just saying, I'm doing all this, and yet you two are barely keeping up. I dunno. Hey, just because we aren't masochists like you doesn't mean anything. Gary argued. Besides, I plan on doing it during the time we'll have in between now and the league. What Gary was referring to was that the gimmick challenge could be done anytime, and if you already had a badge then you could just get a rematch for the credit since you only need 3. Gary is basically saying after he gets his 8th badge he'll go and re-challenge some gym leaders' 8-badge teams, since at the rate they're going they will probably have a good amount of downtime. Hey, if you're saying you need to be overprepared then just say it, Ash said, taunting. Green slightly snorted, says the one who doesn't battle gym leaders without prep time. Yeah well cope, I'm just better. Gary rolled his eyes. Yeah whatever, anyway I guess we all just need one more badge then we're good. Yep, Ash nodded, and the last licensed gym is way over in Viridian, which we don't even know if it's open. Green looked at Ash. Can't you just go take us all over there, you know, since you have an Abra? Well, 1. No, we still have that bet, don't think I forgot, and 2, even if I wanted to I can't. I didn't have Abra when we passed Viridian, heck I didn't even have her when I got to Pewter. At best I can go to Cerulean. That sounds tedious, Misty said. How long would that even take? Well, assuming we take the fastest path, and considering I can't use my birds to fly, then probably like a little less than a month's journey. Gary shrugged. Well, I may not have a magic teleporting fox, but I do have a car, so while you all struggle to get there I'll already be walking out with my badge, so smell you later. As Gary began walking away, Green looked over at everyone. He does realize that the next boat isn't until like 2 days from now, right? Green just shrugged back. Hey, it's his loss, anyway I dash. Ash, why? Green said, looking over at him. I told you I hated that nickname, Ash said, not even looking at Green. What do I need to do to convince you? Green held her hands together. Not happening. Please, Dash. As this was going on, Brock and Misty looked at each other watching the interaction, then at Yellow, who was completely acting unfazed. Misty leaned over. How normal is this? Yellow looked over. Oh, well, this happens a lot. It usually ends when one of them gives up or someone pulls them apart. Brock looked back. So should we, Dash? I kinda want to see where this goes. Ash sighed after a moment. Okay, so you're not exchanging your favor, right? No, I'm saving that. Sigh. Okay, you can go, but I get to put stipulations in that favor. Green looked at him skeptically. Depends what they are. 1. You are not allowed to braid my hair. 2. You are not allowed to dye my hair. 3. You can't make me change what I wear permanently. 4. You can't make me dress like a girl again. And 5. You can't make me your servant for the day. As Green started thinking, Brock and Misty couldn't help but wonder why those were oddly specific. Is number 4 negotiable? It is not. Finny, Green said begrudgingly. All right, pleasure doing business with you, Ash said as he reached down his jacket to pull out Abra, not the Pokeball, the whole thing. You should probably put on appropriate clothes, it's still fall, he said, specifically looking at Misty. Do we have to? Misty said. Yes we do, so everyone should go grab their stuff and dash. Ash started but was stopped when something happened. Out of nowhere, an unidentified flying Pokemon flew to the air and fell down very quickly, until it crashed into Ash's head, knocking him to the ground. The Pokemon in question was a majestic beast, standing at about 3 feet, with yellow feathers. Sitting on top of Ash's head was Psyduck, who looked like he didn't know what happened. Oh Psyduck, there you are, Misty said as she picked up the duck. Where even were you? As that happened, Brock knelt down to look at Ash. It didn't take a genius to notice that a surprise duck attack took him by, well, surprise. And he was actually knocked out. Yeah, it looks like Ash is out cold, Brock said as he picked Ash up by the shoulder. He's probably going to be out for a few hours. Misty heard this and then looked at Sadok's derpy eyes. Perhaps I treated you too harshly. Sadok just tilted his head, sigh. In the League building. Lance just finished hearing the reports from Spark, Candela, and Blanche. And he was handed the reports Blanche collected along with some of the goop. Lance wasn't an expert in this kind of thing, so it was sent to the League lab. He would also probably talk to Blaine about it later. I see. Well then this is a very particular situation, Lance said as he tapped on his desk. I guess we can't do anything until we can get more information from one of those admins that have been captured. I see, Blanche said deep in thought. Well, I guess that means we have some time to ourselves again. Spark said, putting his arms over his head. I have some eggs I need to check up on. Candela shook her head. Only you can lighten the mood like this. Lance just watched the interaction and slightly chuckled. I suppose so. Until we receive more words, then you can go tend to your Pokémon. So you can go. Everyone nodded, and as they were about to turn to leave, Lance spoke up again. Blanche, a word. Spark and Candela looked at Blanche, who gave them a reassuring nod, then turned back as Spark and Candela walked out and closed the door behind them. Lance flipped his computer screen, showing the message from before, the one that warned them about Team Rocket. You remember this, right? Well, before I left I sent an encrypted version to our tech specialists to see if they could track the origin of this message. Blanche nodded. And what were the results? Lance shrugged. Nothing. And I don't mean that it looked like it was removed. No, they found that it was practically created and sent in the same computer, which is mine. Blanche's eyebrow raised. That doesn't make sense. Even if someone hacked it, there should still be a signal that needed to be followed. Lance nodded at Blanche's words. You're right, it doesn't, so I resent them an unencrypted version to see if that changed anything. But also I want you to take a look. This is your area of express and you were the one who suggested it in the first place. Blanche nodded. Of course, I will work on it to the best of my ability. Lance waved his arm. There's no harm in not finding anything. I had them also check to see if anything was added or taken out of any League software. As far as everyone could find, nothing was taken or even looked at by someone who shouldn't. But then he turned serious. But there's no telling if it will stay that way. Whoever this is clearly has access to classified Team Rocket information. They may even know whoever this new boss of Team Rocket is. Blanche's ears perked up at that. I was curious. You said there was a new boss. How are you so sure? Well, about 10 years ago Koga, Serge, and Giovanni were all a part of Team Rocket as high-rank members, but they betrayed Team Rocket and turned in the boss at the time known only as Madame Boss, and she is still in captivity. Blanche's eyes widened. You mean 2 of the Kanto gym leaders and a member of the Johto Elite Four were once part of Team Rocket? Yes, they clearly didn't like whatever they were doing, so they were able to aid us in taking down Team Rocket all those years ago, and because of that they were rewarded by being given gym leader positions. International Police Headquarters. Due to exceptional work and being one of the main reasons we were able to learn of Team Rocket's invasion, along with aiding in the arrest of a Team Rocket admin, it is my honor to give you this promotion, Annabelle. This was a somewhat party going on in the office. After everyone returned, Looker and Annabelle were given praise for their work, and were both offered promotions, but Looker rejected him, but Annabelle didn't. The festivities went on for a while with everyone congratulating them and other celebrations. If you didn't know any better, you'd forget this was a police headquarters. After a few hours, people started going back to their own work. They couldn't slack off due to there being 2 admins in their custody when they could try interrogating them. Looker and Annabelle, however, were given some vacation time, about 2 weeks to recover from everything, so inevitably they were alone in the office again. Annabelle walked over to Looker and slightly elbowed him. Hey, look at me go. Be careful or I might outrank you one day. But Looker didn't take it to heart. Then when you do, please don't send me on tons of missions. Annabelle chuckled until she looked at him. Why'd you reject your promotion? They offered you the head of the secret division. That's like one of the top spots. It's complicated. Let's just say I can't outrank someone in all good faith. Looker scratched the back of his head. Annabelle felt there was something else, but she didn't really want to pry deeper, so she dropped the topic. Well, what do you think we should do in our vacation time? I don't think I've ever gotten any time off since I joined. Looker shrugged. I usually go and find a good book or travel around. Wow, that's kinda boring, a third voice said. Yeah, you have a point, Annabelle said, agreeing, until she noticed what happened and she quickly turned to the source, which was obviously the computer, with Ash's silhouette and 2 red eyes looking. And here I was in a good mood, Annabelle growled. Wow, I'm hurt, darling, and after all, I did to help you. By the way, congrats on the promotion. That made Looker and Annabelle frown. How did you know that? Oh, but did you forget? I know everything, Ash said as his voice and the screen became distorted before snapping back to normal. Looker just shrugged it off, ignoring what he did. He's right, he did help us a lot and everything he said turned out to be true. Aw, thanks, Looker, but I recommend you try and capture all the grunts still undercover. I can't imagine they'll stay much longer if Cole was captured. Annabelle cut in. Enough with the chit-chat. You promised to answer a question, so I want answers. Ash chuckled. Okay, yes, I promised, but remember I said one honest question. It can be anything and I will answer it. Take advantage, I might not give you another chance. Will you stop cooperating with us? Looker said, frowning. No, I might give you more questions, but there's no guarantee I'll answer truthfully. This, however, I promise you will be 100% truthful, so use it wisely. There were dozens of questions they could ask, from who Ash was all the way to the identity of the boss of Team Rocket. Annabelle wanted to use the question herself, but she held herself back and was about to turn to discuss this with Looker, but suddenly he stepped forward. Tell us what you know about Annabelle. Before Annabelle could say anything, Ash's voice turned serious. Are you sure? This isn't something to be taken lightly. I want you to understand when I say you might not like what I tell you. Looker looked at Annabelle. She stopped for a moment and turned to Ash on the screen. Yes, tell me what you know. I'll accept whatever happens. Ash sighed. Very well. First I must tell you this wasn't easy to find. I had to dig pretty deep. I assume you both understand how wonky those wormholes are. They both nodded, not wanting to remember them. It brought back bad memories. Well, I need you to brace yourself. You're not going to like what I say, Ash said as he cleared his throat. Annabelle Sterling was pronounced dead 8 years ago, along with her father Gabriel Sterling, and mother Elena Sterling. 8 years ago, a young Annabelle who looked like she was 10 was riding in the car with her parents. They were just getting back from visiting a family friend. Annabelle's parents were pretty well renowned as trainers, so much that a man named Scott approached them and offered them a position, to become frontier brains and run something he called a battle tower. At the time the battle tower wasn't even built, it was barely even halfway done, and although Annabelle's parents seemed relatively uninterested, Annabelle seemed like she wanted to check it out. But they weren't the only ones. The family friend from earlier was someone named Palmer, and he was also interested in the position. Normally you'd think there would be a Pokémon battle to decide who gets it, but you wouldn't have met Scott. Scott suggested that they run the battle tower together, and if it was successful he would build one in Palmer's home region Sinnoh. Palmer agreed, but Annabelle's parents agreed under the stipulation that when Annabelle came of age she would take over, which Scott happily agreed to, making so that Annabelle was the rightful heir of this battle tower. Palmer agreed and even had a talk to Annabelle talking about things that she should grow up strong, and he also talked about a son he had that he would send over to challenge her when he becomes a trainer, that is when he isn't a baby. And that is what led them to now. They were driving back home, everyone had their spirits high if only they knew what was coming next. As the trip continued, Annabelle slowly drifted to sleep, and in her dreams came images of these strange Pokémon. These Pokémon had weird figures unlike anything she ever saw herself, and they all looked at her. Then the accident came. At an undisclosed time at an undisclosed place, Gabriel and Elena's charred remains were found next to their burnt car. Although Annabelle's body was never found, it was just assumed that she was disintegrated in the explosion, labeling everyone as deceased from a fatal car accident. But this was no accident. It was caused by those Pokémon, the Ultra Beasts, and Annabelle didn't die. She was taken into Ultra Space from a wormhole that she unintentionally was forced to open. Back to present. Ash explained what he knew to them, making Looker and Annabelle look in shock. The words that she along with her parents were supposed to be dead hit Annabelle like a bucket of cold water. She couldn't believe what was being said. How is that possible? Annabelle argued. That can't be true. It doesn't add up. I'm only 14, the numbers don't add up. You're right, they don't, Ash said. You should be in your 20s, but for some reason, you appeared not a much older than when you disappeared. How is that possible? Annabelle said in pure disbelief. It doesn't make sense. How would I have disappeared 8 years ago and still remain the same age? No, you must be lying. I'm not. We already established this. Those wormholes are wonky. I don't know much about them, but I do know they defy all logic, meaning it's not impossible for you to have traveled through time. Heck, you might not even be our original Annabelle. You might be from another reality, where things turned differently and you came here to replace the Annabelle who really did die. I'm not even sure if that's even true, like you might not even be 14. Like I said, I don't have all the answers. Annabelle had to take a seat, taking everything in. She couldn't even remember anything before when she awoke on Alola, but the thought that this might not even be her reality, the fact that she should apparently be dead, circled in her mind. Looker and Ash both noticed her. Looker put a hand on her shoulder as Ash continued talking. I said you wouldn't like what I told you, but that is more or less it. I could dig up more information that you would want besides that. But if you want more answers, then I recommend going to that so-called battle tower. From everything I know, you are still the heir to it. I can't promise you that you'll find anything more, but it might cause you to remember some things. Here, I can download some stuff to this computer for that. Why? Annabelle's voice trailed. Why are you so willing to tell me all this? I know we asked you, but why did you specifically try to contact us? There are far more members, and yet you specifically came for us. Well, I suppose I could say that I am just helping a damsel in distress, but that wouldn't be the full truth. Ash said, in truth, I don't really know why myself. Before I started looking into it, I didn't know all that much about the context around you. But if you mean why I'm telling you about the battle tower, well, that's even more nuance. I suppose I want to see where this goes. Isn't that why we do anything? Pure boredom. But yet I suppose I've taken enough of your time, and I think people are coming, so I guess I should leave you to your vacation. Looker blinked for a moment. Wait, how do you know that? Oh, I hacked into the cameras. I can see everything. Anyway, listen to what I say or don't. I need to hang up. Then before they could say anything, the computer turned off. A few seconds later, a captain opened the door and looked inside. Oh, you guys are still here. Looker stood in front of Annabelle. Yes, we were just getting some stuff before we go on the vacation we were given. The commander nodded. All right, I'm sorry to disturb you, I just thought I heard talking. I suppose it was just you two. Then the commander closed the door, letting them stay in peace again. Well, peace was subjective since Annabelle was still lost in thought, thinking about everything Ash/D told her. Looker put his hand on Annabelle's shoulder. It's okay, we'll figure everything out, but for now how about we look at whatever D gave us? Annabelle silently nodded as she was frowning, and they looked through the information Ash downloaded onto their computer, every article, every sighting, and the news of what happened in between those years. She was missing at least the important stuff. Back on Cinnabar, Blaine was finishing up some work. Lance asked him to look over some of the gooey remains of Zapmalcuno, but he was also looking into who it was that sent him that anonymous message warning him of Team Rocket. He couldn't find anything of note on anything, and what made things worse was that he was still researching ways to stop the Cinnabar volcano from erupting. He knew about the countdown for a long time. How could he not? But when he was stuck working with Team Rocket he lost track of time, and now the countdown was even more imminent. Maybe if he stayed and never went to Team Rocket, he could have prevented it altogether, but now he isn't sure. And to put the cherry on this Sunday of misery, his arm is burning more than ever, and Lance issued a gym leader meeting. Blaine rubbed his brow as he packed up his computer. He was going to make one final run through of the bottom of the volcano to look for any changes. By his estimate he might have 2 years at the most to prevent Cinnabar's destruction or just to evacuate everyone. But when he walked into the room there he saw someone he wasn't expecting, Ash with an Abra as they read something. Ash noticed Blaine and waved the page, which he could now see as one of his statistical charts about the behavior of the volcano. Blaine walked up to Ash. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you have left or gone to find something to do, and where are your friends? Ash looked up to the ceiling. Well, let's just say they think let's call it knocked out, so they don't really know I'm here. Blaine sighed. Well, whatever the reason, I recommend you go back and wait for them. I am going to leave shortly and I really shouldn't leave anyone inside. Yeah, I guess being inside an active volcano would be pretty dangerous, Ash said, emphasizing the word active. Blaine looked at him sadly. So you know. Yeah, I'm not an expert, but environmental biology did teach me a thing or two. So you also know that this volcano is going to explode. Yeah, and that's part of why I'm here. I think I can help you. Blaine raised his eyebrow. Help? What do you mean? I've spent a lot of time doing this and I haven't found something that can prevent it. But what if you don't? Ash said. What do you mean? I'm not saying let it erupt and destroy this town. No, that would be bad. But we have Pokémon, we can do things about that. But volcanic ash is good for creating fertile ground, and if you manage to redirect lava to the ocean you might be able to create a base for more land. Of course, it would require more work than just that, but the option is there. Blaine thought to himself, thinking about what Ash was saying. I suppose it is theoretically possible to do that, but I'm not an expert and I don't know how the process of creating new land with the lava would work. There is an essay workaround for that. Ash smiled. All we need to do is contact Alola for information. Team Rocket main base. How did things go so wrong? Giovanni's muffled voice said as he buried his hands into his face and pulled up. In front of him were Arlo and Sierra, who both explained everything from Zapmalcuno escaping to their birds going on a rampage and following Zapmalcuno, to even for some reason the champion appeared and took care of Zapmalcuno. Even how apparently Cliff was captured and they lost Articuno and Moltres, and to top it off apparently the admin he had stationed inside the international police was captured due to arrogance. Giovanni was upset, but he wasn't at them. He knew it wasn't their fault. If he swapped places with them he probably would have done the same thing, since at their level they would have barely scratched a champion level Pokémon. How does he know this? Because Giovanni is also a champion rank trainer, and he tested them personally and they couldn't even take down one of his main Pokémon. But that's beside the point. Giovanni was frustrated. Alright, the main question I have is how did Lance find out about this? We specifically chose that moment because, by the time a message could be sent, we would already be gone. Sierra looked down. I couldn't say. I can think of any number of reasons, but as much as I don't want to admit it, I think there might have been someone who told him. Giovanni sighed and sat in his chair. That is certainly a possibility, but I can't think who could both get into our private and encrypted files and have access to tell Lance. Arlo scratched his chin. My first guess would be a new recruit, but that wouldn't be possible. They would need to get past all levels of security and not even I can do that. Sierra scratched her chin. Do you think it was that scientist, the one who suggested reviving this project? I haven't heard anything about him since he came back. Giovanni nodded. That would be possible, and I also haven't heard from him, but we'll give him some more time. He might be on the run much like a lot of our other scientists. Until then, Arlo, your mission is to dig into the files and try to find something. Then he turned to Sierra. As for you, stand by and wait to see if Colres calls back. Sierra and Arlo nodded, as Sierra asked, and what about you, sir? Me? Well, it's about time I go back to my gym leader duties. After all, Lance just announced a gym leader meeting. Third person POV. Erica walked into the league building. She was surprised at the sudden meeting that Lance called, especially since this would be the first time she would attend one. She had never actually met any of the other gym leaders face to face before. Well, that's not entirely true. She had talked to some of the other gym leaders. She only recently became gym leader last year, taking over from her mother, so she didn't have time to familiarize herself with them. And that goes double, since the position of gym leader is more than just a glorified battle house. They took care of their respective towns and acted as mayors. It was their responsibility to make their cities thrive and protect them. As she walked in and took in the decorated halls of the building, it really was far more impressive. Compared to her gym, she never got the chance to come here since she inherited her gym. As she got closer she felt a tap on her shoulder, she slightly flinched and jumped back only to see one of the few gym leaders she recognized, Janine. Since they were both the newest gym leaders they stayed in contact. Erica breathed, "Goodness, Janine, please don't do that. I don't know if my heart can take a surprise like that." Janine elbowed her friend, "Come on, don't tell me the rumors of you being as delicate and fragile as a flower were true." Erica sighed, "You know I dislike that rumor. I am just as capable as anyone and I don't need to be protected." Janine shot finger guns, "That's the friend I know." Erica sighed as she began walking and Janine quickly followed. Blaine was walking through the halls after talking with Ash. He didn't really want to fly so he just had Magmortar use teleport. It wasn't perfect and it took far longer than with a traditional psychic Pokémon but he got here. As for Ash, well the conversation was weird. The way he talked was almost unrecognizable from how he acted in or out of battle. It was almost like he had 3 different personalities, and he was extremely smart. He was a scientist that specialized in DNA and things related to that. Volcanoes just happened to be with his fire-type specialty, but from what Ash had told him he just studied to be a doctor, and he was just 10 yet talked like he studied this topic for years. If only Blaine knew he only knew that information because in his previous life, he got really curious about volcanoes in Hawaii. He even considered majoring in it and becoming a volcanologist, but in the end, doctors made more money. Anyway, from what Ash told him the plan could work, but that wasn't the thing that made Blaine lost in thought, it was what he wanted to do after. Obviously, if he goes with this plan Cinnabar Island will expand, and a lot of people will try to capitalize off that, himself included with things like bathhouses and more hotels. The thing was that Ash wanted in on it too. The exact thing Ash said he would invest 50 million, while Blaine would tend to it and handle repairs along with staff, and for that he suggested a 50-50 split, which was completely ridiculous at that point. Blaine would be robbing Ash at gunpoint. Blaine suggested that Ash take 50% and he would tend to everything with his 50, but Ash insisted on it staying how it was. Blaine didn't know what Ash was thinking. He was putting in a lot more. If he and Ash both put in the same he would understand, but Ash was investing so much that if it failed Ash would lose everything. Of course, Blaine had to make sure Ash even had the money, then almost felt his eyes bulge out of his head when he saw he did and more, so Blaine dropped it for now but he would try again later to convince him. But that was all completely relevant at the moment. He was here for the gym leader meeting. He already knew why but he had to come, which meant that he also was here, which made his spine shiver. As he tried thinking something else he felt a strong slap on his back that made him fall over and a hearty voice laugh, "Hey Gramps, how ya doing?" Looking up he saw the towing figure of Lieutenant Surge smiling at him. "How have you been? I haven't seen you in a while." Oh Surge, everything is fine, just a little tired." Blaine sheepishly responded. Surge finally noticed Blaine's hand so he smiled and raised his own bandaged arm. "Hey look at that, I guess we're matching, ain't that funny?" Blaine looked at Surge's cast and at his own bandaged arm, and couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. "Yeah, I guess it is." They kept walking and talking about stuff. Sabrina teleported into the hallway. She hadn't actually been to the League building, she would always just skip them, so this was her first time here, which is why she could only get inside the hall instead of in the meeting room like she wanted. She sighed and looked around for the way when she suddenly saw 2 people walk towards where she was. It was Erica and Janine, talking to each other seemingly not noticing her yet. Wait, how much did you say that kimono is worth?" Janine asked. "Well, it was designed by Valerie. Like I said I don't know how much my specific wardrobe cost but from what I've heard some of her designs could cost more than 500 big pearls." Janine shivered and looked at her hand. "Man, I don't even want to touch you anymore, just the thought of that thing getting dirty. I knew your family was loaded but not that much." Sabrina slightly flinched. She wanted to teleport away, and she would have, but she remembered why she was there, so she took a breath and stood her ground waiting. "Yeah, my outfit is just made of Aerodactyl silk, lightweight and strong, probably the exact opposite of your stuff." "Well, I think it suits you, it matches you well," Erica reaffirmed the ninja girl. Then they looked forward and saw Sabrina standing awkwardly. She raised her hand and spoke, "Hello, Sabrina here." The room was silent for a moment and Sabrina felt like she messed things up at her first time interacting with the other gym leaders. She felt like teleporting away for a moment before she heard Erica. "Oh, Sabrina? It's good to finally meet you." Janine nodded. "Yeah, I've heard rumors about you but you're nothing like what they said you'd be." Oh, thank you," Sabrina responded. Erica clapped her hands together. "Well, both of us are new here so that makes you our senior, so please take care of us." Sabrina felt taken aback. About that?" A few moments later almost everyone was sitting in the conference room, with the addition of Flint and the 3 Waterflower sisters. Flint remained stoic for the most part besides the occasional jabs from Surge about how he finally came crawling back. As for the 3 sisters, Daisy, Violet, and Lily, they were mingling with the other 3 girls in the room. Since they unlike the other 2 had experience with Sabrina's previous personality they were the most interested in the change. "Like are we positive this is the same Sabrina?" Violet said looking her up and down. "I am the real one," Sabrina responded sheepishly. "I dunno, like when we met you didn't even talk to us, and we just wanted to compliment your hair. It is really pretty." Lily said. "Why yeah, I'm sorry," Sabrina responded looking down. I guess you could say I had some troubles back home." Erica frowned and clapped her hands. "Well, you heard her, she's sorry so now let's all get along." Okay, but you have to tell us your hair routine, it's like super cute." Daisy said as the other two nodded behind her. Janine slightly puffed since she was feeling left out, being the only one the sisters didn't compliment, but she didn't say anything. Sabrina and Erica both noticed, but before either of them could say something, Lance walked into the room, making everyone sit down, even though they were still one gym leader short. Hello everyone, sorry to contact everyone on such short notice, but I appreciate that you all made it. Well, I wouldn't say all, Serge said looking towards the empty seat. Yes, I'm afraid it seems like he isn't here yet, but this matter is of utmost importance, so I'm afraid we'll need to start without Dash. Without me? Don't worry, I'm never late, a familiar deep voice said as through the door came a man with a suit and a smile on his face, causing three people to react differently. Serge smiled seeing his friend appear, Blaine shivered seeing his smile, and Erica was shocked since she only saw this person once in the sewers. It was Giovanni. Giovanni took a seat as everyone watched him. Sorry about this, I needed to reschedule some meetings due to the sudden call. Lance smiled. Don't worry about it, but how about you make it up and try to take over as champion again? I do miss having someone strong to fight. Giovanni shook his head. We both know those weren't real fights, neither of us used our full strength. Anyway, I'm not interested, not since Saok retired. He was the only one that really gave me a challenge. Lance and Serge both chuckled. Yeah, I remember you two would end up trading the championship position every other week. It made planning for all the champions impossible. No one thought much of this exchange, except Erica, who was struggling to process seeing Giovanni here. She knew that the man she and Ash faced in the sewers wasn't actually him, but it felt weird, especially with a suit that looked exactly the same, just without an R. This was so much for her to process that she unintentionally muttered, Team Rocket. With the room being as small as it was, everyone heard her, making everyone fall silent, and Erica felt like she met up. She just accused Giovanni of being a member of Team Rocket. Lance looked at her and said, oh right, you're new, you wouldn't know. Erica immediately felt confused as she looked up seeing Giovanni sit next to Serge as Lance expanded. You see, Giovanni, Serge, and even Janine's father Koga were once part of Team Rocket. But they were part of the reason we were able to capture the then boss. Giovanni took over. Yes, you see, we were all relatively high-ranking members, but none of us actually wanted to be there, so we teamed with the League to take down Madam Boss and bring her in. Yeah, I'm sorry, we should have informed you. Lance apologized. Erica sat down not wanting to talk about her experience, and Sabrina noticed it from reading her surface thoughts, something she does unintentionally, but from it, she knew there was something else. So with a breath, Sabrina stood up. Sir. Champion, with all due respect, I don't think that is what Erica was referring to. This made the room's attention go to her, including Erica, who now had a complex expression. Lance looked at Erica. Is this true? Erica felt conflicted. She didn't want to make a bad first impression, but Sabrina just stood up for her, so with a breath she spoke up. Yes, there is something else. That made everyone's attention go to her as she continued. You see, a while back me and a friend ended up finding an undercover Team Rocket base in the sewers. When we got there I saw him, but I later found out it wasn't, just someone impersonating him, so I apologize for my outburst. But Erica's explanation surprised the older members as they sacked. Could you describe what this imposter looked like? Well, he was thin, he had purple hair with a swirl and a short purple beard, oh, and he said his name was Petrol. That answer made the older members, except Blaine, look at each other surprised. So he was here, but how? He was captured in Johto before he escaped. Erica looked confused, so Giovanni looked at her. It seems that you encountered an executive. We don't know much about him other than his superhuman ability to disguise himself as other people. In fact, back in the day he would disguise himself as gym leaders to cause havoc in towns. Lance nodded and looked at Erica. We can discuss this later, but for now, we need to discuss what we came here for. But this is very important. Erica nodded and sat down. She wanted to thank Sabrina, but she didn't hear her. She was busy seeing what Lance thought. But he thought exactly what she expected. What surprised her was when he heard Giovanni's thoughts and she heard nothing. Absolutely nothing. She could hear that of those next to him but not in his mind. Ash and Co. appeared in Cerulean City about a day after they were supposed to due to the very tragic circumstances leading them to stay an extra day. Well, we're here, Ash said, stretching his arms behind his back as Abra took a bag of chips as her payment and disappear. Misty looked around and sighed. It's nice to be home again. Sadok was next to her feet and coughed. Sigh why? Well, don't get used to it, Ash said, snapping Misty out of her trace. We are still walking and all the gyms are closed, so you can't even use that excuse. Misty raised a finger and wanted to argue, but she couldn't bring herself to speak, so Yellow asked, what do you mean? Well, according to Blaine, apparently Lance called a meeting and all gym leaders, including Misty's sisters, had to go. Brock nodded. I remember when I needed to go to those, but he doesn't usually call them without at least a week's notice. I wonder why. Green rolled her eyes. Surely the invasion of Cinnabar and admins, along with whatever else, had nothing to do with it. Brock scratched his cheek. I mean, that certainly is a possibility, but I don't think he would call an emergency meeting just for that. Misty looked between them. Wait, are we just ignoring the fact that he just said he talked to Blaine when he was knocked out the entire day? Ash gave a blank expression. I was out for like 30 minutes, you guys just abandoned me to go do whatever, so I ran into him as he was leaving. Everyone whistled slightly, including Pikachu, at Ash's words. Misty spoke. Well, in our defense, Sadok did hit you pretty hard. And whose fault is that? The Pokémon or the trainer who doesn't know where he is half the time? Ash asked sarcastically since he knew exactly why. In fact, he planned it. Flashback. Before the gym battle he had Abra, Macamp, and Seduc with him to explain the plan, which made them all confused as to why he wanted to, and quote, have Macamp throw Seduc and hit Ash, only for Abra to come in with his Pokeball and disappear before anyone noticed. But Ash bribed them all with what they wanted, Macamp more training, Abra food, and Seduc. Well, Seduc just kinda agreed. Misty played with her fingers, the Pokemon. Don't play coy, Ash said blankly. Before this could get any more awkward, Green spoke up, well it's been fun and all, but I should get going. I need to beat you and Gary there and win our bet. From Green's bag, Jigglypuff jumped out and puffed up like a large balloon as Green grabbed on. See ya. But before she went too high, Ash quickly grabbed her arm, making Green look down surprised at Ash. To anyone watching from outside this looked like a scene straight out of a romance novel as the wind blew past them. But that was immediately broken when Ash held out her hand. Give me my wallet. Green handed him the wallet and puffed her cheeks. You're no fun. With that he let Green go as she flew into the sky. Ash sighed and put his wallet away, then he turned to his friends. Don't think I forgot about you guys. From behind he could see Misty trying to sneak off. She flinched when Ash called her out and even more when he grabbed her by the collar of the jacket she had on and started dragging her along. Come on, time is money. No, I don't want to go back into that forest, no, Misty said as she tried to break out. Brock, Yellow, and Seduc looked at each other for a second before slightly laughing and following behind. International Police Headquarters. Darwin and Tempest walked into the place. With their rank they were able to go in with no problem. They asked around and eventually found their way to the interrogation room. When they entered they saw a lot of officers interrogating grunts. They even saw some dealing with the other admin Cole, but they didn't come here for that. They went to a second room where they were greeted by a familiar officer. It was the gentleman from back on the SSN. He greeted them. Hello, it's good to see you young people again. Tempest put on a smile. Hey, it's good to see you're doing better now. I hope nothing went wrong since the last time we saw you. No, but they put me on desk duty to supervise everyone. The nerve, I tell you. I would wipe the floor with most people here, Gururera. The gentleman laughed. But Darwin skipped the formalities. Anyway, did you get our message? He stopped laughing and nodded. Yes, follow me, we have him in a special room, a special case that one, even in restraints, no Pokemon, and a dislocated arm he still took a bit to pacify. The person in question was of course Cliff, and when Tempest heard about that she raised her eyebrow. What do you mean about his arm? That wasn't in the reports we read. He shrugged. I couldn't tell you, that's just how he was handed to us. Tempest sighed and muttered under her breath, serves him right. Darwin and the gentleman both noticed, but for the sake of their own mental health they didn't say anything as they approached the room. Here we are, we've tried getting through to him but he's quite resilient. The weirdest part is that he hasn't even asked for a lawyer. Tempest nodded her head at his words but Darwin tightened his gaze. Tell me, what's off limits? Well, we aren't allowed to torture unless we get word from a higher up dash. Darwin cut in. Well, congratulations, we're both higher up, about as high you can go without being champion, so what now? He sighed. Well, although this isn't regulation I suppose I can't stop you considering you would technically outrank me, and also I don't think the higher UPS mind. He said the last part with a smirk as he walked out of the room. They walked into the interrogation room, then Cliff noticed them and chuckled. Oh, looks like they brought in the big guns, 2 of the mediocre 4. What were you 2 on a date or something? They both ignored him as Darwin sat down across and Tempest stood next to Cliff, who was restrained to the table. So, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, the choice is yours. Cliff laughed. Eat my dish, but he was cut off when a furry yellow arm slammed his head into the metal table. Behind him was now Electivire. Darwin continued. I'm sure you'll find that we aren't as lenient as the police here, so now I'm going to ask a few questions. For your best interest I recommend you answer. NEV-Sif started as a light shock was sent through his body. 1. What were you all doing at Cinnabar Island? Cliff put on a smile. Having a vacation, what else? Neither Darwin nor Tempest were convinced. We'll get back to that. 2. Where are your little admin buddies hiding? Would you believe me if I said I don't know? Cliff said, also not getting any sympathy from the 2. Darwin leaned in closer as Electivire held Cliff's head. 3. Where are all your Team Rocket bases? Cliff smirked. I think there's one under your mother's hoe dash. He was cut off when Darwin immediately sent a punch to his face. Darwin wasn't the strongest but he was built under that fur coat so he made Cliff's nose bleed. What nerve did I? Well, maybe ISH dash. He was cut off by the surge of electricity coursing through his body from Electivire. When it stopped, Darwin looked at him. We are being very nice right now. Do you have any idea what position you're in? Cliff was facing down. Don't matter then. He looked up. Compared to all of you, including that Electivire, you're more human than him. With Ashtuo. Ash was sitting in the common room of the Team Rocket base. He was making the final preparations before he performed his heist, since the last time he'd been working on every possibility. Besides the fact he just got another fat paycheck from Porygon 2 hacking into the money reserves, and it seemed like last time the people didn't get caught so he could do it the same way. Of course, he sent Aki's share over to him. He also spoke to him since he just received the plans for Porygon again, which made him extremely excited and eager to start making them again. But Ash reminded him that Aster was still around and could come after him if he found out he replicated it. He also reassured him that Aster hadn't managed to make any Porygon, and he won't do to there now being a 0 where a 1 should be. to which Aki just sent laughing emojis. But other than that, the only change to his team was that Grimmer evolved, but that's about it. He did train, but he did slow his progress since he didn't want to stand out more than he did, so being mediocre at training was a good step. But at the moment he was letting Porygon 2 try to get deeper into the Team Rocket database. Despite having a major upgrade, there were some things that even Porygon 2 couldn't get into, which was stopped since it was made of data, but he digresses. But other than that, everything has been going to plan. He was even able to plan around Jessie, James, and Meowth since he knew about most of their scheme. There was just one problem he couldn't plan around. Well, too. As he thought that, he felt a slap on his back. Hey bro. Speak of the devil, Ash mumbled under the scarf as he looked over to CJ. Oh, it's you. Haven't seen you in a bit. Yeah, been super busy, but Enid sure helped me out, but I'm still no closer to beating her, Jay said, nodding his head as from the corner he could see the albino of the hour approaching. Ash gave his usual stoic face and monotone voice. I see. Very well, then I suppose I shouldn't keep you too. I'll leave first. Ash packed up his computer and grabbed the sleeping Meowth that was on his lap to leave, but before he could, Enid stepped in front of his path. Just wait one moment. What is wrong with you? Ash was confused. I don't know what you mean. Don't pay dumb, you know what you did. You're always one-upping me on purpose, and it seems like you're too much of a coward to confront me, Enid accused Ash. So I want to settle this. She held out a Pokeball. I challenge you to a battle. If I win, you have to become my servant. No, Ash said as he went around, making Enid immediately freeze. As Ash walked towards the door, but suddenly it opened, revealing a familiar purple-headed girl, Sayoko. Oh good, all three of you are here, she said, clapping her hands. I have a mission for the three of you. That broke Enid out of her trance as she looked at Sayoko, thinking about how her protagonist aura must be at work. Before that, though, Sayoko looked towards Ash and in perfect Unnovan English spoke. I do hope you don't disappoint me. Ash frowned and answered back in Unnovan English. What do you mean? Sayoko smiled and spoke back in Cantonian. Good, I was wondering if you really were from Unova. Good for you. Anyway, don't sweat the details, I just needed to inform you all the mission will be sent to you in a day's time. Until then, get ready. As Sayoko left, Jay put an arm around Ash. Isn't this great, bro? We finally get a mission together. As Ash looked at Jay and then at Enid, he sighed, mumbling goody. Pallet Town. Classes ended for the day, and everyone left to go do whatever they did, leaving Oak alone in the classroom doing some work. But today it was a little different as Paul walked up to him with a note. Oak noticed him and sat up. Paul, what can I do for you, my boy? In a huff, Paul handed him the paper. Over the break, my brother started challenging the battle frontier. I was there to watch him. He currently possesses 6 of the 7. Yes, I remember your brother, Reggie. He was quite the skilled battler, though I always felt he was more suitable for a breeder. Oak mused. Paul scoffed at that idea but continued. Anyway, soon he will go challenge Brandon of the Battle Pyramid, so I came here to inform you I will be leaving for the time being. Oak raised his eyebrows. You know this isn't normally how this works, besides you might miss important lectures. It doesn't matter, I already know everything I need to know to be a trainer. All I'm missing is a license. The only reason I'm saying this is because my brother asked me to tell you. Oak sighed, knowing Paul's tendencies. Okay, fine, you can go, but you have to write a report about the battle when you return to make up for the test you're going to miss. Paul scoffed as he walked out of the room, leaving Oak alone to sigh. If only Paul let himself open up. It took a few days, but eventually, Ash and Co got back to Pewter City, although it was currently sundown as the sky was a nice orange. Brock immediately started reminiscing about this place. After all, it was his home and he hadn't been here in 5 months. Well, actually 3 months if you count that one time he came back to train, but it's still a long time nonetheless. Brock looked at everyone. Why don't we all stay at my place tonight? I'd like to see my siblings again. Sure, we needed a place to stay in anyway since we can't go in the dark, Ash said as Yellow nodded, holding a sleeping Chucho. Hey, why didn't we stay in Cerulean when we were there? Misty said. Because it was midday and your sisters were gone. What other reason would we have to stay there instead of you just wanting to not go into the forest? Misty opened her mouth to argue but nothing came out, so she begrudgingly followed over to Brock's house. Meanwhile, Ash sent Abra over to the Pokémon Center to leave a mark for later. It took a few minutes but eventually, they got to Brock's house, which was separate from the gym. Brock led the way as he knocked on the door and opened it. Hello, I'm back. Standing at the door were all of Brock's siblings sitting by the table, as it seemed like Forrest was struggling to take care of everyone's needs. Before words could be said, all of Brock's siblings collectively jumped at his chest and knocked the wind out of him, sending him to the ground. The only one who didn't was Forrest, who still looked happy. Big brother? X8. Hey Brock, it's good to see you, Forrest said calmly. Brock chuckled at the pile that formed on his chest. Hey everyone, it's good to see you, but can you get off my chest? It's getting hard to breathe. After way too much time, Brock was back on his feet with all of his siblings still bombarding him with questions as they dragged him inside. As the younger siblings were busy with Brock, Forrest walked up to Ash, Misty, and Yellow. Hey, so you're all Brock's friends, right? Yellow nodded. Yeah, we're all good friends. Forrest smiled and nodded. That's good, thanks for taking care of him. I know he's the oldest, but we still sometimes get worried, especially with those tendencies he has. Misty rolled her eyes. Tell me about it. Forrest chuckled. Well, everyone should come in. It's still pretty cold outside. All right, we'll take you up on that offer, Ash said as they went inside. Seeing Brock being questioned by his siblings, they all couldn't help but laugh. Forrest pulled up some chairs. Come on, we were just about to go for dinner. Brock heard that and perked up. Oh, I can cook, just give me a minute, he said as he tried to get up, but Ash pushed him to sit down. Oh no you don't, you seem like you have some time to make up with all your siblings, he said as then he grabbed Forrest and pulled him next to him. Me and Forrest will cook. Forrest looked surprised. Sure I guess, usually we just order takeout. Well that's not good for you so let's get to it. Ash said as he dragged Forrest into the kitchen as Pikachu hopped off and sat next to Yellow. Brock felt a sweat drop appear as he started getting bombarded by requests and questions from his siblings like they were trying to make up for lost time. Ranging from asking about his Pokémon to sewing their favorite set of clothes, Brock the ever-pleasing older brother fulfilled each and every one of these requests, leaving Misty and Yellow to sit there and question why they suddenly felt useless in this scenario. Battle Pyramid. Regirock, finish this, said a man with brown hair and wearing a green outfit. It was Pyramid King Brandon. A Pokémon with a rock body and 7 red spots charged forward to its opponent, a Drapion, one owned by none other than Reggie. Reggie panicked. Drapion, get out of the way. But despite his best efforts, Drapion couldn't dodge and got a powerful brow to its body, sending it flying into the side of the stone walls of their battlefield, completely knocked out. The referee checked to make sure and raised his hand. Drapion is unable to battle, therefore the winner is none other than Pyramid King Brandon. The crowd that was watching the battle clapped and cheered after the battle, except one. It was Paul who was looking down shocked at the result of the battle. In all the years his brother had been a trainer, this was the first time he lost. Reggie fell to his knees in defeat and returned Drapion back to his Pokeball, taking in the reality of the situation. He didn't just lose, he didn't even take down a single Pokemon. As Reggie was moping on the ground, Brandon walked up to him and looked down at him. Do you know why you lost? Reggie clenched his teeth and dug his fingers in the ground. Because I wasn't strong in a dash. No. Brandon said with his hands crossed, his voice seemed to shake the room. You lost because you lacked the necessary will to see any other possibility. What do you mean? Reggie asked. Brandon frowned. If you can't even answer that, then don't bother coming back for a rematch. With that, Brandon turned around and started walking, leaving Reggie alone to think. A while later, as Reggie and Paul were exiting the battle pyramid, Reggie still remained quiet, seemingly starting to understand. Paul just continued forward. Some nerve of that guy. It doesn't matter, you're going to beat him next time. But Reggie stopped in his tracks. I don't think so. Paul stopped and looked back to his brother. What? I mean, I don't think I'm going to challenge him again, Reggie said, looking at his Pokeball. Right, he probably isn't even worth your time, Paul said, nodding to himself. No, I mean, I think I'm not going to be a trainer anymore. I was given some things to think about. Paul looked at his brother Reggie and frowned. Then what are you going to do? Reggie took a breath. I think I might go be a breeder, to just take care and dash. What are you saying? If you stop, then what has this all been for? You've been a trainer for years. If you stop, then what was it all for? Paul, strength isn't just about winning. It's about knowing your limits, learning from every experience, and growing. So you're just throwing that all away. You lost once, and now it's all over. That's just pathetic. Paul, it's not like that, it dash. Then what is it? You lost and now you want to throw everything away. And for what? To go and take care of some Pokemon. Paul, you need to understand dash. Reggie held his hand out to touch Paul on the shoulder. Shut up. Paul slapped his hand. I'll show you. I'll become a trainer, and then come here and defeat Brandon. Then you'll see how stupid and pathetic you are. With that, Paul turned and started storming away, leaving Reggie there looking at his brother's back worriedly. He knew that no matter what he did, Paul wouldn't listen, so he could only hope that things would turn out okay. League conference room. The meeting between the gym leaders had been going off without a problem. The main cause for the meeting was to inform them about Zapmalcuno and the fact that Team Rocket was starting to become more bold. Everyone was surprised except Blaine, who could only look at Giovanni's surprised face, which he could tell was fake. Lance crossed his arms. It's unknown what their end plan was, and I also don't know if they have anything similar, but we did take some plans we found and sent them to our laboratory. Giovanni, who was holding his finger to his chin as if he was thinking, so, how powerful was this Zapmalcuno compared to the Thursday Pfizer that they created all those years ago? Tough to say. It definitely was stronger, but I couldn't tell you, especially since it seemed that at the end it lost most of its energy. Blaine couldn't help but bite his tongue seeing this. He knew this was all just an act, but he couldn't say anything. For one part, he didn't have evidence, and on another, he and Giovanni had an agreement, so he couldn't spill the beans on the truth. Giovanni went back into thought as Lance continued. We managed to capture a lot of grunts, but as of now they have all said they don't know anything, and the admins we captured are not willing to talk. So until then we don't have much to work with. But on the bright side, with this we seem to have won some of the public's favor back, even if we are still keeping Zapmalcuno a secret. Everyone nodded at that. It seemed like the only good thing to come out of the experience. Anyway, that was mainly to warn all of you. There's no telling if they decide to attack your town, so we should all stay prepared for the worst, he said with a warning before turning back to other matters. Anyway, now let's get to housekeeping. How is everyone faring with the gyms? Anything they would like to say? Lance said, and almost immediately everyone's eyes shifted to Giovanni, who was the one who was absent from his gym the most. Giovanni looked at everyone and sighed. I apologize, but there were some problems with scheduling, but I can assure you, I will be back at my gym from now until the start of the league conference. Colress was in front of a screen talking with a man with green hair wearing a black cloak. It was none other than Getsy's. And that is all I have to report, Colress said after explaining his findings, leaving out mostly everything. I see, I should have known those Team Rocket fools would be no problem. What a waste of time. Anyway, your mission is complete. You can come back to Unova, Getsy said looking down. Colress smiled hearing that, but not because he was happy, because it seemed like Getsy was trying to control him, but he had to hide the fact that he was starting to figure him out. Actually, I'd like to stay here in Team Rocket for a bit longer. There is more research I need to see, Colress said looking at Getsy. Getsy on the inside seemed angry that someone was willing to talk back to him, but on the outside, he remained quiet. Very well, then report to me what you find, and he hung up. Colress then dropped his smile. The more he spoke to him, the more his suspicions came true, but he shook his head, taking off his blue halo that circled his head. He dialed Giovanni's number, only to be greeted by Sierra looking at him. It's about time you called, you fool. You have some things to start explaining. Colress was taken aback by this. Of all things, he didn't expect this, but he kept his composure. My apologies, I was in hiding. The police have been hunting down the rest of the scientists. I only recently escaped so I could call the boss. Sierra frowned. Yeah, well, the boss had to leave for a meeting, so until then I am in charge of what happens to you, and you have some explaining to do, starting with what the hell happened to Zapmalcuno. Colress remained calm. Very well, I shall make my way to base as soon as possible and answer everything to the best of my ability. The gang stayed at Brock's place for the night, and in the morning they went back to traveling. Much to Brock's siblings' displeasure, it was a quite literal tearful goodbye. But they stopped and let Brock go when he promised he would be back for the holidays at least. So with that, they went on their way traveling through the woods of Route 2, of which nothing notable happened other than Caesar, Beedrill, and Kitty the Butterfree getting out to visit their original home again. Also, Beedrill might have gone and made the local Beedrill population submit to her, but he couldn't be sure. Anyway, besides the Pokémon and the usual, Ash finally took a look at the keystone he got. He put it in the jar with all that glowing water that seemed to be making the blastoisinite. When he put it in, the jar was filled to the brim, but now it was about halfway. That genuinely made him confused. The jar was airtight and there wasn't any spilling, so the only explanation was that the keystone absorbed the water somehow, and it kinda looked like some of the cracks fixed themselves up. The thing was holding together on its own. He wasn't sure about if he could use it or how many times, but it was a good thing to keep in his back pocket. Anyway, after a few days of traveling they finally got back to Vermilion City. Yellow took the chance to reminisce about the scenery as it was only about midday. It feels so nice to be back. I wonder if Uncle Wilton is home yet. Yellow mused. I mean, do you want to go check? Ash asked. Can I? Why are you asking me? I'm not your caretaker, you're older than me, do what you like, Ash said, stretching his arms behind his head, making everyone remember this girl who didn't even reach Ash's shoulders was the second oldest of the group. Oh, right, Yellow said, holding her finger to the bottom of her chin. Brock looked at the sky. I think we should check the gym at least. Are you planning to challenge it right away, or do you have some training you want to do? Ash shrugged. Yeah, why not? We did train quite a bit on our way over here. I should be able to just win right away and get it over with. In truth, Ash on the inside was sweating. If it goes like the anime or even the game with Giovanni using his ground team, he should win no problem. But if he brings out Muto, then problems will start. So what about you, Yellow? You wanna go check with us, or you wanna go check if your uncle is back? I guess we should go to the gym. Wilton might not even be back yet, Yellow said. Alright then, let's go. The walk to the gym was relatively short. The town was bigger than the game or anime showed, but even still it wasn't hard to find the biggest building in town. As they walked up they saw the large place that looked like a museum with even the marble columns along the side. However, in front of the doors, there weren't any Roman-style guards like there were in the anime, which means either there weren't any or it was still closed. He didn't bother waiting for formalities as he tried the door, and it seemed like it was locked. Just then he heard a whistle from one of the columns. When he looked at it he saw Green leaning against one of the columns. Hey, you having any luck? Huh, so I guess you did get here before me, and considering you're not rubbing it in my face I assume you haven't gotten the badge. PHHH, try not even getting in the place. I got here a few days ago but it was closed. A shame the bet doesn't end until after one of us gets that badge. Green sighed. Then from behind both of them, they heard the sound of a car horn. When they looked they saw Gary parking by the building as his cheerleaders jumped out and started to chant as he approached them. I guess I am last, but considering Green isn't smiling I'm guessing it's not open yet. Gary said. Ash nodded as Green looked offended. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? I'm not that bad, am I? Ash and Gary looked at her before turning back to each other. So how long have you been here? I just got here. Apparently Green has been here a few days. As Green was being annoyed she looked down as Yellow was comforting her. Gary sighed. Well, I guess they're not here and we all are. So how are we deciding who gets to challenge first? Just as Green was about to turn around to put her 2 cents in, they heard the sounds of footsteps across the marble flooring they were on. Oh, hello there, a man who had a suitcase and a nice suit said as he walked forward revealing himself to be Giovanni. Yellow looked up and saw him. Mr. Giovanni, what are you doing here? That caught everyone's attention, especially Ash since as far as he could remember he didn't know if they ever interacted before that happened in the manga. Giovanni looked at Yellow and gave a kind smile. Oh, Yellow, it's good to see you. How's Wilton doing these days? He's doing good, though I don't know right now since I just came back from an adventure. Brock did know about Giovanni. He met him during some of the gym leader meetings though he never talked to him directly. Yellow, do you mind introducing us? Yellow looked back and slammed her fist on her palm. Oh right, well this is Mr. Giovanni. He and Uncle Wilton are good friends. Then she turned to Giovanni. And Mr. Giovanni, these are my friends. Then she held up Chucho, and this is Chuchu. She is also my friend. Chuchu, Chu. Giovanni noticed both Pikachu when he walked up but he thought nothing of it. Well, good to meet you all, but if you don't mind me asking, what are you all doing standing out here? Gary spoke up at that. Well, we're waiting for the gym leader, but it seems like they're not here. Giovanni analyzed Gary, then looked at Green and finally looked at Ash. Well, what a coincidence then. What do you mean? Misty asked. Giovanni pulled out a key and went to the door, unlocking it and opening the large doors. I am the Viridian gym leader. Everyone followed him inside, although Ash on the inside was looking around not fully trusting anything. The cheerleaders, Brock, Misty, and Yellow went up to the bleachers to sit down and wait to see what happened. Meanwhile, the trio followed Giovanni. Giovanni walked past the field. Sorry for the inconvenience, it's just there has had so much to do this year, and with Team Rocket things have just been really complicated. Gary scoffed as he said that. Tell me about it. We had to take care of those losers a few times, first the SS and then on Cinnabar Island. Giovanni raised his eyebrow. You all have faced them. Gary raised his hand to the side of his face as he smiled. Yeah, those guys were really annoying, but we got our revenge for the SSN. Giovanni nodded, although Ash noticed he also squinted his eyes as he turned back to keep walking. Well, that's impressive, especially at your age. But enough about that, I'm sure you three are here for a battle. Gary spoke up. Yes we are, and I'll be going first. Green elbowed him. Hey, why do you get to? I was here first, I should get the first battle. As the little jabs were going back and forth, Giovanni gave a kind smile. Well, if it makes no difference to you, may I have a suggestion? Gary and Green stopped arguing as they looked at him. What do you have in mind? Well, I just got back so I don't exactly have all my Pokémon, and since I heard from Blaine that you all recently got his badge as your 70th, Giovanni said, completely lying about hearing it from Blaine. Green nodded and looked proudly. Yeah, and we just need yours to qualify for the league. Giovanni chuckled. Well, unfortunately the Pokémon I use for the 8th gym badge aren't ready, and they're not likely to be ready for another 2 weeks, and even then I will only have enough for one battle at a time, so I have a suggestion. I'll use one of my stronger Pokémon against all 3 of you. You all can get 6 Pokémon and get to fight me with as many at one time, and to make it even I'll get to Mega Evolve. Does that sound fair? Giovanni said with a smile. Ash immediately felt red flags in his head, but before he could say anything, Green and Gary looked at each other and both said, all right, making Ash want to sink into the ground. Green continued, but if we win that means we'll all get the badge, right? Giovanni nodded, and just to prove it he grabbed 3 badges and placed them on a nearby table to the side. No strings attached, no anything. If you want they can even count for the gimmick challenge. Ash felt his eye twitch as he looked at his friends. How could they not realize this was so clearly a setup it wasn't even funny? Gary looked at Green. Let's do this, the one who gets the last hit wins the bet. Deal. Green said as they shook hands, completely leaving Ash out of the conversation. Giovanni smiled. Excellent, then let me prepare, get to your side and I'll start shortly. With that, Giovanni went walking to his side and went into a door that presumably went up to a nearby podium. Ash tried to make them see reason, but it didn't seem like they heard him, just wondering what Pokémon they should use, and dragging him onto their side. A few moments later Giovanni walked out. He was now wearing 2 gloves that had a keystone on each. Are you all ready? You bet, prepare to lose. Green said, clapping a Pokeball with her other hand. Very well then, release your Pokémon, he said as the area from underneath the podium started rising. Immediately Ash, Gary, and Green threw out their Pokémon, Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur repeatedly. As the gate opened everyone looked down trying to see what Pokémon it was. Even Gary's cheerleaders were silent looking at the scene. From the area stood a Pokémon. It was bipedal with a tough metallic armor surrounding it, making it look like it came from a Gundam anime. From the little they could see, they saw that the skin of this Pokémon was pure black, and on each gauntlet there was a glowing stone each. No one recognized the Pokémon except Ash. This was armored Muto, and now they had to fight it. Despite the fact that this was a 3-on-1 and they each had 2 Pokémon, he did not feel good about this. Let us begin, Giovanni shouted, breaking everyone out of their trance. Gary was the first to act. Blastoise Hydro Pump. Green followed as soon as Gary spoke. Venusaur Earth Power. Meanwhile, Ash sent Charizard a command with Aura. Blastoise stomped his hands into the ground as his cannons started charging with water, and Venusaur stomped on the ground causing energy to move forward, quickly approaching as the water was also shot. Giovanni looked at this and smiled. Muto. With barely more than a flick of each hand the water was sent flying to the roof and the energy from the ground dispersed, leaving little more than a crack. Now let me show you a real attack. Muto Psycho Cut. Muto raised its heavily armored hand as he slashed down, creating a pink blade that shot through the air and went towards them. Charizard now Iron Dragon's Claw. Now you need to understand the setup Ash did before this. Firstly, Ash used a mint on Charizard, changing him from brave to modest since he can compensate with things like Dragon Dance, Belly Drum, or Swords Dance. Speaking of which, the command from earlier was for him to use Swords Dance as Giovanni was distracted. With the call, Charizard's claw glowed a dark purple metallic color. He clashed with the blade in the air, but even at +2 Charizard couldn't overpower it. He could only weaken it as it exploded in front of him, sending him back to the ground, but still fine. Giovanni raised his eyebrow. Not bad. Alright then, I guess I can take this a little more seriously. Power Gem. Muto raised its arm as stones from the earlier attack raised and started shooting towards Charizard. He didn't need a command to know that was bad, so he started flying back up, but it looked like the stones were just barely too fast and he would get shot out of the sky. Until at least a voice rang out. Venusaur, catch those stones. Green commanded. Venusaur shot out multiple vines that changed into different stones, and although it couldn't stop them or redirect them to Muto or anything like that, it did make it so Charizard just barely dodged all of them. Just then Gary called out, "Don't forget we are also here." Ice Punch. Blastoise created a makeshift road from ice as he slid through, taking the momentum and jumping, landing a punch at Muto's side, although it didn't look like it did much of anything. Alright then, Psychic. Muto raised its arms as Blastoise was lifted up and was about to be thrown until Ash and Green called out. Charizard used Dragon Dance. Venusaur used Solar Beam. Charizard started dancing a familiar dance, aiming to raise his attack to +3 and his speed as well, as the purple glow appeared. Venusaur shot a beam from its flower that it had been charging since Charizard entered the field and created that sunny day, so the instantaneous beam hit Muto in the arm, forcing it to break concentration on the attack, and Blastoise was free. Now that Blastoise was free, Gary smiled and called out, "Zen Headbutt." Blastoise spun around in his shell as he retracted his cannons and went down directly onto Muto, forcing it to raise its arms to grab Blastoise from smashing it. Just before Giovanni could make a command, the dance was completed and Charizard disappeared and reappeared next to the most defenseless Muto, and Ash said one thing. Shadow Dragon's Claw, Shadow Claw plus Dragon Claw. Charizard's claws glowed a deep black with shadows emanating from them that almost made it look like they were on fire, and before Muto could react he slashed at him, dealing the first good hit in the entire match and sending the thing sliding back, clenching its arm. Before Blastoise landed, however, Gary shouted, "Ice Beam." Charizard caught Blastoise as he sent his cannons out and shot a beam of ice at Muto, freezing his arms and feet. It actually looked like they had the advantage here, and the cheerleaders made it no secret as they started cheering. Giovanni raised his eyebrow as he chuckled. Not bad at all. Well then, let's take it up a notch. He then raised his hands, revealing the keystones as they shined with the light reflecting off of Muto's armor. As soon as Giovanni raised his right hand, the gauntlet on Muto's right fist started glowing as its body began being enveloped in a bright light as the forearms and chest bulked up, revealing Muto X. Although as soon as this happened, Yellow from the stands clutched her head slightly. At the moment she was the only one who could hear what Muto was saying, and the only thing she could hear was pain. Gary and Green were taken aback by this transformation. Before they could barely hit this thing and now Mega evolved. At the same time they each took out their Pokédex and scanned it, although they got the same result. Species, unknown. Contact Professor Oak for further details. Type, unknown. What is this thing? Gary asked, looking at his dex. I've never seen anything like it, and it doesn't look like it's in the Pokédex. Not the time, you two. Ash yelled at them, snapping them out of their trance. We can talk about this after. For now we need to find a way to beat this thing. Of course, on the inside Ash did not think they could win. Even if he assumed Muto was on the low end of power, they still wouldn't have a chance, so the only option Ash could think of was to take off that armor. Ash looked at his friends. That armor is protecting it. I think if we can get it off we'll be able to win. Gary and Green looked at the new Mega and nodded. Seems like a good enough plan. Let's do this. Giovanni smiled. That's enough talking. Now Muto, let's try something new. Breakout and low kick. With a flick, Muto X broke through the ice and reappeared in front of Charizard and Blastoise. Then it grabbed them both by the arms and flipped them over its shoulder and onto the ground. Green took this chance. Venusaur used Solar Beam. Venusaur's flower extended, absorbing the sun's light, then shot a bright green beam at Muto X's back. Giovanni smirked. Well, time to see if this works. Then he raised his left arm as Muto's left gauntlet started glowing. Switch. Muto was enveloped in another bright light as the muscular form diapered and its head extended, revealing a slim form. Muto X turned into Muto Y. Muto Y extended its hand and the beam stopped in midair, then with a flick it was dispersed into nothing. Giovanni then said, "Now Ice Beam." Muto Y extended its arm towards Venusaur as a bright blue beam formed, but Gary quickly shouted before it could launch the attack. "Get in the way with rapid spin." As Muto Y shot the beam, Blastoise jumped in the way and blocked it before it could reach Venusaur, but it still caused something, and his fist was frozen. "Now give it back with Ice Punch." Blastoise quickly used that blast to his advantage as he started spinning around, frozen fist in the air as it glowed a deeper blue and approached Muto Y. Giovanni smiled. "Not good enough, you dash." Before he could speak, Ash yelled out, "Smokescreen." Charizard was still on the floor. Unlike Blastoise, he stayed there waiting for an opportunity, and now he had one. Charizard shot a breath of thick black smoke that blocked Giovanni's vision. Something he noticed from fighting is that Muto's attacks are all extremely powerful, but they are also extremely unrefined. It's like if you were in a game and you gave a level 1 character a max level sword. This meant that Muto had no real combat advantage of its own, and even when Giovanni issued a command it was rigid, meaning they could exploit that. As the smoke covered the area, Giovanni frowned and he raised his right hand. Switch. From the smoke came a bright light, then a muscular hand extended its arm and swiped, creating strong winds that blew the smoke out of the way, but it was too late as Blastoise was close enough and landed a punch that shattered the ice covering his hand. Muto had to take a step back as it covered its face, then when it opened its eyes it saw Venusaur again absorbing the sunlight. Green raised her arm. Let's try something new. Solar Petal Storm, Petal Dance plus Solar Beam. Venusaur stomped its foot into the ground as petals that were glowing started surrounding Muto, slashing at its side every few moments and circling around it in a cyclone. As Muto started swiping away at the petals, Ash gave a command, Fire Dragon's Roar. There was still some smoke surrounding Muto, and Charizard was almost point blank as he took a deep breath and released a thick torrent of flame that created a small explosion, the cyclone from Venusaur's attack creating a fire tornado. With that, Charizard flew back next to Blastoise as everyone watched to see what happened, though from the bright light, no one noticed Giovanni raise his left hand. But Ash did notice the shift in energy inside the tornado with aura. He knew that wouldn't take Muto down, but he suddenly panicked when he saw Muto's energy condense near the front finger aiming for Charizard and Blastoise. Ash looked at Charizard, push Blastoise and fly now. Without hesitation, Charizard tackled Blastoise, sending him to the side as he flew up before Gary could ask why he did that. A beam flew past and barely missed Charizard as Muto waved its hand and turned off the fire. Even after all that, it didn't look like they were doing anything to it as Giovanni looked forward. Now psychic. Muto raised its arms as Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur were covered in energy and started floating. Everyone panicked seeing that. He looked over at Green and Gary, who seemed to be thinking about what to do, so Ash thought of something. Hey, he said, we each have two, and we can use as many as we want. Green and Gary immediately snapped out of their trance and looked at Ash, both putting on smiles. You know you're right, and this isn't unfair, it was in the rules. They both pulled out a Pokeball each, and from them came a Gengar from Green's side, and an Electabuzz from Gary's, but Ash didn't let out another Pokemon, not yet. Gengar Shadow Ball. Electabuzz Electro Ball. Gengar created a deep purple ball and Electabuzz created a bright yellow ball. They both threw it at Muto, and Muto had both its hands full holding up the three Pokemon, so it got hit in the side. That split second where Muto lost a bit of power was all Ash needed. Charizard break free and Flare Blitz. Charizard's form became covered in fire as he started pushing through the psychic energy from Muto, and with a lot of effort, Charizard managed to break through and crash into Muto, forcing it to drop concentration on Blastoise and Venusaur. Muto recovered as it saw this, and Giovanni slightly grit his teeth at the annoyance. Muto gravity. Muto pushed down and everyone was forced to stay on the ground. Charizard was the only one that wasn't completely suppressed, but even still this was much stronger than Clefairy's. Then he raised his right arm again, switch and use frustration. Muto's form was once again enveloped in light, revealing the muscular form of Muto. In a moment it reappeared in front of Charizard and sent a punch directly across his face, sending him flying back at Ash's feet, just barely still up. Ash looked down at Charizard, who struggled to get up as his wings were barely still flapping. He couldn't help but feel like this was his fault. He grabbed at his head as both Gary and Green started giving more commands to their Pokemon. Ash couldn't help but feel like he should have done something, anything else. He was the only one here that knew what was happening, and yet he couldn't do anything about it. And that went for everything he knew, and yet all he could do was make someone else fix it. On the SSN, while everyone was fighting, he was in the water grabbing the Eternal Evolution Stones. On Cinnabar he had to call Lance and the International Police so they could take care of it. And even now, as he grasped his hair as he felt his head spin, but then he heard something. Do your best. Come on, you can do better than that. Don't give up yet. Gary, Ash, and Green, they're the best. If they can't win, no one can. X6. Ash looked up, seeing everyone cheering for them despite the fact they were all getting destroyed. He couldn't help but kinda smile seeing everyone cheering, when suddenly he felt a slight hum in his pocket. When he pulled it out, he saw it was the keystone. It was now glowing and it looked like the cracks were mending, and that gave Ash an idea. He looked at the two. Gary, Green, do you guys trust me? Why are you asking this now? Gary asked, slightly taken aback. Not the time. Do you trust me? I think I have a plan, but I need to know. Yeah, I trust you, Green answered. I guess I do too, Gary said. Alright then, get Electabuzz and Gengar to stall that thing and bring Venusaur and Blastoise close to us. They wanted to protest, but with what Ash just asked they closed their mouths and started making the orders. Meanwhile, Ash looked at Charizard. Get ready to use Roost and wait for my order. Charizard nodded as he let his wings rest, and Venusaur and Blastoise stepped next to him. Ash went to his pocket and pulled out 3 different familiar stones, and tossed one to Charizard, one to Blastoise, and one to Venusaur. What are those? Green asked. No time to explain, I just have one question. Are you ready to get cringy with me? Ash said as he held out the keystone and started pumping as much aura as he could. Green smiled. Oh yeah, I am. But Gary covered his face in embarrassment. I can't believe I'm about to do this. Ash smiled. Well then say it with me. The keystone started glowing a deep blue color as the megastones he gave them also started to glow. Mega Evolve, X3. The field was enveloped in a bright light covering everything. Even Giovanni had to stop to see what was going on. From where the 3 Pokemon once stood, Blastoise lost the duo cannons for 1 large cannon and 2 smaller ones on his hands. Venusaur's flower extended to a tree as a new flower bloomed on its head, and Charizard was now black with blue flames brushing against him. They all mega evolved. And just in time since Electabuzz and Gengar went down, so Gary and Green returned leaving them on the field, and Ash sent a cheeky little message to a certain Pokémon that was sneaking. Giovanni frowned, his composure slightly slipping. So what? You changed your forms, it makes no difference. Muto Shadow Ball again and again. Ash smiled. Charizard stopped that attack with Dragon Claw. Muto shot out multiple dark purple balls through the air aiming towards them, but Charizard's claws extended as he rushed forward, slicing through each one before they could get to the other two. When he was close, Giovanni raised his right hand saying, "Change," as Muto went to Muto X. But that's what he wanted, as instead of attacking, Charizard flew up to go behind, and from behind Blastoise was there holding his front cannons forward as a dark shot was being charged. Gary smiled. Dark Pulse. Blastoise shot a dark wave of purple ring that shot into Muto X, giving him little chance to dodge or block. Giovanni clenched his teeth harder. Muto Rock Smash now. Muto awkwardly cocked its fist back as it aimed to punch directly into Blastoise's shell, but since the attack was slow and uncoordinated from the constant changing, Blastoise used his cannons to shoot water and propel himself to another side. As Muto missed, it was met with Venusaur charging another beam along its flower and going from the tree. Green raised her arm and smiled. Not this time. Solar Beam. Venusaur shot a blast forward and Muto was mid-swing, so it couldn't dodge, as this time it took the full attack. When Muto opened its eyes again, both it and Giovanni now noticed that Muto was surrounded from each side. Giovanni clenched his teeth. I'll admit this was more eventful than I thought, but even still you've given everything you've had and my Pokémon can still keep going. But Ash smiled back. Well then, let's put that to the test. One final attack. Then the three of them spoke in unison. Water Pledge. Grass Pledge. Fire Pledge. Each of the Pokémon began charging one final attack that would combine, creating a chance. This was it all or nothing. Giovanni smiled. Do you really think I'll let you charge your attack? Muto used Dash. But just as he said that, a sound that caught everyone's attention came from the ceiling. Pika. From the top, Pikachu climbed up and got the signal as he started flying down. Ash smiled. I still had one Pokémon. Now Pikachu, use your greatest, most powerful Thunderbolt. As Pikachu fell, he smiled and shot the electricity he had been charging since Ash sent him that message. The force and strength made it look like it was stronger than a thunder. Giovanni saw this and clenched his teeth. Muto raised his hands, creating a barrier to try and block the bolt, but the thunderbolt broke through and shocked Muto, causing it to actually feel pain and screech. When it was done, Pikachu fell behind Venusaur, and Muto looked tired. Giovanni clenched his teeth. Muto attack now. But nothing happened. Even the armor began to malfunction from the electricity. Everything he had been planning was falling apart. That's when he realized something, and time seemed to stop for him. He looked at Pikachu and then at the state Muto was in as his eyes widened. It's you? Then time continues as Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur shoot out their attacks. Charizard created columns of fire, Blastoise created a ring of water, and Venusaur made a vortex of flowers as they all collided into Muto. The attack was so strong the building began to shake as it created an explosion, but also leaving behind a rainbow over where Muto stood. Everyone held their breaths, wanting to see if Muto was still up, and when the smoke cleared, Muto was standing there, weakened but still up. Everyone looked worried, and Giovanni was about to celebrate when suddenly thunk, one gauntlet fell, thunk then the other, thunk then the chest piece, and finally the helmet, revealing what Muto really looked like. Muto was now free. Muto opened its eyes. It seemed like it was the first time in years that Muto had done so, and yet Muto felt nothing. Muto couldn't remember anything before this moment. Muto was in Muto X form, but then the left gauntlet fell off, then the right, making Muto go back to Muto base. When the chest piece fell off, it felt like Muto could breathe, and yet Muto still felt nothing. And when the helmet fell off, Muto saw everything. Muto looked around, seeing the Pokémon surrounding it, seeing Ash, Green, and Gary standing across, and seeing the spectators taking note of things in its head. Then finally Muto looked behind it and saw Giovanni standing there looking shocked, like his very existence was supposed to be impossible. Muto didn't know why, but as soon as he saw Giovanni, Muto felt anger. Like every cell in Muto's body was telling him to get revenge for something Muto didn't even know. The darkness clouding his brain was only matched by the darkness around his body. Muto's eyes glowed as it raised one hand over its head. Everyone was on guard since they didn't know what Muto was going to do, but what surprised them was that Muto wasn't pointing at any of them, but at Giovanni. Muto could feel that it was injured, and it could feel that its power was only now returning to it after what felt like years of darkness, but Muto didn't care. To Muto, all that mastered was revenge for something that he didn't even remember. Giovanni clenched his teeth. At this point, any thought about winning the gym battle was gone. He pulled out the familiar purple Pokeball and held it out to Muto. Muto redash. Before he could finish, Muto closed its hand, causing purple energy to glow from its palm, and then the Master Ball in Giovanni's hand was crushed like a tin can, leaving everyone looking in shock. Giovanni started gritting his teeth harder. Everything was falling apart. He knew if he had his Pokémon he could probably beat Muto in this weakened and suppressed state, but unfortunately, he left his Pokeballs in the suitcase. Muto stomped on the ground, creating a tower that separated it from the other Pokémon and gave it a better view of Giovanni, as Muto held its hand forward. Giovanni felt the sudden pressure being put on him. He knew this was from Muto and he couldn't afford to give up now that he had come so far. His eyes flashed a purple color as the psychic energy covering him was dispersed and he jumped off of his platform, effectively also disqualifying him. Muto was slightly confused as to how Giovanni pushed free but didn't say or do anything other than try again, this time lifting its other hand aiming to crush Giovanni. Giovanni felt the strong creature but quickly dispersed it and held his hand out towards the room. From it a pokeball covered in purple energy came flying out and landed into Giovanni's hand as he threw it back revealing his Nidoking. Nidoking came out and stopped on the ground and seeing Muto he scowled since he knew all too much about this. Nidoking Earth Power. Nidoking stumped on the ground creating a golden tremor that traveled above the tower Muto created and exploded in a bright light at the top. But Muto waved it off as it looked down and sent fragments of the tower down aiming to shoot at Nidoking like a machine gun. It was also safe to say everyone else was completely and utterly confused as to what the heck was going on. 1 second they were fighting, the next Muto attacked Giovanni, Giovanni left the field and used some weird thing to grab a pokeball and now they are fighting. Gary and Green looked at each other and Ash as they looked more confused as to what to do now. Did we win? Should we do something? What is going on? Ash of course was the only one who actually knew what was happening. Muto regained control and was trying to break free, and it already did by breaking the Master Ball. Now the only question was what to do now. Muto was weakened but even with that, he didn't actually think Giovanni could win with just his Nidoking. He doesn't want to help since if Muto goes down then Giovanni will have it under his control again, but if he doesn't there may be more damage. But before Ash could come to a decision it looked like Muto made one itself. Muto knocked back a blast of shadow balls. Nidoking sent rewards as Muto used a psychic on Nidoking sending him flying back and into Giovanni. Giovanni managed to slow him down enough to where he wouldn't get hurt but as he started using more psychic energy to try and bring more of his Pokeballs to him, Muto raised both hands. Muto's hands were covered in deep purple energy as it looked like it gripped onto something. Then as Muto brought its hands down the windows along the ceiling started to crack and shatter as the sound of bending metal was heard. Giovanni realized what was happening and immediately widened his eyes. No. The building was being collapsed by Muto as the ceiling began getting more covered. It began to get more and more compressed and the stone pillars began cracking. Everyone began looking at the place in panic. No one had time to process the entire thing that just happened with Muto and Giovanni nor did they have time to ask questions as stones from the marble began falling. Everyone immediately started making their way to the door, except Giovanni, but before everyone on the bleachers could even get down a large piece of stone fell in front of the doors where they entered. Everyone started panicking as their first thought was to try and regroup for something, anything in this circumstance, but then Ash whistled. On top of Yellow's shoulders, Abra appeared and grabbed them teleporting her, Brock, Misty, and the cheerleaders along with any Pokémon they had, outside of the building. As this was happening Ash, Green, and Gary reunited with their Mega Charizard, Venusaur, and Blastoise, all of which were still in their Mega forms. Gary looked at Ash, can't your Abra get back in here and get us? Not that fast, she needs seconds that we don't have, so everyone gets close now. Ash shouted as the building was beginning to crumble. Giovanni was looking up only to see Muto look down at him and teleport. Giovanni clenched his teeth and took one final look at Pikachu before turning to get to the underground passage. Ash, Green, and Gary huddled in the center as Mega Charizard, Venusaur, and Blastoise huddled around them protecting them. Pikachu stood in the center watching everything as Ash clapped his hands together. Let's hope I have enough, Ash mumbled as he started using aura and spread it out creating a bubble over them to try and soften the impact that was coming. He was already kinda drained from putting aura in the keystone to make it powerful enough to mega evolve 3 different Pokémon, but now he was using everything he had left in hopes it was enough. In the final moments, a bright blue barrier appeared as the building finally came down, burying everyone, Ash, Green, Gary, and even Giovanni. Outside, everyone appeared with Abra sitting on Yellow's shoulders. It took them a second to register what happened as they were now standing outside but the sounds of crumbling marble quickly snapped them out of it. They all turned to see the gym start to crack and collapse in on itself. Then they all noticed Ash, Green, Gary, and the gym leader Giovanni weren't out with them so that meant they were still inside. Everyone turned to look at Abra. Everyone was collectively about to shout at her to go back in there and grab everyone else, but before they could even bring the words out of their mouths the gym collapsed on itself. It took everyone a moment to process what just happened, and for a moment everything was silent for them as around them people who lived around the neighborhood looked out and saw the gym in rubble. People immediately started calling the police. Meanwhile, they took a moment and then realized that they were under that rubble. The first person to move was Yellow who ran at the trouble and started pushing as much stone out of the way as she could. She was almost on the verge of tears. How could she not? 3 of her closest friends were now under a building and she had no idea if they were okay. As soon as they saw Yellow jump in Brock, Misty, and even the cheerleaders joined in trying to dig through the remains of the building. As they kept digging suddenly movement was seen around the center as Mega Charizard and Mega Blastoise pushed some debris off them as Mega Venusaur was holding the 3 inside its flower/tree thing. When they came out they all immediately untransformed back to base, and on top of Venusaur was Gary and Green supporting Ash from falling over. As soon as everyone saw them they all breathed a sigh of relief and Yellow ran at them and pulled the 3 into a hug. A few moments later they were all being questioned by police and the town Jenny about what happened. They all told the same story with varying details taken out and in. but in the end, it basically boiled down to blaming Giovanni and whatever Pokémon he was using. Then it was confirmed by looking on the league website showing that they all had an official match with Giovanni. Although none of the details about what Pokémon he was using were shown and no video of the match was found either, they did find out that they all technically won through disqualification. In the end, the police that came couldn't link them to any crime, and the fact that Gary was Oak's grandson did help, so in the end they took the report and then took their leave, but they also closed the area off. After everything, Ash took a seat and everyone sat down next to him as they all took a breath. Man, I'm drained. You guys want to take a break for a while? What? They asked in unison. I mean, we already have the badges we need, so I'm just saying having a month or two of rest might be nice after everything that just happened. Well yeah, but we don't have the badge. Sure, we technically won, but we still don't have it, Gary said. Oh, don't worry about that, Ash said as he snapped his fingers. Then Ghastly came out of his shadow and opened her mouth revealing the badges. I told Ghastly to go get them after we confirmed we won. Ash tossed the badges over to Gary and Green as they looked at it. Well, I guess we did win, so it counts, I guess. But man, I guess it's a tie then, since we all technically got our badge at the same time, Green said. I mean, it could be worse, Ash said in dry humor, but then Ghastly poked his shoulder. GGG. What's that? You found something else. GG. Ghastly said as she brought out a pair of gloves, not just any, it was the ones Giovanni had on with the keystones. What? Degree, everyone said in unison. Ash looked at Ghastly. So you're saying you found these but not Giovanni, these were just abandoned on the floor. GGG, Ghastly nodded proudly. Yellow looked the most relieved. That's good, so that means Mr. Giovanni is okay, he must have found a way out himself. Yeah, I guess. Ash said, knowing he probably did. Then he looked at the keystones and tossed them over to Green and Gary. Here you go, you can deal with it, he said as Green and Gary barely caught the gloves. What do you expect us to do with these? Gary asked. Ash shrugged. Keep them, make them into jewelry, use it to mega evolve. I mean, I did just give you guys mega stones, and you have those you got after the SSN. That's not the point, these aren't ours. What if Giovanni comes back looking for them? Gary asked. Then give it back, just think of it as keeping them safe, and if he doesn't care then you have keystones now. Either way, it's not my problem. Hey, I'm with Ash, Green said, putting the stone up to her ear. I'm thinking of making this into an earring. If you don't want it then I'll be glad to have the pair. Gary pulled the stone back. Fine, I guess I'll keep it, but if he comes back mad I'm throwing you under the bus. Well, consider it compensation then. After all, the Pokémon he was using may have done some collateral damage, Ash said as he pointed over to where Gary parked his car. And within the once bright red car was now crushed under a few tons of marble. Wow, my car. As Gary was over in the corner crying about his car and his cheerleaders tried to cheer him up, everyone else was sitting and still talking. So back to the question I asked, do you guys want to take a break and go back home? I mean, the holidays are coming up and we do have a bit of time. I mean, I wouldn't hate going back to the gym and spending more time with my folks, Misty said. Yeah, and I would like to spend the holidays with my siblings. Also, I'm not sure if they could survive the holiday dinner my father would make. Though I wouldn't have any gifts. You can borrow Abra and go over to like Celadon or something. Either way, I have all my badges and I'm just going to relax for a while. And hey Misty, at least you can take care of that Lapras that hates you. Hey, that's not my fault that he was born like this, Misty tried defending herself. Sure, and I'm also sure that a passive Pokémon was just born angry for no reason, but whatever, I'm not the water type expert. If you didn't just get a building dropped on you I would hit you on the head, Misty said, crossing her arms. Ash smiled smugly. Yeah, because if you do I'm pretty sure it's considered a hate crime in a few places, he said jokingly. Well, unlike you and Gary, I'm not a masochist, so I'm perfectly fine with just this much. I'm not going to face more of whatever that was for like 2 extra days with no battle, Green said, slightly elbowing Ash in the side. Oh yeah, kinda forgot Gary wants to go back out there. Well, sucks to suck I guess, we can all relax. How about you, Yellow? Ash asked. Well, I wouldn't mind staying with Uncle Wilton again. We usually have a party here in Viridian with everyone in town, but I don't know if we can now that, you know, the gym kinda dash exploded. Yeah, that might make things pretty bad, Ash said. Well, you're always welcomed over in Pallet if you want. You know my mom will always feed you till you blow up on the wall. Hehe. Yellow nervously laughed, since Delia had a tendency to overfeed all of them when they visited Ash at his house for anything really. You know, that sounds so good I'm tempted to even ask if I can go. She at least sounds more tolerable than this idiot next to me, Misty said, pointing towards Ash. Green got a smug look. Oh, you bet. Ms. Ketchum's is the best, and her cooking is even better. If you thought this doofus was good you should know the one who taught him. Hey, I take offense to that, Ash said. Besides, you say that, but at least I know how to cook. Last time you tried you nearly burned my house down. Green rolled her eyes. Yeah, Master Chef, you keep bringing that up, but your mom already forgave me. And the others that tried. Right, Ash said, turning back to Yellow. Well, if you ever change your mind you always have my number. Okay, Yellow said happily. Anyway, you think we should do something about Dash? What happened here? A voice said, coming from the sky. When they looked up they saw a man in fisherman attire with butterfree wings flying down. It was Wilton. As Wilton landed, the butterfree on his back let go and flew up as he finally noticed Yellow. Yellow, is that you? Uncle Wilton, it's good to see you. Yellow ran forward and hugged Wilton. Wilton returned the hug as he looked at the destroyed remains of the gym. What happened here? You might want to take a seat. It's a long story, Ash said. Underground. Giovanni was hurt pretty badly. The debris that fell on him nearly killed him, but it took everything he had and he survived. Though those keystones were lost in the rubble, he had to take them off. But that was the least of his problems. He managed to take his suitcase that had all his Pokémon, but that took most of the remaining energy as he limped his way through the halls. The gym was of course connected to one of his underground Team Rocket bases. It wasn't long until someone saw him. That someone was Ariana, Giovanni's wife. Seeing Giovanni's current appearance, Ariana quickly went to him and helped him get to a place to sit down. John, what happened? Ariana asked as she quickly grabbed a nearby first aid kit and started working on him. Things went wrong, incredibly wrong, Giovanni said, also gritting his teeth from the pain from the alcohol Ariana was using on him. I told you it was a bad idea to test that thing here. Couldn't you have called Archer to test against? Yeah, you're probably right, Giovanni said weakly. I really should listen to you more. Well, in the end, what happened to it? Ariana asked. She didn't like it, but Giovanni spent a lot of time working on this project and it would be a waste to just leave it off like this. It escaped. It managed to break out of its armor after some kids dealt enough damage, then it turned against me and brought the gym down. Ariana looked shocked to hear that. Oh Arceus, you don't think Getsy's of Team Plasma betrayed us and gave you faulty armor? It is definitely a possibility, and I wouldn't put it past him, but we can't be sure yet. We can discuss if we want to invade Unova another day. For now, we have more important things to do. Ariana nodded. Would you like me to contact other admins and the executives to keep a lookout? Yeah, so contact as many bases as you can. Any rocket that isn't directly on a mission should go and search for any signs of Muto, and make sure to tell them that if they find it, do not approach. Ariana sighed at Giovanni's words. Fine, but John, you own me one after this. Ariana went to a monitor and sent the message out to every available rocket, taking time to emphasize that under no circumstance should anyone approach it. Meanwhile, Giovanni made his way to another monitor. It was about time he checked in on Sierra and Arlo to see if they found anything, and to see if Calres returned. Lance sat at his desk much happier than he had been for the last few weeks, now that the news about him taking in all those rockets and capturing 2 admins the public has been getting off his back. Of course, there is still the occasional Lance is a Johto meat rider, but that was easier to deal with and nothing out of the ordinary for his line of work. But now that he has been able to relax and actually go back and forth the breeding program of all the Aerodactyls, results varied. In fact, he was actually talking to the Master and Claire to talk to them about the results. He sent all the Aerodactyls to them right before he left to deal with the incident over in Cinnabar. How's everything going with the Aerodactyl? Lance asked as Claire was looking at him with an excited expression. The Master rubbed his chin. Well, we integrated the Aerodactyl with the chosen Pokémon. However, the males seem to be unwilling to mate at the moment, the largest one especially. Lance sighed. He did expect as much, but then he noticed Claire was still holding something back. Okay, then what about the one girl? Claire stepped in and raised an egg she was carrying under the camera. Tada, we got one. Can you believe it? This is the first egg of a Pokémon thought to be extinct. Lance smiled seeing his cousin actually act her age for once. He then looked at the egg. He certainly couldn't give it to Ash since he asked for one from the big one specifically, and admittedly he also wanted one from the big one. Lance saw Claire looking at him expectantly, so he sighed in defeat. All right Claire, you can have that one. Claire put the egg as high as she could as she smiled in celebration. Yeah, one more step so that I can become the strongest Dragon Master. Lance and the Master watched Claire run off and grab an incubator for the new egg. She certainly is excited, isn't she? Well, can you blame her? An extinct Pokémon that she now gets to raise. You saw how strong those Aerodactyl were, and now she gets the first egg. Well, I can't say I see a problem in that reasoning. I just hope she treats that Pokémon with love and doesn't immediately put it to train. We can certainly hope, but I trust her. Lance shook his head helplessly. Where did you even find them? I doubt they were just sitting around in the open, the Master asked. Well, let's just say you'll find out soon enough, Lance said, scratching his cheek. The Master squinted but didn't pry any further. Very well, then I shall keep you informed on further progress. However, I can't guarantee we will have results anytime soon. After all, our breeders never worked with Aerodactyl. Lance nodded. That's all right. We aren't exactly in any kind of rush at the moment. Just take your time. Then he hung up. Lance stretched back in his chair and looked at his desk. For the first time in a while he was actually done with work and had some free time for himself. He looked at the clock as he took his cloak off. Tempest and Darwin aren't back yet. I wonder what they're doing. Meanwhile, Tempest and Darwin had Electivire grab onto Cliff and use his tails to shock Cliff to get more information, to no avail. Just talk, old man, Darwin said as he slammed his hands on the table signaling for Electivire to stop. Electivire stopped sending electricity through Cliff as he looked up breathing heavily. I'm not old, you brat. Darwin frowned and snapped his fingers towards Tempest. She nodded as Electivire grabbed a hold of Cliff again and the room lit up with electricity. Back with Lance. Lance thought to himself but then shrugged. It's not like anything can ruin his mood right now. But then his phone started ringing. Lance was already 1 foot out of the door as he felt like punching himself. Why did I say a single word? Well, at least it can't be too bad. Ashtuo. Ash, Enid, and Jay were sent out to do a mission together. Both Enid and Jay were happy to go on a mission with Ash specifically, and Ash was less than thrilled. Especially when he found out that after he left a mission was called for Team Rocket members not already on a mission to go look for Muto. If only he was alone, this would be the perfect time to go on that heist. But anyway, at least the mission they had to go through was interesting. According to Sayoko, a new group in the black market has popped up and started distributing poached Pokémon and drugs to make Pokémon stronger, if you can even call it that. In a simple term, it was like a booster. In fact, that's what it was called, boosters. They do exactly what you think. Make a Pokémon stronger for a moment, but that's not all. In some cases it gives Pokémon abilities or moves they shouldn't have access to. Now while that sounds fine on paper, what you need to understand is that it is extremely unstable, and in some cases, if a Pokémon gets too much their hearts may explode. In the end, according to what he read, not even Giovanni wants this stuff around. I mean, he's not a great guy, but professionals have standards. Like, nothing he read from the documents he had Porygon 2 steal made Ash want to kill him or anything, at most maybe just turn him into jail, but not yet. Specifically, he hasn't leaked any information to the League that reveals that Giovanni is the leader. I mean, sure, some suspicion will be drawn to him after what happened to the gym, but nothing of what he did can directly connect him to Team Rocket, and for the moment he wants it that way. This very mission he is on is a prime example. If Giovanni isn't the one in control of Team Rocket, then the underworld will become more chaotic, and he would prefer Giovanni in charge instead of the other choices. Seriously, let's name a few. Madam Boss, the original leader who wanted nothing more than money, Car, that self-obsessed idiot, then there's Gray from the Golden Boys manga. We don't talk about him. Anyway, as much as he doesn't want to admit it, Ash needs Giovanni to continue being the leader, but he won't do anything. He already has a plan on what to do next, but for now, he needs to deal with this whole booster sash. Gary and Green were walking back through Route 1, exactly the same as how they started their journey. Brock and Misty took Abra so they could go do some stuff and go back to their home/gym for the holidays, and Yellow decided to stay with Wilton, of course after explaining everything about what happened. But they all agreed on a meeting point and day, and they all have a phone some way or another so they can keep in contact. As for Gary and his cheerleaders, well, after the car thing happened, he told the 6 to stay in Viridian and he would come back in a day or two with another car, and blah blah blah. The point is they stayed in Viridian. And the nice thing was one of them lived in Viridian before going with Gary, so they have a house. Not much else needs to be said about everything. As they were walking, they looked around and started chatting a bit, since this was technically the first time they all traveled together since they left Pallet. Man, can you believe how time flies? Green said, looking at the scenery, especially now that all the birds flew north thanks to the colder weather. She isn't straight up scared of birds anymore, but they do still make her uncomfortable. Gary still looked bummed about his car. I mean, yeah, I guess, though didn't you get your Spearow around here? Yeah, though he doesn't really want to come out right now, you know, since it's so cold right now, and I guess most of his flock are gone too, Ash said, holding his arms behind his head as Pikachu looked around, slightly reminiscing about his time here before Oak took him. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, though it really is kinda weird to think we all technically got our badges at the same time, and the fact that all 3 of us qualify for the league is also pretty weird, Gary said, looking towards the path. Welp, anyway, I have a bunch of stuff to do once we get home. I'll warn you now, boys, I'm not losing this time. Green winked. Right, Ash and Gary said at the same time. Anyway, you guys wanna run a few battles to get some practice? Gary asked. Ash smirked. Sure, I'd pay to see you and Green duke it out, so how about the winner gets a run back on me, though you'll just lose again. You're on. Green smirked. Yeah, and that was months ago. Time I show you who the true best is. Say that after one of you wins, Ash said as he put on an overly obnoxious tone. How could a young prodigy such as myself be seen bullying the weak? Green almost spat out, holding in a laugh as Gary just punched Ash in the shoulder. Dude, never do that. You have no idea how many dumb kids I met who sounded exactly like that, and I wanted to hit them in the teeth so many times. Yeah, well, let's be honest, at least it's not as bad as P-Thuk. Ash started as suddenly he crashed face first into nothing. Gary and Green looked confused, seeing Ash take a step back and hold his nose. The heck just happened? As Ash held his nose, Gary stepped up and felt the place, feeling a wall despite it being clear. What's with this? It feels like there's a wall. Ash rubbed his nose. Seems like it. Can't believe I got caught off guard though. I guess I'm still a bit drained after the gym. Oh yeah, that weird thing you can do. Now that I think about it, the fact that you never fell for any prank when we were kids is kinda a giveaway now, Green said. Yeah, tell yourself that. Anyway, I wonder what this did. Ash looked up, half knowing the reason. When they looked up, they saw a humanoid Pokemon scaling the air. It was the greatest character, the true main character in all of Pokemon, Mimey the Mr. Mime. Huh, I guess that's why, Mr. Mime. I wonder what one is doing all the way out here, Gary said. Ash rubbed his nose and pulled out a Pokeball. I don't know, but I do know one thing. Dibs. Pallet Town. Classes were over for the day, and everyone left to do their own things, whether it be go get some food, or go play around, or whatever. Bianca, Chiren, Hilda, and Rosa were walking together to go to Pallet House, the restaurant run by the Ketchum family. In fact, it was the only restaurant in all of Pallet, and after Oak put in a lot of money so that all students could eat free, it was making bank, and it expanded more than once, though even though it was quite popular, the only 2 people who ever worked there were Delia and Ash, and now Delia was alone since Ash left. When they got in they saw Dawn and May on one table with Paul sitting alone like he always does. The 4 unoven kids went over to Dawn and May's table and grabbed seats to talk. Rosa sneaked behind Dawn and grabbed her in a playful hug. "Hey girls, you hanging out without us?" Dawn slightly flinched but relaxed when she saw Rosa's pigtails. "Seriously Rosa, you need to stop doing that." I don't wanna," Rosa playfully said as the other two sat down. "Rosa, please could you calm down? We came here to eat, not to annoy everyone," Chiren said as he adjusted his glasses. Hilda nodded. "Seriously Rosa, you need to stop doing that, especially when they ask you not to." Rosa pouted and stuck her tongue out. "Boo, all of you are party poopers, I'm just doing this for fun, tell them, Bianca." Bianca slightly stuttered. "Well, I don't see the harm in it, I guess." Hilda pointed at Rosa. "That's not fair, you know fully well Bianca is incapable of disagreeing with anyone." "Hey, that's not true, right?" Bianca asked, looking at everyone. No, she has a point," May said as everyone, even Dawn, nodded. As they were all discussing, a random person in a red hoodie and a Pikachu on the shoulder walked in. He took his hat off and put it on a stand before walking to the back room. They all noticed that and talked amused themselves. "Do you think Ms. Ketchum finally hired some staff?" "I suppose it's possible," Chiren said, adjusting his glasses. Rosa sat down on a chair. "I mean, she has been working everything alone since Ash left, so I wouldn't put it past her." "Yeah, I kind of felt bad, but it looks like she's finally getting some help," Bianca said, smiling happily. They heard some commotion, then the person walked out with about 4 dishes in his arms and the Pikachu was waddling behind with another and began taking them to other people. Some of them thanked him and then looked at the person in shock, but before they could say anything he already walked away. Eventually, the person came up to them with a notepad to take their order, saying, "Oh, it's you guys, I assume the regular." At this point they were confused since this guy never took their orders as far as they could tell. Then they finally got a good lock on him. His hair was tied back into a small ponytail looking like he let it grow out, and the distinct marks on his cheeks made it clear. "Ash," they said in unison. "Sup," Ash said casually as Pikachu delivered a plate to a young girl, to which he was rewarded with a head pat and a fry. What are you doing here?" Dawn asked. "Helping out, what else? Anyway, so I assume you're regulars." "Oh why yeah," Hilda unintentionally said before snapping back. "Wait, that doesn't answer the question." Ash held his hand out. "Sorry, I can't talk, I'm on the clock. Anyway, I'll bring out your drinks and put in your order." Then he walked over to Paul, who had become increasingly more salty since he came back. He hadn't even told anyone what he did. "So Paul, you want your regular?" Paul looked at Ash up and down and frowned, remembering his brother giving up being a trainer. "What are you doing here? Don't tell me you ended up giving up." At the other table, they all wanted to yell over at Paul for asking something so insensitive, but they had to admit the thought did cross their minds. Ash wrote something down and nonchalantly answered, "Nah, I'm just done already. I'm good to go for the league, so I thought I should come back and help my mom out." That caught everyone in the restaurant's attention, including other customers who were asking why Ash was back. Paul gave a genuine look of surprise. What? Ash finished writing and reached into his pocket, pulling out a badge case and showing it to him. "Yeah, I got all 8 main gym badges, so I'm good to go, with time to spare. Anyway, I'll be back with your drink." As everyone in the restaurant watched Ash walk back like he said the most casual thing in the world, Paul couldn't help but clench his teeth. The person who never took anything seriously, was already done months early while he was stuck listening to useless classes about things he already knows. At that moment Paul made up his mind on one thing: he is going to graduate early. Ashtuo and friends. They arrived in the black market. Admittedly, Ash hadn't been here before, but apparently Enid did, so she took the lead, much to her happiness. The information they got was minimal. They only knew that the new group called themselves the Raiders and they worked underground. Other than that, nothing. They didn't even know what those boosters were made of. So they went into disguise, dropping the Team Rocket uniform to remain unnoticed, and went into some of the shops and actions to look for anything and to butter up some higher UPS to give them information. Enid didn't like it, mainly because she wasn't the one to come up with said plan, but she had to admit it was pretty good, especially because it meant Jay had to keep his mouth closed. And so they did look around and participate in the auctions. The auctions themselves sold a lot of things that Ash didn't really need or he knew were a scam. For example, a set of high-quality evolution stones, paintings stolen from Kalos, a trident for some reason, etc. Then there was the Pokémon auction and the shops, of which they sold Pokémon from other regions and mystery eggs, but it didn't take a genius to know that was a scam, and they kept the good Pokémon for themselves. Not to mention it was marked up so high you could buy enough Pokeballs to make a catch chain and get a shiny. So none of them actually bought any Pokémon, though they did all see some that were interesting, but those were overpriced. However, one good thing did come out of it. Enid managed to seduce one old guy with, as she said, womanly charms to spill something about boosters, and that was that they had a factory where they got sold directly to people so that they can get distributed above ground. That meant that no matter how hard they looked, they wouldn't find anyone selling these boosters in the black market. So if they wanted to find it, they would need to go to the factory directly and potentially deal with these raiders directly. It didn't take much to find out where the factory was. They just asked someone directly and they gave the exact place, which also made them salty since that meant they wasted a bunch of time for nothing. But when they went, they saw a large factory. It looked more like a warehouse. From them they could see crates being lugged around by random people and into trucks to be shipped out. The place looked more fortified than a fortress. Man, looks like we've got our work cut out for us, Jay said. For once I agree with what just came out of your mouth, Enid coldly said. I'll take that as a compliment, but seriously, how are we supposed to take all of those guys out? I know we're all pretty strong, but I don't know if we can take that many. Enid didn't want to admit it, but Jay had a point. So what now? Well, the mission wasn't to eliminate them, just to find how boosters are made and if they can be refined to not have drawbacks, Ash said. Then we will know if we need to destroy them or form a partnership with them. So what do you suggest? Enid said, still slightly resentful. Well, we should cover both of your brightly colored heads and plan for a stealth mission. Enid felt her eyes twitch. The thought of the main character hiding her beautiful hair was full, but she didn't have a better plan. Jay, however, was much more enthusiastic. Oh yeah, does that mean we get to be ninjas? Oh, I need to get a scarf like yours, bro, then I'll be a true ninja. Back in Pallet, the day was over, or at least the big rush that came around every day with only a few more people would come by and order. Ash wrapped up the apron he had on and finally got to give his mom a proper greeting. Hey, he started but was immediately cut off when she pulled him into a hug. Hey Ashy, you should have called. It's good to finally see you in person instead of on that computer screen. You must be hungry. Come and relax, I'll make you something, Delia said happily. Then she turned to Pikachu, and that goes for you too. Pikachu looked happy to accept, but Ash picked him up. No, it's fine, I just came by to help out since you never hired anyone else. Oh, you know, old habits die hard. My mother always kept Pallet House as a family-only restaurant, so I plan to keep it that way. Well then maybe this can help. I brought you someone that might help you, Ash said, smiling as he handed Delia a Pokeball. Delia looked at it and pressed the two side buttons that revealed what Pokemon was inside, and it was a Mr. Mime. Oh, it's a Mr. Mime. She released Mr. Mime as it appeared and blinked, looking at his surroundings before focusing on Ash and Delia. Delia looked at Mr. Mime. Hey there, Mr. Mime, I'm Delia. Mr. Mime blinked, then held his big gloved hand out. Mime. When Delia took his hand, suddenly they heard a rumbling sound and Mr. Mime looked embarrassed. Delia laughed. You sound hungry, Mr. Mime. How about we make a deal? Help me out around the restaurant and I can give you lots of yummy food. Mr. Mime had sparkled in his eyes and he nodded happily. Mr. Mime. Okay then, well you will need a name, so I'll call you Mimey. Mr. Mime looked happy as it seemed like he liked the name. Ash smiled and went towards the door. Well, I'll leave Mimey in your care, Mom, so welcome to the family, Mimey. Then he walked out of the back room and untied his hair as he grabbed his hat, and only now did he finally see that apparently word that he was back spread fast as almost all of his friends were waiting outside. With the exception of Paul and Silver, Paul was probably being his usual self and Silver probably went to meet Green. Immediately he turned to try and flee, but he was grabbed and dragged outside to finally talk with everyone after months of not seeing each other. Pikachu looked at Ash being carried away and decided to walk back into the kitchen to take Delia up on that offer. After way too long, Ash was let go since he still needed to go meet up with Green and Gary for the battle. And since the topic of their friends battling came up, they all went over to the spot, which was in Oak's backyard, since technically Pallet didn't have a place for battles. Anyway, word spread around really fast since a lot more people came to watch the battle, including the lower classmen led by a certain pink-haired stalker. Ash only got there in the last part of the battle. It was a 1v1 against Gary's Golem, and Green's, also Golem? Anyway, Gary's was winning as Green's looked battered and bruised, so Gary brought his hand forward one more time. Earthquake now. Golem slammed his fists into the ground, causing the area around them to violently shake as a crack appeared under and a stone slammed into Green's, launching it back. As Green's Golem fell at Green's feet, it began turning purple and seemingly began to melt into a purple goo, revealing that it was actually a Ditto. Green looked down and returned Ditto to its Pokeball. Fine, I guess you win this one, but don't think I'm done, I'll beat you next time. Gary scoffed. Sure, tell yourself that, but the copy can never beat the original, ain't that right, Golem? Gall. Golem said, slapping his shell. The crowd that gathered and watched cheered after the battle, and only now did Green and Gary notice that a crowd formed to watch the battle. Ash hopped over the fence and clapped as he approached them. Good work, I guess you did get better. Gary smiled as he returned his Golem. Yeah, we did, and now you know the bet. I want that rematch. Oh, don't you worry, how can I forget that you two battled to see which of you got to battle me. After all, neither of you have beat me, Ash said, giving a cheeky smirk. Green turned around. Well, it's a shame that I don't get to battle you, but next time I want a battle, but for now I have something important to do. Before Gary or Ash could look at her, she already ran off to the crowd. They both sighed as Ash walked over to his side. Well then, in the end, it has to be like this, Ash said. Gary laughed. Why are you saying that like we're in a drama show? Because I can shut up, Ash said as he held out Nidoking's Pokeball. What do you say? You want to do that battle for real? Gary smiled as he held out a Pokeball. You read my mind. Nidoking. Kangaskhan. As the two big Pokemon landed on the other side, they glared at each other as the crowd that formed cheered in excitement. And Green expectedly was going around taking bets. Gary pointed forward. This won't be like our pretend battles we did as kids. Kangaskhan, use Hammer Arm. Ash smiled back. You're right, this time I'll win. Use Focus Punch to counter. The two big Pokemon charged up their attacks. As their fists glowed red from the fighting type energy, they rushed at each other and clashed, creating a gust of wind to explode from the collision and the ground on their feet to shake. The force from the attack reverted so hard that the crowd felt the air even though they were a safe distance away, and that just made them more excited. Who do you guys think is winning? Hilda asked. I dunno, I guess Ash, Wally answered since he also came to watch. Well, the most logical choice is Gary, he shows more battle potential, Chiren answered. Tierno cut in, I don't care about logic, I believe in my little buddy. He's right, Barry said as he stepped on the fence and yelled, Ash, if you lose I'm fining you, since he did bet with Green. Gary and Ash heard the banter as their Pokémon were trying to overpower the other, leading them to push each other back, leaving behind their footprints as a symbol of their clash. Looks like they want a good battle, should we take it up a notch? Ash asked. Let's do it, Gary smirked. Kangaskhan use return. Nidoking use rock slide. Kangaskhan charged her fist as she ran forward, baby in pouch cheering her on. Nidoking slammed his arms together creating grey rocks with white outlines, and sent them flying towards Kangaskhan. Kangaskhan began slamming the rocks with her fist as she approached, but Nidoking didn't seem worried as he also charged his fist. Give him all you've got, Thunder Punch. The two collided as Kangaskhan punched Nidoking across the face and Nidoking punched Kangaskhan across the face, then they jumped away from each other. Well then I guess it's good you didn't go out immediately, Gary mocked. I should be the one saying that number 2, Ash mocked back. Then let's keep going, cause I'm not losing. Well, neither am I. Kangaskhan and Nidoking recovered as they rushed toward each other again. Meanwhile, Professor Oak was sitting in the classroom completely unaware that Ash, Green, and Gary were even back, much less that they were battling. He was looking over some papers he had to do since the league would be coming up, and as a former champion, he had to overlook it. As he read through one of the papers suggesting how the matches should be selected, he heard someone open his door. When he looked up he saw Paul walking in and taking a seat across from him. Professor Oak nodded. Hello Paul, what can I do for you? Oak read through the report from the battle his brother had, and the way it was worded confused and somewhat made Oak concerned since he wrote like he hated both his brother and Brandon. I want to graduate early, Paul said, looking completely serious. Oak almost stumbled out of his chair. I'm sorry, did I hear that correctly? You wish to graduate early? Yes, there's nothing more I can learn from here, and I want to start my journey as soon as possible. It took a moment for Oak to compose himself and then he looked at Paul seriously. Do you understand what you are asking for? This shouldn't be something you do prematurely. Shouldn't you discuss this with Reggie? Paul frowned. I can assure you Reggie knows, and this isn't something I just chose to do immediately. I'm not a child. Oak sighed as he leaned back in his chair. Are you aware I can't let you travel in Sinnoh? That's fine. I'll start here and follow in my brother's footsteps. I'll go through Kanto, then Johto, and after that, I'll be old enough to embark in Sinnoh. Then once I win all of those I'll go through Hone and the Battle Frontier. Oak frowned, releasing what this was about now. Very well, but you must stay for the rest of the semester and you can graduate with everyone else. Fine, it's almost over anyway, Paul said as he got up and turned to leave. Oak watched him leave and close the door. After he did he sighed and leaned down in his chair. Why can't things be simple anymore? I'm getting too old for this. Well, at least there aren't any more surprises. The next day. Why do you kids want me to lose my hair? Oak said as he was sitting across from Ash and Gary. It's a gift, and besides you did give Ash an electric mouse for a starter. No offense, Gary said to Pikachu. Hey, Ash agreed to forgive me for that. Oak defended himself. Pikachu crossed his arms but kept eating his ketchup. Pika. I said I would forgive you, never said I wouldn't hold a grudge, Ash said smiling. Oak sighed in defeat. Well anyway you mean to say all three of you, Green included, are all done with your gym challenges so early? Gary held his hand out. Well we have 8 gym badges each, I'm still gonna go out and finish some extra stuff. That doesn't make it better. When people take on that challenge they usually don't even make it to the league until next year. Well I already did mine, Ash said smiling. Green's the only one not doing it. But still, the fact that all 3 of you left for your journey and came back is baffling. Even when I was your age it took me an entire year to get my badges and challenge the league, Oak said rubbing his temple. So what are you all planning on doing now? Oak asked, still trying to process everything. Well I already told you I still need to beat 2 more gyms for the challenge, Gary said. Oh by the way I'm taking another one of the cars. Oak didn't even acknowledge that with a response as he looked towards Ash. Well I don't know what Green's going to do. I think she said something about visiting the CAEI Islands. Okay, Oak mumbled, that wasn't too out of the ordinary. And what about you? Oh, well I'm also going to go visit an island. I want to do some private training on my own, really get a power up, Ash said smiling, keeping it vague. Oak sighed in relief. Well at least it isn't that crazy. Well then I wish you both luck and if you see Green send her my regards. Then they went their separate ways, and Ash prepared to go on his island adventure. To which ones you may be asking? Well that's a simple answer. He is going to Mega Island. Ashtuo and Heist Squad. It was currently dark outside, so even though there were still a good few guards and people roaming around, the trio was able to sneak through after putting a hood on Enid and her white hair. To get in they chose to enter through one of the side eclectic doors, although it needed a keycard which none of them had. So how will they get inside you may ask? Well to know that you need to learn something about Mook. Mook, homunculus body, has complete control over every cell in the user's body. So Ash had Mook create a few small Mooks that went in through the vents. Meanwhile, Mook himself used Minimize to hide himself on Ash's shoulder, and he could even get rid of the smell. Mook Team 6. The squad of Mook clones were traveling through a nearby vent system. They were all part of the same body so they were able to communicate with each other without drawing any noise. and Ash was seeing through them with aura. As they moved over that past openings they saw some members of this gang, if you could call it that. Most of them were talking about their shipments. Dude, I'm telling you, we just sent out 5 trucks with 4 pounds each of boosters. That's our biggest shipment yet. As soon as some of those get to those trainers taking on those gyms, we'll have more business than ever, one guy in a bandana said. Why are you saying that like you're the boss? You joined a week before I did. Do you even know what it's made of? Another guy said. PSHH, nah, why bother? As long as we continue like this we'll overthrow Team Rocket in no time. Then what do we have to fear? The bandana guy said. I'm just saying, do you know why the bosses chose to directly go against Team Rocket? I mean, wouldn't working together be better? A female grunt said. Yeah, it would, but from what I hear Team Rocket doesn't really distribute drugs, and even if they did they would probably keep us on a leash, and I don't want anyone bossing me around, the bandana guy said. Again, you're not the boss. Mook Team 6 continued to take the path around, not paying attention to what those grunts were saying, though they did pass through some weird clean-looking areas, which after taking a quick glance they found to be testing chambers, somewhere even I use. Initiate testing of new boosters, one man in a scientist outfit said. In the chamber a sand shrew was eating some food with no idea what was happening. Suddenly from under mechanical arms grabbed its arm and held it. Then another came out with a needle and a black substance inside, which was strange because normal boosters were red. Then the sand shrew was injected with it. If his works we will have found a way to make the effects of boosters permanent and undetectable, another scientist said, looking intently. The sand shrew rubbed its arm in pain before it suddenly fell over. Foam started to pour out from its mouth as it let out a painful screech, its body growing but not glowing as it evolved into sand slash. Ash from the outside frowned. It seemed like whatever this was also forced evolution. Forced evolution was something considered taboo even in the underworld. According to the legal system, creating a forced evolution is worse than just killing the Pokémon. The reason is because it is effectively torture and the Pokémon feels everything. But the scientists looked unfazed as if they knew this and continued watching. The sand slash looked up and started clawing at the room, even causing damage to the bulletproof window protecting the scientists. Initiate the sedatives, one scientist said as he pushed a button and gas started pouring into the room, putting sand slash to sleep. The scientists jotted down notes as the lead spoke. It seems like this provided an even greater power boost than normal boosters. Put that Pokémon in captivity and monitor its behavior for results. As they did that, Mook Team 6 as Ash's eyes saw everything, and although the sleeping gas did get to them, it didn't affect them due to their natural resistance. Ash noted this down as Mook Team 6 continued forward and finally reached the door that separated them. They joined together, forming a Mook chain dangling from the ventilation, and opened the door from the other side. When they did, the trio finally walked in and Ash held his hand out as they crawled on him and rejoined with the original Mook. Good work, but stay on hand, Ash said as Mook spread around and went to hide inside Ash's sleeve, Venom style. Enid looked at the Mook crawl in Ash's clothes but said nothing. Even though it didn't smell like a normal Mook, it was still weird. She looked around. Okay, we're in. What now? We don't have a map of this place. Ash wasn't paying attention, but Jay looked at her. Hey, don't you have a Natu? Can't you get him to tell us? You know, since he's a psychic type and all. Ash looked over. You have a Natu? Why didn't you just have it open the door then? Enid looked like she wanted to complain, but she couldn't think of a reason. Well, for your information, didn't feel like it, but I suppose if it is needed then I'll do it. She opened her bag as Natu peeked his head out. Hey Natu, scan this place for me. Then she thought in her head, I can't reveal my powers to side characters yet. Natu, who was connected to her mind, heard it and nodded. Very well, my lady, it shall be done. Natu's eyes glowed blue as it spread its energy through the factory, as an image of a map formed in her head. Enid smiled smugly. I'll lead the way, just follow behind. Jay followed happily, but Ash the entire time was busy with connecting Porygon 2 with the cameras of the factory. With it he got complete vision and could loop them so they wouldn't get seen. And boy did they need it, since Enid in all her wisdom somehow led them down the hall with the most cameras and ran by all of them. Not to mention he had to bail them out by having Porygon 2 create distractions by creating sounds on the speakers when they almost passed through areas with grunts. And Jay didn't help since he jumped like a bunny and celebrated as loud as one too, almost getting them caught more than once. By the time they got to the place they needed, Ash could only think one thing: these idiots are useless. How do they almost mess up the perfect setup? I could have probably finished by now if I was alone. But Ash bit his tongue and stopped the two from opening the door immediately, reminding them that there could be people in there, which spoiler he knew there was. They stopped and Enid looked at him. Well then, how do you propose we solve this? To which Ash held himself back from face-slapping himself. On the other side of the door, two grunts were working on the computers, well, more like just goofing off since nothing interesting ever happened, and today was no different. The only thing on them was dumb reports on their shipment and results of new boosters. Once just browsed the internet looking for anything to entertain him, as the other one looked like he was about to fall asleep. But from the door and under the crack a pinkish-purple sludge flowed through and slithered across the floor. It came to their chairs and started climbing up. As one of the people stretched and raised his arms in the air, he put them back down only to feel a weird warm sludge on it. He raised his elbow as it looked like goo was on his elbow. The heck? Hey Jerry, did you do th? Then the goo jumped up and tied itself around both their arms and mouths so they couldn't move or scream. As they panicked they saw the door open and 3 people walk in. They couldn't do anything as they looked down at them, then one with a scarf went behind them, and after that, they felt a pain on their head before the world went black. After Ash knocked the 2 out, Mook rejoined the rest of it and Ash kicked one off the chair before sitting in it and leaning close to the computers. So I assume neither of you knows how to hack, right? Ash said, to which he got no answer from the 2 idiots he had following him. Ash looked unsurprised. That's fine, I can do it, but I need you 2 to keep watch and not touch anything. Ash said the last part to Jay, who was about to push a button. Jay saw he was caught and leaned back up. Okay, sorry, I was just curious. Right, well, I need to get into this and download most of this on a do not press that button, Ash said again. Jay was almost going to press a big red button but stopped himself. Sorry, it won't happen again. Enid just looked at Ash again. Why not just download everything on the computer and look through it later? Ash started typing. Well, I doubt the boss wants to read about Big Booty Lapunny in your do not press that button. You will alarm everyone if you press that button. Jay was a hair away from pushing another button. Right, I should probably not be close to this, right? Sorry guys. As Jay walked to the door to keep watch, Ash plugged in a USB stick that had a fragment of Porygon 2 and plugged it into the computer. Ash made it seem like he was working, but he just made Porygon 2 do all the work as he started downloading files and reading through everything. After a few moments of reading, Ash finally clenched his teeth and punched into the wall. Arceus, damn it. Enid and Jay looked at him. What's wrong? The main ingredient in boosters is Pokemon blood, and in almost all cases they leave their unwilling donor with nothing. Enid and Jay looked horrified at that. To do all that for a small boost, it was despicable. Enid clenched her teeth as she slammed her arms into the table, silently cursing this gang. Then they heard alarms go off, and then they noticed her hand was on the big red button. Ash put his fingers to his head. You absolute idiots. Jay raised his hands. Hey, I was over here. Then they heard stomping approach their location. Ash turned to the computer. I still need some more time. I need you guys to cover me. Very well, but don't make me regret this, Enid said like this wasn't 100% her fault. Jay enthusiastically looked forward. Alright, this is more my speed. To have some battles, let's do this. Jay let out Moody, Rudy, and Todd, and Enid let out a Ursaring that she got as a teddy Ursa from a random egg. Let's do this, Moody, Rudy, and Todd. Ursaring, prepare for battle. They battled as much as they could, and although Ash only needed a minute or so, that felt longer with so many of these raiders, and what's more, almost all of them were boosting their Pokemon. Even though they were stronger, their Pokemon were starting to get tired. As this was happening, Ash left Porygon 2 in control as he turned and let out Drowsy. Drowsy came out and stretched his arms like he was just awakened from a good nap, only to be woken up by a hyper beam from Erythicate. Ash looked at Drowsy. As soon as I give you the signal, teleport us out here. Drowsy nodded as he started waving his arms, and spirals of energy slowly began appearing as the battle for the door was getting more and more intense on their side. Jay and Enid collectively took down about 10 to 15 Pokemon, but they were still coming and their Pokemon were almost out of gas. They started wondering what to do until Ash yelled. I've got it, get over here now, Ash said as he took out the USB and grabbed onto Drowsy before picking him up and running towards the 2. Jay and Enid returned their Pokemon and touched Drowsy as he teleported them out. Team Rocket Base. Sayoko was sitting down casualty. With the now empty base, she had more time to do what she liked in the quiet, and she didn't have to do a thing. Simply the best, unlike Mr. Grumpy Pants O'Wary, who went out. As Sayoko sat down in the common room reading a book, suddenly to the side a pile of 4 people she recognized as Ash/D and the other 2, along with a Drowsy. She looked at them and casually asked, so how was the mission? To which she received a collective grunt and an arm raising up a USB stick. It's all here, Ash's tired voice said. Sayoko nodded and yoinked it. Alright, I'll send this to the boss, you'll get your rewards later, but for now go get some sleep, you 3 look tired. Then she walked over their slumped over bodies and went to make a call, leaving Ash alone to deal with the 2 idiots on top. Ash was flying through the air on top of Charizard as they flew together. It's been a few hours, almost a day in fact. Charizard was already on +6 speed, so they were zooming yet still weren't at their destination. Pikachu and Clefairy chose to stay with his mom and probably be annoyed by everyone else since it was cold and it would be better not to have the 2 goobers. He also didn't have Abra, but that was for a different reason and she could just find him. Now the question is, how does Ash know where Mega Island is? After all, according to the anime, Mega Island is located off the coast of Shalar City in Kalos. Well, back when he secretly put a bit of Porygon 2 in Lance's computer and Professor Mirror's lab, he took some time to look through everything. With Lance he looked into the Kalos League data, and with Mirror he looked into research about places with megastones. From them he found a general location but not everything. According to the reports and stuff, not much is known about the island. Not even Sycamore has made too much of an effort to look around. All available information is from Gurkhan. When Ash eventually got to Kalos, and more specifically Shalar City in the Tower of Mastery, he flew above the clouds so he wouldn't be seen. Since due to the different time zones it was about midday here, and back home it was night more or less. Ash took out the keystone and held it in his hand and imbued it with aura and connected it to Charizard. He knew it was somewhere southeast but he didn't have exact coordinates, so this would help. As Charizard felt the energy from the keystone he closed his eyes and started focusing to feel a pull. Using keystones and aura, a Pokemon could sense where a stone was from the energy. In the anime, Ash's Lucario used his own, now Ash is compensating with his. It took a bit of effort, but eventually, Charizard opened his eyes and nodded towards Ash and started flying through the air. It took about an hour, but eventually, they saw the island in the distance. Ash smiled seeing the large island. This worked for two things. Firstly, he could get Megastones, as many as he wanted for future use in fact, and two, all Pokémon on this island travel here to collect those stones, so there should be at least a few powerful Pokémon for training. Immediately as Charizard landed, they almost got met with a random power gem, but Charizard managed to dodge before he got hit. When they looked over, they saw a Sableye looking scared and quickly running away to hide. Charizard looked unamused, so he launched a flamethrower that caught the fleeing ghost type and burned it. Ash slapped Charizard on the stomach. Easy there, bud. Don't waste your energy on weaklings. After all, you saw it too. Charizard looked down and gave a toothy grin. As they flew onto the island, Charizard saw a Salamence, something that he found as a much better challenge. Ash smiled back. Alright then, go wild, and be sure to bring me the Megastone when you're done. Alright. Charizard flew up, leaving Ash alone as he went to beat up Salamence and anything else he could find. Ash stood there and stretched his arms before looking around. The first thing he noticed was this island was much warmer. For one thing, there was a volcano, and for another, they were in a different region, and way back in Kanto, it was almost winter. So Ash smiled and pulled out a few Pokeballs, releasing Fearow, Pidgeot, Poliwrath, Beedrill, Scizor, Machamp, and Nidoking, along with Ghastly, who was still in his shadow. They would go out and search for Megastones and also beat up any Pokemon they find on the island. Needless to say, they were all more than happy to do it, especially with this warmer weather, so without much more they all scattered and began scurrying the island to loot everything. Hours later, off the coast of Mega Island, a boat was approaching. On top of the boat, two people were standing as they looked forward. Alright, thanks a bunch, grandfather, the first person said. A young girl with sunglasses and a skating uniform said. Next to her, a Lucario stood next to her. The second, an old man with extremely long eyelashes, looked at the young girl. Very well, Corona, we are here. This is as far as I go. I wish you good luck. And keep her safe, Lucario. Corona smiled and Lucario bowed respectfully. Don't worry, I got this. The old man, who was actually Master Gurkhan, nodded as he took the boat back away from the island, seeing his granddaughter wave him by. He took the boat a good few miles away from the island and released his partner Alakazam. But as he got ready to perform his super secret surprise, Alakazam looked towards the island. Gurkhan looked confused and looked at the island as well. Is something wrong? He asked. Alakazam looked at him and sent a message to him. I fear that there is someone or something else on the island. Gurkhan looked at his partner. What do you mean? Can you tell what it is, or if they will be a threat? Alakazam shook its head. Forgive me, but I cannot. It seems like this being is immune to my abilities. How would you like to proceed? Gurkhan rubbed his non-existent beard. Well, keep an eye out. See if they pose a danger to Corona. Until then, let's continue as planned. Alakazam nodded as they teleported, leaving behind the ship. Back on the island, Ash noticed the people coming, but he remained hidden as he used Aura to find out more about them. Two people, but only one, came onto the island, and one Aura he recognized as a Lucario. He got an idea of who this could be, but until he was sure he would remain hidden, he could have left, and he probably would have, but most of his Pokémon were not back yet and still battling. So instead he connected with all of them using Aura and sent a message. Everyone, status report. There is someone on the island, keep me posted on what you see. Corona and Lucario were walking through the island trying to find what they came here for, a Lucarionite, with which their training would be complete. Corona came in practically jumping, ready for anything. You ready to ace this, Lucario? Ha, I understand that, but do you know where we are going? Lucario asked. Corona scratched her head, not a clue, making Lucario almost fall over. But grandfather said we would find it when the time came, so let's do our best no matter how long it takes. Corona and Lucario started making their way through the weird environments. In one point there was a mountain they had to climb, then in the same instance they fell on ice, in another, there was a volcano-like area, and then there were trees that looked like lily pads. They had to climb over any dangerous things, and on more than one occasion Corona had to be bailed out by Lucario, like when she slipped and almost fell off the mountain, or when she almost landed on lava. The only good thing going on was that it looked like no Pokémon were bothering them. In most cases they saw Pokémon knocked out or some Pokémon in the distance battling each other. What made them confused was that some were even Mega evolved. They wondered if maybe some trainers were on this island, but before they could see or even get to the Pokémon they saw Mega evolve, they saw them taken down and knocked out by another Pokémon. This continued for a good bit, where they didn't even know what was causing this until suddenly they came across a wild Houndoom with a stone in its mouth. Lucario stood in front of Corona as Houndoom glared at them and growled, with the stone causing it to glow and obelisks towering over the island to also glow as Houndoom began to evolve. Houndoom became Mega. Due to the sheer amount of Mega energy on this island, Pokémon can evolve even without a keystone or a strong bond. Corona saw this and was fascinated. She hadn't heard of Pokémon Mega evolving on her own and wondered if this was what her grandfather wanted to test her with. Corona put on her helmet as she got in a stance. You ready for this, Lucario? Ha! Lucario grunted. Houndoom growled as it ran forward. Lucario was about to launch a counterattack when suddenly from nowhere a Machamp rushed through and sent the dog flying onto a tree and took it out of its mega form in one hit. Corona and Lucario looked shocked seeing this, and before their eyes, Machamp walked forward and took the Mega Stone and put it into his palm, where he had another random stone. Then they all made eye contact with each other as Lucario stepped in front, getting into a battle stance, sensing the strength of their opponent. Macamp smiled and also got ready to battle when suddenly it looked like Macamp heard something coming from his ear and stopped to listen. Macamp frowned and grunted as he sent a punch to the ground, creating a small earthquake, sending Corona and Lucario falling down as he started jumping through the trees to escape. Corona and Lucario just watched that unfold with complete shock. Wow, what just happened? Lucario shrugged. Ha. Corona and Lucario continued walking through the island looking for any sign of the megastone they came to get. As they continued walking, they found traces of broken obelisks on the ground, and usually a knocked-out Pokémon was next to it. Sometimes they would find intact obelisks and in them, they would see megastones, but they would always be incomplete or in the process of forming. And with all of them, Lucario didn't feel like they were correct. They felt like things were weird, with the behavior of the Pokémon and the island itself. For a place that was untouched by anyone, it sure seemed pretty well searched. Corona sighed, still looking. It had been a few hours at this point and they were starting to wonder what would they do if it became night. They didn't exactly bring any supplies. As Corona and Lucario continued looking, they became a bit more distracted. Well, Lucario closed her eyes and tried sensing for the megastone, and Corona was just following, not paying attention. Then suddenly they fell into a random opening between the mountain range they were just in. It was almost a completely vertical drop, meaning neither of them had any leverage to grab on, so they could only fall, which became worse when they saw that this opening led them to a drop into the raging waters below. No. Corona said, panicking as Lucario tried to find a way to push its hand spike into the stone, but with no leverage, she couldn't get a good hit that would stay in. So inevitably they slipped out and started falling out, causing Corona to yell and Lucario to brace herself, preparing for the worst. As they both closed their eyes, they suddenly felt a tug on their arms as their momentum stopped. They both felt relieved but confused as they opened their eyes. When they looked up, the first thing they saw was a Charizard flapping his wings, but he wasn't the one grabbing them. That was a boy looking a bit younger than Corona, holding onto them and pulling them up. Seriously, how do you mess this up? Ash said, causing Corona and Lucario to flinch, seeing his reaction. A while later they were sitting down. Ash actually prepared lunch before he had to go save Corona. When he got back, he finished everything up and served lunch to his Pokémon. Corona and Lucario also noticed the Macamp from earlier and a lot of other Pokémon they saw. They handed Ash a bunch of megastones as he put them in a bag before everyone was served. He also offered some to Corona and Lucario, which they refused at first, but after hunger got the best of them, they accepted it. After lunch, Ash told Poliwrath to spray down all the dirty bowls and cooking supplies, and he returned all his Pokémon except for Pidgeot, Beedrill, and Scizor, who went out again. As Corona and Lucario watched Ash packing things, she decided to finally speak up. Hey Ash, the name's Ash. Okay, well Ash, we appreciate you saving us and even giving us lunch, but do you mind if I ask something? You know, usually people introduce themselves first, Ash joked, but shoot. Oh right, well I'm Corona and this is Lucario, Corona said as Lucario grunted and nodded. But I wanted to ask, what are you doing here on this island alone? Ash turned back and smirked. Isn't it obvious? Why else? I'm collecting megastones. Ash kept walking through the mountain. He wanted to go alone, but now Corona and Lucario were following him. Honestly, when he found out it was them, he wanted to stay away from them, but one thing led to another and now they are here. Corona quickly moved next to Ash. So what did you mean when you said you wanted to get megastones? I saw how many you had. Aren't those enough? Not really, there are still a few I'm looking for specifically, Ash said as he started climbing a mountain. What? You do realize that you can't perform Mega Evolution unless you and your partner have a bond, or don't tell me. Corona stopped and looked at Ash. You're not planning on selling all those to the highest bidder? Ash looked down at her. Seriously, is that the impression you got from me? This isn't a 90s cartoon where I have an evil top hat. I plan on using the ones I get. Corona looked relieved but still followed Ash up the mountain with Lucario not far behind. So how many are you looking for then? I really don't think you could still be missing that many. We've only discovered so many. Ash pulled out a list. Well, as of now the only ones I want and don't have are a Beedrillite, a Pidgeotite, a Scizorite, and a Lucarionite. Corona felt a shock in the back of her mind. Well, I'm also looking for a Lucarionite. Why don't we go together, that way we can both find one? But in the back of her mind she thought, I need to make sure he doesn't do anything suspicious. If he wants a Lucarionite, it can only be really good or really bad. Ash could feel the ingenuine tone in Corona, but he also didn't have anything to hide, and even if he did, he was fairly certain he could beat her, plus having a Lucario to help would make things easier. Ash nodded as he helped Corona and Lucario up the mountain. Sure, it wouldn't hurt to have some help. If we both want one, then we can help each other. Corona nodded before she felt Lucario jab her in the side. Oh yeah, I guess we still don't even know where one is, hehe. Ash put on a confused expression. Why don't you just have Lucario use its aura and your keystone to look for it? Corona and Lucario looked at Ash with a blank expression. Can we do that? Yeah, I mean that's what I did to find this island with Charizard. Corona looked at Lucario and held up her glove. You wanna try it? Lucario nodded. She held her hands out and spread her aura, trying to find a sign. After a moment she felt something coming from higher up. Lucario looked at them and nodded before starting to run forward, to which Corona looked surprised and quickly tried to keep up. I didn't know we could do that. Why didn't grandfather tell me we could have done that? It would have made things so much easier. Ash also started running. I don't know who you're talking about, but I guess he might have thought you would have figured it out on your own. The trio ran up the central mountain following behind Lucario, who seemed to feel something from the highest peak. When they eventually got to the top, they saw Lucario looking up at a towering obelisk. Inside there were 2 identical megastones, Lucarionite. Corona smiled. We found the Lucarionite, finally. Lucario nodded as she walked forward and slightly put her hand on the obelisk, feeling it, as Corona was jumping happily. Ash meanwhile took a moment to look at the area. It looked very similar to a battlefield and it was relatively large, and if he knew anything about getting Lucarionite specifically, he knew what was coming next. Corona looked at Lucario. Okay, get them out. Lucario nodded as she pushed her aura into the crystal obelisk. The next moment it started breaking and cracking, sparks of blue light glowing from the cracks until the crystal exploded, leaving 2 Lucarionite floating in the air. As they were mesmerized by the light, Lucario held her hands out to grab the stones and they floated down, but just before they landed in her hands, suddenly from the side a Blaziken sent a blaze kick to Lucario's face, sending it back to Corona. Corona looked at Blaziken. What's a Blaziken doing all the way up here? Suddenly from above they heard a gruff voice laughing. Ho ho ho, it is finally time. It's a pleasure to meet you both. When they looked up they saw an old man with a large and long beard with a band holding it and a keystone on it, holding a staff floating above them, but on closer inspection, it was just an Alakazam holding him. I am the Mega Evolution Sage. If you wish to take possession of the Lucarionite, you must first take it away from me, he said as he floated to the ground behind his 2 Pokémon. Corona went from looking confused to confident. I see, so if we want the Lucarionite we need to beat this old guy in a Pokémon battle. Alright, seems simple enough. Is that so? Well then I will just need to take it up a notch. The Mega Evolution Sage said, rubbing his beard and revealing his staff had another keystone. He swung his staff and brandished his beard as both stones glowed. Mega Evolve, then the Blaziken and the Alakazam erupted into light. Blaziken gained black accents on its feathers as flames came from its arms. Alakazam began floating as a red gem appeared on its head with 5 spoons floating behind it. Corona had to blink a few times to see if what she was seeing was real. Ash rolled his eyes and looked at her. Just had to open your mouth, didn't you? Corona rubbed her head. Hee. I guess I did open my big mouth, but we can take them if we work together. Lucario and Ash both looked at each other before sighing and getting up to get into stance. As Ash got to his side he saw someone coming, so he smiled. Well, then battle, begged Ash. Wait. Ash interrupted, raising his hand. You got a cheap shot on Lucario, so shouldn't we get one on Blaziken? Mega Evolution Sage and Corona felt like falling over, but Lucario nodded as if it was reasonable. The sage got up. Well, I suppose it's only fair, so who sh-? Ash didn't let him finish. Great. Pidgeot, use Brave Bird. Before anyone could react, a bird came out of the air like a missile and shot directly into Blaziken, sending it sliding back and holding its stomach in pain. As Pidgeot flew back over to Ash, he proudly showed something in his talon, a Pidgeotite. Ash smiled as he pulled out his keystone. You know what they say, fair is fair. Pidgeot Mega Evolve. Pidgeot was enveloped in another bright light. Pidgeot grew another 4 feet as his feathers grew and started gaining blue tips, as a large cowlick came in front of his face. Mega Pidgeot. Neither the sage nor Corona could process what just happened. Ash smiled and looked at the sage as he closed Corona's mouth. What's wrong? Not as confident now, that is a fair fight. The Mega Evolution Sage shook his head and looked forward again. Very well, battle begin? Blaziken, use Power-Up Punch. Corona shook her head and concentrated again. Lucario, do the same. Blaziken and Lucario both ran at each other using Power-Up Punch, clashing against each other's fists. Corona looked at Ash. We'll take care of Blaziken. After all, Lucario has a bone to pick. Ash nodded and looked forward. Pidgeot, use Hurricane. The sage changed his focus. Alakazam used Tri-Attack. Alakazam created 3 orbs of ice, lightning, and fire energy and threw them all at Pidgeot. Meanwhile, Pidgeot created a gust of air with his wings, and a small tornado was formed that grabbed Alakazam. It hit because Pidgeot now had no guard, but that worked both ways as the Tri-Attack went through and shot into Pidgeot. He was more or less fine and fortunately no status effect. Fly up and work up, then Heat Wave. Ash commanded. Corona heard his command and smiled. Lucario, bulk up, then Earthquake. As Pidgeot flew up and started glowing orange, Lucario felt her muscles expand and she started to wind up a punch to the ground. The sage frowned and was forced to make a choice. Alakazam, stop Lucario. Alakazam's eyes glowed purple as Lucario's arms tensed and stopped an inch before she could collide with the ground, but Pidgeot was still up and had his target. Pidgeot flapped his wings as a cyclone of red-hot air was formed and shot down. Blaziken tried getting in the way, but once again no guard. Its speed didn't matter. Alakazam got hit with the constant hot air. It tried resisting as it kept concentration, but the wind kept coming. Eventually, Alakazam had to drop concentration for a second, but that was a second too long. Lucario's fist touched the ground, causing an earthquake, causing the ground to shake and explosions to appear below Alakazam and Blaziken. Both took the damage but were still up, but one thing was unaccounted for. Pidgeot was no longer where he was before. The sage looked around but couldn't find the bird until he heard a whistle coming from Ash. I hope you're ready, Ash said, getting everyone confused until they looked where he was looking, and their Pidgeot was flying over the stones. Pidgeot now. Pidgeot kicked one of the stones as it flew through the air and landed in Lucario's grasp. Corona looked surprised, but Ash gave her a thumbs up. Let's finish this. Corina looked forward before a smile crept on her face. Yeah, Lucario, you ready for this? Ha. Lucario grunted. Then let's go, Mega Evolve. Corina said, raising her Mega Glove. Lucario was enveloped in the same bright light, her fur grew causing it to look like a jacket, and the weird pigtail things Lucario had extended as red was added to the accents of her body. Mega Lucario. Corina waved her hands in victory. Oh yeah, now let's end this Lucario. Lucario nodded and rushed forward in a blur appearing underneath Blaziken with her fist flaring red from the power-up punch and sent the punch knocking the wind out of Blaziken before jumping up and sending a kick to its face. Blaziken no, the sage said and turned towards them. This isn't over. Alakazam, throw your spoons. Alakazam took its spoons and shot two at Lucario's feet then another at her hands and head respectively. Lucario dodged the one aimed at her head then caught the ones for the arm but the ones to her feet hit her, and what's more the one she dodged turned around and was about to hit her in the back of the head. Don't forget about me, Pidgeot. Let's try something new. Hyper voice. Pidgeot released his head back and created a screech that shot through the mountain creating a visible sonic boom before crashing into Alakazam causing it to break concentration. Corina looked forward. Lucario throw them back and use Bone Rush. Lucario threw the spoons in her hands towards Alakazam and ripped her feet from the ground where the previous spoons were holding her then she created a large energy bind before breaking it and rushing forward. The sage chuckled but raised his hand again. I won't let this end. Blaziken use Blaze Kick. But then Ash spoke up. I don't think so. Pidgeot wrap things up with Hurricane. Blaziken rushed forward with its foot burning ready to kick but suddenly the strong pressure from Pidgeot forced it to fall to a knee then it was picked up by a cyclone and threw it into the air. Meanwhile, Lucario got close to the panicked Alakazam. It tried picking up its spoons again but it was too late as Lucario began slapping Alakazam multiple times before finally connecting the bones and using them as a bat to perform an uppercut and sending Alakazam up. As Alakazam flew up Pidgeot rushed forward and kicked Blaziken over the head sending it flying out of the cyclone and back down colliding with Alakazam and sending both falling down. When the thud of their bodies was heard their form returned to normal. They had won. Corina was looking at everything and began jumping. Oh yeah, we did it. We won and we got the Lucario. High five. She held her hand out to Ash. Ash sighed and returned the high five as they heard the sage chuckle. My, you have surpassed my expectations. The sage smiled before ripping the beard off revealing Corina's grandfather Gurken. Ha, I bet you didn't expect this. Nah, I know the whole time, Corina said bluntly. Ha, Lucario nodded. I don't know who you are, Ash said. Gurken felt like falling over in depression. His super cool entrance was useless, but he bit his tongue and looked back at Corina. Well, the point still stands. You surpassed my expectations. I didn't think you would have taken out my Pokémon. Yeah, well, I couldn't have done it without Ash here, Corina said putting her arm around Ash and Lucario. He did most of the work. Gurken nodded. Yes, I noticed, but that brings me to my question for him. Then he looked at Ash and looked more serious. How did you find this place? Ash just smiled at him and pulled Corina closer. Oh, I felt a beautiful damsel in distress so I had to come, and what a good thing I did. I saw this one almost fall after being abandoned by her grandfather. How cruel. Corina slightly jumped when Ash did that, suddenly grabbing her and looking embarrassed with flushed cheeks. Gurken frowned. That's not really an answer, so I need to ask you more questions. Ash shrugged as he let go of Corina and walked over to the ledge of the mountain. I would love to stay and chat and all, but I need to go train. So sorry I need to go, but let's talk again. Ash closed his eyes and smiled as he fell back and started free-falling from the mountain. Lucario and Gurken looked shocked as they ran to look down. But when they looked down they were greeted by Ash standing on Pidgeot and looking at them holding a stone. Thanks for the Lucario. See ya. They looked back at the place where the second Lucario was, and lo and behold it was gone. When they looked back down Ash was also gone. Gurken sighed and held his head. What is it with young people these days? Corina, do you know anything about him? But when Gurken saw his granddaughter he saw that she was still slightly flushed, making Gurken sigh even more and drop the topic altogether. Ash landed back at the base of the island. This was the place he set as a meeting zone for Beedrill and Scizor who he sent out again. And when he did he saw them each rush up to him holding a megastone each, and in the corner he saw Abra finally show up right on time. Ash sighed as he took the stones and added them to the bag and returned Beedrill and Scizor. Meanwhile, he had Abra mark this place so he could come back later since he saw some megastones that were not fully formed yet and he was missing a few. So if you count all the megastones he has including the ones from before and the new ones he has, Charizardite X, Blastoisinite, Venusaurite, Gyarados, Alakazite, Aerodactylite, Drillite, Scizorite, Salamencite, Cameruptite, Pidgeotite, Steelixite, Sharpedenite, Houndominite, Ampharisite, Altarionite, and the Lucarionite. But he still has a few he knows about and wants including Heracronite, Absolite, Tyraniderite, Agronite, Gardevoirite, Galladite, Gengarite, Blazikenite, Swampertite, Septilite, Garcompit, Metagrossite. Plus whatever new megastones he doesn't know about yet. So he has a good amount but it's not perfect. He still wants more, but that's future Ash's job. Right now he wants to find out what he is going to do. Then he heard a crunch and looking at the source he saw Abra munching on a crepe. So you went to one of the cafes in Kalos didn't you? Ash said to which Abra just nodded. Ash sighed but smiled. Well, why not? Let's take a break. Then he picked Abra up. Let's go to Lumiose City. Besides I want to make a quick delivery. Abra nodded then they teleported away. In a cafe, Blue was sitting down and enjoying a coffee. Across from him was a reporter taking notes with a recorder by her side. He came to Kalos to study abroad, but his fame still follows him, so he was conducting an interview. So Mr. Oak, the reporter said, but Blue raised his hand. Just call me Blue. Very well, Blue. We all know about your term as champion, but could you tell us what you are doing now? Well, I'm training by traveling the world and studying what I can. In fact, recently I paid a visit to Parfum Palace, a nice place. The reporter intently wrote things down. Okay, then next question. Comparatively, do you think you could reclaim your position as champion? Blue chuckled. Please, I'm quite confident I'm probably one of the strongest trainers in the world currently. I'm not saying this to be mean or anything, but I think I could probably beat every current champion. There's only one person who I truly see as my rival. You rival, Red? The reporter asked, to which Blue nodded. Before you ask, no, I don't know where he is, but yeah, the answer is yes, I could probably go and be champion in any region I want, but that's behind me, I don't want to be champion anymore. Okay, then next question. In all your years in being a Pokemon trainer, what do you think was your worst loss? I want to know, what do you think it was? Blue asked, looking at the reporter. She slightly flinched as she watched Blue staring at her. My apologies, it's just this is one of the questions people ask, but wouldn't it be to your rival Red during the champion battle? Don't sweat it, but no, my worst loss wasn't to Red, Blue said as he looked up to the sky. No, the worst beating I've ever received was back when I was on my original journey. This guy who I don't even know the name, he beat me so hard and it didn't even look like he was trying. The reporter looked shocked. Mr. Blue, are you saying there was another who surpassed you in your trainer years? Is there anything you can tell us about him? I've been looking for stuff about him, and while I haven't found anything in particular, I do have an idea, and when the time comes I want to battle him again, Blue said as his eye seemed to drift to the top of the prism tower. Near some ruins in Kalos, two people were battling, but they weren't using just any Pokemon, they both had Mega Pokemon. The first was a large man with face paint and a samurai-like uniform named Remo with his Garchomp named Garka. The other was a man standing next to his Mega Charizard. He had a black outfit and a blue scarf matching his Charizard, Alon. Alon came to these ruins to retrieve a Megastone under someone's orders, and Remo did the same under orders from his clan of dragon trainers that aimed to one day take down Lance's family for the top spot. So Remo chose to challenge Alon, and Alon, upon hearing that Garko could Mega Evolve, accepted. The battle had been going on for 5 minutes, both Pokemon looked tired but they kept going. Garko and Charizard flew in the air trying to get the best of the other, and their trainers made the command to decide the battle. Charizard used Dragon Claw. Used Dual Chop. Charizard's claws extended with a greenish aura as Garko's axe arms glowed a similar light as they flew towards each other and crashed while still in the sky, causing both to fly to the ground heavily injured. Garko and Charizard were barely still standing, but after a moment Garko was the first to fall, making Charizard the winner. Remo felt shocked as he started helping Garko up, and Alon looked at him before putting the stone in his bag and walking away. Remo clenched his teeth as he set Garko down. Dang it, I'm still not strong enough. How am I supposed to be strong enough for the league if I can't even win against a kid like that? Remo set his umbrella down as he sat down to think. So maybe I just need to go train more, but how? He sat down for a good few minutes before he noticed a ticket sticking out of his pocket. Pulling it out, he remembered that some of the elders gave him this ticket so he could go inspect that Lance in Kanto. Remo then smiled. Hey, in Kanto, they aren't as strong, and they don't have Mega Evolution naturally. Garko, who was still clutching his side, shrugged as Remo looked at him. Remo got up. Alright. Then we'll go and take over the Kanto League. Just need to get 8 badges. No problem, I can get in a breeze at my level. Then when I win I'll challenge that Lance. Let's go, Garko. Garko sighed as he got up and followed his trainer. Ashtwo. Ash sighed after he finally got rid of those 2 idiots, and nearly got him killed. Well, not like it would have mattered, but still it's very annoying. He just told them he would battle them and they left him alone, which was good since he is now going to take advantage of the lack of rockets, and also he had no intention of staying in this base for longer than the next hour. He walked over to the egg station where that one guy from before stood there from last time, although this time he was alone. He noticed him and smiled, seeing his fat sheep that gave him so much money last time. Hey kid, good to see ya. How did those eggs you got treat ya? The 2 I got were basic Pokemon, but I did get to open up all the duds. Very interesting, though they did stink up my room. Ash lied. In fact, he still had all of them. The guy chuckled. Well, sometimes dem's the bricks, but hey, you come to get more. Ash nodded and handed him his card. Yeah, I want to look at the rare eggs. I got a good amount of credit this time. He scanned it quickly and nodded with money signs in his eyes. Alright, not a bad amount. I've seen more, but with this, yeah, you can definitely find something that catches your eye, but there still are some you can't afford. Hehe. Well kid, you know the drill. Drop your bag and poke balls in that locker, then yada yada. If I find you broke eggs you'll be charged. Yada yada. Something about all sales are final, but don't worry, take as long as you need, there still aren't any cameras. Ash nodded and set his stuff aside and entered the cooling room with rows and rows of eggs. As he walked toward the rare eggs, the first thing he did was double and triple check to see if the room had cameras. With Porygon 2 it wasn't hard, and he found that there still weren't any cameras, which was good. When he got to the rows of good eggs that had a price tag, he executed his plan. He reached into his storage and started pulling out the eggs he got from last time and swapped a few out, He didn't go crazy or use all of them since this was a more than one trip job, but he swapped 5 good eggs. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed 2 green eggs in the higher corner. He looked at what they were and was surprised. Wow, they have 2 of these. Well, mine now. He swapped those out with rotten eggs and made his way out. When he did, he was greeted by the guy looking at him. What, nothing catches your eye? Ash shook his head. Nah, but I did see a few, but they were a bit out of my range. He shrugged. Well, shame. Anyway, next week we're getting a shipment, maybe something catches your eye there. Ash nodded. Alright, I'll come back next week. Then he grabbed his stuff and walked out, internally smiling at his catch as his dex rang. Egg, Larvitar. Egg, Larvitar. Kanto. Giovanni was on a call with Lance. Giovanni was bandaged from the debris that just fell on him, and Lance looked like a tired father. Lance rubbed his eyes. So say again, what happened? Like I said, I think some members of Team Rocket rigged my gym to explode. They even caused one of my Pokémon to go on a rampage, Giovanni said. Lance sighed. Okay, was anyone hurt? I saw you were fighting 3 trainers at the time, are they okay? Giovanni nodded. I received word from Jenny that they were fine and that they were likely not behind this, just a case of the wrong place at the wrong time. Lance sighed in relief before looking at him seriously. Alright then, now I need you to tell me why your Pokémon is not registered on the league computer and why there is no recording in any camera. Giovanni didn't flinch. I just returned. I didn't have time to reset all the cameras in my building, since those kids seemed to have been waiting a while for me. As for why my Pokémon wasn't registering, I don't know. The Pokémon I used was my Reperier, maybe because usually I wouldn't use him for a league match. Lance accepted it. After all, non-Kanto Pokémon were rarely used in Kanto due to the more specialized population. Alright, so what is your plan at the moment? We still need an 8th gym and you certainly can't do it in your destroyed building. The construction team said if you want it exactly as before it would take 4 maybe 5 months. Giovanni thought to himself, well, I could set up a temporary gym in Viridian Forest, as well as forcing any battle to be at 8 or 7 badges. Lance's eye twitched with that arrangement. That meant he would probably receive at most 2 challengers until the league starts and none next year, but he didn't have a choice in these conditions. Very well, I'll set the paperwork and send an announcement on the website. I suppose try to recover, Lance begrudgingly said. Giovanni nodded and hung up, before finally turning to his side where Kalres was standing. Now I want you to tell me again, what happened and where you were. Ash was sitting on top of the prism tower looking up at the starry sky. He was eating some of the treats he got from Lumiose City as he waited. Suddenly, as he was about to put a poke puff in his mouth, a small yellow hand went down from his shoulder and grabbed it. It was Abra. Ash nodded. Oh hey, has the package been delivered? Abra nodded happily as she kept munching. Alright then, let's go home. Then they disappeared, leaving behind Kalos for now, but this wasn't over. Vonneville Town. In a town, a yellow hand rang the door of a house and disappeared. Coming. A voice of a woman rang. From the door, a woman known as Grace opened the door and looked around, only noticing her Rahorn sleeping. She looked confused until she noticed a letter by her feet, and on it said, to Sabrina. Grace bent down and grabbed it, slightly smiling as she walked back into the house and sat at the dining room table, where on the other side her daughter Sabrina was sitting, tired from Rahorn practice. Sabrina noticed the note in her mother's hand and sighed. Don't tell me it's another love letter. Grace chuckled and held out the letter. Well, maybe it is, but it's not for me. This one's for you. Sabrina looked confused at the letter and opened it, revealing a note. Dearest Sabrina. Sup. I hope you haven't forgotten about me. Just wanted to check up on you to make sure you weren't doing anything stupid. Anyway, I'm going to be participating in the Kanto League, so I just wanted to remind you to cheer me on. As long as you do, I know I can win. Victory hand. Sincerely, Ash. P.S. Don't think I forgot about you. You still have my handkerchief. Sabrina looked at the note and slightly blushed, remembering everything that happened all those years ago, and Grace noticed. Grace smugly leaned in. Oh, I was joking, but was it really a love letter? Who was it from? Was it that boy you talked about? Oh, tell me. Sabrina blushed harder as she hid the note. It's nothing. Anyway, I'm going to my room, Sabrina said, running upstairs. Grace could only chuckle and shake her head. Pewter City. Brock was taking care of things for his siblings. Now that he was back, he wanted to make a surprise for them, and with Abra helping him, he went and bought a bunch of gifts for when the holidays came. The only question was where to hide them. The days went by normally. Besides the new Aerodactyl he was trying to tame, unsurprisingly they never received any Aerodactyl to be part of the gym. But he was managing, especially with support from Flint. If he was being honest, it still feels weird having him around. Back when Flint first came back, he had to hold himself back and not let his emotions take control. If his siblings were not around, he might have actually done something he would have regretted, like Uncle Curator said. After everything, he has mellowed down, but he still sometimes needs to calm himself. He doesn't hate his dad or his mom, it's just that things could have been done differently. He actually went on some adventures of his own, but due to the responsibilities he never really got farther than a quick trip to Johto. But thankfully something was coming up that would take his mind off things. Another breeding competition, one that would be held right here in Pewter. He just needed one more, then he could qualify for the breeding competition. He had to get ready for anything, but when he did, that just made him wonder as he brushed Vulpix's fur. What happened with Susie and Yui? Misty was back at her house, not the gym but her actual house. Both her parents were actually relatively rich, so the family home was a mansion with tons of maids. That treatment was probably why her sisters turned out the way they did, but that's beside the point at the moment. After she came back and gave out all the water Pokémon she caught, including all the Squirtle, she went to her parents. When she did, she released her Lapras that was as aggressive as ever to try and get some advice from them on what to do. Kai inspected the small Lapras. This is a very particular case. I've never seen a Lapras be aggressive. I didn't even know they could be aggressive. Marigold looked at the angry baby. Ah, it's so cute, yet it's like this. Misty, what did you do to him? Why is that your first thought? I don't treat my Pokémon badly. Misty yelled as Seduc walked in from another room holding a sponge and a towel. Misty immediately turned to Seduc. You go back to your Pokeball. Kai and Marigold looked at each other. Right, couldn't imagine. Misty flinched. Hey, I didn't come here to be insulted, so do you think we can do something? Oh yeah, there's a bunch we can do, Marigold said casually. Yeah, an aggressive Pokémon isn't anything new, Kai said. Great, so when can you start? Misty said shamelessly. A moment of silence passed through the mansion. Well, we're not going to do it for you, Kai said bluntly. But why? Because you're doing it yourself, Marigold said, poking Misty's nose. But that sounds like a lot of effort and I'm tired after what I've been through. Come on, don't whine, it will be fun, we can teach you and you can do it. Marigold said happily as she dragged her daughter away. Seduc looked around at everything and just looked confused. Kai looked at him. Yeah, I don't get her either. Sigh. Good point. I guess it is part of what makes her Misty. Sigh. SY. Yeah, anyway, you wanna go to the pond and see if there are any female Seduc that catch your eye. Sigh duck. Almost a month passed, and since then Ash has been training in Pallet Town and helping out along with hanging out with his friends whenever he had time. Eventually Green came back from the CAI Islands and a bit later Gary also came back after finishing his challenge. The holidays were coming up soon, which meant the semester for everyone else was almost over. The thing was that due to the fact that a lot of kids came from different regions with different time zones and school years, Oak made a compromise. School would have fewer breaks in between the year, but it would end before the holidays so that everyone could celebrate with their families and be done with school until next year, leaving them about an extra month and a half along with the break in between. Ash, Green, and Gary went to the end-of-year party with everyone to celebrate that Silver was going to graduate and go be a trainer next, and like always Paul was a no-show. And just like that, it was the day before everyone went back home to have the break. Ash, Green, and Gary were hanging out near the outskirts of town training together. Ash's Victreebel went down as Green's Nidoqueen was standing across from him. Oh yeah, it's my victory. Ash returned Victreebel. Yeah, anyway, what's that put our score? Gary was sitting by a tree, 7:5 in Ash's favor. Green smugly raised her nose. So what? At least I won this match. Last time I checked you had 9 losses on record. What? Well, that's because unlike you, when we fight it's serious and we don't use our weaker Pokemon. Unlike you who only uses the same 6. Oh yeah, rich boy, you wanna go again? Green said smiling. Gary smiled back. Yeah, it will be nice to warm up before I have my rematch. Suddenly, before either Green or Gary could release their Pokemon, a strong gust of wind blew across them, almost making Pikachu fall off Ash's shoulder. Gary stood up. Hey, watch it. Green looked over. What's a Dragonite doing here? You think it's Oaks? Nah, this one's smaller, though maybe it would be a good catch. Dibs. Gary said, pulling out a Pokeball. But before he could throw it, Dragonite reached into its bag and held out a disc and 3 letters before passing them around to them and giving Ash the disc that once he grabbed turned into a hologram of a woman in a very covering dress resembling a nun. Greetings Pokemon trainers, I bring you an invitation. You have been chosen to join a select group of Pokemon trainers in a party, organized by my master, the strongest Pokemon trainer in the world, in his new island palace. A special ferry will leave from a pier in Vermilion City to take you to the island this afternoon. Only trainers who present this invitation will be admitted. If you decide to attend, you must answer immediately. My master is waiting for you, said the woman. They looked confused as the hologram disappeared. Then they looked at the letter that had a yes and a no. Dragonite looked at them expectantly. The strongest Pokemon trainer in the world. Quite the bold claim, Gary said. You think we should go? Green asked. Well, obviously, I want to see who this so-called strongest trainer can do, Gary said smugly. Ash was quiet considering his options. He knew what this was. Muto was starting his plan. He really didn't want to go since he wasn't sure if plot armor would save him from not dying, but at the same time if he didn't go then the world might be doomed. Ash gave a reluctant sigh as he bit his tongue. Yeah, let's go, Ash said as he nodded his invitation. Ash, Green, and Gary went back to grab their supplies and tell people they were leaving and would be back soon. Then Abra took them back to Vermilion. They went to the port, but it seemed like there was a big storm as they went inside. When they went inside they saw that a lot of people, around 10, were trapped and complaining as the storm wasn't allowing people to leave. A lot of people were around, but there was one person that caught their interest. It was Yellow with Chucho on her lap. Green quickly approached and pulled Yellow into a surprise hug. Hey Yellow, what are you doing here? Yellow flinched before noticing it was Green and seeing Ash and Gary walking forward. Oh hi guys, I got an invitation from a Dragonite inviting me to come to an island. Well, what a coincidence, we got the same thing, but it looks like we might not be able to go, Ash said looking into the storm. Pier Master Miranda and Officer Jenny were standing there trying to keep the peace as much as they could. Please everyone calm down, all forms of transportation have been shut down due to the storm. So what? I can go by myself. All my Pokémon are water types. It will be a piece of cake, one brown-haired boy said. Yeah, we can just fly over with my Pokémon, another boy said as people started shouting and pushing. As everything was happening, a pharaoh flying high in the sky with a camera attached to its neck looked down as on the other side a black figure watched and noticed everyone, including Ash, Green, Gary, and Yellow. The figure recognized and took a breath as he noticed that they did arrive, so he would make a change as he waved his arm in the opposite direction. Back to the pier, people were just about to break through the makeshift guardrail that Pier Master Miranda and Officer Jenny made, when suddenly out of nowhere the storm just seemed to stop. While everyone looked confused, they suddenly heard a horn from a ship approaching. Looking at it looked like a ship that you found and restored. On top stood that woman heavily dressed in robes. Everyone recognized the woman as the one from the hologram as she spoke up. Hello trainers, my master has instructed me to pick everyone up, just hand me your invitations and we will go. Miranda and Jenny could only look at each other with a complicated expression. Since there was no storm, they technically didn't have the authority to stop people from going, so they could only wish them well as everyone started jumping onto the ship. The gang looked at each other and Gary shrugged. Well, that's convenient, isn't it? Yeah, I guess, Green said looking at the ship. I'm not the only one who finds that suspicious, right? Nope. Nah, I don't think so. Alright, just making sure I'm not on something, Green said as she marched forward to board the ship. Gary and Yellow followed, but Ash looked at everything. This was different. If he remembers correctly, only 3 to 4 other people got to New Island because of the storm. There were even 2 that also went out but were not seen again. But now 2 main things. Just from a rough estimate from what he can remember from the first movie and the remake, there should have been roughly 20 to 30 people invited. Now there were only 10 and all of them were going to go. It's not weird enough that Gary is going with him since he never appeared in the movie, but that could just be reasoned that he said no or that Muto saw him as weak after he lost. But that's beside the point. What was Muto planning? He knows that apparently he was still Shadow, but that didn't give him anything to work on, especially with the sudden change. As Ash was lost in thought, he heard the sound of the ship and the other 3 yelled out to him as the ship started sailing away without him. Ash snapped out and took a running start before jumping over and onto the boat. The others looked impressed, but the servant just looked at him. Your ticket. Ash gave her his ticket and she walked away as he rejoined the other 3 just to see what was about to happen. Unknown Island. Mew awoke from its sleep, looked up, and gestured while emitting a small scream. Mew, the small Pokémon said as it looked into the sky and sensed a strange energy. Mew. Mew seemed to giggle playfully, understanding the situation somewhat better. Then the small Mew flew out and started flying out to find the disturbance it had felt. A few hours later the ship arrived on the so-called New Island. The servant didn't waste any time and told everyone to follow her as she started walking. Everyone followed and the gang of 4 was no exception. The pathway seemed somewhat sinister and creepy, like comically creepy. The large door at the end didn't help, but when the servant opened the door, revealing a huge hall with numerous rather expensive decorations, in the center, there was a table set up for everyone to take a seat. The servant continued walking. Now that you are all here, we can start. Please release your Pokémon, and soon my master will greet you all with his presence. Everyone let out their Pokémon, no questions asked. Looking at everyone, there were a bunch of Pokémon. Pretty much any strong Pokémon from Kanto, and it was probably in the group. There were even some Johto Pokémon. But Ash, Green, Gary, and Yellow didn't throw out all their Pokémon. They just watched everything. Gary looked at them. I can't be the only one who thinks this is sketchy, right? Oh, absolutely, this feels scuffed, Ash said with Pikachu nodding on his shoulder. Yellow took a breath. Oh, thank goodness, I was trying to be nice. This whole place is creepy. So do you think we should just keep our Pokémon to ourselves? Green asked. Ash shrugged. Well, I'm keeping Pikachu out, and the Abra in my jacket is also staying. As Abra popped her head out, Gary slightly flinched. I always forget she can just fit there. Seriously, how small is she? Abra stuck her tongue out at Gary and went back inside. No idea, but also half of the time she is just gone. See, Ash said as he held his jacket open and Abra was gone. That is just weird, but anyway, we're in agreement, right? We're not sending out everyone, to which Ash and Green gave a nod, and Yellow followed only after that. As they sat down, they started talking and looking at the other people who came with them. Meanwhile, Ash went ahead and put all his Pokeballs into storage, for no particular reason. Without anyone noticing, not even Ash, a scan moved through the entire building analyzing every Pokeball and Pokemon. 60 Pokemon, not including Ash, Gary, Green, or Yellow's. As people kept talking about how strong their Pokemon were and how they wanted to battle this so-called greatest trainer, suddenly the lights were cut, and a blue light was cut from the ceiling, and someone or something came down. It was a Pokemon with a black appearance covering its body with orange parts and a new orange gem protruding from its chest. To everyone else this was an unknown Pokemon, but to the gang, they recognized this as Muto. Muto had just entered the scene, and when he landed on the ground the lights came on and the servant stood in front of him. Who are you supposed to be? A boy in a blue vest said. He's my master, the strongest Pokemon trainer in the world, as well as the strongest Pokemon in the world. Muto, the servant who was actually a mind-controlled Joy said. This is ridiculous, a Pokemon can't be a Pokemon trainer, said the boy in the blue vest. Shut up, human, I decide my own rules, a voice said in all of their minds. It was Muto. So what? If this is a game then I'm not playing, the boy said. Muto with a flick of his wrist grabbed the boy in psychic energy and dunked him into the water next to all his Pokémon. The boy came out and took a deep breath after almost drowning, then he grit his teeth. Get him, Gyarados. Gyarados looked down and rushed out of the water and raised its mouth as an orange blast in its mouth as it shot a hyper beam. Muto didn't even flinch or move his arms as he just looked at the beam and it turned around and launched back at Gyarados. It landed a direct shot and Gyarados was instantly knocked out. Gyarados, no, the boy said, panicking. Muto shook his head. That was trivial. Then he looked at the Joy. You have ceased to be useful to me. Then Muto raised his hand as Joy seemed to regain her senses and took a couple of steps forward for Yellow ran up and caught her. Only then did her hood come off revealing her pink hair. Everyone looked shocked to see the missing Joy, as Joy herself held her head. Where am I? You are on my island. I brought you here from the Pokémon Center. Your knowledge about the physiology of Pokémon has been enormously useful to me. However, your services are no longer required, Muto said bluntly. That's mean. Yellow said. You humans are a horrible creatures. If cruel and weak humans are allowed to govern this world, then this world is doomed to failure. Yay, and who is supposed to lead the world? A Pokémon like you, a boy in a red vest said. Pokémon are unfit as well, after all they allowed them to rule in the first place. For some Pokémon their entire existence is to serve, Muto said as the darkness in his eyes glowed. Pikachu and Chucho both jumped out and started yelling at Muto. Pikachu in particular stuck out since Muto still felt the pain coming from the new crystal he had, the exact place Pikachu struck him. Muto looked down. It's a shame. I expected more from you. To think you are just as weak and pathetic as the rest of them. Muto's eyes glowed as both Pikachu and Chucho got covered in more psychic energy. No, Yellow said as she saw this. Please stop. But Muto didn't pay attention to Yellow, even with her cheat. But just as Muto was about to throw the two electric mice, a loud snap was heard through the hall. As everyone including Muto was confused, a strange light blue ring appeared around Muto's arms. Pikachu and Chucho fell back to the ground. Then everyone saw Ash holding his hand out. Oh well, if I'm either dying or everyone's getting their mind wiped, then might as well go all out, Ash thought as he spoke. Did you think we're just letting that happen? After all, don't you remember we beat you before? Muto frowned. That was when I was suppressed. You are no match for my power, he said as Muto broke the ring. Ash smiled. I know, and maybe I can't stop you, but that doesn't mean we're stopping. I won't let you exterminate everything and everyone. Yeah, Ash is right, we can stop you. Yellow said, standing up with joy. Same here. Green said. I can't be left out. Gary smiled. Then the crowd of other trainers gathered as well. Yeah, we won't let you. We'll stop you. Muto exhaled as the back doors of this island opened and the sky got raised, revealing a battlefield. No matter, I already have what I need. A quick test will do nicely. Then from the back, an army of every Pokémon that every trainer had, even in Pokeballs. It was an army of clones from what Muto collected, though the only Ash Pokémon that were in the group was an Abra and Pikachu. This is my army. The clones shall be the ones to inherit the earth. I have collected data for all of your Pokémon. But then he looked at Ash. But what about you? I remember your Charizard. It was without a doubt your strongest servant, so why don't you have him? Green and Gary looked confused at that mention since they knew Ash came in here with all his Pokémon. Ash just smiled and pulled out his Pokeball. Oh, you mean this? Did you really think I don't have a way to hide them from you? Ash threw out his Pokeball and released Charizard, the only Charizard here, which only made Muto frown further. Very well, I'll just have to take your Charizard's DNA by force. Muto then raised his arm as all the clone Pokémon started charging towards everyone, with all the trainers charging their Pokémon towards them to battle. Gary and Green released their Pokémon to clash with their clones, but Yellow was way more reluctant. Ash looked at his friends. Guys, can you guys take out your clones? Green smiled and brandished her new earring. Who do you think we are? This will be easy. Yeah, not a problem, Gary agreed, showing the megastone he fashioned as a necklace. Ash nodded. All right, I'll stall Muto and wait for you guys, and by the way, deal with that Pikachu clone too. Yellow slightly flinched as she looked into the gaggle of Pokémon fighting, which included hers and Pikachu, so she slapped her cheeks and looked back at Ash. Leave it to me. Ash smiled and nodded, as he, Charizard, and Pikachu approached Muto, who stood on the altar alone. I guess I need to clutch up this 1v1. Then he pressed the megastone on his wrist. Mega Evolve. Gary was facing down copies of his Blastoise, Arcanine, Golem, Scyther, Electabuzz, and Kangaskhan. Meanwhile, on the other side he had the exact same roster as they started clashing. Just from seeing the other battles going on around him, he could see that each Pokémon was at the same level, a perfect copy, but there was one difference: they were battling like wild Pokémon. For most normal trainers that doesn't matter. When they just battle like it's an RPG game, then it's roughly the same, but when the trainer is more creative, then things turn. Blastoise and Blastoise were clashing while both being evenly matched. Maybe Blastoise could get a slight edge, but that's where it ended as Gary raised his necklaces and pushed on it. Mega Evolve. Blastoise was enveloped in the same bright light that he became familiar with going Mega. Blastoise still had its hands locked with Blastoise, so in response, Blastoise shot an ice beam, freezing the clone's hands. Gary smirked. Now switch. His Pokémon understood as Blastoise switched to Golem, Golem switched to Electabuzz, and Electabuzz to Blastoise. None of the clones could properly react in time as Golem Tuo received a Hydro Cannon, Electabuzz Tuo a High Horsepower, and Blastoise Tuo got a hug into a discharge. Although none of them went down immediately, they did get hurt, and he trusted those three to take care of the rest as he turned to his other side with Arcanine, Scyther, and Kangaskhan. He raised his fist and yelled out, "Kangaskhan, use break on the ground." Kangaskhan followed as the ground beneath them shook and a dust cloud covered their battle. Kangaskhan Tuo waved the dust away as it decided to use a brick break. As Kangaskhan Tuo delivered the punch, it was stopped, not by Kangaskhan, but by Scyther and his blades. Meanwhile, while Scyther Tuo was confused as to the lock of partner, it received a flare blitz to its side by Arcanine, and while Arcanine Tuo saw this and was about to go help but was greeted by Kangaskhan stomping down and using Earthquake directly in its head. Green was facing much of the same situation with her squad facing the Venusaur, Clefable, Nidoqueen, Wigglytuff, Ditto, and Gengar clones. The battle was more or less the same with all her Pokémon except for Ditto, which Ditto was trying to battle Ditto by transforming into Ditto. Meanwhile, Ditto transformed into Gary's Kangaskhan before quickly changing back. With the rest, Green didn't have the option that Gary had where his team counters the other easily, so she needed to get a bit more creative as she pressed her earring. Mega Evolve. Venusaur's flower extended as it went mega. The main disadvantage these things had was that they copied what the Pokémon were not what they could be. Venusaur Tuo didn't flinch at the change as it released a Razor Leaf, but Venusaur blocked them with a basic Vine Whip. Then to counter, Green yelled out, "Power Whip." Venusaur Tuo expected the attack to come to it, so it braced itself, but nothing happened because the attack was aimed at Clefable Tuo. Clefable Tuo got hit hard from the back, and as it got up to look at Venusaur, it fell to one knee as if it had been poisoned. Looking at the vines showed that they were dripping with purple liquid. "Like it, I may have stolen it from Erica, but I think she'll like how I changed it," Green smugly said. Clefable Tuo grunted as it could feel the poison damage. Venusaur Tuo tried to send an attack at Venusaur but was stopped when a flamethrower coming from Clefable shot it in the side. Green smiled as her Pokémon were still holding the others behind her. "Let's do this." Venusaur grabbed that fake Clefable and use Power Whip on that Venusaur. Venusaur extended the same vine towards Clefable Tuo and grabbed it and raised it into the air and slammed it down towards Venusaur Tuo. Venusaur Tuo saw this and extended vines in hopes of blocking it when suddenly Ditto transformed as Nidoqueen grabbed it and bound it from the back. Ditto already beat Ditto Tuo and it came here under the secret orders of Green. As Clefable Tuo approached, Ditto turned back into goo and fled, leaving Venusaur Tuo to take the entire hit. When they fell to the ground, Clefable jumped in and shot another flamethrower on both of them. As the flames erupted over them, Clefable Tuo was out but Venusaur was up but barely. Abra and Abra Tuo were in extreme battle, and by that I mean they were discussing something extremely important. "So I'm the senior sister," Abra said. "No, I'm the senior," Abra Tuo said back. "Why, you're a clone. I've been around longer, so I'm your senior." Abra Tuo scoffed. "There's only one way to settle this. I will battle you and cripple your mana core." "So you chose to court death. Very well, come forward," Abra said. What followed next was the most epic battle of all time with explosions and death, but that didn't fit in our budget, so instead they sat across from each other saying random and ridiculous attack names. Yellow. Although Yellow let her Pokémon out, she wasn't as willing to fight against them, as Chuchu, Dottie, Ratty, Gravy, Kitty, and even the little Omni stood against their clones. All of Yellow's Pokémon could feel her emotion, so in response chose to not fight, but the clones didn't seem to want to do the same. Even as they were being beaten and slapped around, none of them fought back, and that left Pikachu Tuo without an opponent, and it chose to go against Yellow. Yellow stood there looking at Pikachu Tuo. "We don't need to fight." Pikachu Tuo didn't care as it ran forward and sent a tackle to Yellow. Yellow took it and it did hurt, but she stayed up and grabbed Pikachu Tuo in a hug. "Please, just listen. We don't need to. You're a clone of Pikachu and Pikachu is my friend." Pikachu Tuo flinched and as a response released a discharge while in Yellow's arms. Yellow screamed in pain and her Pokémon looked worried, but even still she didn't let go and her Pokémon didn't fight back. When Pikachu Tuo opened its eyes, it felt Yellow hug it harder, and looking up it saw Yellow a little extra crispy but still smiling and looking like she was holding back tears. "So you're my friend too, Ash." The battle continued. Ash didn't just send out Charizard, he sent out a few more of his Pokémon. He needed as much of an advantage as he could get, and by abusing Aura for any big attacks he was holding his own. Muto was sending another Psycho Cut towards them, to which Pikachu blocked with a Iron Tail, and Charizard, now in Mega form, rushed up aiming to slash at Muto with his claws. Muto knew better from the previous battle, so he raised one hand and caught Charizard's hand, then with another started charging a Shadow Ball. But just as he was about to launch the attack, a pair of vines coming from Ash's Venusaur pulled Muto's hand up, causing the attack to just barely miss Charizard. Then at the next moment, Muto noticed someone coming and twisted his body and grabbed the incoming attack. Poliwrath was about to land with his other free hand. But what came next was a third attack coming from Annihilippi, landing a shadow punch to Muto's face, but he was still unbothered. With a twist of his wrists, he picked up the two he had and threw them to the side, as then Annihilippi was covered in purple energy and thrown away. By that point, Pikachu had time to recover and run up aiming an Iron Tail, but this time Muto knew that danger, so with a movement and flick of his wrist Pikachu immediately fell to the ground. Then it looked like Muto was about to stomp on Pikachu, but from the side, Charizard rushed in and tackled Muto on the side, sending him slightly sliding. The next moment he saw Pidgeot and Fearow diving towards him with their wings glowing white ready to strike at him. Muto looked down and reached his arms forward, catching them both by the wings and holding them back from going further. Then from behind Scizor and Kingler rushed in with their claw blades extended and glowing dark as he used Night Slash and blue as she used Liquidation. Muto looked at them as his eyes glowed purple and was about to use Psychic. But then he felt an earth power coming to his side from Nidoking. With that Muto broke concentration and was slashed at from behind, causing Muto to loosen his grip slightly. Pidgeot noticed and screeched directly into Muto's ear using Hyper Voice, allowing Pidgeot and Fearow to break free and swipe at Muto with a duo Brave Bird. As Muto recovered from that to his sides, Machamp and Annihilate rushed forward to hit a close combat combo to each of his sides. Muto took it and swiped his hands, but just as he was about to counterattack, Machamp was pulled back by Venusaur, and Annihilate by Victreebel by their vines. Muto saw this and was about to approach them and launch his counterattack. He felt a tug on his leg, and then he got caught in one of Drill's iron web traps. Muto scoffed and was about to break himself free until he felt gravity around him suddenly multiply multiple times, as he saw a Clefairy sitting on Ash's shoulder. As Muto was now stuck for a moment, everyone charged their attacks. Victreebel, Vileplume, and Venusaur used a triple Solar Beam, Gyarados, Blastoise, and Kingler shot a triple Hydro Pump, and Charizard and Nidoking shot a duo Flamethrower, and Pikachu used Thunderbolt. As the attack from everyone collided, the center of the island began shaking from the force. Even other battles going on were being affected, and the center had a large spherical explosion erupt from its center where Muto used to be. Then even after that attack, even after being jumped by all of Ash's Pokémon, even after everything they all had, Muto still got up and it didn't look like Muto received more than minor bruising. Muto seemed to scoff at the attempt. "I've had enough of this farce." Muto swiped his arm as a pressure was sent and a wave of energy hit everyone and sent everyone flying back and onto the ground. Then Muto raised his arm. Pitiful creatures, nothing more. Muto shot a focus blast towards Ash as everyone else was on the ground recovering. Ash had to clench his teeth and cover his arms in aura as he raised them, bracing himself. When suddenly in front of him a pink cushion that looked like a beanbag appeared and took the hit, directly dispersing both. Then the sounds of giggling were heard. Mew. As the figure of the famous small Pokémon fell from the sky and landed in front of Ash, giggling, making everyone, even the clones, stop fighting as they looked at Mew. With Yellow, she seemed to be distracted, but when Pikachu stopped biting her, she opened her eyes, seeing Pikachu looking to the side. Yellow looked to where Pikachu was looking, only to see Mew, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that it looked kinda familiar. The room was only filled with Mew's giggles as everyone watched the small Pokémon laugh and fly around, much to Muto's displeasure. "I see, so it's you. Perfect. So you saved me the trouble of going to find you. Let's see who is stronger, the clone or the original," Muto said, raising his arm and shooting a shadow ball. Mew just giggled and copped Muto, countering with a shadow ball as they collided and caused the entire island to shake as a result of that clash. Muto waved the dust from the clash. "TCH, useless resilience, I'll show you." Muto was enveloped in a blue energy as Mew covered itself in a pink energy, and then they began to clash, and the whole time Mew's giggling could still be heard. With the battles now stopped, Green and Gary run up with Yellow next to Ash. "The heck is happening? That Pokémon, it isn't what I think it is." "Yeah, it looks like Mew came here to fight this, Muto," Ash said. Just then they clashed again, creating a shockwave of power, making them fall back as the island started shaking violently again. The idea of fighting wasn't in anyone's mind. "At this rate, they're going to destroy the island," Gary said as they clashed again. "Shouldn't we do something?" Yellow said, with one hand holding Pikachu and the other holding onto her sun hat. "What are we supposed to do? We couldn't beat Muto completely alone. Now there are two. This battle isn't WIGA." Ash shouted as the shockwaves caused him to fall over. As Ash got up with the help of his friend Muto, and Mew crashed down to the center of the chaotic pile of clones and Pokémon. Muto grit his teeth. "Enough, I will take you down right now." Muto started charging one final beam using his energy, and Mew did the same by copying Muto. Everyone was watching this. "Not good," Yellow said. "If those random clashes did that much, that one won't just take the island down, but we're all going down with it," Green said. Gary grabbed Ash and started shaking him. "Hey Aura boy, can't you turn off their power for a second?" Ash grabbed Gary so he would stop shaking him. "Not like that, but I can try something." "Well, we don't have options, do we?" Green said as both beams were ready. As the final beam clash was beginning, Ash thought to himself, "I really hope this works." He clapped his hands and began using all the aura he had left. This was make or break. Mew and Muto shot the blue and pink beams towards each other, and an attack like that would probably be enough to destroy the island and everyone on it. But in the last moment, what appeared to be a bubble appeared around the area of the clash, then pop. Time seemed to freeze, as both Muto and Mew looked confused at their situation. "What have you done?" Muto asked in a dominating voice. Mew kept the playful demeanor and just shrugged. But what they then noticed was that there was one other person still moving. Ash was still very much conscious and looking at everything. "You, human, are behind this with your strange power," Muto demanded. Ash shrugged. "I didn't do this, I think you two did with your clash." Muto glared at Ash, then at Mew. "Then it seems you're still a nuisance to me, then I will need to eliminate you now." Ash saw Muto's gaze and sighed, thinking to himself, "It's all or nothing here." He stepped in front of Muto. What are you doing? Why do you want to do any of this? Muto looked down at Ash. You wouldn't get it, human, so stand down. Well, it sounds to me like you don't get it either, Ash said as Muto frowned but also didn't deny it. You keep saying everything about how you want clones to take over, and you want to fight your original, but why? We're all the same. Muto glared at Ash. You mean me and Mew? No, all of us live on the same earth, breathe the same air, and watch the same sky, yet you can only see what's different. Look at what you're doing. Is it any better than what scientists did to you? Ash said, leaving all cards on the table. Muto glared harder at Ash. Watch your tongue, human. What I am doing is nothing like those scientists that only want their own agendas. Is it? You created clones of all these Pokémon and you made them fight. You never gave them a choice other than being your soldiers, so how is that different? And don't give me the crap about liberating or for the greater good because we both know those are both lies. Muto clenched his teeth at Ash's words. And what of it? This future is doomed. With every day I see the selfishness of humans and the compliance of Pokémon. With this there is no future. The fact that you can't accept that a better future could exist means it will never exist. Ash snapped at Muto. You talk about all of that but in the end, you're only seeing everything with tinted lens. If you focus on all the bad you'll never see the good or beautiful. As Ash said that, Muto felt a flash of something, maybe a memory but he couldn't tell and just shook it off. And what choice is there? Just live in a world and expect good to happen. How long will that take? And will the world even be worth saving when the time comes? We all have choices. For example, right now you had the choice to listen to me. You could have popped my head like a grape but you chose not to, and that is the same as humans. Don't talk as if you know anything. Life is suffering. We are born to suffer and make others suffer. So why should we even live in a world like this that just keeps taking more and more away? Muto said, but he didn't mean to say the last part. He didn't even know why he said it. We live because living is wonderful, Ash said as Muto saw a flash of a girl for a second in his memories. Life is precious because we only get one, and that's what makes it beautiful. When you suffer, that lets you know that you are real, just as real as everyone. Muto grit his teeth as his head started to hurt. What does it matter? The way you and I were born are different. No matter what, our paths could never be the same. You don't know what it's like to be nothing but a pawn in someone else's game. I was born to destroy, to be the evil that you humans made me into. The circumstances of one's birth are irrelevant. It is what you do with the gift of life that determines who you are. Ash said, making Muto look up. The important thing is not how long you live. It's what you accomplish with your life. No one is born evil. Ash took one final breath. So let me ask you, what makes someone know they are alive? Muto held his head in pain like something was trying to break out, and then he said something without thinking. It's our hearts. Ash nodded. So then tell me, do you feel your heart? Muto looked up at Ash as his hand slowly fell to his chest, where he felt nothing. Then something. Bum bum bum, like a drum he felt beating in his chest as the orange gem started to glow and slowly dissolve. Muto felt something warm running down his cheeks, tears, as he mumbled something, Amber. His memories began flowing through him, and the last thing Amber told him. As the energy reached the base, his skin covered in shadow suddenly began glowing as the black and orange started slowly melting away, being replaced by his original white and purple. As Muto returned to his original color, Mew flew down and gave him a little pat as time started moving again. When everyone could see again, they all saw Mew next to Muto, with Muto on the ground mumbling something to himself. As everyone saw this, no one started to fight again. All Pokémon and clones that were knocked down were coming to and looking at the scene in front of them. Under Muto's breath, he quietly mumbled while clenching his chest, Amber, I'm sorry I broke our promise, but I promise it won't happen again. I'll do it. Muto looked up and wiped away tears from his eyes as he looked at everyone. Everyone, I owe you all an apology. I should have never done any of this, and for that I'm sorry. Everyone felt shocked seeing this, and for a moment no one did anything, but then Yellow walked up holding Pikachu. It's okay, you were sad and angry, weren't you? Yes, I was confused, but now I see that what I did was wrong, and I apologize for what I did. Yellow smiled as she felt a soft hand on her face. Looking down, she saw Pikachu looking sadly at her. Pika. But she just smiled. It's okay, it doesn't hurt at all. Mew giggled as it went down closer, only now did the mark that Yellow had on her hand show itself again. Yellow looked at Mew. Was this you? Mew giggled and smiled as it flew around with people starting to approach. Then she came close to Ash and looked at him happily. Mew, it said, which Ash and Yellow understood. You want to see what I do? Ash questioned, then pulled out a Pokeball. Does that mean you want me to catch you? Mew shook its head. So you just want to follow me around and see what happens? Okay, I guess, if you want. Ash said with everyone still looking a little too shocked to speak. Then Mew floated down and touched Ash on his ring as a pink mark appeared on the ring before disappearing, and Mew giggled as it flew next to Muto. Muto looked at everyone as all the clones began glowing and began to float. Then all the clones and Mew with Muto started floating up into the sky. Muto looked down at everyone. I will always remember what happened here, but for you, it seems like this would be best forgotten. Maybe we'll see each other again. Before anyone could question what Muto said, he started flying into the sky. Then before anyone could react, all their minds went blank in a white light. Back on the dock, everyone opened their eyes, finding themselves at the port again, with no memory of anything. Not what happened, not any memory of Muto, not even why they were here. But the missing Joy appeared and offered everyone shelter from the storm. Wait, the storm was also gone, revealing that the sun was coming up, indicating a new day. Ash, Green, Gary, and Yellow walked out of the center. They all still felt confused. Do any of you guys remember anything about why we came here? Gary asked, receiving headshakes from everyone. I guess. Well, what now? Yellow asked. Ash looked at the sun. You know, today is everyone's last day before they go back home, Ash said. Green nodded and slapped her hand with her fist. Oh yeah, we have to go watch them graduate. I wanna see if Professor Oak makes Silver do a speech. That would be pretty funny, Ash said as he looked over at Yellow. You wanna come with us? I'm sure everyone wants to see you. Oh, can I really? Yellow said as she then smiled. I'd love to. Green put her arm around Yellow as she started walking and Gary followed quickly. Ash was about to follow but he looked at his ring, then at the sky before smiling. Don't think you're getting rid of me that easy, Ash said, making Pikachu look at him. Suddenly Gary called out, Yo Ash, you're the one with the Abra. Ash looked back. Sorry, I was just thinking. You guys wanna go annoy Chloe before we leave? Absolutely. Yeah, why not? I guess. Ash smiled. Then new mission, go annoy Chloe.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.